Chapter 1. In the evening, a certain live streaming platform. The live stream room, numbered 787-8178, was already bustling with an audience. "Come out, young man. Brothers, I've got the rice bowls ready. It's been half a year since the last match. Can't you muster up any vitality? No excuse is valid for not going live. Come out. Or else." Wu gazed at the barrage of comments, shaking his head and sighing. Previously, due to consuming a bottle of spoiled mineral water, he had inexplicably traversed into another realm. In this life, he was the secondary substitute for the jungler Ning Wang of the IG team, utterly inept. At this moment, the S9 season semifinals were underway, and IG had already faced FPX in 3 matches. 1:2. If they lost another game, IG would have to bid farewell to this year's championship. Ning Wang's performance had been deteriorating, struggling even to last-hit minions. Just yesterday, the coach had made both Ning Wang's primary substitute Lu Xian and Wei Yu play a ranked match, observing closely from behind. The coach's intentions were unambiguous. Lu Xian performed reasonably well, but the previous owner of this body had played atrociously. Not only did he lose the ranked match, but he also recorded a classic 0-80 scoreline. Indeed, a master of gatekeeping. At the moment Wei Yu saw the match record, he was utterly bewildered. Is this game truly that difficult? Is jungling really this challenging? Even if one skill is lacking, wouldn't it be better to play a tank and collaborate with teammates to secure the dragon? To achieve a 0-80 record without a single assist is indeed a rare talent. Most bizarrely, unable to endure the audience's mockery, he went missing that very night. What mindset? It was precisely this twist of fate that allowed Wei Yu to become the current owner of this body. His arrival reignited excitement among the viewers in the live stream. The young man has emerged? Being bad is one thing, but being utterly useless? If not for your high death count, would you still be this pathetic? Did you affect Ning Wang's performance? 0-80. Did you throw your mouse and keyboard into the washing machine? The washing machine would play better than you. Wei Yu felt no anger towards these remarks. The more people greeting him, the greater the popularity, and thus, the more income for his live stream. However, Wei Yu could not indulge these trolls. He cranked up his volume by 70 decibels and retaliated. "No matter how poorly I play, I'm still a professional player. What about you? Each of you bronze and silver. My lowest standard is a height you could never hope to reach in this lifetime. Are you trying to teach me how to do my job? You up no can no BB." Just then, a melodious voice suddenly chimed in beside Wei Yu's ear. Ding! The strongest mocking system of the league has been successfully activated. Host, Wei Yu. Mocking coefficient, 40. Consciousness, 0. Movement, 0. Skill hit rate, 0. The mocking coefficient can be converted into other attributes. Would you like to convert? Wei Yu was momentarily taken aback, a mix of surprise and joy flooding him. He never expected such good fortune to befall him. Convert everything to consciousness, Wei Yu blurted out almost instinctively. As soon as the words left his mouth, an enigmatic surge of consciousness poured into Wei Yu's mind, granting him an epiphany. He felt invigorated, filled with newfound strength. At that moment, the audience had finally regained their composure. "Oh," daring to retort the comments, "do you not wish to continue?" The streamer who once lashed out at the comments is now 6 feet under. "Young man, please organize your words and try again. You shouldn't be called young man, you should be called son." Wei Yu glanced at the barrage, slightly adjusting the microphone closer to his mouth. "Apologies, but I am an orphan. Didn't you receive the paper money I burned for you during Qingming Festival?" Instantly, the live stream's comments exploded. 666, a tough guy. Werewolf. Wolf exterminated, now offline. Wei Yu launched the game, calmly stating, "No time for idle chatter. I'll first rank up a little." "Rank up? Are you sure you want to drop ranks?" "If the young man doesn't drop ranks today, I'll wash my hair upside down. If he wins a match, I'll send a barrage of rockets." Wei Yu fixed his gaze on the comments, exclaiming, "Where's the room manager? Note down this guy's ID, don't let him escape." Wei Yu swallowed hard. "It seems there isn't a room manager." Wei Yu replied nonchalantly, "It's up for bidding. A plane could serve as a room manager." In an instant, gifts poured into the live stream like a rainstorm. Once in the game, Wei Yu opened the career interface of the account owner. He soon discovered that the owner was indeed abysmal. Supermaster 3. This rank is commendable for an ordinary player, but for a professional, it falls dreadfully short. Moreover, the jungler champions he frequently played were all tank types. What a disruptor for team fights. No wonder he was merely a secondary substitute. It all made sense. He opened a ranked queue, selected his position, and awaited the match. As soon as he entered the hero selection screen, several sharp-eyed fans noticed a detail. Look at the fourth slot. It's Lin Weixiang. What a narrow path for foes to cross. The young man can take his revenge, make sure to sabotage him. Simultaneously, Lin Weixiang sent greetings to Wu Yu. Lin Weixiang. Third slot. Shall we set aside our grudges and fight side by side? Wu Yu responded promptly. No problem. This is it, it's over. Another match where it's 4 against 6. Poor Lin Weixiang. The young man is both reckless and capable of throwing. Even the peak state of Bruce Lee would hesitate. Wu Yu paid no heed to these comments, opting to select Zhao Xin, a jungler he frequently played. Thus, both teams had finalized their lineups. Wu Yu was on the blue side with the composition: top Garen, jungle Zhao Xin, mid Lux, bot Kaisa, support Thresh. The opposing team comprised top Riven, jungle Diana, mid Syndra, bot Caitlyn, support Zyra. As the game commenced, Wu Yu immediately mocked the opposing team in the public chat. Zhao Xin, sons, daddy is at red, come pay your respects. Riven, don't move, I'm coming. Caitlyn, stand still and wait for daddy. As Wu Yu taunted the adversaries in the public chat, the barrage lit up. Say the most hateful words, and you'll give up first blood the fastest. Everyone, hold your rice bowls steady. They're coming, they're really coming. Wu Yu focused, noticing that indeed all 5 opponents were approaching to invade his red buff. At this moment, Garen was still in the top lane and couldn't arrive in time, setting the stage for a 4 vs 5 level 1 team fight. The 4 of them lay in wait in the brush, preparing to ambush. As the 5 opponents drew near the brush, Lux cast her Q, instantly snaring the foremost Diana and Riven. Wu Yu adhered to the principle of proximity, concentrating fire on the nearest Diana. As Diana's snare duration ended, Thresh moved in with a Q, pulling the wounded Diana back. Another auto attack triggered the passive, pinning Diana in place for continued damage. Kaisa followed up with her attacks, reducing Diana to a sliver of health. Meanwhile, Wu Yu also observed Lin Weixiang's Kaisa, noting that Lin Weixiang was indeed skilled. Through mere positioning, he dodged both Caitlyn's Q and Zyra's Q, then began to auto-attack, dealing significant damage to Diana. When Diana's snare ended, she decisively flashed away to escape. Young man, go for it, first blood is within reach. Is your flash just rotting your hands? Lin Weixiang is assisting to this extent, and you still want go? Not going would make you a son. Wu Yu hesitated not for a moment, immediately using his flash. A flash of yellow light later, everyone was left stunned. A flash in place. Ah, truly fragrant. Unintentionally revealing your strength. How touching. The young man remains the young man. Truly did not disappoint me. I can already smell the scent of first blood. Wu Yu chuckled awkwardly. A mistake, purely a mistake. What's there to explain? Everyone understands. This is your true level, after all. Wait, the young man actually didn't give up first blood. Wu Yu was also somewhat astonished upon closer inspection. It was indeed true. As he flashed back to his original position, the opposing 4 players swiftly turned around to protect Diana, opting not to advance further. At that moment, Wu Yu returned to his teammates, marking the conclusion of the first team skirmish. Wow, the young lad really showcased his prowess and didn't give away first blood. Quick, let's buy some firecrackers to celebrate. This is truly a feast for the eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Weixiang also sent his congratulations to Wu Yu. Lin Weixiang, stay steady, wait for me to carry. Upon reading this, Wu Yu felt a surge of displeasure. Stay steady? Wait for you to carry? Who does he look down upon? It's uncertain who will carry and who will fall. Convert all taunting into awareness. In an instant, a torrent of insight flooded Wu Yu's mind, granting him a renewed understanding of the game's strategy. The battle has merely begun, Wu Yu murmured. The taunting must not cease, and neither should the game. Following the conclusion of the first skirmish, Wu Yu began to take the red buff with the cooperation of the duo in the bottom lane. Among various jungle champions, Zhao Zin's farming speed was relatively swift. After finishing the red buff and reaching level 2, he promptly learned Q and dashed towards the enemy's blue area. Concurrently, Wu switched his view to the opposing bottom lane. As a jungler, one must be well acquainted with the entire battlefield and the vision control across it. This is a fundamental quality of a jungler. What is the young lad up to? Heading to gank the bottom lane isn't done this way. Is he not afraid of losing track of himself with all that dashing about? Once the game commenced, Wu had no time to glance at the chat. He devoted all his concentration to the game, diligently analyzing and executing his moves. The insight that had surged into his brain allowed Wu to grasp the true essence of this game. Focus on ganks, with farming as a secondary priority. Without a flash, Wu became more cautious. He first glanced at the enemy bottom lane, noticing that Caitlyn and Zyra had already arrived on the lane, positioned rather aggressively. This indicated that, at that moment, only Diana remained in the jungle. If Wu could locate Diana, she would surely perish. Just then, he observed Lin Weixiong engaging in a skirmish with the enemy alongside Thresh. Wu found himself puzzled. Was Lin Weixiong always this reckless in every match? Lin Weixiong skillfully dodged Zyra's Q with his movement, then unleashed a flurry of attacks on Caitlyn. Thresh trailed closely behind Lin Weixiong, poised to hook Caitlyn with his Q, preventing her from daring to turn around. Having used her Q, Zyra was now as ineffective as a cannon minion, merely retreating alongside Caitlyn. In this exchange, Lin Weixiong managed to reduce Caitlyn's health to a third. Once Caitlyn retreated to the turret, she turned back to launch a Q at Lin Weixiong. He deftly sidestepped into the brush, successfully avoiding her Q. Zyra, seeing this, also shot a Q towards Lin Weixiong, preparing to retaliate. As Lin Weixiong re-emerged from the brush, he evaded Zyra's Q once more. The young lad is quite impressive. He should observe and learn. I wonder if he can catch up to Lin Weixiang's level before the game ends. Let's not put pressure on him. He's already putting in great effort. Wu gazed at Caitlyn's health, feeling a mix of astonishment and delight. Caitlyn was in no condition to offer assistance now. With his thought, Wu shifted his focus back to the game. At that moment, he found himself in the narrow path between the 3 wolves and the blue buff. Place a ward over the wall. What are you waiting for? I finally understand IG's frustration. Having such a second-string player is truly challenging. Enough talk. The young lad is merely strolling through the enemy jungle, racking up steps. Wu refrained from placing a ward over the wall, for he knew that such an action was imprudent. Few champions dared to duel Zhao Xin at level 2. If Diana was indeed farming the 3 wolves, she would undoubtedly flee the moment she spotted the ward. Zhao Zin's range is not extensive. Who can guarantee that at the moment of ward placement, Diana would be within its reach? Hence, Wu opted not to place a ward, instead circumventing along the wall. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the 3 wolves were still alive. Wu hastily clicked his mouse and advanced towards the frog, continuing his search for Diana. Just as he rounded the corner, he spotted a half-health Diana and a nearly dead frog. Without hesitation, Wu initiated an EQ combo. As his E connected with Diana, he swiftly executed his smite on the frog. The slow from E combined with the red buff's slow left Diana with no chance of escape. After launching the 3rd Q, which sent Diana flying, he followed up with a basic attack, effortlessly securing first blood. First blood? What the heck? Did the young lad just get first blood? Quick, check Diana's stats, see if she's a novice. I already checked. The enemy team consists entirely of challengers. Clearly, Diana was in poor form at that moment. Simultaneously, Lin Weixiong sent his congratulations to Wu. 666, very impressive. Maintain composure, refrain from distractions, and observe in silence, Wu chuckled. After responding to Lin Weixiong, it was time to address the fans. That Wu had anticipated their reactions and replied directly, even if she is in peak condition. Does she truly believe she can turn the tables on me? Which second-level Zhao Xin fears her in the jungle? Moreover, I still possess the red buff, while she, a half-health Diana, standing on the blue buff, has nothing to contend with me. Upon hearing this, the barrage of comments fell silent. The fans, reflecting on her words, realized the truth in them. Even a level 2 Jax might struggle against Zhao Xin, let alone a Diana who is focused on farming. Furthermore, Wu was at full health, while Diana was at half. There was simply no way she could overpower Wu. Nevertheless, the persistent barrage of comments did not relent. Continuing to question Wu from another angle, that if you had placed a ward at the 3 wolves earlier, wouldn't that have saved some time? Didn't you tire yourself out circling the walls for so long? Had you arrived at the frog sooner, you might not have even needed to use your smite. Wu chose to ignore these comments, redirecting her focus back to the match. After securing first blood and the frog, her path ahead became much smoother. That a champion like Diana was inherently reliant on farming, and losing first blood along with the frog was a devastating blow for her. However, Wu was not satisfied with merely that. After purchasing a small red jungle knife, she headed straight into the enemy's red zone to hunt Diana. Once an advantage is gained, it is essential to snowball it continuously. Yet, Wu remained vigilant, observing the enemy's mid and top lanes while choosing the shortest route to the enemy's red buff. Upon entering the opposing jungle, she noticed that Syndra and Riven were still present in their lanes. Wu then breathed a sigh of relief and continued her approach to the enemy red buff. As she neared the brush by the red buff, she spotted Diana. Diana had 2/3 of her health, while the red buff still had 500 health left. Just like before, Wu swiftly EQ'd onto Diana, unleashing her damage. Aware of her disadvantage, Diana aimed to finish off the red buff before retreating. A basic attack combined with smite reduced the red buff to a mere 10 health. Wu was elated. With a basic attack, she secured the red buff and leveled up to 3. Immediately, she learned W and continued to auto-attack, relentlessly pursuing Diana. After using the 3rd segment of Q to knock Diana up, she followed up with W to slow her down, but a final basic attack sealed Diana's fate. How fortunate I am to catch her. Wu mused. Clearly, she doesn't know how to play. Continuing her pursuit, she awaited the inevitable collapse of her opponents. After eliminating Diana once more, Wu began to clear the enemy jungle, moving from the rock golem to the bird's nest, and then from the enemy bird's nest back to her OWNBY this time. The match had reached the 5-minute mark, and the first dragon was freshly spawned. Wu shifted her focus to the river in the bottom lane, starting to clear the river crabs for vision. With her small red jungle knife, her clearing speed had noticeably increased. Moreover, this jungle knife allowed her to regenerate mana, alleviating any concerns about running low even without the blue buff. After clearing the river crabs, Zhao Xin had reached level 5. As long as Diana was absent from the blue zone, she could solo the dragon. Wu switched her view and, upon seeing the enemy's bottom duo and mid laner still in their lanes, confidently invaded the enemy's blue zone. When Wu approached the frog, she spotted Diana, who was still at level 3. Clearly under pressure from Wu, observing Diana's full health bar, Wu realized that she had just begun her jungle. However, this posed little concern. Her W had now reached level 3, and the damage was considerable. Without hesitation, Wu ed onto Diana, unleashing her attacks in a flurry. With 3 segments of Q followed by W, Diana was left with barely any health that a final blow finished her off, while clearing the frog. Wu taunted her opponents in the public chat. Zhao Xin, Diana, have you died again? How many times have I soloed you now? Yet at that moment, Wu noticed her teammate signaling for retreat. She quickly turned and saw that the enemy duo had left their lane. Oh no, this young one is about to be caught. With her flash still on cooldown, it seemed she was about to fall. Look, the enemy bottom duo has arrived. Wu spotted Caitlyn and Zyra, but noticed that Caitlyn's health was surprisingly low. Simultaneously, Wu saw Lin Weixiang's signal indicating he was on his way. Realization dawned upon her. Lin Weixiang must have significantly reduced Caitlyn's health. Fear not, young one, you are not alone in this battle. With Lin Weixiang lending his support, how could you not engage? Without needing the fans to say a word, Wu knew this was her opportunity. She swiftly EQ'd onto Caitlyn, unleashing her damage. Although she was hit by Zyra's Q, Wu's E slow and her 175 attack range allowed her to strike Caitlyn. Caitlyn seemed to have underestimated the situation, failing to use her E in time. However, by the time she reacted, Zhao Xin had already knocked her up. Wu followed up with a basic attack, successfully claiming Caitlyn's life. Just then, Lin Weixiang and the support arrived on the scene. Zyra attempted to flee but was pulled back by Titan's Cute, seizing the moment. Wu Yu and Lin Weixiang unleashed a barrage of attacks, rapidly decreasing Zyra's health. Once the control duration ended, Zyra flashed away, landing directly in Wu Yu's predicted W flash right into my trap. 666. The young one is back in action. Was this the same young one we once knew? If this continues, we may not recognize you. At this moment, Wu Yu had truly risen in terms of both level and equipment. She outstripped her opponents by a considerable margin. The enemy jungler was in shambles, and the bottom lane was on the verge of collapse. Wu Yu adhered to her jungle philosophy, prioritize ganking, supplement with farming in total. She had hunted Diana down 7 times. Each encounter ended in a decisive kill, with no suspense whatsoever. Within 15 minutes, the enemy team was demoralized. Diana, Xinyi, please stop hunting me. Syndra, Xinyi, can you give me a chance? Caitlyn, Xinyi, I was wrong. Please spare me and go after Riven instead. Upon reading this, Wu Yu couldn't help but smile. She quickly retorted with a wave of taunts. Zhao Xin, feeling cowardly? Zhao Xin, are you afraid? Zhao Xin, it's too late now. After purchasing the Trinity Force, Wu Yu charged towards the enemy's front line, ready to strike decisively. With overwhelming equipment and awareness advantages, Wu Yu clinched victory in the match without a doubt. Her final score was an impressive 10-0-0. When the scoreboard appeared, Lin Weixiang was left in astonishment. He had never anticipated that IG's second substitute could be so formidable. Was it sheer luck, or was her skill genuinely this high? Lin Weixiang had yet to make a concrete judgment. He typed a few words in the chat box. You are very strong. We replied promptly, I hope when we meet on the battlefield, you can provide me with some pressured, oh, the young one is showing off again. Clearly, the enemy team was off their game. Otherwise, how could the young one achieve such a score? They probably had a ring in. Let them play another match, and I'm sure their facade will be exposed. Wu Yu chuckled at the comment, sure, don't say just one match. I could easily take on 10 more. Just then, Wu Yu's phone rang. Hold on, I need to take this call. Wu Yu stood up. Is she really leaving now? Was that last match scripted? Or is her script due for renewal? The barrage of comments continued as Wu Yu stepped out of the room to answer the call. It was the coach on the line. Wu Yu, come to the training base immediately. Right now. Understood, I will be there shortly. Wu Yu felt somewhat puzzled. Typically, substitutes were not required to attend meetings. However, the coach had specifically summoned him this time. Did that imply he had a chance to play? If so, had the first substitute also been called away? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Wu Yu promptly returned to his room, shutting off the live stream and powering down his computer. Compared to the live stream, matters concerning the team took precedence that he hastily donned his team attire and swiftly made his way to the training facility. Fortunately, his residence was not far from the training base, and he arrived in under 10 minutes. Upon reaching the training facility, Wu Yu headed directly to the conference room, where he discovered all the players and substitutes present. Naturally, the coach was there as well. The meeting was already underway, and no one paid attention to the creaking doors. In various fields, reality often prevails. As long as one is perceived as weak, there will be few to take notice. Wu Yu quietly found a place to sit and continued to listen to the coach's discourse. Victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. Losing to an opponent is not frightening, but losing to oneself is truly terrifying. The coach continued, stating that there were rumors of discord within the team, and he had gathered everyone to collaboratively address the issue. After speaking, the coach surveyed the room, noting that not a single person seemed inclined to speak. Even the 5 players closest to him had their heads bowed low, lacking any inclination to engage in conversation. Reflecting on the past, Wu Yu recognized that IG indeed faced certain problems. Among these issues, the most significant was the lack of teamwork. While Wu Yu pondered, the coach scanned the room. Noticing the silence, he resorted to calling out names. The Shy. Do you have anything to say? I have nothing to add, the Shy replied curtly. Having transitioned from Wii, you might be slightly unaccustomed to the current team dynamics. Feel free to share your thoughts, the coach encouraged. As long as I get to play, I will certainly face the game in my best form, but I cannot guarantee a win. What you said is nonsense. Ning Wang interjected almost reflexively. Ning Wang, the coach admonished, lowering his tone. Speak respectfully. Did I speak incorrectly? Ning Wang had already risen, Once the Shy dies, he spirals out of control, handing over kills left and right. Every single match, 3 opponents surround me. Where can I run? And how do you explain those times you got solo killed afterward? The opposing top laner had already built up his items. How could I withstand that? Understand, Ning Wang coldly replied. That reflects your skill. The opposing mid and jungle ganked me 3 times. What were you doing? I was securing the dragon, came the response. Securing the dragon. The Shy scoffed. You secured nothing. We never once secured the dragon sold. I TS all because you're so incompetent. You're useless in team fights, and you are useful. The Shy stood up. With your jungle clearing speed, I could clear the Sokarla faster than you. Get back to your Wii, Ning Wang shouted, pointing a finger at the Shy. Everyone, be quiet. The coach bellowed. Following that, of course, was an attempt to mediate that Wii found himself bewildered. Was this the atmosphere of a professional team? A major player stood up and pointed fingers. How thrilling. Moreover, the words exchanged were utterly unrestrained, quite harsh indeed. Though the Shy had not performed well, Ning Wang's remarks were exceptionally cold. Furthermore, the Shy pointed out Ning Wang's shortcomings, his slow jungle clearing speed. It appeared that Ning Wang's condition was indeed deteriorating. How much better it would be if he could review the match replay. The player's attempts to mediate seemed futile. The Shy, held back by 2 teammates, pointed at Ning Wang, hurling insults. With your jungle speed, you're not even as good as Wu Yu. Wu Yu was momentarily taken aback. Was that a compliment or an insult? So incompetent, yet so temperamental. No wonder he was Ning Wang. Not better than you, Ning Wang retorted loudly. After 3 matches, my total death count doesn't even match yours. Both of you, stop talking. The coach interjected, stepping between them. You just won the championship last year. Are you already tired of it this year? Only then did the Shy and Ning Wang fall silent. The Shy, you possess skill, the coach said earnestly, but I hope you can maintain a calm mindset, especially after dying once. Upon hearing this, Ning Wang wore a smug expression. Ning Wang, don't be so smug. The coach replied sternly. If you cannot adjust your condition, I will have to put in a substitute. Let us just do it. I've had enough of the Shy, Ning Wang retorted before turning to leave without looking back. Wu Yu was momentarily stunned. Ning Wang certainly had a fiery temper. Ning Wang, the coach shouted, come back. Ning Wang ignored him, whistling as he exited. As he passed by Lu Xian and Wu Yu, he shot them a disdainful smile. Not only Wu Yu, but the other players and substitutes were also taken aback. Simultaneously, all eyes turned to Lu Xian, for everyone knew that his skills far surpassed Wu Yu's. The last time Lu Xian and Wu Yu played ranked together, Lu Xian not only won, but achieved an impressive score of 503. Wu Yu's previous incarnation had fared much worse, losing with a dismal record of 0-8-0. Thus, the implication among the players was clear. If Ning Wang continued to falter, Lu Xian would take his place, with Wu Yu on standby. However, neither Lu Xian nor Wu Yu had participated in major professional leagues, so the coach felt it necessary to explain the rules, that he called Lu Xian and Wu Yu together, stating solemnly, ensure all preparations are made before the match. During the match, do not leave to use the restroom. If you're unsure of your stomach, drink less water. Moreover, professional players are prohibited from using cheats. Before the coach could finish, Lu Xian stood up, declaring, Coach, I want to retire. Instantly, the room fell into a profound silence. The players exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered. The coach furrowed his brow, contemplating the situation in silence. Wu Yu was momentarily stunned, feeling a mixture of shock and joy. Although he did not understand why Lu Xian wished to retire, his departure would mean Wu Yu could take the stage. The thought alone brought him joy. Everyone awaited Lu Xian's explanation, but he was instead waiting for the coach's approval. Lu Xian, the coach said mildly, why do you wish to retire? The world is vast, and I wish to see it. Lu Xian replied almost instinctively, you can explore, but why at this juncture? I have come to realize that I cannot squander my time any longer. I need to find a suitable job and develop slowly. The coach regarded Lu Xian, contemplating his words carefully before nodding slightly. Very well. Then go. Lu Xian deeply bowed to the coach, then offered a slight bow to all the players. When Lu Xian turned to Wu Yu, Wu Yu extended his right hand, eager to shake hands, but Lu Xian simply turned and walked away without looking back. After Lu Xian's departure, the players began to murmur, "I heard Lu Xian used a walking script before. Is that true? The coach just mentioned no cheats, and he retires right after. How obvious can it be? I never imagined he was that kind of person." Sigh. Rather than letting Wu Yu play, it might be better to let Ning Wang continue. The coach looked at Wu Yu and asked casually, "Do you have confidence?" "Rest assured, coach. I will give it my all." "Young man, be realistic. Some things cannot be achieved through effort alone." Wu Yu remained silent. "Practice well in the coming days and prepare for your potential debut." After the coach concluded his remarks, he turned and departed, presumably seeking out Ning Wang. The team members dispersed, none of them offering a greeting to Wu Yu. He stood there, dazed and unsure of what to do. For a considerable period thereafter, Wu Yu dedicated himself to rigorous training. Engaging with fans while simultaneously taunting the opposing players, he seized every opportunity to mock. As a result, his system of taunts escalated, and his proficiency with various jungle champions grew exponentially. Nevertheless, Wu Yu understood the wisdom of the adage, "It is better to master a few than to dabble in many." It is far more advantageous to excel with a select few champions than to merely play 100 among the myriad of jungle champions. We focused on perfecting just 3, Zhao Xian, Jarvan, and Trundle. The rationale behind his unwavering practice of these 3 champions was clear. League of Legends is fundamentally a tower-pushing game, particularly when both teams are left with only their nexus remaining. In such moments, the essence of the game truly shines through, and the warrior's role is vividly illustrated by exploiting even the slightest opening in the enemy's defenses. One can stealthily approach and assault the nexus, undoubtedly infuriating the opposition. Furthermore, in the late game, the prowess of the warriors becomes paramount. While tanks may stand firm against them, mages and ADCs are bound to flee, each faster than the last. This underscores Wu Yu's relentless training of jungle warriors. However, with the professional league on the horizon, he was mindful of preparing for the worst-case scenario. The game currently features 10 ban slots, with each side permitted to ban 5 champions. Should his favored champions be banned during a match, it would surely lead to an awkward predicament. Therefore, to safeguard against such an eventuality, Wu Yu resolved to master at least 6 champions. Presently, he was striving diligently, selecting the highly popular Udyr for this match. As the game commenced, everything appeared to be proceeding normally. His teammates were appropriately equipped and followed standard paths. Yet, when the red buff was reduced to a mere 50 health points, his teammate Caitlyn snatched it away with a swift Q. Not only that, but she also shared her thoughts with Wu Yu. "Caitlyn, pathetic jungler. What use are you?" "Caitlyn, 10 Udyrs are all worthless, and one is a total disaster." "Caitlyn, I'll take the red buff." "You just lie there." Wu Yu was immediately incensed, retorting, "Are you seriously claiming I have no right to be upset after you stole my red buff?" "Caitlyn, I hail from Zaun, so mind your words." Caught between the fury of losing the red buff and the urgency to amass taunts, Wu Yu wasted no time in retaliating. "Udyr, is your father planting loquat trees in the backyard again?" "Udyr, has your stepmother resumed giving your father medicine?" "Udyr, once an orphan, always an orphan." "Udyr." Caitlyn subsequently exited the game. That moment, Wu Yu paused in surprise. Simultaneously, the chat exploded. .666. "Young man, shall we call it a truce?" The initial remark from a story of the Gable echoed in his mind. Wu Yu surveyed the chat, smiling silently. Although Caitlyn had disconnected, it did not alter the course of the match, while Udyr lacked mobility. In terms of solo combat prowess, he could potentially outmatch Jax. Moreover, Wu Yu had experienced countless 4 versus 5 scenarios that, in such situations, he habitually opted to split push and take down towers. Viewing the game purely as a tower-pushing endeavor significantly alleviated his worries. Playing the role of a split pusher was not without its merits. While 4 might love and 5 might hate, 1 must remain indifferent. Ultimately, under Wu Yu's relentless tower diving strategy, victory was secured in the days that followed. Wu Yu either streamed or managed the team's water cooler. With Lu Xian's retirement, he had to be perpetually prepared to step in. Should Ning Wang suffer an unexpected bout of illness before match, he would need to take his place. Thus, Wu Yu shadowed his teammates, familiarizing himself with their dynamics. After several rounds of observation, he discerned numerous issues within the current IG lineup. Ning Wang's performance was evidently faltering. most notably reflected in his jungle clear speed. And oh wonder the Shy had previously remarked that even a Zaun could outpace him. It seemed Ning Wang's age was catching up with him, and his form was waning. The Shy possessed skill, yet his mindset needed fortification. After being caught once, he became anxious and occasionally lost his composure. This validated Ning Wang's assertion that after dying once, one could spiral into a state of recklessness, giving away kills indiscriminately. The remaining teammates exhibited neither remarkable strengths nor glaring weaknesses, sharing a singular flaw: poor collaborative combat capabilities. After securing a win, they would boast, claiming divine intervention. Yet upon defeat, they fell silent, shifting the blame elsewhere. This encapsulated the current state of IG. As Wu quietly analyzed the situation, a roar jolted him back to reality. "Where's the dragon?" The Shy had risen, demanding, "Where's our Earth Dragon?" "I was stunned by Ash and couldn't use my smite," Ning Wang explained. Excuses, aside from suppression, smite could have been utilized. Wu interjected, "It's easy to speak from a place of comfort. Why don't you try it?" With the opposing team wielding the Baron buff and Dragon Soul, what chance did they have? The Shy turned away in frustration, refusing to look back. Play or don't play. Ning Wang pressed on with the match. Even in defeat, they were obliged to continue, for professional teams are not permitted to surrender. Standing beside the water cooler, Wu had just filled his cup when he noticed the Shy storming toward him. "Shy, have some water and cool down." The Shy glanced at Ning Wang, then back at Wu. "So, you're Ning Wang's second substitute?" "Yes. They say you're quite terrible, but I've never seen you play," the Shy continued. "Would you be interested in duo queuing?" "Absolutely," Wu replied with a smile. Upon returning to his dorm, Wu opened his stream, and the chat erupted once more. "Young man, are you ready for a performance? Did you secretly acquire a script or purchase a second-hand cheat?" Such comments had become commonplace for Wu. To silence these critics, he knew he must let his skills do the talking. When he invited the Shy into the queue, the chat exploded again. "Ah, so the young man is hitching a ride on a big name. No wonder he dared to stream today." Wu chuckled softly. "Have you ever heard of jungle synergy?" To articulate it so eloquently was impressive. Let us be honest, how long have you been licking the Shy's boots? Everyone, steady your plates. Dinner is served. It appeared that only tangible action could render these haters speechless. Wu silently initiated the game. Searching for a match, he clicked to enter and selected his champion. To rapidly accumulate taunt points, he decided to start mocking from the outset. During the ban phase, Wu executed a flawless empty ban while proclaiming, "Let them choose from the 108 champions. After all, it's a family affair." Such audacity and words sent shockwaves through the fanbase, even leaving the Shy momentarily stunned. The Shy? The Shy, did you make a mistake?" "Wu, no, I never ban champions." The Shy. I can hear the Shy as heartbreaking. "I suspect this will be the last time the young man and the Shy duo queue together." Due to Wu's actions, the Shy opted for a pick of Jace. Jace is a champion designed for early game dominance, suggesting a subtle shift in the Shy's mindset. Wu, remaining consistent with his previous strategy, revealed his choice of X and Zhao. At this point, both teams had solidified their compositions. Wu, playing as the blue side, had Jace in the top lane, Xi and Zhao in the jungle, Ahri in the mid lane, Ashe in the bot lane, and Braum as support. Opposing them, the red side consisted of Dr. Mundo in the top lane, Evelynn in the jungle, Orianna in the mid lane, Draven in the bot lane, and Thresh as support. As they entered the loading screen, Wu casually took a sip of water. However, upon turning around, he was met with a torrent of comments flooding in. The opposition's bot lane featured Vincent. The young lad was in for a challenge. It was time to cling to the Shy as coattails and await the father-son duo. Wu blinked in surprise. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Vincent who had arrived, and that legendary support could not be far behind. Wu furrowed his brow slightly. Feeling a twinge of pressure, he was fully aware of Vincent's prowess, especially with such an esteemed support by his side. This game was going to be tough. As the match commenced, Wu quickly purchased his jungle knife and potions before launching directly into the fray. Xi and Zhao. I specialize in dealing with any form of defiance. X and Zhao. If you dare oppose me, I shall deliver your sentence. Dr. Mundo. Father is coming. Prepare to be caught. Evelynn. Son, come pay respects to your father. Orianna. Fail to come mid, and you shall be deemed a fool. The taunts echoed around WeChat. Yet he remained unsatisfied. Along the lanes, in the brush, even while farming jungle monsters, he seized every opportunity to mock his opponents, aiming to amplify the system's taunting coefficient. After clearing the red buff, WeChat began to set the pace. He followed the same path, his steps as familiar as ever. Entering the enemy jungle felt as effortless as traversing his own, thanks to his exceptional mastery of the champion and Xian Zhao's innate strength in the early game. In the entire league, few champions could best Xian Zhao at level 2. Champions like Evelyn, who leaned towards AP, lacked even the courage to face Xian Zhao at such an early stage. WeChat approached the frogs in the enemy blue jungle. He typed, "Little Evelyn, Daddy S here. Evelyn, not coming." Before she could finish typing, WeChat saw Xian Zhao charging towards her with his spear raised. A flicker of cold light appeared, followed by a thrust as swift as a dragon. WeChat executed a quick EQ combo, closing in on Evelyn to unleash his damage. This moment, both Evelyn and the frog were at half health. There was no chance for Evelyn to secure the frog. Nor could she retaliate. She could only stumble towards the wall, preparing to flash away. Yet, in that instant, WeChat was quick-witted enough to place a ward over the wall, as the vision illuminated behind the wall. WeChat spotted Evelyn flashing right towards him. Without hesitation, he flashed in return, a yellow light flashing past, as Xian Zhao reappeared behind Evelyn. That if you wish to witness the expression of despair on a player's face, take a glance at Evelyn S. at this moment. It would surely satisfy you. The slow from the red buff rendered Evelyn nearly immobile, and she was ultimately pierced by WeChat, falling lifeless along the path of Summoner's Rift. First blood, 666, impressive. The young lad was indeed formidable. It seemed that the first blood was entirely his to claim. The barrage of comments continued, as WeChat's fingers danced across the keyboard. Xian Zhao. Evelyn. You so readily surrendered your first kill to me. What will you offer your future husband? Evelyn. You'll pay for this, Zhao Xian. Just wait. After claiming first blood, WeChat did not linger for the economic advantage of the enemy blue jungle. He returned to base. He preferred the 300 gold from Evelyn over the 3 wolves and the frog. After purchasing a longsword of the fountain, he continued on his quest, primarily focused on ganking. With farming as a secondary priority, he remained steadfast in his approach that WeChat dashed towards the enemy red jungle, simultaneously signaling the Shy for assistance. The Shy. 1.AT this moment, Jace had successfully pushed the wave to the tower. Given Jace's inherent strength in the early game, coupled with the Shy's sharp execution, it was entirely reasonable for him to keep Dr. Mundo under his tower. However, Jace found himself low on mana and was about to head back when he noticed WeChat's signal. Without hesitation, the Shy made his way towards the enemy red buff. Evelyn was halfway through clearing the red buff when she noticed Jace approaching with a cannon in hand. As she retreated, she signaled for help to her teammates. Soon, Dr. Mundo and Oriana vanished from the lane. Meanwhile, Ari on their side was rather slow to react, quietly farming without realizing the shift in dynamics. WeChat arrived at the scene promptly, securing the red buff with a smite. And then he and the Shy set off in pursuit of Dr. Mundo. The Shy flashed and used his E-ability, knocking Dr. Mundo back. WeChat acted swiftly, executing an EQ combo to initiate damage. By the time Evelyn and Oriana arrived, Dr. Mundo's corpse still radiated warmth. Ari and Evelyn carefully maneuvered their positioning to avoid Xian Zhao's E-range, intending to counterattack from the brush surrounding the red buff. At this juncture, both WeChat and the Shy lacked flashes and wards, so they refrained from advancing recklessly. After a few tense exchanges, WeChat decided to retreat, knowing that the respawn Dr. Mundo would likely head straight back here. Furthermore, their Ari was akin to a blind man, oblivious to the evolving situation. Just as WeChat and the Shy were about to withdraw from the enemy jungle, a message flashed across the screen. Draven, double kill. WeChat was taken aback, quickly switching to the bottom lane to witness Ash and Brown's lifeless bodies. Draven still had 2/3 of his health, while Thresh was at half. Clearly, the disparity in the bottom lane was significant. Vincent truly lived up to his reputation. Many netizens speculated that the resurgence of the Killing Blade was largely tied to Vincent's influence. Meanwhile, Vincent sent Wu Yu a taunt. Draven, X and Zhao, come gank me. Wu Yu retorted, is my son that desperate? You can always use your hands first, Draven. If you're afraid to come, just say so. X and Zhao, don't rush. You will eventually walk right into my grasp. Though Wu Yu acknowledged the truth in those words, he understood that the time was not yet ripe, despite X and Zhao's early game strength. He paled in comparison to a champion like Draven. Moreover, Draven had the esteemed support of Thresh. Attempting to gank could very well result in Draven claiming a triple kill. Wu Yu refrained from hastening to the bottom lane. Yet the barrage of comments was relentless. Come on, young lad. If you lack the courage, what is the point of playing Xi and Zhao? If you don't assist the bottom lane, prepare to be slain by Draven's axe. Wu Yu observed the comments with a smile, remaining silent. As the saying goes, the average viewer is a mastered. It was only at this moment that Wu Yu truly grasped the meaning behind it. The role of a jungler is primarily to help teammates expand their advantages rather than diminish disparities. Venturing to the bottom lane now would simply allow Draven to dictate the flow of the game. If he could not control the jungle, he would be of no assistance to T-Heshi. In such a case, what meaning would duo queuing hold? Thus, Wu Yu resolved to avoid the bottom lane, instead meandering around the upper half of the map in search of opportunities. The Shy seemed somewhat concerned, sending a message in the team chat. Jace, X and Zhao, you should head to the bottom lane. Just as Wu Yu was about to respond to the Shy, the flood of comments surged again. Young lad, they've given you ample notice. Why aren't you going to the bottom lane? If you wish to cling to them, this is not the way to do it. I can see it now. The young lad is going to let the Shy down regarding the barrage of comments. Wu Yu had grown weary of explanations. He simply stated, let us proceed as planned, and then resumed the game. Before long, the game reached the 8-minute mark, and the first Rift Herald emerged. Wu Yu and the Shy arrived at the Dragon Pit without hesitation, ready to engage. Meanwhile, Draven was busy farming minions under the tower. Oblivious to the unfolding events in the mid lane, Ahri and Orianna were locked in a fierce tug-of-war, unable to gain the upper hand. Down in the bot lane, Ashe and Braum cautiously hid behind the tower. Too intimidated to farm, Wu Yu switched his focus back to the Rift Herald, efficiently dispatching it alongside the Shy. With two players attacking, Wu Yu didn't need to reposition to poke the Herald's backline vision, making the task both swift and effortless. After securing the Rift Herald, Wu Yu followed the Shy to the top lane, pushing the wave before unleashing the Herald. Draven, observing the approaching wave of minions, two enemies, and one monster, could no longer hide his discontent. The Herald roared, sending tremors through the rift. With a mighty charge, it collided with the tower, leaving it with merely 1,000 health points at that moment. Wu Yu and the Shy initiated a decisive push. Their intentions were crystal clear. Draven, infuriated, sought to retaliate against Wu Yu and the Shy. Unfazed, Wu Yu executed a crescent sweep, sending Draven reeling. He swiftly retreated, distancing himself from the tower's attack range. While the Shy continued to demolish the tower with relentless fervor, in a fit of rage, Draven watched helplessly as his tower crumbled, leaving him with no choice but to defend the second tower. However, Wu Yu was far from finished. He charged ahead, clearing the minion wave to pave the way for the Herald. With the Herald's health dwindling to a mere 45 points, it was vulnerable. All Wu Yu and the Shy needed to do was escort it to the vicinity of the second tower for one final charge. Yet, Draven was unwilling to concede. He activated his ghostly stride and dashed towards the Herald. The Shy, recognizing the threat, executed an EQ combo followed by a rapid succession of 3 hits with his W. At this point, Draven was at half health. As he approached the Shy, the latter transformed into hammer form, delivering a powerful E that sent Draven back. Seizing the moment, Wu Yu unleashed a consecutive EQ combo, accompanied by 3 QS and a W, continuously impeding Draven's advance. After a relentless pursuit, Draven finally succumbed. With the Herald now standing atop Draven's fallen body, it charged up and smashed into the second tower. The Herald fell, but the second tower was left severely damaged. Without missing a beat, Wu Yu and the Shy resumed their assault on the tower. With Zhao Xian's EQ and Jace SW, they dismantled the tower with remarkable speed. In a brief span, they destroyed the enemy's second tower, amassing significant gold from the 5 layers of tower plating and 2 defensive towers, rapidly enhancing their equipment. At this juncture, Draven finally conceded defeat. Zhao Xian, I admit my defeat. Zhao Xian quipped, do you submit from the heart or merely in words? Draven replied, from the heart. Zhao Xian pressed, but do you not submit with your words? Draven confessed, I submit with words. Zhao Xian continued, is your heart still resistant? Draven declared, I submit in both heart and words. Zhao Xian teased, is your body still resisting? Draven retorted, you're a worthless Xian. Go to hell. Wu chuckled, leading the Shy onward to the top lane. Wu secured his team's red buff while the Shy claimed the enemies. Together, they advanced toward the high ground tower. As the minions approached the tower, the Shy transformed into cannon form and began firing. Draven could only watch helplessly as the health of the high ground tower dwindled. Unable to intervene because Wu stood guard. Should Draven dare to approach, he would surely face a brutal onslaught from both players. Even if he chose not to engage, he was too frightened to farm minions, as the Shy possessed the red buff. A single hit could cost him half his health. Left with no alternatives, Draven summoned Nidalee and Orianna for assistance in pushing the lane. With the situation unfolding in this manner, Wu had firmly grasped the initiative. As Orianna arrived in the top lane, Wu directed the Shy to demolish the mid lane tower. When Orianna returned to mid, Wu and the Shy swiftly returned to the top lane to continue dismantling the high ground tower. Eventually, the opposing Draven abandoned the bot lane, accompanied by support Thresh, and made his way to the top lane, seemingly intent on a massacre. Seeing this, Wu couldn't help but laugh, tauntingly declaring, son, have you come to pay your respects to your father? Draven retorted, if you have the guts, don't run. Zhao Xian chimed in, come and catch me. After mocking Draven, Wu led the Shy to the bot lane to demolish the tower, effortlessly taking down the enemy's first and second bot lane towers in one fluid motion. The tide of battle had turned. As the situation progressed, the enemy team was thrown into disarray. Nidalee pleaded, Zhao Xian, grant us a chance. Zhao Xian responded, are you panicking? Nidalee admitted, yes. Zhao Xian pressed, are you afraid? Nidalee replied, yes. Zhao Xian declared, it's too late. After uttering these words, Wu continued with the Shy towards the mid lane. The enemy team was now divided between the top and bot lanes, lacking the resources to defend mid lane. Even if all 5 of them rushed to mid, they might still struggle to hold it. At this point, Wu and the Shy had become an unstoppable force, with an economic advantage and superior equipment. What could the enemy possibly use to defend the mid lane tower? Unsurprisingly, the enemy's outer towers fell before Wu and the Shy. They had now forged ahead, leading the opposition by a significant item. If a team fight were to occur now, they could easily wipe the enemy team. However, Wu had other plans. Vincent had a penchant for tormenting the fountain. Today, Wu would return the favor, allowing Vincent to experience the agony of being fountain-camped. To optimize his performance, Wu converted all his taunting prowess into nimble movements. In an instant, he felt invigorated. Meanwhile, he resumed his rapid keyboard actions. Zhao Xian called out, who can grant me a death? Draven taunted, come at me. I guarantee I'll make it clear for you. Zhao Xian asserted, speak the harshest words, and you shall endure the most painful strikes. After purchasing his 3 items, Wu led his 4 teammates towards the enemy's south mid lane high ground tower. Both mid laners were relatively underdeveloped, so the exchanges of damage were not particularly painful. However, Wu's team had the upper hand. The Shy unleashed an EQ combo, capable of inflicting half the health of the enemy's squishy champions, although Wu refrained from using any skills. His entry into combat signaled the beginning of the end for the enemy team. After several rounds of exchanges, Wu's team maintained an average health of 2/3, while the enemy team was left with only half. After clearing a wave of minions, Wu marked an aggressive signal in red, and his teammates offered no objections. Thus, as 2 waves of minions approached the tower, Wu boldly absorbed the tower's attacks and initiated a team fight. He executed an EQ combo, charging directly at Draven and unleashing a torrent of damage. As 4 enemies approached Wu, he unleashed a sweeping strike, pushing them all back and continuing to assault Draven. With a movement speed boost from the 3 items and the additional 20 movement speed gained from each auto attack, Wu Yu's movements were extraordinarily fluid. He performed an 80s hip sway dance. Perfectly dodging Thresh SQ, then he executed a 90s moonwalk, successfully evading Oriana SQR combo. At that moment, Wu Yu had escaped the tower's attack range, launching a relentless barrage upon Draven. Draven activated his E, but Wu Yu followed suit. As Draven flashed away, Wu Yu pursued, expertly dodging Thresh S. Such maneuvers left everyone present utterly astonished. After a flurry of strikes, Wu Yu successfully dispatched Draven beneath the enemy tower. Zhao Xian exclaimed, "He is dead? One man against 1,000 troops. Claiming your head is no challenge." At that moment, the comments flooded in. "This youth is incredible. His skills are sharp, and his speed is astonishing." Despite 4 enemies still being alive, they dared to abandon their game to type. The barrage continued, and Draven's insults began to roll in. "You dare speak when you're behind by an entire item? Draven, if you have the capability, wait until I acquire another Infinity Edge, then we can have a one-on-one duel." Zhao Xian, "Father awaits you." After typing these words, Wu Yu resumed his game, continuing the match. He dove into the enemy tower, and his teammates followed suit. Going wild alongside him, the Shy reached the high ground. Ashe and Braum also engaged in tower diving, while Ahri danced between the high ground and the defensive turret, showcasing her skills. With Braum tanking the turret, Wu Yu found his damage output environment significantly more comfortable. He executed an EA, perfectly securing a kill on the Clockwork Mage. Double kill. He then pursued the Darius and Thresh, claiming another kill with a single Q. Quadra kill. The third segment of his Q sent the Widowmaker flying, and with a flawless W, he secured her head. Pentakill. At that moment, the team chat exploded. Jace, 666. Ahri, XNE is incredible. Ashe, XNE, may I add you as a friend? Braum, XNE, would you like to duo Q together? Meanwhile, the barrage of comments surged forth once more. Is this still the same young man I once knew? Young man, if you keep this up, we might not dare to recognize you. Light up your keyboard so everyone can see if it's truly you playing. Wu Yu smiled gently and shifted the camera to focus on his keyboard. In the lower right corner of the live stream, Wu Yu's neck, arms, and hand were clearly visible. Moreover, Wu Yu uttered a phrase. "Observe closely and learn well. Watch how I secure yet another pentakill. Don't boast too much, or you might end up with a sore face. Keep it up. If you can achieve another pentakill, I'll directly gift 10 sets of rockets." If the young man could deliver on his promise, I'll introduce him to my stunningly beautiful sister. Upon reading this, Wu Yu couldn't help but smile. Such a fortuitous opportunity must not be missed. Room manager, note down that person's ID. Don't let him escape. Room manager, understood. Room manager, his ID is Binhua Kai, and he is a VIP member, so rest assured, he won't get away. Seeing this, Wu Yu once again displayed a victorious smile. With that remark, Wu Yu felt quite motivated. While farming jungle monsters to bolster his economy, he simultaneously greeted the enemy with his keystrokes. Zhao Xian, "Hey, how difficult can it be to die once?" Zhao Xian, "Why can't I ever seem to die?" Zhao Xian, "Has the Grim Reaper forgotten about me?" Draven, "Don't get cocky. Just wait until my Infinity Edge is ready. Then you'll see." Zhao Xian, "Hurry up. My patience is limited." Vincent's farming speed did not disappoint Wu Yu, who soon issued a challenge in the public chat. Draven, "Xian dog, come to the barren pit." Zhao Xian, warned up before leaving the fountain. Wu Yu purchased an item, the Mercury Treads. This item was specifically tailored for Draven. At this point, Wu Yu was fully equipped. Berserker's Greaves, Jungle Knife, Trinity Force, Blade of the Ruined King, Mercury Treads, and a Sunfire Aegis. Wu Yu, brimming with confidence, ventured alone to the barren pit. However, upon reaching the river, he was taken aback. The opposing 5 suddenly emerged from a thicket, charging at him with reckless abandon. The more dire the situation became, the calmer Wu Yu remained. He glanced at the mini-map and noticed the Shy was not far from him. Furthermore, his teammate Ashe had already shot an arrow in this direction, making it a viable opportunity. Wu Yu decisively dashed towards Draven with his Draven countered with his E, directly interrupting Wu Yu's advance. At this moment, Wu Yu found himself in a precarious position. He could neither reach Draven to attack nor retreat in time. In that instant, Wu activated the Mercury Treads effect. The 50% movement speed boost allowed him to swiftly approach Draven, initiating a close quarters AQ. The control immunity of the treads enabled Wu to bypass Thresh's R and glide through the slow from the Clockwork Mage's W just as Wu landed a Q on Draven. He unleashed a sweeping attack, knocking back the 4 adversaries surrounding him. The damage from the Jungle Knife and the burst from Trinity Force caused Draven's health to plummet at an observable rate. When the third Q sent Draven airborne, a well-timed W ensured Draven's demise. However, at that moment, the remaining 4 opponents had already closed in. Darius executed a merciless pull, dragging Wu closer to him for brutal attacks. The onslaught was extraordinarily savage. Meanwhile, the Widowmaker, Clockwork Mage, and Thresh also surrounded Wu for the kill. The scene was brutal, the atmosphere bloody, too harrowing to behold. Viewer discretion is advised for those under 18. Although Wu was fully equipped, he could not withstand the assault from 4 foes. Thanks to the passive and the lifesteal from the Blade of the Ruined King, Wu's health was not depleting rapidly. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in the distance. Following that was a colossal cannon shot, Jace's EQ cannon. The 4 enemies, engrossed in their relentless attack on Wu, were entirely oblivious to the Shy's approach. After the cannon fire, the health bars of the 4 opponents were far from healthy. Yet, this was not the end. Following the northern cannon, a frost arrow flew in from the south. The 4 adversaries hastily attempted to evade, causing chaos in their ranks. Seizing the opportunity, Wu began counterattacking, directly EQing towards the Clockwork Mage and starting to stab. By this time, Wu had stacked 12 layers of Conqueror, his attack power nearing 300. In mere moments, he dispatched the Clockwork Mage. Double kill. With the Clockwork Mage and Draven eliminated, Wu felt no pressure whatsoever. He began taunting in the public chat. Zhao Xen. Draven, dead? Zhao Xen. What were you saying earlier? Got slapped in the face, didn't you? Zhao Xen. Does it hurt? Draven. Zhao Xen. Speak up. Don't avoid the question. Draven. You were just lucky. Zhao Xen. There is no excuse for being killed by me while your 4 teammates were protecting you. Draven exited the game. Upon witnessing this, Wu was momentarily stunned. He then smiled gently, continuing to immerse himself in the battle. At this point, the Shy had joined the fray, engaged in a fierce struggle with Darius and the Widowmaker. Wu charged in, EQing towards the Widowmaker and unleashing his damage, which was astonishing. With nearly 300 attack power, a 2.0 attack speed, and a magical damage from the Blade of the Ruined King. He was a quintessential warrior. The Widowmaker stood no chance against Wu's relentless assault, swiftly falling victim to his onslaught in the River of Summoner's Rift. Triple kill. With the Widowmaker's demise, Darius and Thresh had no choice but to flee. The Shy activated his E, granting both himself and Wu a significant boost in movement speed to protect Darius. Thresh hurled a Q towards Wu. Wu nimbly dodged, expertly avoiding Thresh's Q, which instead connected with the Shy behind him. While the two were entangled, we had already ed onto Darius' rear close-range AQ, causing Darius considerable distress. Soon, Wu stood triumphantly over Darius' corpse. Quadra kill. At this moment, the Shy had reduced Thresh to critically low health and stood still. Wu certainly wouldn't disappoint his teammates' expectations. With a swift W, he perfectly secured Thresh's head, achieving yet another pentakill. Pentakill. Wu could not contain his excitement and shouted into the microphone. Is there anyone else? In an instant, the viewers were left in stunned silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. Time ticked by, fleeting in the corners of perception. Moments passed silently, vanishing in the depths of thought. This time, his teammates did not celebrate. This time, the barrage of comments did not erupt. Everything seemed so tranquil. However, after Wu tidied his hairstyle, the team chat and barrage exploded simultaneously. Jace, 666, it seems I underestimated you earlier. Ari, too strong. Feels like we're in a matchmaking game. Ash, XINE, I kneel before you. I had you as a friend? Brown, can you kneel a bit more professionally? Watch how I kneel before XINE. Upon reading this, Wu heard the sound of his phone. Upon closer inspection, it was a stranger gifting him Q coins. Without a doubt, This was the work of Brown, looking at the 1,000 Q coins displayed on his phone. Wu Yu chuckled and shook his head. They've gone to such lengths. I might as well accept his friend request later. After gazing at the screen of his mobile phone, it was time to turn his attention to the barrage of comments. At this moment, the barrage was a vivid tapestry of colors, with planes and rockets soaring across the screen in an endless display. Wu Yu let out a long sigh, uncertain of what to say. After approximately a minute, he finally managed to discern the comments. "Young man, you are truly remarkable. As a fan, I feel immense pressure," he remarked. "Are you still accepting disciples? I have my tuition ready." He added that I've already sent 10 sets of rockets. "What have you sent?" The barrage continued to flow, but the opposing team had already conceded. The game had concluded. Victory, before the echoes of triumph faded. Wu Yu's phone rang. "Please don't be infatuated with me." "Oh, I'm just a legend, oh." Is this the ringtone of the young man? Wu Yu mused. He must have been quite the nonconformist back in the day. My assessment is complete. Not to mention, this song suits the young man's aura quite well. Ignoring the barrage, Wu Yu answered the call. "It was the shy." "Wu Gu, you're impressive. You must play in the final match against FPX. "Oh, it was merely good fortune," Wu Yu replied nonchalantly. Fate is the excuse of the defeated. Luck is the modesty of the successful. Wu Gu, you are being too modest. Wu Yu couldn't help but smile, remaining silent. "Wu Gu, do you have time now? I'd like to treat you to a meal." "Sure, I've been eating takeout lately and am about to be sick of it." "Then let us go. I'll be waiting for you at the training base." "All right." After hanging up, Wu Yu quickly donned his jacket and headed to the nearby training base. The streets at night were vibrant and bustling, with people coming and going, creating a lively atmosphere. The street vendors particularly added a spark of energy to the city. The short 10-minute walk from his home to the training base was one Wu Yu knew all too well. Previously, as he walked this path, his eyes were dim. But today was different. His left eye shone with light, and his right eye gleamed brightly. Filled with hope for the future, he had already become the first substitute for Ning Wang. And judging by the coach's demeanor, it seemed he was destined to play. Moreover, the shy was inviting him to dinner. Having strength certainly had its advantages. Along the streets, numerous couples were engaging in rather indecent displays of affection, which made Wu Yu somewhat uncomfortable at that moment. He suddenly recalled his streaming room and a comment from a fan. If the young man could deliver on his promises, I'll introduce my breathtakingly beautiful sister to him. Wu Yu vaguely remembered that the person SID was by Hua Kai, and he resolved to confront them when he returned. Before he realized it, Wu Yu had arrived at the training base. The shy was waiting for him at the entrance, dressed in a casual black outfit. "Wu Gu, you're here." The shy immediately took the lead, saying, "Let us go. I'll take you to a great place. A great place." Wu Yu inquired, "Is it a gathering spot for literary gentlemen?" "What are you thinking?" The shy laughed. "The great place I'm referring to is a northeastern restaurant. Their pickled cabbage is exquisite, in my experience. Only girls enjoy sour food. I'm surprised you do too. The pickled cabbage there is truly delightful." "All right then, let us go check it out." Wu Yu followed the shy to an opulent restaurant, where two welcoming hosts greeted them with radiant smiles. "Welcome." The shy ordered a pot of pickled cabbage while Wu Yu requested a generous assortment of barbecued skewers, primarily kidneys, with some whips as a side. Wu Yu glanced at the pickled cabbage in front of the shy. Pinching his nose and shaking his head, the shy looked at the pile of kidneys and long skewers before him, chuckling silently. As they dined, they discussed significant matters regarding their team. "Wu Gu, barring any unforeseen circumstances, you should be playing jungle in the final match against FPX. The shy remarked casually, "As long as I'm on the field. This year's championship will surely be ours." Wu Yu replied with a nonchalant demeanor. "You seem quite confident. How challenging can this game truly be?" Wu Yu chuckled, shaking his head. "But life is an entirely different game." "Wu Gu, you have a story to tell." The shy exclaimed, astonished. "Oh, not at all." Wu Yu laughed. "Let us discuss something more practical." "Like what?" "The synergy between jungler and laner that you mentioned last time." The shy instantly perked up. "Didn't I say before that this is a tower-pushing game, and we should prioritize pushing towers?" Oh, the shy laughed. "You say we should focus on pushing towers, yet you've secured 2 pentakills. Will you continue to eat his lamb skewers?" Remaining silent. "I believe your proposed strategy is sound." With early game champions and 2 Rift Heralds, we can definitely tear through their top lane. These are all fundamental concepts that, if we follow the strategy, I'll need to practice some early game champions, the Shy murmured. Jace, Pantheon, and Nasus are actually quite good. Nasus. The Shy widened his eyes. Are you sure Nasus is an early game champion? Nasus has strong tower demolition capabilities. Will you countered? The Shy nodded. Are you referring to the sacrificial Nasus build? Why sacrifice? Will you retorted. Nasus is strong in lane. You know, his Q is slow, his W has low damage, but his E is quite practical. That applies to hitting champions. If it's about minions, ISNT, it's just a matter of using Q. That would push the wave, right? If they're jungler, don't worry, I'll be camping top lane, Will you said almost instinctively. Upon hearing this, the Shy burst into laughter. Almost forgot? You go ahead and push the lane. ILL just farm around the top side and ignore the dragon. TS still better to secure the dragon. What if? Don't worry. If we follow the strategy, the opposing team 1T lasts 20 minutes and 1T have enough time to secure 4 dragons. Will you continued? Take a talent that focuses on demolishing. Push the wave to the tower and start tearing it down. They 1T be able to handle you. We should definitely try this strategy. ILL play Jace against FPX. That works. The match is tomorrow. Are you nervous? I'll reiterate, as long as I'm on the field, this year's championship is undoubtedly ours, just for that statement. I might just slip something in a Ning Wang's water cup tonight. Don't do that. The education I received as a child forbids me from watching my companions behave that way. By the way, how did you become so formidable? The Shy asked, slightly furrowing his brow. You weren't like this before. I watched all your previous matches, and your current style is completely different. Surprised? Of course. It feels as if you've transformed into a different person. The Shy reflected carefully. The old you was reckless and prone to feeding. You'd give up at least 7 or 8 kills each game. And now, I'm even more reckless, but I don't feed as much as before. The Shy suddenly realized he had misspoken and continued. Actually, you don't feed at all now. There's nothing strange about it. I just had a sudden epiphany. Will you laugh? The Shy was left pondering deeply. A sudden epiphany. Are you sure it's not a sudden cheat? The Shy's expression grew increasingly peculiar as he asked. Wuga, you're not like Lucien, are you? Will you chuckled. How could that be? Then why can you have an epiphany while I cannot? Will you gazed out the window? Life, through its journey, leads to enlightenment and maturity through experiences. Upon hearing this, the Shy fell into deep thought. Upon reflection, it was indeed true. The principles he had never understood in childhood suddenly became clear as he grew older. How did that saying go? One cannot help but fear the sudden comprehension of song, or the unexpected understanding of a phrase. The Shy gazed at Wu Yu, who was engrossed in skewering meat, silently pondering. Has he truly come to enlightenment? Has he attained a moment of clarity? Subsequently, the two engaged in a discussion regarding strategic matters. As the streets grew desolate, they finally shifted the topic of conversation. To be precise, it was the Shy who ceased his inquiries. Previously, he had been the one probing Wu Yu with questions concerning strategy and tactics. And Wu Yu's responses had consistently pleased him. It was time to converse about something else. Wuga, don't just skewer meat. Try this pickled cabbage, Wu Yu remarked, observing the pot filled with a vibrant orange broth and the cabbage, pale yet tinged with yellow. Let me taste the soup, he softly added. All right, Wu Yu took a small spoonful and immediately expressed genuine delight. Ah, how fragrant. Boss, another serving of pickled cabbage. Wu Yu called out. Joyful moments are always fleeting. As night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, Wu Yu had returned to his rented room, while the Shy made his way back to the training base, both preparing for the forthcoming match. The Shy lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find slumber. In contrast, Wu Yu fell asleep effortlessly, devoid of any concerns. The following morning, as dawn broke, Wu Yu remained lost in dreams, yet the phone beside his pillow rang. Please, do not become infatuated with me. Oh, I am but a legend. Though I am reluctant, I must still say, you must remember me. Even as I wandered, Wu Yu squinted, fumbling for his phone until he finally grasped it. Hello? Wu Yu, hurry to the conference room. Immediately. It was the coach's voice. Wu Yu awoke with a start, glancing at the clock to find it nearly 10 o'clock. Without pondering the reason for the urgency, he hastily donned his team uniform and departed his rented room. Heading to the training base at TIG's training base in the conference room, the coach returned to his seat after finishing the call. Only 5 individuals remained in the room. The coach, the shy, rookie, Puff, and Re-Heel, with Ning Wang absent. The coach's invitation for Wu Yu was quite evident. The coach surveyed the room and casually inquired, "Do you all have any objections to allowing Wu Yu to play?" "No problem," the shy immediately responded. "I heard you've duo-queued with him a few times. What was your impression?" "He is far stronger than you all perceive. Perhaps he was just out of form before," the shy replied. The coach stroked his chin, pondering in silence. "Let Wu Yu play," Puff suggested nonchalantly, "that I can no longer tolerate Ning Wang's foul temper." "Indeed," Rookie chimed in. "Rather than having the underperforming Ning Wang play, why not give this newcomer Wu Yu a chance? He might just yield unexpected results. This is a world championship, not a casual ranked match," the coach interjected sternly. "What we seek is a world champion, not personal preferences or sentiments." While Ning Wang's temperament leaves much to be desired, his skill is undeniable, yet he is currently out of form. He himself has admitted it, Puff remarked. The coach cast a glance at the shy, remaining silent, as Ning Wang had previously stated that he would not play if the shy was on the roster. Both Ning Wang and the shy had substitutes, but the coach, prioritizing the team's overall welfare, decided to let the underperforming Ning Wang rest and allow his substitute ample training time in preparation for the match. The coach refrained from further comment, and the teammates remained quiet, sitting in silence like the tea that moment. Wu Yu entered the room. "Good morning, everyone," he greeted with a smile. However, no one responded. Wu Yu felt a bit awkward. Unsure of what to say, Wu Yu, "Do you have anything to say regarding this match?" the coach inquired coolly. "Let us crush our opponents," Wu Yu replied almost instinctively. "Excellent. I hope you can follow through," the coach said, squeezing his chin. "However, but what? If you lose this match, you will never compete again." After this statement, the coach turned and left without looking back. It was then that Wu Yu comprehended the coach's intention in prompting him to speak. The coach wanted him to make a firm commitment, yet he had responded with those 4 words. Realizing this, Wu Yu couldn't help but chuckle. "Let us go. Let us go," the shy said as he approached Wu Yu. The remaining 3 teammates also gathered around, patting Wu Yu on the shoulder. "You can do it. You can do it. You can do it." While heading to the arena, Wu Yu learned from Shy about the events that had transpired that morning. Ning Wang had initially been present, but had turned and walked away upon seeing the Shy. The coach did not attempt to stop Ning Wang. Both the Shy and Ning Wang were highly valued by the coach. However, Ning Wang's temper was too volatile, and his recent performance had been poor. After much deliberation, the coach decided it was best for Ning Wang to take a break. Subsequently, the coach had called Wu Yu, explaining why he was given a chance to compete. Before long, the coach led them to the arena. The atmosphere was electric, with fans fervently chanting the names of their idols prior to Wu Yu's arrival. The audience had been calling out for the FPX players. Lin Wei-xiong, Xiao Tian, FPX, but as Wu Yu and his team entered, the IG fans erupted in cheers. The Shy, Ning Wang, IG. Wu Yu shook his head and smiled ruefully at the fans chanting for Ning Wang. Soon, he overheard whispers from the crowd. "Who is that person? Must be Ning Wang's substitute. Haven't you noticed Ning Wang is absent? He thinks he can replace Ning Wang. He's probably been sabotaging Ning Wang." At that moment, the coach quietly approached Wu Yu. "Which champions do you frequently play?" The coach's demeanor toward Wu Yu had suddenly shifted, but Wu Yu was not surprised. He understood that the coach was diverting his attention from the negative comments. Wu Yu conversed casually with the coach until they reached the backstage lounge. This match was not only a matter of life and death for IG, but also for Wu Yu. Winning meant IG could continue vying for the championship. Losing would mean bidding farewell to this year's World Championship. Wu Yu's stakes were similarly high that a victory would secure his place in IG, and perhaps even gradually replace Ning Wang. Conversely, a loss would likely lead to his dismissal from the team, and it was improbable that other squads would take in someone who had been let go. Hence, everyone regarded this match with utmost seriousness, especially the coach. The coach gathered everyone and calmly stated, "This time, let's all select late-game champions and gradually wear down FPX." He continued, "Wu Yu, which late-game champions do you play?" "Zhao Xian, Troll, Jax. Then let us go with the Pig Sister. Just coordinate well with your teammates." Wu Yu remained silent. "Coach," the Shy interjected seriously, Wu Zhao Xin is very strong. We only have this one chance. I do not want to take risks. Meanwhile, on the FPX side, their coach wore a broad smile. I have some good news to share. Ning Wang is absent, and a newcomer named Wu will be taking the stage. Great. The team responded in unison that if I am not mistaken, their coach will likely select a late-game composition to wear us down. Therefore, we shall opt for a purely early-game composition to overpower them. Xiao Tian exclaimed. The coach nodded. I share the same sentiment. As long as we can shatter that rookie's mentality, victory will surely be ours. No, the coach replied calmly. Let's not concern ourselves with that newcomer. We will continue with our established strategy. So, we will focus on the top lane. Indeed, the coach smiled. If we can eliminate the shy even once, victory will be within our grasp. Upon hearing this, the players erupted in laughter, with Xiao Tian grinning the widest. Rest assured, coach, I will ensure the shy is brought to his knees. The relationship between Ning Wang and the shy wasn't particularly cordial. It remained uncertain how the rookie would fare with the shy. Was the coach worried that the newcomer might overly protect the top lane? Indeed, the coach sighed deeply. If the shy is allowed to flourish, everyone knows the potential consequences. As the coach finished speaking, the arena fell into an instant hush. They were all well aware of Theshi's prowess. After all, he had risen to fame as the celestial deity of yore, capable of single-handedly dominating the battlefield. They certainly did not wish for the shy to gain an advantage. Then I shall choose Twisted Fate or Galio, Doim remarked nonchalantly. That works, the coach nodded. Just focus on the shy. Once we bring him down, victory will be nearly assured. The rapport between FPX's coach and players was notably harmonious. In stark contrast to IG.AS, both teams prepared to take to the stage. Wu was still engaged in a heated debate with the coach. Just trust me this once, she pleaded, a phrase she had repeated countless times. Why should I trust you? The coach retorted coldly, based solely on your previous record of 0-8-0. Haven't you seen my duo Q record with the shy? How do I know those players weren't hired actors? The coach pressed on, securing a pinnacle once is one thing, but twice. How can I possibly believe you? At that moment, the shy approached. Just trust us this once. Our synergy in the jungle and top lane is formidable. I don't care whether it's jungle top synergy or top jungle synergy. We need late game champions. The shy questioned. If the opposing team selects a purely early game composition, won't we be utterly defeated? The coach remained silent, walking away quietly. Coach, Wu interjected, stepping in front of him. If I lose this match, I will voluntarily leave the team. Isn't that a bit redundant? Are you planning to continue losing? Then let the shy and me choose our champions ourselves. We've been practicing diligently. You can pick Sejuani, and the shy can choose for himself. All right, understood. Wu replied coldly as she passed by the shy. She made a peculiar gesture. The shy, taken aback, nonetheless nodded in acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, the four commentators were ready. Commentary booth. Dear viewers, good morning. The fourth match between IG and FPX is about to commence. Can IG secure victory in this critical match? Stay tuned. Soon, both teams' players took to the stage. After the coaches exchanged handshakes, they returned to their respective teams. The match progressed into the first phase. Champion Bands.IG was the blue side, and FPX was red. After a brief consultation among the coaches, the players completed their bands. IG, Aatrox, Rise, Nocturne, Caitlyn, Renekton, FPX, Ezreal, Nasus Kassadin, Jax Vayne. The audience erupted when this screen appeared. What happened? Why did IG leave a band slot open? Could it be the rookies doing? Be more confident. Eliminate could it be, and perhaps. Simultaneously, IG's coach was visibly infuriated. Wu, the coach nearly shouted. What are you doing? Banning champions, of course, Wu replied nonchalantly. The coach glanced at the empty band slot on the screen, then back at Wu's indifferent demeanor, struggling to catch his breath in frustration. All right, the coach sighed. If you pick Sejuani properly, I will overlook this incident. Wu nodded in agreement. Commentary booth. Wow, is IG that confident? They've chosen to forego a band slot. Luckily, it's just one. If they had left all five, who knows what FPX would think? Was it a case of the IG players shaking under pressure? Most likely, it was that rookie.as they entered the champion selection interface. Wu promptly locked in Xin Zhao. The coach behind her, filled with resignation, repeatedly smacked his forehead with a cardboard sign. What is despair? This is it. If you wish to understand the feeling of despair, perhaps you should ask this coach. He knows it all too well. Commentary booth. Wow, the long-lost Zaun Zhao has returned, and it's the rookie from IG who made the selection. That IT seems he might be a liability. Meanwhile, IG's coach had made his way to the restroom, quietly dialing Ning Wang's number. Soon, a voice came through. What is it? Ning Wang, the coach said gently. Are you feeling any better? I don't wish to talk right now. And just like that, the call was abruptly terminated. The coach swallowed hard, continuing to redial Ning Wang's number. After being hung up on, he persisted in calling back, repeating this cycle endlessly done on the other side. Both teams had completed their champion selections. IG. Top Jace. Jungle Zaun Zhao. Mid Lee Sandra. Bot Ashe. Support Thresh. FPX. Top Quinn. Jungle Lee Sin. Mid Syndra. Bot Draven. Support Thresh. To AS. The loading screen appeared. Fans in the audience began to cheer. Go IG. FPX for victory. IG for the win. Commentary booth. It seems the audience is deeply invested in this match. IG's life or death game certainly has its allure. IG has replaced the underperforming Ning Wang with a newcomer. It remains to be seen how formidable this rookie truly is. That he doesn't seem all that impressive. I haven't encountered his ID in the highest ranks of the game. That you've reached the rank of king. Do you look down upon me? The commentators continued, while IG's coach returned from the restroom, his face long and glum, as if the entire world owed him a debt. IT appeared he hadn't managed to convince Ning Wang to return. He was likely on the receiving end of a reprimand from Ning Wang. The coach silently approached Wu Yu from behind, wordlessly observing. Meanwhile, the match had officially commenced. The fans were cheering, the commentators were analyzing, and the players from IG and FPX were intensely engaged in the game. Only IG's coach maintained a stern expression, remaining utterly silent. The expression on IG's coach was dark, his jaw elongated, and his emotions were a tangled web. Especially when he turned his gaze toward Wu Yu. It was as if he wished to consume her whole. He must have been thinking, how could I have allowed this individual to replace Ning Wang in the match? Meanwhile, both teams had entered the Summoner's Rift, and a fierce battle was poised to unfold. Commentary booth. FPX's composition leans heavily towards early game dominance. It seems they intend to secure a swift victory. IG's lineup also appears somewhat early game oriented, especially with Zaun Zhao and Jace. However, IG possesses Lee Sandra and Ashe, suggesting they might aim for a steadier approach. With Lee Sandra, Ashe, and Thresh, IG should find team fighting relatively manageable. The question remains whether IG can endure the early game. The scene shifts to the IG team, where 5 players are intensely engrossed in their game, their focus unwavering. Point 4 of the team members diligently click their mice, maneuvering their heroes into position, while only Wu Yu's hands dance incessantly across the keyboard. Typing away. Once again, Wu Yu begins to taunt. Zhao Zaun exclaims, I specialize in silencing dissent, and follows up with, any disrespect towards Master Zaun will result in a death sentence. A barrage of messages floods the large screen, dazzling both the audience and the commentators. In the commentary booth, one commentator remarks, wow, that newcomer from IG is quite temperamental. Is it permissible to speak in the public chat during such matches? Indeed, there's a regulation in the competition rules regarding this. Perhaps the IG coach should intervene, but where is the IG coach? Presumably in the restroom. I shall go speak to him. With that, a commentator descends from the booth, making his way towards Wu Yu. Meanwhile, the IG coach is in the restroom, attempting to reach Ning Wang by phone. Despite the persistent unanswered calls, he continues to try. The phone rings incessantly as the coach mutters to himself, allowing Wu Yu to compete was the most foolish decision of my life. In fact, the coach had approached Wu Yu to offer a warning as soon as the taunting began. However, Wu Yu feigned ignorance, continuing to provoke relentlessly. Having led teams for many years, this was the first time the coach encountered such a lack of decorum. Frustrated, he retreated to the restroom to compose himself. Before long, a notification sounded from his phone. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. In a fit of rage, the coach slammed his fist against the wall, causing his finger to bleed profusely. Wu Yu, this is the final match of your life. Cherish it. With that, the coach proceeded to bandage his wound. That moment, Wu Yu's taunting ceased. The commentator returned to the booth. Resuming the analysis of the match, both sides initiated the game normally, With no level 1 skirmishes or unusual strategies, that FPX's jungler maintained a swift pace, especially with a Draven on their team. Syndra aggressively began pushing her lane. Both top lanes engaged in a tug-of-war, carefully managing their distances. This was IG's life-or-death match, and every player was earnest in their efforts, including Wu Yu and the Shy. The Shy executed last hits with precision, controlling the minion wave meticulously. Quinn refrained from pushing the lane, seeking opportunities to harass the Shy. With the assistance of his teammates, Wu Yu secured the red buff and boldly marched into the enemy's blue zone without hesitation. The commentators, taken aback, exclaimed, "Wow, IG's newcomer is invading FPX's jungle." The blind monk was busy taking down the 3 wolves, likely aiming for swift level 3. Zhao Xian approached from the blue buff side, uncertain if he would arrive in time. With the 3 wolves still possessing 800 health, the blind monk would risk being caught by Zhao Xian if he did not use his smite. Zhao Xian glanced at the frog, realizing the blind monk was absent, and now he was advancing towards the 3 wolves. The commentators were filled with excitement, their voices rising in pitch. Wu Yu's pupils contracted, his focus razor-sharp. This was his debut in the professional arena, and he was determined to leave a lasting impression. As he rounded the corner, Wu Yu spotted the opposing blind monk. The blind monk had 2/3 of his health remaining, while the 3 wolves had 500 health. Given the distance, Wu Yu executed his E ability immediately. A flash of cold light marked his approach, followed by a swift strike. After executing his E, he quickly followed up with an auto attack and initiated his Q to stab. The blind monk moved towards the turret, but at a sluggish pace, hindered by the red buff and the slow from Wu Yu's. Ultimately, after being struck by Wu Yu's Q twice, the blind monk used his flash. Wu Yu, seizing the opportunity, also flashed to pursue. After sending the blind monk flying with the 3rd Q, he followed up with an empowered auto attack. The blind monk's health plummeted below 50. As the blind monk landed, he attempted to escape by warding, but Wu Yu's auto attack had already been unleashed. First blood. Witnessing this, IG's fans erupted, unable to contain their excitement. IG, victory is certain. IG, victory is certain. IG, victory is certain. The 4 commentators were equally astonished, silently replaying the moment. Though it turns out the blind monk's W was still on cooldown when he saw Zhao Xian. I knew it. That's why he didn't T-ward immediately. If he had flashed right away, he probably wouldn't have died. However, if it were you, would you have flashed to the first instance? Well, I probably wouldn't as I didn't think Zhao Xian's damage was that high. Exactly, I too was puzzled. Is Zhao Xian's damage really that substantial? Look, Wu Yu is invading the jungle again. After securing first blood, Wu Yu returned to base to purchase a small red jungle knife before heading straight to the enemy's red zone. He had already reached the river to this point. The Shy had pushed the wave, ready to assist Wu Yu at a moment's notice. Wu Yu glanced at mid-lane and noticed Syndra was still present. Reassured, he boldly approached the brush near the enemy's red buff. As he slipped in the brush, Wu Yu spotted the blind monk at half health. Alongside the half-health red buff, the blind monk had drawn the red buff into the brush to farm, and Wu Yu was not far from him. Taking a step forward, Wu Yu initiated with an AQ combo, striking the blind monk directly. Realizing he was outmatched, the blind monk attempted to ward and flee. Wu Yu would not let this opportunity slip by. He quickly edged towards the blind monk, continuing his assault. The combined slows from the E ability and the red buff made it exceedingly difficult for the blind monk to escape. As Wu Yu initiated an assault on the blind monk, the latter was already teetering on the brink of demise. With the enhancement of his passive ability, Wu Yu brutally dispatched the blind monk with a flurry of attacks. The coach, witnessing this spectacle, instinctively leaned forward, his eyes wide with astonishment, rendered momentarily speechless. Commentator: Wow, Wu Yu has once again claimed the life of the blind monk. What can be said? Wu Yu is simply formidable. Excelling in both awareness and execution, life was becoming increasingly arduous for the blind monk. FPX's hopes of victory in this match appeared rather bleak. Wait, why is Wu Yu extending his greetings to the enemy once more? It turned out that just as the commentator finished speaking, we had sent a message of concern to the opposing blind monk on the public screen. Zhao Xian, blind monk, you've met your end again? Zhao Xian, this is the consequence of not addressing me as Master Xian. While Wu Yu was busy clearing the enemy's red buff, he simultaneously typed messages to the opposing team, thoroughly engrossed in his endeavors. However, at that moment, Wu Yu sensed a chilling presence behind him. A claw wrapped in white cloth rested upon his shoulder. Wu Yu, enough of this. Ah, I see. Wu Yu chuckled nervously. Old habits die hard. The coach's frustration had significantly subsided, for Wu Yu's maneuvers were simply exquisite. After securing the red buff, Wu Yu began to farm the enemy jungle, depriving the blind monk of resources that Wu Yu had already reached level 3. While the blind monk remained at level 2. Moreover, Wu Yu had acquired a small jungle item. Even without the blue buff, his regeneration rate was sufficient. As he farmed the jungle, Wu Yu kept a vigilant eye on the situation across all lanes. The Shy, leveraging his reach, had effectively pinned Quinn beneath her tower. The Shy was out of mana, while Quinn was low on health. This stalemate persisted. In stark contrast, the mid-lane situation was dire for the little mage, who was relentlessly pressured by Syndra, reduced to clinging to the tower for survival, trailing behind by 20 minions. The bot lane appeared to have undergone a skirmish. Ashe was left with half health, while Draven retained 2/3. Both supports were at full health, seemingly intent on targeting the AD carries. Furthermore, the minion wave in the opposing bot lane was pushed forward, prompting Wu Yu to consider a gank down below. However, just as Wu Yu reached the river, he caught sight of the level 2 blind monk glancing his way before retreating into the brush. Wu Yu was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away and immediately gave chase. The blind monk attempted to create distance by using a ward, retreating to his blue side. At that moment, we noticed a retreat signal marked by his teammate. Upon inspecting the minimap, he realized that Syndra and the bot lane duo had vanished from their positions. Reluctantly, Wu Yu abandoned the chase on the blind monk and retreated to his jungle. Commentator: Ah, that was close. Wu Yu's reaction was impressively swift. Although the blind monk narrowly escaped, the level disparity is quite significant. Wu Yu was about to reach level 4. In fact, he had just achieved it. Alas, poor blind monk. Wu Yu continued to farm, and upon clearing his jungle, he would likely attain level 5, making it the perfect time to take the dragon. The commentator's words rang true. Upon returning to his jungle, Wu Yu commenced farming from the stone golem, progressing all the way to the toad. After reaching level 5, he returned to base, purchasing a pair of boots and a warhammer. He then set off towards the enemy's red quadrant. Commentator: Wait, isn't Wu Yu going for the dragon? His blue side is already devoid of monsters. Is he really heading to the enemy's red area? Given Wu Yu's current equipment, soloing the dragon would be quite feasible. Why not go for it? The commentator was puzzled, as was the coach. However, Wu Yu's intentions were crystal clear. He was determined to execute a gank on the top lane. Wu Yu and the Shy had previously conspired, and now they were simply executing their preordained plan. As Wu Yu approached the enemy's red quadrant, the blind monk cautiously prowled around the dragon pit, taking careful steps to avoid detection by Wu Yu. Meanwhile, FPX's mid lane Syndra and bot lane duo were edging toward the river, ready to provide assistance to the blind monk. The blind monk placed a ward in the dragon pit, but failed to spot Wu Yu. He then began to pace back and forth near the dragon. Commentator: What on earth is the blind monk up to? He seems intent on engaging the dragon, yet fears Wu Yu's presence. It appears Wu Yu has instilled a psychological fear within him that if he were aware that Wu Yu occupied the upper half of the map, he would have undoubtedly commenced the dragon. But alas, he remained oblivious. Look! Wu Yu has interrupted the minion wave in the top lane. While the blind monk lingered near the dragon, Wu Yu had already positioned himself between the enemy's top lane, outer, and inner towers. At this moment, the Shy was at full health with 100 mana, while Quinn was at half health with full mana. That Wu Yu's intentions were unmistakable. Moreover, this minion wave included a cannon minion, making it impossible for Quinn to clear the wave before being ganked. Wu Yu began to last hit the minions, while the isolated Quinn remained motionless beneath the tower, likely calling for assistance. However, the blind monk was still at the dragon pit, and Syndra lingered in the lower river. Unable to arrive in time, the Syndra summoner spells were flash and ignite, lacking teleport. Commentator: Oh my, Wu Yu has chosen to forsake the dragon to gank the top lane. What a strategy! A synergy between top and jungle. With Quinn's teammates unable to assist, it appears Quinn's demise is imminent. Wait, The blind monk has begun attacking the dragon. It seems FPX is opting for a trade. This dragon is a wind dragon, which offers minimal benefits. If IG manages to eliminate Quinn, FPX will suffer considerable losses, as the commentator spoke. We had completed clearing the minion wave, standing still just outside the tower's range. Simultaneously, the Shy pushed the wave to the tower, relentlessly advancing toward Quinn. Commentator: they're going in. IG is making their move. The Shy initiated with a swift EQ combo, instantly reducing Quinn's health to a third, following up with a hammer-shaped Q. Yet it was interrupted by Quinn's E. Will Quinn manage to secure a return kill? It seems unlikely. WeU arrived, and his damage was astonishing, swiftly executing Quinn with an EQ combo. The Shy continued to tank the tower. Would he be slain by the turret? No, the Shy escaped. After claiming Quinn's life, WeU immediately turned his attention to demolishing the tower. Once the Shy had exited the tower's range, he too began dismantling the structure. The plating was quite satisfying to collect. Upon witnessing the enemy secure the wind dragon, both players departed without a backward glance. Back at the fountain, WeU purchased a jungle item, replenished his boots, and acquired a long sword and a ruby crystal before confidently striding towards his own red quadrant. Commentator: WeU is incredibly ahead right now. FPX will likely need to target him. Currently, the only player on FPX with decent farm is Syndra. Let's see if she can keep WeU in check. Draven is also thriving, continually suppressing IG's bot lane duo beneath their tower. After claiming his red buff, will WeU assist the bot lane? It seems not, as he heads back toward the upper half of the map. Since the start of the match, WeU has scarcely paid attention to the bot lane. Although he occasionally switched screens to assess the situation below, these glimpses lasted no longer than 3 seconds. Furthermore, while farming, WeU consistently monitored Theshi's status. This indicates WeU's mindset: prioritize the top lane. However, just as WeU finished clearing the blue buff, he discovered that his team's bot lane duo had fallen victim to a double kill by Draven. Commentator: FPX's bot lane duo is undeniably formidable. Following Draven's double kill, Ashe's prospects appear rather grim. If Draven manages to push to the outer tower, Ashe will find it increasingly difficult to play. WeU seemed unperturbed by the plight of the bot lane, continuing to roam within the upper half of the map. The Rift Herald is about to respawn, and WeU is likely waiting for this moment. As anticipated, the instant the Rift Herald emerges, WeU dashes forward with his E ability to begin the takedown, not even pausing for a moment. WeU's current equipment allows him to jungle without sustaining any damage. And the Rift Herald is no exception. After pushing the minion wave under the tower, the Shy makes his way toward WeU, aiming to secure the Rift Herald in record time. Commentary booth: wow. Is this what they call the legendary synergy between top and jungle? Their damage output is impressive, and their jungle speed is astonishing. Wait, here comes the blind monk. Let's see if he can snatch the Rift Herald. The blind monk lands a Q on WeU, and at that moment, the Rift Herald is left with merely 600 health. The blind monk immediately executes a second Q to kick toward WeU. Can he? Oh, he missed it. It turns out that as the blind monk attempted to kick WeU, a ward appeared behind the Rift Herald. The Shy effortlessly land a basic attack, claiming the Rift Herald. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the blind monk hastily retreats to ward up. However, we will not let this opportunity slip away. He charges in with an EQ combo to strike. The Shy also contributes with a shot, albeit not the enhanced cannon. But it still inflicts considerable discomfort upon the blind monk. The blind monk struggles to maneuver to the wall near Dragon Pit, ultimately using his flash at a flash of yellow light, and the blind monk finds himself outside the Dragon Pit. However, as he lands, he notices an enemy ward beside him. Simultaneously, WeU accurately flashes right in front of the blind monk, leveraging the sticking power of the red buff to continue his assault. In the end, with a well-timed W, he flawlessly eliminates the blind monk. Commentary booth: wow, is he really that ruthless? Both teams have strong early game champions. With such force necessary, the blind monk has crumbled, leaving FPX to rely on Draven and Syndra. The Shy has already taken the Rift Herald to the top lane, while WeU clears the blind monk's upper jungle. It seems they are poised to dive the tower once more. Will Quinn manage to escape? Oh wait, Quinn has fled, transforming into bird form and darting away at incredible speed. Just as Wu Yu finishes off the stone golem, he spots a blue light flashing by the roadside. By the time he arrives, he can only catch a glimpse of Quinn's retreating figure. Quinn huddles beneath the second tower, likely feeling the pressure. Wu Yu resumes his strategy of cutting the minion wave, and after the Shy summons the Rift Herald, he begins to demolish the tower with relentless fervor, truly merciless. In no time, the Shy has pushed down the first turret of the match, earning a bounty of 400 due to Wu Yu's minion wave manipulation. The Rift Herald moves directly to the second tower, preparing to unleash its charge. Just then, the recently revived Blind Monk has arrived at the Shy. Quick on the uptake, executes a full EQ combo, reducing the Blind Monk to half health. Meanwhile, the Rift Herald crashes into the second tower, which is now in dire straits. Commentary booth. Wow, the Shy's damage is extraordinarily high. We must thank Wu Yu, otherwise the Shy wouldn't have been able to achieve this. Will FPX manage to defend the second tower? The Blind Monk is clearing minion waves, while Quinn engages the Rift Herald. They might stand a chance. Oh wait, Wu Yu has entered the fray, using his ultimate to send both the Blind Monk and Quinn crashing against the wall. Is he intent on securing another kill? However, after unleashing a crescent sweep, Wu Yu turns on his heel and departs without a backward glance. The Shy fires off a cue at the Blind Monk and Quinn, then focuses solely on taking down the tower. Commentary booth. What does this mean? Are Wu Yu and the Shy opting not to pursue the kill? The Blind Monk and Quinn are left with minuscule health. They certainly have a chance. It seems Wu Yu is opting for a more cautious approach. After all, this game is fundamentally about tower destruction. Wait, the Blind Monk and Quinn are retreating without contesting the tower? It's unclear whether the Blind Monk calculated that defending was futile or if he has simply been intimidated by Wu Yu. Together with Quinn, they withdraw from the second tower, seeking refuge beneath their high ground. They certainly appear pitiful. After the Rift Herald falls, the second tower is left with a mere 300 health. Wu Yu and the Shy seize the moment, demolishing the second tower. Thus, Quinn's downfall is officially declared. Commentary booth. Wow, IG's pace is astonishingly rapid. Despite FPX selecting a composition geared for early game dominance, they have been thoroughly outplayed. In truth, Wu Yu and the Shy also selected champions favoring early game engagement, or else they wouldn't have achieved such a lead. With Quinn and the Blind Monk rendered ineffective, it remains to be seen whether Syndra and Draven can turn the tide. Wait, Draven and Thresh are headed to the top lane. It seems FPX intends to swap lanes. Draven's development is the most promising for FPX. Let's see how IG responds. Just as Draven and Thresh appear in the top lane, Wu Yu makes his way to the upper jungle. IG has opted not to swap lanes. The Shy still heads to the top lane, while Ashe and Braum remain in the bottom lane to farm. After clearing his own blue jungle, Wu Yu moves to invade the enemy's red jungle, showing no regard for the Blind Monk. Moreover, during Wu Yu's foray into the enemy jungle, he is yet to encounter the Blind Monk. It seems the Blind Monk has abandoned the upper side, turning his attention to invade Wu Yu's red jungle for a potential trade. Commentary booth. Since IG has not swapped lanes, it will now depend on how the Shy handles Draven and Thresh. Draven is the most well-farmed champion for FPX, and with Thresh's assistance, the Shy situation may become precarious. If Wu Yu continues to assist the Shy, they could potentially eliminate Draven and Thresh, as Wu Yu's farm is undoubtedly the best on the field. Just as they speak of the devil, Wu Yu truly appears. However, Thresh has placed 3 wards in the upper jungle, likely spotting Wu Yu that they've seen him. FPX is aware of Wu Yu's presence, but why isn't Draven retreating? It turns out that as Draven considers his withdrawal, the Shy charges in. He initiates with an EQ combo, striking Thresh, then accelerates past his east to close in on Draven. Thresh uses his ultimate to block the Shy's path, leading Draven to make a hasty escape. As the Shy maneuvers around Thresh's ultimate, Draven and Thresh have already distanced themselves. Yet, at this moment, Wu Yu suddenly appears before them. Commentary booth. Wu Yu is making another attempt to gank the top lane. Let's see how FPX responds. Wu Yu strides directly toward Draven, not even using his E. What is this maneuver? Thresh unleashes a Q. Oh, it misses. Wu Yu's positioning is remarkably evasive. Draven still has his E at the ready, but neither Wu Yu nor Draven makes a move. However, Draven has run out of options. Wu is already in close range, initiating his assault. Although Thresh lands an E on Wu, it appears to have minimal impact. Alright, Draven uses his E, then activates his W to flee. He is remarkably swift. However, just as Wu lands, he E's forward, closing the gap to Draven. The commentary becomes increasingly rapid, creating an urge among spectators to offer him a drink. As Wu closes in on Draven, the latter is effectively a dead man walking. After applying a slow with his W, Wu unleashes a flurry of basic attacks. Without a doubt, Draven falls to Wu's lengthy spear. Upon turning back, Wu discovers the Shy is patiently guarding the nearly dead Thresh, awaiting his arrival. Commentary booth. It seems Wu and the Shy share a strong rapport off the rift. Their synergy between top and jungle is undeniable. IG has solidified their position in this match. Who would have thought Wu possessed such formidable prowess? Why didn't IG allow him to play earlier? That is a question best directed at the IG coach. Upon hearing the news, the IG coach's face turned ashen. Even at this juncture, he remained unable to fathom Wu's extraordinary prowess. Standing silently behind Wu, he observed the game from his first-person perspective, utterly motionless. After securing 2 kills, Wu promptly returned to the fountain to purchase a Trinity Force. At this point, there was no one on the opposing side capable of thwarting Wu's onslaught. As he advanced towards the top lane alongside the Shy, he urged, bottom lane, hurry to the top lane, prepare for the siege. Both Ashe and Braum appear bewildered. They had previously adhered to the coach's strategies, and now found themselves at a loss. They turned to the coach, silent. Follow Wu's directives, the coach remarked coolly. Subsequently, Wu led the trio towards the top lane with formidable intent. Meanwhile, the second Rift Herald was about to spawn. Commentators exclaimed, wow, what is IG doing? Are they abandoning the bottom lane? Even if they aim for the Rift Herald, do they really need 4 players? Quinn was comfortably dismantling IG's bottom turret, relishing the moment. Wu paid no heed to Quinn in the bottom lane. All his focus was on the Rift Herald. Just 3 seconds before the Herald was to spawn, Braum had already established vision around the area. As soon as the Rift Herald emerged, it was besieged by IG's 4 members with astonishing brutality. Commentators remarked, wow, IG's speed in taking the Rift Herald is extraordinary. Lee Sin roamed nearby with Draven and Thresh. Uncertain if an opportunity would arise, Thresh tossed a lantern into the dragon pit, indicating that Lee Sin was poised to make a move. Alas, Lee Sin missed his chance. The Rift Herald was swiftly vanquished. IG's damage output was simply overwhelming. After claiming the Rift Herald, Wu led his teammates to the top lane, also summoning the mid lane's little FA. The 5-man unit advanced directly towards the enemy's high ground turret. Syndra sensed impending doom and hurried to their aid. Quinn, initially intending to return to the fountain before heading to the top lane, silently utilized her teleport upon seeing the minion wave trailing Wu. A 5v5 standoff ensued beneath the high ground turret. Commentators noted, wow, Wu is practically dictating the pace of the entire match. Although he hasn't ventured to the mid or bottom lanes, the dynamics there have already been influenced by Wu's actions. They have no choice but to respond. If they fail to support, the top high ground will be lost. IG possessed a Rift Herald. It would be intriguing to see how FPX would mount their defense. FPX's early game composition had become ineffective, growing weaker as the match progressed. Particularly Lee Sin and Quinn. IG could afford numerous missteps, as little FA and Ashe would wield immense power in the late game. Conversely, FPX could not afford a single mistake. Should IG breach the high ground, victory would become exceedingly elusive. As both teams gathered their forces, they commenced a battle of attrition that IG primarily relied on Theshi's EQ combo and little FA's W for poke, while FPX had only Syndra capable of dealing damage. Although Draven's output was high, he hesitated to advance, leaving him with no space to unleash his power. Wu lingered behind his comrades, awaiting the next wave of siege minions. While maneuvering between the opposing lines, biding his time, as the next wave of cannon minions approached, Wu unleashed the Rift Herald and advanced towards the enemy turret. Having identified an opportunity, FPX was fully engaged in outputting damage. With skill shots raining down, Quinn's Q, Lee Sin's Q, and Syndra's QW combo flew through the air. Just as Lee Sin missed his Q, Wu charged forward, an ER flash sent Lee Sin tumbling toward his teammates. Thus commenced the team fight. Commentators exclaimed, "Wow, this ER flash appears to be a first in a professional match. Indeed, players adept at using Zhao Xin are few, and those proficient in the ER flash are even rarer." Since the match began, our focus has consistently been on Wu Yu. He is truly the embodiment of a carry god. Yet this meant Wu Yu would soon become the target of concentrated fire. However, Wu Yu activated his ultimate. For FPX to inflict damage, they would have to do so within the radius of Zhao Xin's ultimate. The commentator's assertion held true, although Wu Yu had dashed beneath the high ground turret with an ER flash. Only Thresh entered Wu Yu's ultimate zone. While tanking the turret, Wu Yu relentlessly attacked Thresh to prolong his ultimate's duration that moment. The Rift Herald charged forward, stepping over Lee Sin's corpse, gathering strength. Commentators noted, even surrounded, Lee Sin fell rapidly. It seems Zhao Xin's ultimate is indeed quite effective. This may be one of the most successful skills post-reworked. I have a theory. Wu Yu's intention in initiating the fight was not to engage fully, but rather to pave the way for the Rift Herald? Oh, now that you mention it, that does seem plausible. Though Wu Yu was targeting Thresh, he didn't even utilize his Q, indicating he intended to merely make a statement. Wu Yu retreated, for the Rift Herald had already surged forward. With a mighty headbutt, the Rift Herald demolished the FPX high ground turret, leaving it in tatters. At that moment, IG's 4 members began to fervently attack the tower, swiftly obliterating the high ground turret. Without the defensive structure, FPX found themselves in dire straits. Coupled with Lee Sin's demise, FPX lost their courage to initiate a fight. The critically wounded Rift Herald charged once more towards the high ground. Blood staining the crystal. Observing IG's audacity, FPX ultimately relinquished the crystal. Commentators opined, "Wow, could IG be planning for a single push? That seems unlikely. The Rift Herald is gone, and relying solely on a wave of minions to finish the game is a tall order." Although FPX is outnumbered, they still possess their ultimates and can certainly defend their base. The next move now rested with IG. Oh, IG has retreated. It appears they intend to play it safe. Taking down FPX's bottom lane could maximize their economic advantage. The IG coach, puzzled by this turn of events, patted Wu Yu on the shoulder. "Why didn't you continue to push just now? We could have finished it. As the art of war states, strike when the enemy is unprepared and catch them off guard." "Just watch me," he replied. The coach was somewhat perplexed, but given Wu Yu's previous contributions to the team's momentum, he decided to trust him for once. "Fine. Everyone follow Wu Yu's lead. Do as he says." The coach instructed. Understood. The 4 teammates responded in unison. Just as they finished speaking, Wu Yu shouted into his headset, "Turn around. Let's hit them with a counterattack." The coach was taken aback, then smiled with realization. "Ah, how did I not think of that?" he murmured. The 4 players, upon hearing this, experienced a moment of enlightenment. The Shy swiftly activated his E, providing his teammates with speed to Wu Yu, alongside his 4 comrades, retraced their steps, and launched a surprise assault. Commentators exclaimed, "Wow, what kind of maneuver is this? What awareness? What strategy is this? The legendary counterattack?" FPX caught off guard, found their formation in disarray. The IT was over. Draven was swiftly eliminated by IG's concentrated fire. Syndra sought to take down Wu Yu, but her ultimate was left uncast. Quinn and Thresh attempted to retreat, but Quinn was struck by Ashe's ultimate. With Quinn's fall, FPX was left with but a solitary support. How could they defend? How could they withstand this onslaught? Wu Yu, accompanied by 4 teammates, was fervently dismantling the enemy's front line, while FPX's Thresh could only watch helplessly. The sorrow of that moment was palpable. In an instant, 2 of the enemy towers fell to IG's relentless assault. Just then, the blind monk resurrected. The commentators exclaimed, "The blind monk has returned. Let us see if he can turn the tide of battle." The blind monk charged in, followed closely by Thresh, with a single kick. He sent 4 opponents flying, yet he failed to dislodge Wu Yu, who had already lunged forward to unleash his fury upon him. Under Wu Yu's relentless onslaught, the blind monk met his glorious demise. Despondent, Thresh resolved to engage Wu Yu in a duel, only to be brutally dispatched by him. At that moment, the big screen flashed a message. Zhao Xin, pentakill. The audience, overwhelmed with despair, felt the very heavens tremble. Time ticked away, fleeting like a whisper in the wind. When the spectators finally grasped what had transpired, it was already 3 seconds too late. IG, victory is assured. IG, victory is assured. IG, victory is assured. The commentators marveled. Wow. WuYu has achieved a pentakill. Were all those previous kills his doing? We hardly noticed, as FPX was falling too swiftly that a replay commenced on the big screen, taking us back 1 minute prior. Jace initiated an E, prompting WuYu and his 4 allies to storm into FPX's territory. Draven, caught near the high ground, turned and fled upon spotting the 5 adversaries, but was ensnared by little FA's E. Ashe began to unleash a flurry of auto attacks on Draven, whose health plummeted. WuYu boldly stepped into little FA's E, claiming Draven's life. Just then, Syndra, having regained her wits, sought to eliminate WuYu with her ultimate, aiming to quell his audacious assault. However, as Syndra unleashed her Q, WuYu had already leapt forward to retaliate. With astonishing speed, he sent Syndra flying, executing a flawless W to finish her off. The audience noted that WuYu displayed no signs of stealing kills. As Quinn and Thresh retreated, Ashe unleashed an arrow. Birds of a feather flock together. When disaster strikes, they scatter. Thresh executed a slick maneuver, successfully abandoning his ally. After WuYu dispatched Quinn, he duly punished Thresh. The crowd cheers crescendoed as WuYu and his team began to toy with the fountain. IG stood at the gates of FPX's fountain, refusing to destroy the nexus that WuYu danced at the fountain's entrance, brandishing his dog tag with audacious flair. Notably, despite FPX's attempts to heal, they were no match for the pack of feral dogs at their fountain's gate. The commentators remarked, "This seems a bit excessive." With such fierce competition on the stage, what might transpire should they cross paths on the street? Though this match was a life-or-death situation for IG, such a display of dominance was uncalled for. Alas, it was cruel. IG's super minions swelled in number, and FPX's nexus was on the brink of collapse. Congratulations to IG for securing victory in this match. The score between IG and FPX now stood at 2-2. With a 10-minute intermission before the final showdown, WuYu concluded his game. The coach cheerfully approached him with a cup of blueberry juice. WuYu, you must be weary. The coach smiled. This is your favorite blueberry juice. WuYu received it slowly, smiling without a word. Such is the world. Strength begets gentleness from those around you. I just watched your match, and I am thoroughly impressed, the coach declared. What we need at IG is a pillar of talent like you. WuYu took a silent sip of his blueberry juice, still not responding. WuYu, how about you take the stage in the next match? I am merely a substitute. If Ning Wang is available, he should take my place. WuYu replied nonchalantly to IT that moment. The coach's phone rang. IT was Ning Wang calling. The coach answered on speakerphone in front of WuYu. Coach, I've rested well, and I'm ready to compete again. Ning Wang said tentatively. Take your time, continue to rest, the coach replied. Coach, I assure you, I can perform at my best in the match. Ning Wang's voice sounded sorrowful. Just focus on your recovery, the coach urged. I was wrong to act out. Please let me play. Ning Wang's voice trembled with emotion. You can be WuYu's substitute. Step in when he is feeling out of sorts, the coach instructed. Ning Wang fell silent. Is there anything else? The coach inquired. No. Nothing at all, came the reply. The coach ended the call and turned to WuYu with utmost seriousness. From this moment on, you are an official member of IG. Coach, you cannot be serious, WuYu exclaimed. Once a word is spoken, it cannot be retracted. The coach asserted, shouldn't it be a gentleman's word as his bond? The shy interjected with a chuckle. What do you know? The coach replied sternly. One must possess self-awareness. I know I am no gentleman, so is there an issue with that? The shy chuckled awkwardly. Of course not. The coach patted WuYu on the shoulder. WuYu, I believe in you. I will not let you down, nor will I let everyone else down. WuYu appeared confident. Subsequently, he conferred with his teammates on strategies and tactics. Soon, their objective crystallized. Prioritize tower pushing while securing kills as a secondary aim. While WuYu strategized, the coach sought to smooth over the tensions with FPX due to WuYu's earlier fountain antics, which had embarrassed FPX's coach and players. However, the FPX coach remained resolute. No need for apologies. We will be playing with the fountain soon enough. WuYu's coach chuckled awkwardly and quietly departed. Before the match commenced, reporters interviewed both teams. First, they approached FPX. Are you feeling nervous about the final match against IG? Nervous? Not at all. The FPX coach laughed. We were just discussing the victory banquet. Do you have any statements to make? I will undoubtedly prove with my prowess who the true #1 jungler is. Xiaotian asserted earnestly that I did not perform well in the last match. This time, I will show IG my true strength, Lin Weixiang added. The remaining 3 players echoed various bold declarations, brimming with confidence. The reporter nodded and slowly made his way to IG's side. Upon seeing the IG coach, he directly asked, I heard you recently promoted a substitute to a formal player. Doesn't that seem a bit hasty? What substitute? What formal player? The coach exclaimed loudly, his name is WeYu. Please be mindful of your wording. All right, but promoting WeYu to a formal player seems a bit rushed, considering he has only played 1 match, the reporter pressed. Rushed? Not at all. The coach insisted, I am certain WeYu will create a new realm and secure numerous world championships. The reporter turned to WeYu. Mr. Wu, what do you have to say regarding the coach's statement? Our coach possesses a most notable characteristic, WeYu replied deliberately. What characteristic? Honesty, WeYu stated with emphasis. The reporter paused, then smiled softly, thinking, isn't this just mutual flattery? Do you have anything else to say? The reporter continued that, of course. WeYu grinned. Can I address FPX directly? Go ahead. Not only the players of FPX, but all viewers at home will hear you. Clearing his throat, WeYu spoke into the microphone. Face the gale. In an instant, laughter erupted among all present. As the match interface appeared. The first task was to ban heroes. Commentator's booth. I wonder if FPX will choose to ban Zhao Xin. They should, considering WeYu's mastery of Zhao Xin has reached an unparalleled level. When it comes to banning heroes, the primary strategy is to eliminate currently dominant champions, followed by those that the opposing team excels with. Oh, FPX has neither banned Zhao Xin nor Jace. IG, on the other hand, has taken a more audacious approach, opting not to ban any heroes at all. Wow, what does this signify? Is it a blatant mockery directed at FPX? As the hero selection phase commenced, FPX occupied the blue side while IG took the red. The coach quietly approached WeYu from behind, asking, WeYu, what does this mean? It's about applying pressure to the opponents. WeYu replied without hesitation. But this isn't the way to apply pressure, that you're not going to ban Lin Weixiang's most proficient Kaisa or Xiaotian's Poppy. Let them choose. I intend to make them submit. The coach remained silent, though he felt a flicker of anger at WeYu's empty bans. However, considering WeYu's previous performance, he decided to trust him for the time being, especially since FPX had not banned WeYu's Zhao Xin or the Shy's Jace. Soon, both teams had finalized their hero selections. FPX's composition featured a top lane Makai, jungle Poppy, mid lane Kassadin, bot lane Kaisa, and support Thresh. Meanwhile, IG fielded a top lane Jace, jungle Zhao Xin, mid lane Lux, bot lane Misfortune. In support Leona, as the loading screen appeared, the commentators remarked, wow, Lin Weixiang has pulled out his most skilled Kaisa. This should be a secure pick. Observing FPX's lineup, they noted a slight inclination towards late game. Be confident. Let's drop the slight. This was the decisive match, and FPX aimed for stability. IG, however, remained steadfast in their approach, waiting to see if WeYu could deliver a consistent performance to IT that moment. WeYu was sipping blueberry juice, appearing utterly nonchalant. Once the match commenced, after purchasing his jungle knife and potions, WeYu headed straight for his red buff, the Shy closely followed behind, never straying far at commentator's booth. Oh, is WeYu not opting for a blue buff start? A blue start would allow the bot duo to trade more effectively, while a red star could be quite damaging to IT. Seemed WeYu was planning for a level 2 gank. FPX commenced with a standard red buff start, with no inclination for an early skirmish, maintaining a cautious approach as both sides began to push their lanes. The Shy left the red buff to head to the top lane. Commentator's booth. Oh, is the Shy not assisting WeYu with the red buff? He likely wants to avoid alerting Makai. After all, once he reaches lane, FPX will suspect WeYu's red start. Quite astute. IG seems to be paying attention to the details as the red buff respawned. WeYu swiftly utilized his E to begin farming that he alternated between auto attacks and consuming health potions, finishing both potions in one go. This was the cost of soloing the red buff. Yet WeYu had no regrets. He believed he could accomplish something before the red buff's effects faded. After finishing the red buff, we made a beeline for the enemy's blue buff. Commentator's booth. Wow. Yu has invaded again. Is this characteristic of his jungle style? How aggressive. At that moment, Poppy was en route to the blue area, and the two might cross paths that Yu placed a ward at the three wolves and began to farm the blue buff. Yu was treating FPX's jungle as if it were his own, displaying such audacity. While farming the enemy blue buff, he kept an eye on the three wolves below, as the blue buff's health dwindled. Poppy arrived at the three wolves. Commentator's booth. Poppy has arrived. Let us see where she goes. Poppy is clearing the three wolves, completely oblivious to Yu's movements. However, Yu can see Poppy's position, and I fear she is in trouble. Having finished the blue buff, Yu lay in wait in the brush for Poppy. Poppy's jungle speed was indeed somewhat sluggish, causing Yu to grow a bit impatient. Just as Yu reached for his blueberry juice to take a sip, Poppy appeared. Yu, unfazed, initiated with an AQ combo. With the slow from the red buff, Poppy had to use her Q to escape. Moreover, Poppy knew she couldn't win against Zhao Xin, promptly using a Q to create distance and aiming to retreat to her tower. However, just as Poppy's Q landed, Yu dashed in with his E. A flash of cold light preceded the unleashing of his abilities. Poppy panicked and swiftly flashed away. Commentator's booth. Poppy made a wise decision not to engage further with Yu. Otherwise, she would have been trapped. Yu also flashed. His third Q launched Poppy into the air. A well-timed, empowered auto attack secured first blood. Yu exclaimed. First blood. After claiming the kill, Yu reverted to his old habits. Taunting the opponents on the public screen. Poppy, did you die? Is that all you've got? You just handed me first blood. What will you offer your future husband? The coach behind Yu watched in equal parts astonishment and delight. He patted Yu's shoulder, urging him to tone it down, while simultaneously giving a thumbs up, expressing his approval of Yu's actions. Commentator's booth. Well, the taunting is one thing, but to say such things is somewhat excessive. I wonder how Poppy reacted to that message. Now I finally understand the saying, a leopard cannot change its spots. Are you referring to Yu's taunts? Is that even a question? After securing first blood, Yu took the opportunity to farm the enemy blue buff's frogs before returning to base to purchase items. The 400 gold from first blood was quite significant. Yu promptly acquired a small red jungle knife. Ensuring he wouldn't lack mana while farming. Yu glanced at the top lane, noticing that the Shy had pushed the wave to the enemy tower, boasting 7 more last hits than Makai. A quick look at mid revealed Lux managing her wave effectively. The even lane state made it challenging for Poppy to gank, and it left the short-range Kassadin in a difficult position. Utilizing his Q to last hit would drain his mana, while approaching to auto-attack would expose him to Lux's harassment. Life was certainly arduous, thought Yu, then checked the bot lane, discovering that Lin Weixiong had pushed the wave to the tower as well. Misfortune and Leona were safely last hitting under the turret. However, if this continued, Lin Weixiong might suffer significant tower damage. Observing Lin Weixiong's position, Yu felt a strong urge to gank the bot lane. Yet for a better cost-benefit ratio, he remained in the top half of the map. Constantly seeking opportunities, after clearing the jungle camps in the upper half, Yu reached level 4. It was time to create some action. Yu crouched in the brush behind the Shy, marking Makai. The Shy instantly understood, switching to hammer form and dashing in with a Q to initiate. But Makai remained steady, retreating rather than advancing. Commentator's booth. This wave seems to lack opportunities. Makai had already retreated to his tower. Is the Shy attempting a tower dive? The Shy switched to cannon form beneath the tower, landing an auto attack followed by a Q, reducing Makai to critical health. However, Makai used his W to root the Shy, then followed up with a Q to push him back. Could he secure a counterkill? The Shy flashed away, barely alive. Scrambling to escape, Makai was relentless, pursuing from behind. Little did Makai know, he had fallen into a trap. Yu emerged from the brush, executing a swift EQ combo to claim Makai's life. After eliminating the great tree, Yu's right hand had scarcely moved away from the mouse when it brushed against the coach's hand. This is the global semifinals, not a ranked match. Please restrain yourself a bit. The coach remarked coolly. Understood, Yu replied with a gentle smile. Although he could not taunt the opponent, he chose to dance atop the fallen tree's corpse as he returned to base, proudly displaying his dog tags. Commentator: It seems rather impossible to change Wu Yu's habit of taunting that I wonder what the great tree is thinking at this moment. More than that, I am curious about what might transpire when they meet privately. Upon returning to base, the dragon had already respawned. However, Wu Yu had no intention of taking the dragon and continued his journey toward the upper jungle as Wu Yu began to clear his team's stone golems. The Shy had just returned to base. In the mid lane, Lux had reached level 6, while Cassidon was still at level 5. That Lux was eagerly seeking an opportunity, brimming with anticipation. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Misfortune and Leona were still under the tower. Last-hitting minions, uncertain whether they favored tower hits or simply lacked the strength to push the wave. After clearing his second red buff, Wu Yu had reached level 6. Commentator: Wow, Wu Yu's leveling up so swiftly. The pig girl had just attained level 5 and was now heading towards a dragon. She had spent most of her time in the lower jungle, likely intimidated by Wu Yu's prowess. To beat the opponent to such an extent, Wu Yu is indeed quite a character. However, according to Zaun, Wu Yu might not qualify as a true character. Zaun: Those who possess emotions are human. Those devoid of emotions are mere objects. Those who can master emotions are true characters. Oh, I recall now, you are referring to that motivational speaker. Enough of this nonsense. Look, Wu Yu is lying in wait for the great tree again. When the Shy pushed the minion wave forward, Wu Yu concealed himself in the brush behind the Shy. With the minion wave positioned centrally, there was still a chance. However, the great tree was too timid, neither retaliating nor cursing back. Behind his good-natured demeanor lay the helplessness of inadequate strength. The Shy lured several times, but the great tree refused to engage in any trades that moment. Wu Yu marked the 3 ranged minions behind the great tree. The Shy understood instantly. He switched to hammer form and landed a Q on those 3 ranged minions. Following that, he executed an E, tossing the great tree right in front of Wu Yu. That a glimmer of cold light flashed before the dragon's lance struck. Wu Yu advanced with a flawless combo, securing the great tree's life. Commentator: Wow, that synergy was simply perfect. Today, I finally gained a new understanding of jungle coordination. Moreover, Wu Yu's damage is extraordinarily high, a 3-part Q followed by a W. And he obliterated the half-health great tree. Wait, Wu Yu is lurking in the brush again. Is he planning to ambush? However, waiting for the great tree to approach would take time. Oh no, the great tree teleported in. Wu Yu silently settled into the brush behind the Shy. Sipping on blueberry juice, the Shy activated his abilities, frantically clearing minions with artillery and hammer strikes, swiftly dispatching the wave. Afterwards, the Shy stood still, preparing to return to base. Commentator: The Shy is enticing again. Let's see if the great tree falls for it. Alas, the great tree remained steadfast, calmly last-hitting minions. Wait. The great tree threw an E at the Shy, preventing him from returning. However, the great tree did not engage. So how could the Shy continue to entice? After being interrupted while attempting to return, the Shy resumed his base recall. The great tree hurled another E from a distance, obstructing the Shy's return. Just then, a new wave of minions arrived. The Shy initiated with an EQ artillery strike, followed by activating W to rapidly click, ultimately finishing off the wave with a final Q. However, the Shy was now out of mana, and moved to the brush in front of Wu Yu to recall. Commentator: It seems this time he is genuinely returning. Yet Wu Yu remained hidden, perhaps intending to secure a solo kill on the great tree. That seemed unlikely, as the great tree had already purchased a chain vest. And, oh, the great tree is here. With a W, he ensnared the Shy, combining auto attacks with Q. It appeared he had murder on his mind. Observing this, Wu Yu's lips curled into a radiant smile. The great tree had fallen into the trap. The Shy had been clearing minions with abilities to deplete his mana, all to bait the great tree. Believing the Shy had made a mistake, the great tree's realization dawned upon him with Wu Yu's appearance. Once again, the familiar EQ combo, followed by the reminiscent W slow. Under the joint assault of the Shy and Wu Yu, the great tree met a tragic demise in the Summoner's Rift's top lane. Commentator: It seems Wu Yu is resolutely focusing on the top lane. Future top laners facing IG should take heed that Wu Yu remained in the top lane while the pig girl secured the dragon. In Wu Yu's eyes, the dragon likely seemed insignificant. Wait, are Wu Yu and the Shy not returning to base? After eliminating the great tree, Wu Yu led the Shy towards the river. The Shy consumed 2 fruits and a river crab. His mana had restored to half. Subsequently, Wu Yu guided the Shy to the triangular brush adjacent to the enemy's top tower, continuing to lie in wait for the great tree. Commentator: wow, Wu Yu and the Shy are relentless. They intend to drive the FPX great tree into despair. The great tree approached. Let us see if he notices. Alas, the great tree showed no intent of placing a ward in the triangular brush. Wu Yu struck. The Shy followed suit. Could the great tree evade this calamity? The Shy unleashed an EQ artillery strike, whittling the great tree's health down by 1/3, then transitioned to hammer form to pound him. Wu Yu executed his EQ combo, joining forces against the great tree. Despite the great tree's W binding and Q knockback, he was still ruthlessly dispatched onto the tower by Wu Yu and the Shy. With the kill going to Wu Yu. Commentator: this is excessively brutal. How is FPX's top laner supposed to cope? After claiming the kill, Wu Yu led the Shy to clear the Rift Herald. Compared to the dragon, Wu Yu placed greater importance on the Rift Herald. In the current meta, the value of the Rift Herald remains superior. Even if 2 dragons are surrendered early for control of the Rift Herald, it can still be compensated. 4.1 outer towers 4 layers yield a total of 720 gold. The first defensive tower provides 400 gold. Thus, trading a Rift Herald for a tower creates a 1,000 gold disparity. Moreover, once the enemy's first tower falls, allies can freely invade the enemy jungle to farm. Therefore, Wu Yu prioritizes the Rift Herald over the dragon. Commentator: is Wu Yu truly so fond of the Rift Herald? It's quite evident, from the last game to this one, he has never taken the dragon as a jungler. Encountering a player who completely neglects the dragon is a first. Yet Wu Yu's playstyle is undeniably ruthless. While Wu Yu has been making moves in the top lane, the pig girl has been active in the bot lane, yet she has failed to establish a rhythm. Currently, she is still in the lower jungle, constantly searching for opportunities to tower dive. However, IG's Misfortune and Leona are exceedingly evasive, causing the pig girl considerable frustration. This strategy was actually shared by Wu Yu earlier. Stabilize mid and bot. And once the top lane advantage is established, liberate mid and bot lanes. Hence, teammates opted for champions like Leona and Lux, simple, practical, and controlling, to deter the enemy from diving. Commentator: Wu Yu has already brought the spirit to the top lane. The top turret of FPX still boasts a health of 3,000, but it is undoubtedly on the verge of collapse. The focus has shifted from the first turret to whether the great tree can defend the second turret. No. The pressing concern now is whether the great tree can evade the grasp of Wu Yu. Upon Wu Yu's arrival at the top lane, he immediately unleashed the Rift Herald. With a resounding roar, the herald sent tremors through the land. The unfortunate great tree could only watch helplessly as his first turret was dismantled. Wu Yu and the Shy swiftly activated their abilities to clear minions, paving the way for the herald. Commentary: the great tree has crumbled. The pig sister has arrived. It remains uncertain whether they can safeguard the second turret. Wait, why is the great tree standing motionless beneath the turret? Perhaps his mindset has faltered. That be why the time the pig sister reached the scene, the Rift Herald had already struck. That IT is now relentlessly pounding the second turret. The Shy, leveraging his long reach, began to chip away at the turret. Wu Yu stood before the Shy, deterring the great tree and the pig sister from making a move. Yet at this moment, Lux marked Wu Yu with a retreat signal that Wu Yu, understanding the cue, turned and left without a backward glance. Commentary: congratulations to FPX for preserving the second turret at the top lane. That Wu Yu has taken control of the rhythm of the match. Where will he go next? After Wu Yu and the Shy retreated, they did not head to the mid lane or return to base. Instead, they cleared the enemy's blue area before returning to the top lane, continuing to clear minions and push the wave. Commentary: oh dear, is Wu Yu residing in the top lane? Now, FPX requires 3 members to ensure the second turret remains unscathed, but what about FPX's mid-turret? Wu Yu's aggressive playstyle is truly ruthless. Wu Yu and the Shy continued to engage the enemy's great tree, pig sister, and Cassidon at the top lane. This allowed Lux to seize more opportunities for growth. Kassadin, feeling the situation was unfavorable, hurried to the mid lane to prepare for a confrontation. However, as soon as Kassadin departed, the Shy felt emboldened to strike the turret. The Great Tree and Pig Sister, lacking both range and damage, were unable to thwart the Shy's advances. Of course, the primary reason was WeU standing resolutely before the Shy. Commentary: it's over, let it go. The second turret cannot be defended. FPX should abandon the top lane and seek opportunities elsewhere. I concur with this sentiment. The commentators shared this perspective, as did FPX's coach and players. Subsequently, Kassadin ceased to concern himself with the top lane, and the Pig Sister no longer assisted in defending the turret. Once again, the pitiful Great Tree could only watch as his defensive structure was dismantled. Powerless to intervene. Commentary: the top lane has been breached. Surely WeU will assist the mid and bottom lanes now. Yet, WeU remains in the top lane, either farming or clearing waves, seemingly with no intention of venturing elsewhere. The Shy is similarly engaged. Are they aiming for the high ground? Before long, the second Rift Herald respawned. To this point, FPX had already claimed 2 elemental dragons, one being the Wind Dragon and the other the Fire Dragon. When WeU finished with the Rift Herald, he was already able to purchase the Trinity Force. Commentary: WeU has acquired the Rift Herald again and has procured a Trinity Force. Now, he should head to the bottom lane. Oh, wait, he is going back to the top lane. The Shy with his Black Cleaver and WeU with his Jungle Item and Trinity Force. Together they march once more to the top lane. I believe their effectiveness would be greater if they headed to the bottom lane. I share that sentiment. With the two of them plus the duo from the bottom lane, they would have 4 members. With another Rift Herald, demolishing the bottom lane's first and second turrets would be a breeze. However, WeU seems intent on holding onto the top lane, leaving little room for alternative strategies. At this moment, WeU, accompanied by a wave of minions, approached the enemy's high ground turret at the top lane. Just as WeU intended to deploy the Rift Herald, he spotted FPX's Kai'Sa and Thresh arriving. Simultaneously, Kassadin and the Pig Sister flank from the right. Commentary: it appears FPX has no intention of relinquishing the top lane nor the high ground. The rhythm of the match is entirely under WeU's command. However, this engagement seems perilous for WeU. The Pig Sister's ultimate cut off his retreat, and Kassadin surged forward with his own ultimate. WeU unleashed his ultimate, but Thresh responded with his own. While the Great Tree ensnared the Shy, Kai'Sa plunged into the fray, unleashing a torrent of damage. The fate of WeU and the Shy hangs in the balance. WeU, undeterred, remained composed, even contemplating a bowl of braised chicken rice. After marking Kai'Sa, he charged in with a swift EQ combo. The Shy followed suit, hammering down on Kai'Sa. Commentary: wow, WeU and the Shy dared to counterattack. The Shy's output is astounding. A single combo reduced Kai'Sa to half health. WeU's damage surpassed even that, delivering 2 QS and 8 W to eliminate Kai'Sa. The third Q struck Kassadin, launching him into the air. The Shy switched to cannon form and executed a point-blank EQ barrage. WeU landed a final blow, and Kassadin met his demise as well. The remaining 3 adversaries were left with minimal output, relentlessly pursued by WeU and the Shy. A 5-on-2 scenario transformed into a 2-on-3 chase. Who else could achieve such a feat? The Shy's provided acceleration for both, leaving the enemy trio with nowhere to escape. Soon, WeU systematically claimed each kill. Zhao Xine, pentakill, the arena erupted in fervor. The crowd chanted, IG, victory is certain, IG, victory is certain, IG, victory is certain. Commentary table. Wow, how can this match continue? Primarily, with Kai'Sa's demise, FPX lost all damage output. Kassadin's damage is also lackluster, and both WeU and the Shy have reached level 11 with ample health. I believe the crux lies in WeU's ultimate, which grants immunity to all damage outside its radius. For Kai'Sa to harm WeU, she must enter the circle. However, once in, she swiftly fell to the combined might of the Shy and WeU. There was no recourse. WeU and the Shy's equipment was simply too formidable. As a commentator, I truly cannot discern where FPX's opportunity for a comeback lies. After securing the pentakill, WeU quietly sipped blueberry juice. Ah, the taste of victory! Unhurried, WeU found a favorable spot to deploy the Rift Herald. Meanwhile, the enemy's mid-turret had already succumbed to Lux's onslaught, but by the time FPX's 5 members respawned, the high ground at the top lane had vanished. Wu Yu and the Shy turned to retreat, not looking back. The IG coach, witnessing this scene, wore a smile that bordered on mania. Casting a glance at Wu Yu's dwindling blueberry juice, he hurriedly dashed out to procure another cup for him. This is the power of skill. As long as one possesses strength, those around will treat them with gentleness. Following this wave of events, FPX found themselves bereft of hopes for recovery. It was merely a matter of time before failure ensued. Unquestionably, IG triumphed in this match. Commentary: congratulations to IG for winning this match. The final score between IG and FPX stands at 3-2, with IG emerging victorious. Congratulations to IG on their advancement to the Global Championship. IG, keep pushing forward. When the IG coach returned with the blueberry juice and witnessed the scene before him, he was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. He rushed to Wu Yu, offering his congratulations without hesitation. According to international conventions, it is customary for players from both teams to shake hands after a match. What should be a routine gesture, however, is imbued with intrigue in the eyes of commentators and spectators alike. They yearn to witness the expression of FPX's top laner and to observe the moment when Wu Yu extends his hand in greeting. Will a brawl ensue? Yet, the reality is strikingly tranquil. As Wu Yu reaches out with his right hand, the other player reciprocates. Their hands clasp, and no unforeseen incidents unfold. However, all eyes are drawn to the redness in the young man's eyes. Is it anger? Is it sorrow? Or perhaps a profound sense of despair? No one can ascertain to that moment. The commentary desk announced another piece of news. Congratulations to SKT for advancing through the semifinals. Next, IG will face SKT in the global finals to determine supremacy. At the same time tomorrow, let us not miss it. Upon hearing this, we momentarily froze. According to his recollection, SKT had been eliminated in the semifinals. Could it be that his arrival had traversed him into a parallel universe? Was everything that followed diverging from the events of that world? He was uncertain. However, he felt no fear. SKT, the legendary warriors of the past, Wu had longed for a chance to compete against SKT, to witness their prowess, to gauge Li Gu's strength. Yet, the coach and teammates held a different perspective. The coach had gathered everyone together, insisting on several days of afternoon training to prepare for the upcoming match. Wu protested vehemently. Coach, with the battle imminent, we should prioritize rest. If it were any other team, I would certainly allow you all to relax freely. The coach countered, but we are facing SKT tomorrow. We cannot afford to underestimate them. We already discussed our strategies and tactics. Let us proceed as planned, Wu remarked coolly. Mid and bottom should play cautiously, waiting for top to clear before liberating the others. Indeed. However, SK's mid laner is Li Gu. We must remain vigilant, both in lane and in support. He is human, just as we are. Let us not bolster others' confidence while diminishing our own, shall we? Wu Gu, known as the Shy, stepped forward. I believe we should indeed practice. After all, SKT is genuinely formidable. The Shy speaks wisely, the coach added. Just as the Shy was about to say more, the coach interrupted him. There's another reason that everyone understands. Wu had just been promoted to a full-fledged member, and his synergy with the team was still developing. They understood, and so did Wu. Under the enthusiastic invitation of his teammates, Wu joined them for an afternoon of training. Familiarizing himself with strategies, comprehending tactics, and minimizing errors. All of this was aimed at ensuring a stellar performance on the morrow, with the aspiration of once again claiming the global championship, in a bid for safety. The coach had Wu practice with 2 additional champions, Jarvan and Troll. Should SKT ban Zhao Xine, Wu's performance would not falter too severely. In truth, Wu had a solid repertoire of jungle champions. Yet all were warriors. He lacked tanks and assassins. This was Wu's style by the time he returned home. It was already 7 in the evening. The gentle evening breeze caressed him, leaving behind only fatigue. Wu burrowed into his blankets, relishing the comfort. Just then, his phone chimed. It was neither a call nor a WeChat message, but rather a notification from QQ. Glancing casually, he noticed a user named Shui Zai had requested to add him as a friend. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a female. After examining her information, profile, and space, he found them quite complete. Unlike a secondary account, at this point, he finally felt at ease that in this day and age, account theft is rampant. One must remain vigilant. That wasn't what the infamous Mababa had done, masquerading as a girl chat. Moreover, the name Shuezai seemed not to be a pseudonym, but rather her real name. Who could she be? Might she be a fan? Today, he had undeniably made a name for himself, capturing the attention of all commentators and viewers alike. That it was not unusual for a girl to add him on QQ. Wu accepted the request and then proceeded to boot up his computer, intending to unwind properly. The startup took a mere 7 seconds, eclipsing 99 of users nationwide. He launched the game and opened the live stream. The barrage of comments erupted instantly. Young man, we watched your match. It was incredible. If this continues, we might not dare to acknowledge you. Take it easy. Tomorrow, we face SKT. Let's crush them. Enough talk. Let us play a game of Yasuo to unwind. The comments were so plentiful that Wu struggled to keep up. Yet amidst the chaos, he caught sight of a particularly peculiar message. Young man, I've already introduced you to my sister. The rest is up to your fate. Wu paused momentarily, pondering if this could be that Shuezai. Just then, QQ chimed again. Upon checking, he saw a message from Shuezai. Little brother, shall we duo? Simultaneously, a friend request arrived from Shuezai. Wu surmised that this individual was likely the sister of the user with the ID Binhuakaikai. Accepting the friend request, Shuezai promptly sent a voice chat invitation. Young man, accept. That's my sister. Wow, young man, you haven't even claimed the championship yet, and you're already investing. Impressive. Binhuakaikai. If the young man truly wins the championship, you can ride on his coattails. Wu chuckled silently at these comments. Yet, beyond these exchanges, he was more intrigued by Shuezai's beauty and figure. The essence of a hero. Little brother, come to the bot lane. I'll support you. A soft voice resonated through his headphones, striking deep within Wu's heart, leaving him in a daze. Wu, previously a true young man, had never been in a romantic relationship. This sweet voice sent his testosterone levels soaring to unprecedented heights. Sure, Wu replied with a smile, but I don't play AD. I play Yasuo. Whatever you choose, I will be your support. Wu laughed while simultaneously checking this girl's account, only to be taken aback. Master 3. What sorcery is this? Generally, a girl's spatial awareness is poor. Lightly put, she may struggle with League of Legends, and severely, she could be directionally challenged. This was what Wu had learned through years of experience. Yet, this Shuezai compelled Wu to re-evaluate her. Whether Master 3 represent her genuine skill, or if she is using her brother's account remains to be seen. Entering the game. Searching for a match, and commencing the battle. Wu's team was the red side. Top lane Cho Gath, jungle Jarvan, mid lane Victor, bot lane Yasuo, support Nautilus. The opposing blue side featured top lane Doctor, Mundo, jungle Lee Sin, mid lane Syndra, bot lane Ashe, support Brown. Upon entering the match interface, Wu immediately began taunting in the public chat. Yasuo, specializing in various grievances. Yasuo, anyone who doesn't call me daddy will face execution. These were all well-worn tactics. Naturally, the opposing team was not to be outdone and retaliated fiercely. Ashe, orphan Yasuo, Brown, child Yasuo, Lee Sin, don't worry, I'll be there to train you. As anticipated, Lee Sin indeed led 4 players to invade the jungle. Wu's Cho Gath had already reached the top lane, and mid lane Victor could not arrive in time, forcing Wu to retreat. Lee Sin, is that all you've got? Yasuo, didn't you see who's giving orders here? Lee Sin, the world cares about whether you live well, but I'm the only one concerned about whether you're tired of living. Lee Sin, let me ask you one thing. Lee Sin, isn't it exhausting to act so pretentiously? Upon reading this, Wu was momentarily stunned. He had encountered a formidable opponent at that moment. The comment section erupted anew. This is delicious. It's a treat to see the young man being challenged for the first time. So refreshing. The young man had yet to respond, likely at a loss for words. At this moment, Wu quietly typed a message. I'm duo queuing with a girl. The high-level sarcasm often requires only the simplest of words. There's no flamboyance, no tricks. What exists is merely a bounty of dog food. In an instant, The onlookers were as disheartened as a mountain shrouded in gloom, and the heavens seemed to lower their heads in dejection. Time ticked away, brushing past the corners of their eyes. The silent passage of time faded away in the furrows of their brows. The opponents had fallen silent. For a long while, it was quiet. At this juncture, Javen tossed a bang military flag into the bushes, only to discover that the opposing team was no longer present. Only then did Wu slowly approach the blue buff, preparing to assist Javen in farming blue. The game had returned to its regular rhythm, and Wu began chatting with Shuezai. "How old are you?" The girl on the other end of the headset paused for a moment before replying nonchalantly, "I'm 20. What's your name?" "Shuezai." "How tall are you?" 170. What's your weight?" Wu was diligently conducting his inquiry, completely unaware that the barrage of comments had already erupted. "This lad is a steel straight man." Identification complete. "The key is," the girl responded, "may all straight men in the world find their true love." Wu remained engrossed in his questionnaire, oblivious to the storm of comments raging around him. Not long after, Wu received a satisfactory answer. Shuezai, female, 20 years old. Height, 1.7 meters, weight, 95 gene. Still in school, majoring in Chinese language and literature. Second child in the family, with an older brother who is her fan. ID. Bienhua Kaikai. After posing these questions, Wu's thoughts returned to the game. "I'm going in. Give me EQ him. This wave can kill. Quickly retreat. I'm about to die. Give me W." Shuezai complied with all of Wu's requests and executed them splendidly. Before long, Wu realized that she was indeed formidable, a true master tier 3. Yasuo and the Abyssal Mermaid became a mindless duo after level 6. The opposing bottom lane seemed to perish at every encounter. Moreover, Wu refrained from pushing towers, simultaneously tormenting the enemy duo while mocking Ashe, Blong, and the blind monk. "Yasuo, died again. Yasuo, how many times have I killed you? Is it? Or perhaps so." While Wu continued to type away, a sweet voice came through the headset. "Hey, what did you mean by that statement earlier?" Wu hesitated for a moment, then replied casually. "You wouldn't understand, but I want to know." "Well then, let me enlighten you." Wu said lightly. "I'm all ears." Shuezai's voice was melodious that Wu cleared his throat and began to elaborate on the relationship between the three circles. The comments exploded. Shuezai fell silent. Time ticked on, brushing past the corners of their eyes. The silent passage of time faded away in the furrows of their brows. After finishing, Wu, entirely unaware of the underlying issue, confidently inquired, "Did you understand?" There was a prolonged silence from the other end. "Did you understand?" Wu repeated the question. Still, there was no response. Wu glanced at the Abyssal Mermaid, noticing she was still in motion. "What is happening? Could it be a mic issue?" Wu murmured. "Nope," Shuezai finally replied. "I just asked, did you understand?" "Huh. My mic was cutting out. I didn't catch that. Then let me explain it to you again." Wu almost blurted out that, "Oh no, the blind monk has come around. Quickly retreat." Wu hastily looked, and indeed, it was true. Upon seeing those heroes on the screen, Wu's focus returned. He immersed himself in the game, completely forgetting about the earlier conversation regarding the three circles. Regarding Wu's previous antics, the comments were already in an uproar. "This lad is incredible. That girl is also a powerhouse. Seems like she has quite the veteran too." While investigating backgrounds, she also shares witty remarks. This is the duo queuing style of a true lad. Wu was engrossed in the match, entirely oblivious to the comments in the game. His teammates struggled to keep up with Wu's pace. Here, there like the wind. Outside of the game, Wu continued his inquiry while delivering poignant straight man quotes. Both in and out of the game, the joy was palpable at this point in life. What more could one ask for? As the game reached the 15-minute mark, Wu had already gauged Shuezai's prowess. Very steady, very strong. Her Q was precise. Her W provided timely healing. Her ultimate could at least knock up one enemy, allowing Wu to dash in for the finishing blow. Wu was quite pleased with such a teammate that he smiled, for he now had another candidate for duo queued. If the Shy were unavailable one day, he would invite Shuezai to queue together. The plan was set, and the more he thought about it, the happier he became. The comments had begun to speculate. Akati seems this lad has started viewing the girl as a climbing tool. Previously, he was investigating backgrounds. Now he doesn't even bother with that. Indeed, this lad remains the same lad. As the game reached the 25-minute mark, we had already acquired the Endless Blade, with a 100% critical strike chance and a perfect output environment. The opposing team was in disarray. The Abyssal Mermaid SQ could both trap and save. Her W could heal Wu Yu, allowing him to continue fighting. Her E could enhance Wu Yu's basic attacks, enabling him to eliminate the enemy backline at a swifter pace. As for her ultimate, it was a force to be reckoned with. A massive wave surged forward, causing the enemy to tremble. If they were in the jungle engaging in a team fight, she could easily knock up 5 opponents. Wu Yu's strength, combined with the System S buffs, allowed him to effortlessly secure victory in this match. The E key on his keyboard was nearly pressed in, and Wu Yu's joy was practically bursting forth. Gazing at the victory screen, Wu Yu still didn't forget to mock. Yasuo. Is that all? Yasuo. What happened to the military training? Yasuo, you all can't handle it. Just as Wu Yu was fervently typing away, Xuezai invited him for another round. Hey, you're so impressive. Your Yasuo is the most graceful I've ever seen. Let us play again. Wu Yu paused, as if he had just noticed her presence. Everything that had transpired felt like a fleeting dream, ephemeral and elusive. That Wu Yu tapped his head, feeling as though he had missed something. When duo queuing with a girl, shouldn't he be focused on protecting her, ensuring her sense of security? Shouldn't he be ruthlessly dominating the opposition, showcasing his prowess? Shouldn't they engage in conversations worthy of cultured individuals, cultivating emotions and deepening their bond? Yet, what had he just done? The more Wu Yu pondered, the more regretful he felt, deeming himself exceedingly foolish. It was better late than never. Wu Yu resolved to play another game with Xuezai. Aiming to enhance their connection, he clicked accept, and the two of them began to queue again. Accepting the match, selecting champions, and entering the game. Just when he had intended to focus, once Wu Yu entered the Summoner's Rift, everything spiraled out of control. Xuezai was once again treated as a means to climb, continually obeying Wu Yu's command. Wu Yu also forgot all his previous thoughts, fully engrossed in the game. The comments read, "It's over. This lad is destined to live a life of solitude in gaming. The girl's voice is so delightful, yet he doesn't even flirt. Sigh. What about Bianhua Kai Kai? Can he throw in a few lines? Bianhua Kai Kai has gone dark." Not long after, they won this match again. Winning 2 in a row left Wu Yu feeling rejuvenated, as if the entire world had become a much brighter place. Just then, Wu Yu's phone rang. "Please don't be infatuated with me." "Oh, I'm just a legend." "Hello?" Without even glancing at the caller's identity, Wu Yu answered the phone directly. "Wu Yu, make sure to get some rest. You have a match tomorrow." It was the coach's voice, instantly awakening Wu Yu to a state of half-consciousness. "Understood, I'll go to bed right away." After hanging up, Wu Yu glanced at the time. It was already 11 p.m. Staring at the invitation sent by Xuezai and reflecting on her performance in the previous match, Wu Yu felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself. Yet, time does not reverse, and Wu Yu could only accept the reality of the situation. "I must rest. I have a match to play tomorrow." A twinge of reluctance washed over her. "All right then, make sure to rest early." In that moment, Wu Yu realized just how enchanting Xuezai's voice was. Despite her reluctance, Wu Yu knew she had to sleep. Tomorrow was the day she would compete against SKT at the Global Championship, no less. Compared to that, matters of the heart could wait. Wu Yu shut down her computer and lay on her bed. She closed her eyes, yet sleep eluded her. Her mind was consumed by the melodious and captivating sound of Xuezai's voice. Truth be told, Wu Yu was far from drowsy, whether it was a surge of hormones or simply youthful exuberance. Her energy was boundless, tossing and turning in her bed. Sleep remained elusive. Before long, her phone rang. Hurriedly, Wu Yu turned over to check her phone and discovered a message from Xuezai. "I had a great time playing duo with you." "Sweet dreams." Wu Yu smiled, her straightforward nature surfacing once more. She quickly replied, "Could you send a photo?" Wu Yu expected Xuezai to decline, yet she promptly sent a picture. Upon opening it, Wu Yu felt utterly disheveled. Elephantine legs, a barrel-like waist, a visage reminiscent of Xiao Biluo, and tusks akin to a wild boar, an utter chaos. In that moment, Wu Yu's dreams were shattered. She rolled over and buried her head beneath the covers. But sleep was still nowhere to be found. That photo had embedded itself deep within her mind, leaving her unable to escape its grasp. Not long after, her phone beeped again. This time, Wei was not as eager. She slowly picked up her phone to see, I sent the wrong one earlier. That was just an emoji. Then Shuezai sent another photograph, one that Wei would never forget for the rest of her life. Clad in a purple outfit with light makeup, her lips naturally rosy, her brows unadorned yet striking, and two big, sparkling eyes brimming with curiosity about the world that Wei was momentarily stunned, unable to shake off the impression. Get some rest, and may your dreams be sweet, Wei quickly replied. You too. Then, daydreams began to swirl in her mind. If a girl is willing to initiate conversation with you, she likely does not harbor any dislike. If a girl is willing to share her photos, she probably has feelings for you. One side was filled with sweet romantic fantasies, while the other side was consumed by thoughts of the global championship. The stars twinkled in the night sky, and her heart brimmed with fantasies as the night gave way to dawn. Wei awoke early. Glancing at the time, she noted it was 5:30 a.m. It had been ages since she had risen so early. The last time was likely for a gaming session. As long as one holds hope for life, the time to rise will never be too late. Wu eagerly checked her QQ and perused Shuezai's social media before finally stopping. After donning her team uniform, she hurried to the training base. The base. The teammates were already encouraging one another, rallying their spirits. Last year, we clinched the global championship. We could do it again this year. It's just SKT. What's there to fear? Let us do this. We'll play cautiously until Wu frees up the top lane. Then we can fight back. Just as those words were spoken, Wu entered the room. The teammates greeted her while heading to the dining table. After breakfast, the coach led the players to the arena. The sun rose higher, and the audience gathered in greater numbers. IG was last year's global champion, while SKT was the champion from the year prior. This was sure to be a spectacle. The spectators below were buzzing with excitement, discussing endlessly, as if there were countless tales to share. Many had already begun to place bets, with a majority betting on SKT's victory. After all, SKT boasted a soul-level player, Li Xianghe. Moreover, SKT had won the global championship for 3 consecutive years. So their strength was undeniable. IG had only won once last year. Was it luck or skill? The answer remained to be seen. The members of the SKT team arrived early, and the reporters had been waiting for some time, surrounding the SKT coach with questions. Hello, do you feel confident about reclaiming the championship this year? Is this your first day as a reporter? Such a simple question. The SKT coach replied assertively. You are facing the rising star IG. Do you feel any pressure? Pressure? I haven't felt pressure in 5 years as the competition approaches. Do you have anything to say? The reporter pressed on. I'm just contemplating if our victory banquet will be held domestically or internationally. The SKT coach remarked before pushing past the reporters and walking away, leaving them with an indelible impression. Shortly after, the IG coach and team arrived. Facing a different team, the reporters posed different questions. Hello, do you feel confident about winning the championship again this year? Absolutely, the IG coach almost exclaimed. After saying this, he glanced at Wu. As in his eyes, she had become a winning machine. Although Wu had only participated in 2 matches and 1 afternoon training session so far, the coach could see her extraordinary potential at a glance. From Wu, he seemed to have rediscovered a man's past confidence. Facing a top-tier team like SKT, do you feel any pressure? The reporter continued. There is pressure, but not because of SKT. It's because of ourselves. Yourself? I must constantly remind my players not to abuse the fountain. Don't abuse the fountain. The coach chuckled. What if my players defeat the opponents so thoroughly that it becomes awkward for me when I encounter their team later? Having finished speaking, the coach turned and left without looking back. Once they were a distance away, the coach clapped Wu on the shoulder and said, I've already boasted. Whether we can deliver remains in your hands. The teammates fell silent. On stage, the coaches of both teams shook hands. Though they wore smiles, their hearts were filled with trepidation. Having boasted, someone was bound to face embarrassment. They all hoped that the person to be embarrassed would not be themselves. Thus, the global championship commenced. Ladies and gentlemen, the global championship begins now. On the left, we have SKT, and on the right, IG, both teams filled with fighting spirit. Who will compose the epic tale of heroes? Stay tuned. After the coin toss, the red and blue sides were determined that IG was the blue side, while SKT was the red side. You felt quite pleased with this outcome, as previous statistics indicated that the blue side had a 5 higher chance of victory than the red side. Moreover, tests had shown that in the absence of champion picks, the blue side's minions would push down the red side as high ground and crystal first. Thus, teams that drew blue generally felt satisfied. Conversely, those drawing red often felt disheartened. Following the side selection, it was time for the ban phase. While the SKT coach and players deliberated, IG had already provided their results. 5 empty bans in an instant. The arena erupted in astonishment. IG is incredible. IG will triumph. Long live IG. Not only that, but even the 4 commentators appeared taken aback. Wow, what kind of maneuver is this from IG? It is rather evident. The game has yet to commence, and the taunting has already begun. IG's intent is clear. Allow the opponents to select freely, for it shall inevitably culminate in a massacre. The coach of SKT, gazing at the 5 vacant bans on screen, fell into deep contemplation. Lee Sang-hyuk was similarly astonished. Think they would not ban my most adept champions. Are they truly dismissing me? Lee Sang-hyuk murmured softly. Unlike IG, SKT lacked such audacity, dutifully banning 5 champions. Echo, Ash, Gangplank, Thresh, and Jarvan. As the selection screen unfolded, WeChat opted once again for Xine Zhao, while the Shy chose Jace. In no time, the compositions of both teams began to take shape. IG's lineup consisted of top Jace, jungle Xine Zhao, mid Lux, bot Misfortune, and support Leona. SKT's roster featured top Renekton, jungle Elise, mid Galio, bot Caitlyn, and support Thresh. As the loading screen appeared, the commentators commenced their analysis. WeChat and the Shy had once more selected Xine Zhao and Jace, likely indicating a top jungle synergy. However, the Renekton on SKT's side proved formidable in the early game, making it uncertain whether WeChat could secure a kill. Once Lee reached level 6, he would initiate the rhythm of the game. The success rate of Elise's early ganks was notably high, presumably to counter WeChat. Upon entering the match, both sides equipped themselves in a standard fashion. A uniform selection of Doran's items, jungle knives, and support gear. There were no long swords or spell thieves. Everything resonated with harmonious beauty. Commentators noted, IG's main force moved towards the red buff, but where were WeChat and the Shy headed? It appeared they intended to invade SKT's red zone. Meanwhile, SKT's Renekton and Elise were positioned in the red area. Would they engage? Alas, WeChat and the Shy were spotted by SKT's vision. WeChat placed a ward in the bushes, revealing the presence of 2 SKT members. Lee arrived to provide support, but WeChat and the Shy had already retreated. WeChat departed the enemy's red zone. He promptly made his way to his own blue area, but WeChat understood that if Elise opted for a red start, his chances of killing her at level 2 would drastically diminish. This was due to the uncertainty of Elise's subsequent movements and her possession of red buff. Even if he could not defeat her, she could easily escape. Thus, WeChat decided against his previous strategy. However, upon approaching his blue buff's brush, he noticed a ward placed nearby by the enemy. WeChat was taken aback, stepping out of the bush to pursue. He discovered that the ward was placed by Lee. Commentators remarked, Lee truly exemplifies his prowess. His awareness is unparalleled. Should WeChat proceed with a blue start, Renekton would undoubtedly tread cautiously. Furthermore, WeChat might even lose confidence in ambushing Elise. At level 2, Elise possessed all 4 abilities and had the red buff. If a confrontation ensued, the odds would be precarious. WeChat turned back, returning to the red buff to initiate a red start. He sighed silently, internally acknowledging, Lee truly is remarkable. His awareness is exceptional. After the jungle monsters respawned, WeChat began clearing alongside the bot duo, progressing swiftly as he cleared the red buff. WeChat kept an eye on the enemy ward in the red zone. Noticing Renekton and Elise there as well, a sense of helplessness washed over him. A feeling of wanting to catch them, but being unable to do so that moment. WeChat felt a profound connection. By the time WeChat finished clearing the red buff, Elise had not yet departed. Upon arriving at the 3 Wolves camp, Elise had already vanished from the ward's sight. WeChat casually remarked, Plan B. Received, the Shy replied instinctively. While WeChat was clearing the 3 Wolves, the Shy was managing the minion wave. As will you clear the frog? The Shy continued to manipulate the wave. However, Renekton showed no intention of pushing, only dealing the final blow to minions. Thus, the wave remained positioned centrally, albeit closer to the Shy's side, owing to his exceptional last-hitting skills. That the Shy, adept at last-hitting, would not hesitate to strike minions with health below 20, while Renekton lacked such confidence, typically waiting until minions had over 50 health before securing the last hit. Consequently, the minion wave gravitated towards the Shy, once WeU completed the blue buff and river crab. The top lane minion wave was perfectly maintained by the Shy in front of the turret. Commentators exclaimed, "Here he comes." WeU is heading to the top lane, yet SKT possessed vision, a pair of wards, one in the river and another in the tri-brush. Alas, WeU was spotted by Renekton as he circled from the enemy's red zone to the top lane tri-brush. He noticed Renekton retreating. WeU realized his position had been compromised and did not linger, heading directly to the golems to farm and level up. Commentators noted, WeU's audacity is remarkable. Is he truly beginning to farm here? Renekton had arrived and had spotted WeU. Nevertheless, WeU had already cleared the large golem, leaving only a few smaller ones behind before turning to leave. Renekton attempted to detain WeU, but was slowed by WeU's W ability, helplessly watching as he departed from his jungle. After exiting the enemy red zone, WeU returned to his blue area, then circled back to the top lane's first turret. This moment, the Shy commenced a fervent push of the minion wave. Utilizing EQ for damage and a rapid W combo, he was relentless in his pursuit to push the wave forward. Soon enough, the wave was pushed, yet the Shy's mana was nearly depleted. Commentators remarked, "Is the Shy preparing to recall to purchase items?" No. He was feigning, luring, enticing, for WeU was right behind him. Would Renekton fall for the bait? Renekton charged forward. He dashed in with E, delivering damage to the Shy, who began to retreat, prompting Renekton to use his W to stun. WeU had awaited this moment for what felt like an eternity. That a fleeting glimmer of cold light heralded his advance, swiftly followed by a strike as precise as a dragon's breath. Just as WeU lunged toward Renekton, a red teleport beam illuminated the battlefield. Without a moment's hesitation, it was Lee. Commentators exclaimed, "Wow, Lee's teleport at this moment is truly unexpected." Renekton's health was nearing depletion, but Lee had landed. He executed a wide-area taunt, drawing both WeU and the Shy towards him. In that instant, Renekton dashed away, not looking back. Following the taunt, Lee unleashed another EQ combo, forcing the Shy to use his flash. WeU and Lee found themselves devoid of abilities. After a brief exchange, both retreated. This skirmish was exhilarating. Overall, it was SKT that suffered, having expended a teleport. However, WeU continued to stir trouble in the top lane, while Elise had already reached level 5, leaving WeU still at level 4. If this continued, WeU would surely become ineffective in the mid-game, as WeU and the Shy engaged in a fierce battle in the top lane. Lux was diligently pushing down the mid-lane tower, savoring the tower's health. She had already whittled down a layer of the tower's health and continued to attack it. Although WeU's gank did not result in any kills, it did exhaust 2 enemy flashes and 1 teleport, ultimately granting Lux more time and space to develop, which was a net gain overall. Returning to the fountain, WeU purchased a small jungle knife and a long sword, then made a beeline for the top lane without a second glance. Commentator, wow, is WeU practically residing in the top lane? The spider from SKT is nearly level 6, yet WeU remains at level 4. Is he really going to seek opportunities in the top lane? The dragon is about to respawn. Is he willing to forego it? WeU silently followed the Shy, heading straight for the top lane. In WeU's mind, the dragon held far less significance than the Rift Herald. His strategic gameplay leaned heavily towards the top lane, making him indifferent to dragon control. Commentator, it seems WeU is indeed dwelling in the top lane. The Shy arrived on the lane, but at that moment, the crocodile had amassed half of his fury. With no teammates in sight, it was uncertain whether the crocodile would act rashly. As the crocodile continued to attack minions, his fury reached 100. He was ready to strike. Although still level 5 and not yet at 6, he possessed full fury. Those familiar with League of Legends know that a fully fury crocodile and a fully fury Nasu's are not to be trifled with. However, the Shy feared not the fully furied crocodile, for he had Wu Yu by his side. The crocodile lunged forward, executing a familiar combo. Yet as the crocodile used his W, Wu Yu made his move. A glint of cold steel flashed, followed by a shot that struck like a dragon. The same formula, the familiar EQ combo. The crocodile was momentarily stunned, retreating with an E in an attempt to escape. Nevertheless, the Shy immediately cast his East in place, granting both himself and Wu Yu a significant boost in mobility. Commentator: it's over. The crocodile is doomed. The crocodile merely sought a trade of damage, but little did he know he would pay with his life. Just as the words left his lips, first blood appeared on the screen, accompanied by the visage of Zhao Exin and the words, "First blood. What a delightful 400 gold acquired." After lingering in the top lane for so long, Wu Yu finally reaped the rewards. Commentator: is Wu Yu satisfied now? Wait, Wu Yu hasn't left. He's sneaking around through the tri-brush. He began to farm the stone golem, likely waiting for the crocodile to emerge for another ambush. This is Wu Yu, the embodiment of his jungle style. After finishing with the stone golem, Wu Yu crouched in the brush, awaiting the crocodile while absorbing experience. He was nearly level 6, as the Shy continued to chip away at the tower. He inched closer to Wu Yu at that moment. Another wave of minions approached the top lane. The Shy activated his abilities to clear the wave, and just as he dispatched the 3 backline minions, Wu Yu hit level 6. Simultaneously, the crocodile approached with smooth strides. Commentator: here he comes. The crocodile is finally here. I wonder if he can react in time. Oh, the crocodile charges in. After executing his EAW combo, it was now Wu Yu's time to shine. With a shot from his gun, he charged forth into battle. Upon Wu Yu's arrival, the crocodile immediately wilted. Yet just then, the area around the crocodile was enveloped in a circle. Li Ge had come to offer support. Commentator: Li Ge has arrived and is unleashing his ultimate, but the crocodile is not level 6. I wonder if he can withstand the onslaught of 2 opponents. Li Ge landed, but alas, the crocodile fell, pierced by Wu Yu's W. Following the crocodile's demise, Wu Yu and the Shy turned their attention to Li Ge. Though Li Ge attempted to escape with his W, the Shy swiftly switched to cannon form and activated his E, providing both of them with increased movement speed. Li Ge uses E in a desperate attempt to retreat to the tower, but Wu Yu's was already off cooldown. Thus, Wu Yu secured a double kill. Commentator: oh dear, SKT has been severely wounded this time. Not only did they lose 2 members, but they also surrendered a substantial amount of minions. The mid lane tower of SKT is left with merely 2,000 health. If Li Ge supports his teammates 2 more times, the mid tower will surely fall to Lux. However, I believe the first tower to crumble for SKT will be the top tower, as Wu Yu is already off to secure the Rift Herald. Although the Spider has arrived, it seems they are out of time. While the isolated Spider and Lux engaged in a tug-of-war, they failed to approach the Dragon P. It wasn't long before Wu Yu claimed the Rift Herald. Commentator: it's over. SKT's top tower is about to fall. The top laner from SKT must be feeling the psychological pressure. Wu Yu has deployed the Rift Herald to the top lane. This is a sure victory. The crocodile, being an early game champion, had not only been killed twice, but now found himself without a first tower. Alas, the crocodile is finished. After demolishing the first tower, Wu Yu's economy skyrocketed. He promptly purchased a jungle knife and a pair of cloth shoes. With his new equipment, Wu Yu set off for the top lane once more. Commentator: it's over. Wu Yu has made the top lane his home. With the crocodile in such a state, what more could he possibly want? Wu Yu's objective was the high ground, although he had only played 2 professional matches. The commentators had already come to understand Wu Yu quite well, and their analysis was spot on. Soon enough, Wu Yu arrived at the top lane, and upon spotting the crocodile, the Shy initiated the attack. This time, the crocodile had learned his lesson. With a W, he stunned the Shy and turned to flee towards the tower without a backward glance. Commentator: after enduring a brutal beating, the crocodile has shed his youthful arrogance. Yet, this is not a solution. The Shy can switch to cannon form and continue to harass the crocodile. Moreover, the Shy has already acquired a black cleaver. His damage remains formidable. The crocodile hesitated, no longer willing to engage. However, This would not spare him from the grim fate of being slain, as Wu had already positioned himself behind the second tower in the top lane, cutting off the minion wave. Commentator. At this moment, the crocodile is left with only half health and is no match for Wu Yu. The spider and Li Gu are en route, but will they arrive in time? The minion wave had already reached the tower, prompting the Shy to initiate a strong kill. With a powerful EQ combo, he struck, then switched to hammer form to deliver blows, reducing the crocodile to a sliver of health. The crocodile, desperate, activated his W and attempted to circle the tower. Just then, Wu Yu dashed in and secured the crocodile's head. Commentator. Will the Shy survive the tower's onslaught? Ah, but the Shy has triumphed and still possesses a sliver of health. It's over. The crocodile is completely finished. As the crocodile's lifeless body grew cold, Li Gu and the spider finally arrived at the scene of the incident. However, Wu Yu and the Shy had already retreated. Although they did not take down the second tower, Wu Yu had once again expanded their advantage at this point. The crocodile had merely a wooden hammer and cloth shoes, only at level 6. Utterly useless, and being an early game champion, he was left without a way to recover. Commentator. Wu Yu's gameplay is ruthlessly fierce. The SKD crocodile must be suffering from psychological trauma due to Wu Yu's relentless assault. Wu Yu continuously made plays in the top lane, while the spider was left trailing in his wake. Before being led around by Wu Yu, the spider had attempted to make a play in the bottom lane but failed. Should we take a look at the replay? Never mind. Let us continue watching the match. Upon Wu Yu's return to the city, he promptly procured a small wooden hammer and a radiant light. His equipment remarkably opulent, Wu Yu once again accompanied the Shy to the top lane, while his own red zone had transformed into an all-you-can-eat buffet for the bottom lane duo. Luck's sister farmed the jungle independently, claiming the red buff for herself. Should time permit, she would also clear her own stone golems. After all, it had been a millennium since Wu Yu last graced this place. Commentators remarked, IG has already begun to snowball. Wu Yu feasted upon the economic resources of the upper jungle, showing no mercy to the spider. Lux consumed the middle lane minions, occasionally clearing out a bird's nest. Meanwhile, Luck's sister devoured the bottom lane minions while reaping the benefits of the red buff and the stone golems. Consequently, the opposing spider was left with only her blue zone to farm. A truly dismal situation. The mid-game was all about snowballing and widening the economic gap, thanks to Li Ji's prior assistance. Lux seized the opportunity to dismantle the first turret in the mid lane. SKT had now relinquished control of the upper zone, but if it came to farming, they could not compete with IG. Thus, SKT was incessantly seeking opportunities to win a few team fights and mitigate the economic disparity. The commentators noted, as SKT abandoned the top lane, the crocodile had already been rendered ineffective. Rather than assist him, it seemed wiser to focus their efforts on the bottom lane. Indeed, the crocodile had begun to build armor, indicating a decision to forego damage output. When the Shy returned to the lane, he discovered that the crocodile had sold the small hammer, acquiring a large belt and a warden's mail. Instead, IT appeared he was gearing up for a blue shield. After several attempts to bait the crocodile, the Shy realized he was not falling for it. Hence, he silently began to target the turret, intending to take down the second turret. Wu Yu lay in wait in the brush behind the Shy, ready to strike once the opposition arrived to assist. The commentators announced, "The dragon has respawned, and it is a fire dragon. Fear not, Wu Yu will not engage as long as the top lane high ground remains intact. Wu Yu will not appear in the mid or bottom lanes, let alone venture to the dragon." The commentators were indeed correct. This moment, Wu Yu was quietly waiting in the brush behind the Shy, exhibiting no urgency whatsoever. The crocodile had been reduced to half health by the Shy, making a strong kill entirely feasible. Yet, neither the Shy nor Wu Yu made a move. They were both biding their time. Soon, a notification appeared on the screen, indicating that the spider had slain the fire dragon. Wu Yu marked a signal above the crocodile's head, and the Shy understood. A well-aimed EQ combo struck the crocodile, followed by a swift transition into hammer form to engage. Wu Yu emerged from the brush, diving headfirst into a tower dive for the kill. Although the crocodile had built defensively, he was still no match for the jungle knife and radiant light. After Wu Yu secured the crocodile's head, the second turret in the top lane fell to the two of them. However, at that moment, another notification appeared on the screen. Galio, double kill. The commentators exclaimed. SKT has finally claimed their first kill. And it is all on Ligue. Let us see if he can turn the tide and save the world. Upon seeing that notification, Wu quickly switched his view to the bottom lane. His team's bottom duo had already fallen, their bodies lying beneath the tower. The opposing four were fervently dismantling the tower. Filled with zeal, Wu smiled, silently making his way to the Rift Herald. The commentators remarked, "Oh dear, Wu truly seems indifferent to the bottom lane. The bottom lane is not his priority. The top lane is." After securing the Rift Herald, Wu is likely headed for the high ground. Be a bit more confident. Remove the likely. It turns out those who know oneself best are often others. The individuals who best understood Wu were, quite possibly, the four commentators on stage. After finishing with the Rift Herald, Wu meandered about, continuously farming jungle monsters. The commentators questioned, "Is Wu not returning to base? He must be short on gold." Finally, Wu returned to base. Wow. Wu has already acquired the Trinity Force. The jungle knife, Trinity Force, and cloth shoes. Who else? At this point, the crocodile had only managed to build a blue shield, truly pitiful. Upon leaving the fountain, Wu led the Shy to the top lane, employing the same familiar tactics. The commentators announced, Wu is back in the top lane, and he has a Rift Herald in tow. If SKT does not send reinforcements, the high ground will surely fall. There was no need for concern. All 5 members of SKT had arrived. The Shy led the charge, with Wu following closely behind. Facing the entirety of SKT, they remained unfazed. IG's Lux was dismantling the second turret in the mid lane, while the bottom duo pushed the minion wave, intending to take down SKT's first turret in the bottom lane, regardless of whether Wu and the Shy could destroy the top high ground. IG was already in a position of profit. The commentators remarked, I can almost foresee the conclusion. Wu had effectively drawn the attention of all 5 SKT members, granting ample time for his teammates to farm in the mid and bottom lanes. When SKT noticed that Wu's allies were not nearby, they forcefully initiated a team fight. As Titan's ultimate locked onto Wu, he immediately activated his own. When Wu was struck by Titan's ultimate, the Crescent Guardian had already shielded him. In an instant, a cacophony of clanging noises reverberated in Wu's ears, an unending symphony. This ultimate absorbed a significant amount of damage for him, yet the duration of the Crescent Guardian would inevitably expire. The commentators noted, Wu's ultimate has worn off. It seems he is in peril. The crocodile harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Wu, flashing in to secure him. To ensure success, Ligue also unleashed his ultimate upon the crocodile. Titan, the spider, Ligue, and the crocodile. All of SKT's crowd control abilities were directed at Wu. If he were to survive this, it would be an affront to nature, under the relentless assault of SKT. Wu was ultimately vanquished by Ligue. The Shy had been evading the fray from the beginning, untouched by any crowd control abilities. Escaping the encirclement, the Shy gasped for breath, muttering, Wu? Oh, Wu, you are truly my savior, the commentators remarked. How deeply SKT loathes Wu. The crocodile flashed in with a W, revealing the depths of his resentment. Titan and Galio had reserved their ultimates solely for Wu. Is this the price one pays for carrying the team? Wu fell, and SKT's outer turret crumbled. Wu's body was still warm when Luxister had already dismantled SKT's second turret in the bottom lane. Thus, all of SKT's outer turrets have been taken down, leaving only their inner sanctum. The entirety of the jungle resources lay exposed beneath the sun, yet SKT lacked the courage to claim them. For if they were caught now, they would surely lose at least one high ground. When Wu revived, he immediately rallied his teammates to the top lane, intent on seizing the high ground. The commentators remarked, Wu has taken residence in the top lane. The Rift Herald was still available. SKT's top high ground was certainly at risk. If a team fight were to ensue now, SKT would be no match for IG. There was no alternative. Wu and Theshi's equipment was simply too formidable. As Wu and his teammates approached the top high ground turret, a siege battle commenced. In terms of poke, Wu had Theshi's EQ combo, Lux's E, and even Luxister's ultimate at his disposal. Their poking capabilities were exceedingly strong. In contrast, SKT had only the Spider's W and Caitlyn's Q for range harassment. Li Ji's Q, though wide-reaching, had a slow projectile speed. IT could clear minions, but hitting champions would prove challenging. The two sides engaged in a continuous tug-of-war, exchanging blows, with SKT suffering significant losses as the second wave of minions approached. Leona boldly positioned herself at the front of the formation, brimming with determination. At this moment, will you unleash the Rift Herald? Commentator: the Rift Herald has emerged. Let us observe how SKT will respond. Oh, Sister Luck has activated her ultimate. The damage is indeed considerable, forcing all 5 members of SKT to retreat. Concurrently, the Rift Herald charged forward, leaving the high ground turret on the brink of destruction. The 5 members of IG commenced a fervent assault on the turret, their momentum formidable. In no time, the high ground turret was obliterated, just as WeU intended to continue dismantling the high ground crystal. He noticed that the crocodile had activated his ultimate and charged towards him, that he incapacitated himself and began to unleash his damage with ruthless ferocity. Simultaneously, Titan bestowed his ultimate upon himself. WeU hurriedly activated his own ultimate, executing a crescent sweep that sent the crocodile and nearby minions flying. When WeU was launched into the air by Titan's ultimate, he was immediately met by a Spider's E ability. Subsequently, WeU was overwhelmed by the onrushing crocodile, Misfortune, and Galio right before the high ground. Commentator: what kind of enmity is this? Losing the team fight is acceptable, but WeU must perish. Indeed, such was the case. Although WeU fell, SKT had already exhausted their skills. The 4 members of IG began to unleash a relentless barrage, swiftly eliminating SKT in a team wipe. Consequently, they suffered a great loss, sacrificing their most significant crystal for the sake of a high ground. This engagement resulted in a 1-for-5 trade with the exception of WeU. The remaining members of IG were still standing. They proceeded to dismantle the outer turret, followed by the destruction of the main crystal, securing victory in the first match. Commentator: congratulations to IG. A 10-minute intermission ensues, after which the second match will commence. After this match, the members of SKT will surely remember WeU, particularly their top laner. I eagerly anticipate what champion he will select in the next game. The commentator began to engage in casual banter while the audience took a restroom break, and the players from both teams gathered to strategize. The IG coach personally handed WeU a glass of blueberry juice, smiling as he said, "Well done." WeU responded with a smile. Just a minor affair. In the next match, SKT might ban Zhao, Xian, and Jace. Have you two decided which champions to pick? They will not ban Zhao, Xian this time, WeU said calmly. Impossible, the coach almost blurted out. Absolutely impossible. He continued, stating, there are 3 factors in champion bans: banning strong champions, banning those the opponent excels with, and banning champions the opponent has recently mastered. SKT, being a veteran team, would lose their dignity if they banned Zhao, Xian after just 1 match. Wouldn't they? In the face of a championship, dignity is worth nothing. I believe they will certainly not ban Zhao, Xian. If they do, it will be in the final match, WeU said confidently. Even so, it is wise to consider a fallback plan. What if they decide to ban him in the next match? Just then, the Shy stepped forward. We will pick Kiana and Jarvan. The coach nodded. Good choices. Those 2 champions are excellent. They then began to deliberate on strategic matters. Though the champions had changed, the strategy remained the same. As for tactical issues, the players could discuss them privately later. 10 minutes can feel long. Yet both teams had already discussed an abundance of topics. 10 minutes can also feel short, as the next match was about to begin. Commentator: all right, dear viewers, welcome back. Please enjoy the second match between IG and SKT. The coaches have drawn lots, with IG as the red team and SKT as the blue team. IT seems to suggest a sense of cyclical fate. Soon, both teams entered the initial phase, champion bans. IG, as in the previous match, initiated with 5 empty bans. The audience erupted in excitement. IG is amazing. IG will win. IG will claim the championship. Commentator: IG has once again opted for 5 empty bans. This is utterly disrespectful to SKT. Will SKT ban Zhao, Xian, or perhaps Jace? Oh, what is happening? SKT also executed 5 empty bans. Oh no, SKT and IG are truly at odds now, the IG coach observed in silence. As it turned out, Wu Yu's predictions were accurate. The coach gazed at Wu Yu's silhouette, murmuring softly, "Wu Yu, just how formidable are you?" Meanwhile, the SKT fans erupted in cheers. SKT, go! SKT will win. SKT will be champions. Just as the SKT fans began to chant, IG's fans rose to proclaim IG's greatness. The atmosphere became lively as both sets of fans began to shout in unison. Commentator, is it really this lively? I haven't witnessed such a scene in a long time. With both teams opting for 5 empty bans, this match is sure to be etched in history. Entering the champion selection phase, IG maintained the same composition as last time. Top lane Jace, jungle Zhao Ixin, mid lane Lux, bot lane Sister Luck, and support Leona. However, SKT's composition underwent a significant transformation. Top lane Jax, jungle Master E, mid lane Zed, bot lane Vayne, and support Alistar. Commentator, I believe I have found a sense of synergy. This Master E is quite the sight to behold. Master E appears in professional play less frequently than Zhao Xian. With Jax, Master E, and Vayne, SKT possesses an invincible late game that IT remains to be seen how IG will respond. The IG coach contemplated the opposing lineup, deep in thought that the shy gazed at the enemy Jax, a wry smile gracing his lips. Wu Yu observed the enemy Master, maintaining a calm demeanor, even contemplating a bowl of braised chicken rice. For in Wu Yu's mind, he had already devised a well-established jungle and gank route. Commentator, all right, we are entering the match interface. SKT has opted for conventional builds and standard lanes at O. What is going on with Wu Yu from IG? After purchasing a hunter's knife and potions, he headed straight for his own red buff without looking back. The bot lane duo guarded the blue buff in the brushed. The shy remained under the first tower in the top lane, showing no intention of assisting Wu Yu. Commentator, Wu Yu has chosen to start red. He likely intends to gank at level 2. IT is the same old routine. When has Wu Yu ever not ganked at level 2? The question remains whether he will target Master E or JAX. As the jungle camps respawned, Wu Yu began to farm solo, embodying the image of a lone ranger. However, his independence came at the cost of using 2 health potions, as taking the red buff alone was quite damaging. Without consuming potions, a gank would be impossible. Commentator, Wu Yu has expended both of his health potions, while Master E has retained both of his. Master E has moved to his blue area, but Wu Yu is there too. Will the two cross paths? Wu Yu confidently approach the opposing blue buff. Wu Yu is equipped with the Predator rune, enabling him to unleash a rapid 3-hit Q in close combat, drastically reducing the opponent's health. While Master E is formidable, he remains relatively weak without items, especially before reaching level 6. Commentator, they have encountered each other. The two players have clashed. Both are at full health, with red buffs at their feet. Neither fears the other. Wu Yu charged in, and so did Master E. A glint of cold light flashed first, followed by the swift draw of a blade. As before, the familiar EQ combo was executed. After using E on Master E, Wu Yu triggered the Predator's passive, sending Master E flying. Commentary desk. Wow. With E's attack speed combined with the Dust Blade, Wu Yu's attack speed is astonishingly swift. The Sword Saint is equipped with Conqueror, and having only struck twice, he has already stacked 4 layers. However, the Sword Saint's health is reduced to a mere third, making it impossible for him to continue the fight. After Wu Yu's 3-part Q sends the Sword Saint flying, he follows up with an empowered auto attack, instantly depleting the Sword Saint's health. The Sword Saint activates W on the spot, beginning to regenerate health. Although Wu Yu continues to auto-attack, the Sword Saint's health eventually recovers. Then, the Sword Saint initiates a counterattack with AQ, causing Wu Yu's health to plummet rapidly. But at that moment, Wu Yu's Q cooldown refreshes. With a glimmer of determination, he fears no one. With a spear in hand, he claims dominion over the battlefield. Commentary desk. While the Sword Saint relies on W's healing to sustain his fight, Wu Yu's abilities are now off cooldown. The Sword Saint has already used his flash to escape. It seems that a level 2 Zhao Xian truly exhibits formidable strength in one-on-one combat. But Wu Yu closes the gap with E, claiming the Sword Saint's life. Zhao Xian, first blood. Upon witnessing this, The IG coach's smile borders on maniacal. Meanwhile, the Shy and Lux rush towards WeU's location, as SKT's Jax and Zed have arrived to provide support. After a brief skirmish in the jungle, both sides retreat. IG lacks the confidence to eliminate Jax and Zed, while SKT feels uncertain about engaging in a 2 versus 3 skirmish. Commentary desk. Have you noticed something? Notice what? Since WeU's debut in competitive play, he has secured every first blood. Silence. Still silence. The commentator's words ring true. From FPX to SKT, WeU has consistently claimed 4 first bloods in a row. What does this signify? A monopolizer of first blood. Back at the fountain, WeU purchases a level 2 jungle item before heading to his blue buff area. Commentary desk. What is this maneuver? Is WeU not ganking the top lane? Could it be that he has altered his strategy this time? In the top lane, Jax dances beneath the turret, constantly taunting and flaunting that he is mocking. He is showing off that, as long as the Shy fails to defeat him, he can wreak havoc on the battlefield in the mid to late game. In the mid lane, IG's Lux is being pressured under a turret by Zed. With half health, Lux can only use her abilities to secure minions, for her current health is within Zed's kill threshold. In the bottom lane, SKT's Vayne and Alistar are feasting on turret plates. Occasionally taunting IG spot lane duo. Commentary desk. Both the top and bottom lanes of SKT are focused on farming. As long as they do not crumble, victory is assured. However, Brotherly opted for Zed, likely to assist his teammates and help their top and bottom lanes weather the challenging early to mid game. WeU is heading to the top lane. WeU just cleared the frogs and is now at the stone golem. Reaching level 5, with a minion wave in SKT's outer turret area, WeU can confidently venture into the brush without fear of being spotted by Jax. Yet, Jax is being exceedingly cautious. No matter how the Shy tries to lure him, he remains unyielding. After lurking for a minute, WeU realizes there are no opportunities and departs. Upon leaving the top lane, WeU absorbs enough experience to reach level 6. Commentary desk. WeU is invading the enemy's blue buff. At this moment, the Sword Saint is clearing his blue buff, unaware if he can finish before WeU arrives that, oh no, the blue buff isn't fully cleared, and WeU has already arrived. The Sword Saint is only at level 5. WeU swiftly ease in and begins to attack, employing ruthlessly brutal tactics. The Sword Saint's low level and unhealthy health make him clearly no match for WeU. A 3-part Q followed by a W utterly devastates the Sword Saint in the Summoner's Rift jungle. At that moment, Lux signals WeU to retreat, but it's too late. Zed charges at WeU with fierce intent. Commentary desk. Zed uses West to close the distance to WeU, preparing to unleash his damage. However, WeU counters with a decisive ultimate, pushing Zed back. Zed, unwilling to concede, flashes in and activates his ultimate, but WeU also flashes, landing on a river crab to create distance from Zed. This exchange could go either way. Oh no, WeU survives when Zed's second ultimate strike detonates. WeU is left with 300 health. WeU understands that had he hesitated or lingered, taking even 1 Q from Zed, his demise would have been inevitable. When a moment calls for action, one must act. When it's time to retreat, one must retreat. That is WeU. Zed watches WeU's retreating figure, silently conceding, and dejectedly returns to his lane. Commentary desk. That was a close call. Initially, Zed likely aimed to land all 3 Qs but soon realized it was impossible. By the time Zed attempted to cast Q, WeU had vanished without a trace. Following this, Zed is left somewhat wounded. Without his ultimate and flash, Lux has nothing to fear. WeU returns to the top lane. Having just cleared the bird's nest, WeU is now at half health. He is making his way towards the stone golem. At this moment, the Shy has little mana left, and SKT's Jax is itching for a fight. After WeU finishes clearing the largest stone golem, Jax and the Shy are already engaged in battle. The Shy, sending out distress signals, retreats towards WeU. WeU bypasses the smaller stone golems and rushes to the Shy's aid. Commentary desk. WeU is on his way. Jax has already used his E. It all comes down to whether he can take down the Shy. 1 strike, 2 strikes, a third? Oh no, Jax has fallen. WeU's damage is simply overwhelming. While high damage is one aspect, had Jax not been knocked up, he could have easily eliminated the Shy. Zhao Xian's Q is truly his sole skill. Jax must have thought Wu Yu would return to base after being hit by Zed's full combo. His plans were too clever by half. After dispatching Jax, Wu Yu does not return to base. Instead, he heads to the river to clear the previous crab. At that moment, Jax is teleported to the top lane, bringing along a massive wave of minions. Contest this minion wave. The Shy also expends his teleport. Seeing an opportunity, Wu Yu lingers in the river, waiting for the Shy to finish clearing the wave. Commentary desk. Wu Yu seems to be plotting something again. However, Jax has warded both the river brush and the top lane's tri-brush, so he shouldn't be caught off guard. Nevertheless, Wu Yu does not approach, remaining in the dragon pit. Alright, the Shy has cleared the wave, and now he begins to lure Jax. Jax engages. Simultaneously, Wu Yu rushes towards the top lane. The Shy fights while retreating, but still loses a significant portion of health to Jax. If he takes another hit from Jax's W, followed by the passive for his ultimate, the Shy will be finished. Thus, the Shy carefully manages the distance, switching to hammer form and preparing to E at any moment. Commentary desk. After a brief skirmish, the Shy is severely injured, but Wu Yu has arrived. Jax sees Wu Yu, but it is too late to retreat. Wu Yu directly E's onto Jax, starting his assault, and at this moment, Jax has no E. Wu Yu hasn't returned to base to replenish his items, and his damage seems somewhat lacking. However, the Shy lands an EQ combo, securing an assist. Just then, a message appears on the big screen. Sword Saint killed the Earth Dragon. Without hesitation, Wu Yu rushes towards the Rift Herald. The Shy follows suit, as Wu Yu can soak up damage. Lux has become accustomed to Wu Yu's playstyle, maintaining vision in the river while relentlessly harassing Zed. Commentary desk. Zed is effectively restrained by Lux, unable to advance. The Sword Saint is making his way towards the Rift Herald. Hoping to arrive in time. Zed has been caught by Lux's Q. Lux swiftly unleashes a barrage of attacks, and after executing her Q and E, Zed's health is already nearly depleted, with his health in tatters. Zed retreats under the tower, no longer harassing Wu Yu as he secures the Rift Herald. Just as the Sword Saint departs from the mid lane and enters the upper river area, Wu Yu has already slain the Rift Herald. He then turns away without a backward glance. Commentary desk. Well, I wonder what Wu Yu will purchase upon returning to base. The jungle item is certainly a given. The question is whether he can afford to buy boots as well. He has indeed managed to acquire them, and even purchased an additional longsword. After leaving the fountain, Wu Yu races back to the top lane, preparing to set up camp and reside there, after being trained repeatedly by Wu Yu. Jax finally becomes compliant, focusing on last-hitting minions, his murderous intent dissipating. Commentary desk. Indeed, Jax is finally stabilized that I can see in his eyes. There is no longer a glimmer of hope. The Sword Saint has arrived. SKT has caught wind of Wu Yu's jungle strategy, and it appears the Sword Saint is attempting to execute a counter-ambush. But why is Wu Yu heading to the mid lane? After finishing off the red buff, Wu Yu makes a beeline for the mid lane. The IG coach appears puzzled. Wu Yu, what's going on? Zed's ultimate is available, and if he comes for me again, it could spell trouble. Wu Yu replies nonchalantly. The coach, upon hearing this, nods with a smile. That makes sense. Rather than being ambushed, why not take the initiative to ambush? Wu Yu crouches behind Lux, who understands a cue. She advances to the front and begins attacking the minions, targeting a cannon minion with merely 100 health remaining. Given the mage's low attack power, the cannon minion is not slain by Lux's attack. Moreover, at this moment, their minions are still engaging the cannon. And when the next basic attack is launched, the cannon minion is likely to be finished off. Subsequently, Lux releases a Q, perfectly securing the kill on the cannon minion. However, just then, Zed makes his move. Commentary desk. Wow, Lux's execution here is impeccable. This player could easily take on an acting role. With Zed engaged, Wu Yu is already on his way. As Zed casts his ultimate on Lux, Wu Yu swiftly dashes forward. A glint of cold steel arrives first, followed by a flurry of strikes. Sensing danger, Zed retreats immediately, releasing only a Q during his ultimate. Lux casts a W, and as the light returns, Zed's ultimate's second damage phase explodes perfectly. Commentary desk. Well, Lux has survived. However, Wu Yu did not manage to eliminate Zed either. Zed has returned to base, and only now does Wu head to the top lane. Yet the Sword Saint remains in the top lane, unbeknownst if he will depart. The Sword Saint's patience seems unwavering. He will not rest until he has successfully ambushed Wu. Upon Wu's arrival at the top lane, the minion wave has already been controlled to the center by the Shy. Seeing Wu, the Shy charges in to confront Jax. Jax feigns a retreat, drawing the Shy towards the tower. The Shy remains undeterred, continuing the pursuit. However, just as the Shy has chased a few steps, he spots the Sword Saint activating his ultimate and racing over. Commentary desk. It seems SKT can no longer wait. They likely believe that even if Wu arrives, they can secure a double kill. After all, Jax still has his E available. Observing the situation, the Shy quickly switches to hammer form and retreats. The Sword Saint lands a Q on the Shy, commencing his assault, while Jax also lands a Q on the Shy. However, Jax does not activate his E, as Wu has yet to emerge. Commentary desk. The Shy flashes. The Sword Saint can still pursue, but Jax is unable to keep up. With a deft sidestep and an E, the Shy manages to throw the Sword Saint right into Wu's path. Wu bursts forth from the brush, launching a flurry of strikes at the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint's health plummets, and Jax approaches Wu. The Sword Saint is knocked airborne by Wu, and upon landing, activates his W to heal. Jax approaches Wu with his E activated, but Wu counters with an ultimate. The Shy lands an attack on the Sword Saint, and Wu follows up with a basic attack, claiming the Sword Saint's life. At this point, Jax has lost his composure to immediately QS the Shy, seeking to retaliate. Wu, of course, will not stand idly by, unleashing a barrage of attacks on Jax. Ultimately, the Shy falls, but so does Jax. Zhao Xn. Double kill. Commentary desk. Well, Jax's final counterattack was ferocious. He could have escaped if he had played it differently. That I suspect Jax's mindset may have shifted slightly. That I share the same sentiment. After being caught so many times, I would also be at my wit's end. The top lane had scarcely regained its tranquility when Wu unleashed the Rift Herald. Simultaneously, he signaled to Lux, urging her to provide support. As the minion wave advances towards the tower, the Rift Herald begins to charge. With a mighty roar, the Rift Herald shakes the very foundations of the earth. Soon enough, Wu demolishes the top outer tower. Commentary desk. Oh, why has Lux come to the top lane? She must be here to clear the wave, as Wu has run out of mana. Zhao Xn is indeed quite mana-hungry. I only just realized today. As expected, when the next minion wave arrives, Lux unleashes her ultimate, obliterating it in an instant. The Rift Herald follows Wu, meandering its way towards the top inner tower. Only when the Rift Herald begins to charge does Wu finally feel secure enough to return to base. As the Rift Herald crashes into SKT's top inner tower, Wu returns to the fountain. Commentary desk. Well, this is the old strategy. However, thus far, it seems this tactic has yet to be countered. On one hand, Wu is exceedingly strong. On the other, it seems they haven't banned any champions. That I suspect that after this match, SKT will ban Zhao Xin. After all, the early game prowess of Zhao Xin is undeniable. Following the destruction of the outer tower, Jax has completely faltered. Initially set to build a Trinity Force, he instead silently opts for a Tiamat to transition. Tiamat clears waves swiftly, allowing Jax to develop more rapidly. Furthermore, Jax has utterly changed his demeanor, abandoning any murderous intent, solely focused on farming. He can hardly be bothered to trade blows. That Theshi's experience is exceptionally comfortable. Meanwhile, Lux in the mid lane consistently utilizes her skills to secure minions, preventing Zed from whittling down her health. Additionally, Lux's build prioritizes ability power, with armor and health as secondary considerations, starting with Zhonya's Hourglass. She then proceeds to acquire health and ability power items, leaving Zed feeling quite helpless. The duo in the bot lane has remained rather sneaky, either last-hitting turret shots or en route to do so. As for Wu, he has taken residence in the upper half of the map. With a jungle item, cloth armor boots, and a Trinity Force, he exerts absolute pressure on the Sword Saint. Moreover, Wu has never ventured towards a dragon, remaining solely in the upper half. Commentary desk. Well, SKT's Jax is likely on the verge of tears. Zed is eager to make a play, yet has been unable to locate Wu. Most of Zed's time has been spent in lane, leaving little opportunity for vision control in the upper half. Let's switch the screen. I want to see IG's vision as the screen transitions. All four commentators are left in disbelief. On IG's map, the upper half is almost entirely illuminated. Whether it's their own red area or the enemy's blue area, wards abound. True sight and false wards are densely packed, illuminating the upper half. Commentary desk. While this is somewhat exaggerated, no wonder Zed has been unable to catch Wu Yu. It all makes sense now. The second Rift Herald is about to spawn. Let's see how SKT responds. Soon, the Shy vanished from the top lane, while Lux also disappeared from the mid lane. The two proceeded to the Rift Herald, where the Shy assisted in clearing it, while Lux stood guard. Zed had already arrived at the river, and Master E along with Jax were making their way over. Commentary booth. Oh, is Wu Yu making a direct move this time? No. Wu Yu has been lurking in the top lane for over a minute, yet he has not found an opportunity to eliminate Jax, I suspected. Based on Wu Yu's usual approach, he would typically eliminate Jax first before taking the Rift Herald. However, the three members from SKT had already encircled the area. How would Wu Yu respond? At this moment, both Wu Yu and the Shy were low on health, while the three from SKT were at full health. Once Jax and Master E converged, Lux could no longer hold her ground. Lux retreated. Wu Yu continued to clear. Commentary booth. Here they come. The three from SKT are charging in. The Rift Herald still had 800 health. Would Master E be able to secure it? Wu Yu unleashed a grand strike, pushing the three enemies away, followed by another W to execute the smite, successfully claiming the Rift Herald. Yet Wu Yu was out of skills. Oh no, Wu Yu has fallen. The three from SKT focused solely on Wu Yu. What a deep-seated grudge. After his demise, Wu Yu expressed his dissatisfaction on the screen. Very well, you have finally become valuable. Jax, the world cares about whether you are well, but I only care about whether you are weary. Jax is putting on a facade exhausting. Zhao Xian, are you anxious? Zhao Xian, are you angry? Zhao Xian, is there a shift in your emotions? Wu Yu and Jax exchanged bards while their respective coaches attempted to intervene, creating a bustling scene. Commentary booth. Ah, Wu Yu's true nature has been revealed. And it has even provoked Jax. It seems Jax is genuinely upset. Under the coach's insistence, Wu Yu and Jax finally settled down. Just then, the previous skirmish had reached its conclusion that Wu Yu, the Shy, and Lux were all eliminated. Whereas SKT lost only Jax. This was because Jax had just been trading insults with Wu Yu without any actual engagement. Upon respawning, Wu Yu dashed straight to the top lane, closely followed by the Shy. Upon encountering Jax, Wu Yu immediately began to dance in place, proudly displaying his dog tag. Jax mirrored his actions, laughing heartily while also flaunting his dog tag. As a wave of minions approached, Wu Yu and the Shy swiftly unleashed their skills to clear them. Another wave of minions arrived, and once again, they employed their skills to eliminate them. Now, a sizable wave of minions surged behind Wu Yu, prompting him to release the Rift Herald. Commentary booth. It's the same strategy. The familiar approach. SKT has chosen not to concede this time, as all five members have converged on the top lane. Although they can protect the top turret, the mid and bottom turrets will fall. If SKT does not send reinforcements, Wu Yu will breach the high ground. Observing the five opponents ahead, Wu Yu sighed quietly and retreated to the jungle. The first head of the Rift Herald had not even made contact before it was slain by the five members of SKT. What a pity! However, there was no alternative. Wu Yu's current equipment was insufficient to take on five foes alone, so he had to silently withdraw. With the Rift Herald gone, the focus shifted to the Baron and the Dragon. Wu Yu then directed his attention to the Dragon. Commentary booth. Shock. A certain jungler has finally targeted the Dragon. Indeed, it was quite unusual. If I recall correctly, this should be Wu Yu's first attempt at taking the Dragon. Yes, previously he had solely focused on swiftly pushing the base with the Rift Herald, rendering the Dragon unnecessary. It appears SKT has finally discovered a countermeasure. The subsequent dragons turn out to be wind dragons, which were not particularly impactful. After securing the wind dragon, Wu Yu returned to the upper jungle, fighting alongside the Shy. Upon sighting Wu Yu, Jax immediately turned and fled without looking back. Wu Yu and the Shy pushed the minion wave relentlessly toward the high ground tower. However, at that moment, Wu Yu noticed Master E and Zed approaching. Wu Yu promptly retreated without a backward glance. Wu Yu and the Shy engaged in guerrilla tactics in the top lane, advancing when the enemy retreated and vice versa, causing considerable distress for SKT's top, mid, and jungle. To eliminate Wu Yu and the Shy, they would need two individuals, yet doing so would leave their mid and bottom defenses vulnerable. Seizing this opportunity, Wu Yu's teammates began to dismantle towers repeatedly. Commentary booth. The game has entered its mid-stage, and IG appears to be at a disadvantage in a one-on-one. Jax can now outmatch the Shy, but with Wu Yu constantly at Theshi's side, Jax is quite troubled. SKT's Vayne can also outplay IG's misfortune, and they still have a Malphite and Master E, making them very confident in team fights. However, IG refuses to engage SKT in team battles, opting instead for split pushing. If this continues, IG may face defeat. Observing the current situation, IG's coach grew anxious. He urgently directed, Wu Yu, stop stalling in the top lane, hurry to the bottom lane, and demolish the outer tower. Now, Wu Yu responded, not now, I mean right now. The coach emphasized, you must go to the bottom lane to destroy the outer tower immediately, then snowball in the jungle. I will go right away. Wu Yu, the coach, increasingly impatient, insisted, our composition cannot compete with theirs in the late game. We cannot afford to delay any longer. Not only that, but IG's players were also feeling the pressure. The Shy calmly remarked, Wu Go. The coach makes a valid point. Let us quickly head to the bottom lane to take down the outer tower. The others echoed in agreement. Yes, after taking down the outer towers in mid and bot, we can continuously snowball as long as we seize all the jungle resources. Their growth rate will not keep pace with ours. Moreover, we can maintain clear vision over the Baron and Dragon. Wu Yu. However, let these comments go in one ear and out the other. Showing no sign of listening, he silently sipped his blueberry juice and then casually spoke 4 words. Instantly, all IG players fell silent. Wu Gu, could you explain? The Shy inquired. Listen closely, Wu Yu replied with a gentle smile, and then began his explanation. The team listened intently, and the coach was even more focused. Time ticked by, and moments passed in silence. Before long, the IG players erupted in exclamations of admiration, nodding in agreement. Commentary booth? Oh, what is happening over at IG? It seems they have devised a plan. Look at their cheerful expressions. Have they discovered an unbeatable strategy? Unclear, but we shall find out soon. The match continued, with Wu Yu remaining engaged in a stalemate with Jax in the top lane. Master E would occasionally come by, helping Jax clear the minions before departing. Whenever Wu Yu had a considerable wave of minions behind him, Zed would also come to assist in clearing the wave. Both sides continued to grow. Every few minutes, Wu Yu and the Shy would return to purchase items before resuming their assault on the high ground tower. Gradually, SKT's top high ground tower was reduced to a mere 500 health. Commentary booth. If this continues, that high ground tower will be lost. Not a problem. SKT has already sent Malphite to defend. Now there are 4 members of SKT at the top lane, allowing IG's Lux and bottom duo to breathe a sigh of relief. Furthermore, SKT has remained steady, refraining from initiating team fights. If they engage now, a loss could lead to a decisive blow. Wu Yu and the Shy have returned to base. Wu Yu's return to the city this time is to purchase a guardian angel, just in case. The Shy, on the other hand, has acquired a Lord Dominic's regards to enhance his damage output. Soon, the two find themselves once again in the top lane. However, SKT's mid-jungle duo and support are already waiting beneath the high ground turret. Commentary. It appears that SKT places great importance on this high ground turret in the top lane. Given the current situation, the Shy has no opportunity to target the turret. After clearing the minion wave, Zed heads to the mid lane, allowing his teammates to continue their development. Master E is on the verge of completing his 3-item build, and SKT's chance to counterattack is imminent. IG's coach, observing this, grows anxious, repeatedly urging Wu Yu to take action, but Wu Yu consistently declines. However, not long after, Wu Yu calmly declares, engage the team. Commentary. Wu Yu and the Shy have returned to base. What equipment will they purchase this time? The 4 members of SKT are already waiting in the top lane, and even if the Shy acquires a hurricane, he won't have the opportunity to strike the high ground turret. Wait, Wu Yu and the Shy are not heading to the top lane this time. Moreover, they have swapped their items. The Shy's current equipment consists of a hurricane, a Lord Dominic's regards, and a Blade of the Ruin King. We use items are a Gale Force, a Blade of the Ruin King, and a Ravenous Hydra. Furthermore, Miss Fortune has also changed her items to include a Lord Dominic's regards, Infinity Edge, and Gale Force. Under Wu Yu's leadership, they all head towards the bottom lane. Commentary. What does this mean? What is IG planning? Could it be a decisive push? Meanwhile, SKT's members have ventured into the jungle, specifically the upper half. Under Zed's guidance, they cautiously advance and retreat, each player switching their wards for sweeps. Scanning the area as they traverse, only Vayne remains in the bottom lane to clear minions. Commentary. It seems SKT suspects IG is attempting to take the dragon. However, all 5 members of IG are rushing towards the bottom lane. It looks like they intend to launch a decisive attack. SKT's 4 members arrive near the Baron, hesitating and retreating, indicating a minor disagreement among the team. The Gragas places a control ward in the bush in the mid lane. Suspecting that IG is taking the dragon and seizing the opportunity to sneak the Baron. Yet Zed has already retreated, feeling that a fight is unwise. Master, E and Jax linger near the Baron. Indecisive, both have completed their 3-item builds and believe they can easily secure the Baron. However, IG has already reached the bottom lane, while SKT's Vayne is still clearing minions near the second turret. Wu Yu has led his 4 teammates to flank from the jungle. Wu Yu is equipped for critical hits, as is the Shy, and Miss Fortune even more so, utilizing the immense movement speed provided by her W. Miss Fortune dashes to Vayne's side and unleashes an E ability, a hail of bullets. The projectiles rain down indiscriminately upon the ground. Vayne is slowed. Miss Fortune activates her W and begins to pummel Vayne. While the Shy charges in to join the assault, in just 3 hits, Vayne is slain, her ultimate ability never even activated. Commentary. Wow, what astonishing damage! Of those 3 basic attacks, 2 were critical hits. Moreover, Vayne's health was already low, unable to withstand such punishment. IG immediately begins demolishing towers at an astonishing pace. With all 3 players equipped for critical strikes, their minion clearing is swift and their tower destruction even swifter, though critical strikes cannot be inflicted upon turrets. The rapid attack speed of the 3 is overwhelming. In the realm of martial arts, speed reigns supreme. After demolishing the second turret, Wu Yu continues to lead his teammates in dismantling the high ground turret in the bottom lane with exceptional efficiency. Commentary. It seems IG is on the verge of a decisive push. SKT Zed has returned, but Master E and Jax are still near the Baron, currently recalling in place. Gragas has also returned, but he and Zed cannot possibly withstand IG's 5-man assault. Thresh patrols the front, while Lux lobs her abilities from behind, restricting Zed's positioning. Wu Yu, the Shy, and Miss Fortune are relentlessly dismantling towers and crystals with ruthless efficiency. Watching Wu Yu's first-person perspective, the IG coach's breathing quickens and his heartbeat races. The cup of water in his hand remains untouched. This is focus. This is concentration. Commentary. IG's 5 members have now reached the enemy's nexus. SKT's Jax and Master E have finally returned. Will they be able to defend? Gragas is constantly seeking an opportunity to unleash his ultimate, but IG's positioning is too scattered, making it likely he'll only manage to knock up 2 players at best. Lux continues to cast her abilities, limiting the movement of SKT's players. Uncertain if Jax is anxious or if Lux's prediction is too precise, both release their Q abilities almost simultaneously. Jax is ensnared by Lux's Q. Lux certainly won't let this chance slip away, launching a swift ER combo, leaving Jax severely weakened. Commentary. Jax attempts to Q EU but is ensnared by Lux. Jax immediately casts his E but still takes substantial damage. With Jax's E duration expired, does he need to wait for the next E? Wait? Wu Yu is charged in. What audacious play. After switching equipment, he remains so fragile yet dares to dive into the turret. Especially considering SKT has 4 members present, the commentators are baffled, as is IG's coach. Yet Wu Yu boldly advances to the battleground. We march, regardless of life or death. Wu Yu dashes towards Jax, unleashing his damage. While simultaneously, SKT's Gragas and Master E rush towards Wu Yu. Zed maneuvers to eliminate Wu Yu's misfortune. Sweep the 6 directions. Wu Yu exclaims at AT the same moment. He releases his ultimate. In an instant, Gragas, Master E, and Zed are all scattered by Wu Yu's ultimate ability. Commentary, wow, what a magnificent ultimate. Wait, why did Wu Yu flash? Oh no, Gragas' ultimate lands directly where Wu Yu had just been. Master had just cast AQ towards Wu Yu, but he has already returned to his team. Master E is in danger. Zed, having just targeted Misfortune with his ultimate, is caught by Thresh's ultimate. At this point, SKT's chances are utterly diminished, completely unable to retaliate. Master E, trapped, is swiftly eliminated by the Shy and Misfortune. Jax meets his fate at the hands of the Shy's EQ combo. Zed's ultimate lands. Misfortune remains calm, standing her ground. Thresh's ultimate wave inches closer to Zed. Once Zed is slain by IG's collective force, the outcome of this match becomes clear. Commentary. Wow, SKT's actions were far too hasty. Now all four of their members are dead. How can they possibly continue? IG has not lost a single player. Vayne has 7 seconds until revival. Can she save the world? It seems there might not be an opportunity left. IG's speed in dismantling the crystals is simply astonishing. Finally, with a resounding explosion from the crystal, IG secures victory in the second match. At that moment, IG's coach has crushed the disposable cup in his hand. Water spills out, yet he pays no mind to his appearance. Patting Wu Yu's shoulder and laughing heartily. Wu Yu, you truly are remarkable. The Shy adds, your ploy of deception was quite impressive. The remaining teammates echo in agreement that all this. Wu Yu simply smiles and nods. Basic skills. Nothing extraordinary. Commentary. Congratulations to IG for securing victory in the second match. By the way, I can't shake the feeling that IG's final push involved a strategic maneuver. Was it the art of deception? Yes, indeed, the art of deception. Wu Yu initially drew attention in the top lane, distracting SKT, before suddenly appearing in the bottom lane for a direct assault. To be precise, it was a combination of deception and reality, as Wu Yu did not attack from the top lane at all. Indeed, to be honest, I never anticipated that Wu Yu would venture down to the bottom lane, and even more astonishingly, he did so accompanied by 4 teammates. During the period when the members of IG vanished from the map, SKT presumed they were engaged in slaying the Baron. This situation truly highlights the psychological warfare at play. That moment was utterly remarkable. Let us revisit it once more. The commentators were left with a lingering sense of excitement, as was the IG coach. The players were equally enthralled, gathering around Wu Yu, incessantly praising his brilliant strategy. The commentators even initiated a replay, allowing the audience to relish the moment once again. Alas, joyful times are always fleeting. The IG coach was the first to regain his composure. All right, he said nonchalantly, if we win this next match, we shall be the world champions this year. Everyone, let us put in some extra effort. Agreed. The team echoed in unison. In this game, SKT would undoubtedly be particularly diligent, and everyone must exercise utmost caution. Furthermore, it is highly likely that they will ban the champions previously utilized by our players, Wu Yu and the Shy, especially the 2 of you. So prepare yourselves accordingly to we have already decided on our champions. The Shy remarked with a smile. Hotel. I shall play Zaun, while we will take on the role of Trundle. The Shy replied without hesitation. The coach turned to Wu Yu. Is that the plan? Indeed, Wu Yu affirmed with a nod. Are we reverting to the previous strategy? This strategy is even more ferocious than before. Wu Yu replied with a subtle smile. A sacrifice-oriented approach. The coach inquired, slightly furrowing his brow. No, that tactic has become obsolete. The Shy chuckled. Even with standard farming, Zaun can overpower 80% of top lane champions. Is this the same strategy you utilized yesterday? Yes, they confirmed. The coach nodded slightly. Very well, this match is crucial. I hope you both take it seriously. No problem, they assured. Following this, the players entered a brief respite. Some were trimming their nails, while others were lost in thought that the Shy was engaged in a game of Minesweeper, while Wu Yu gazed at the ceiling. Deep in contemplation, Shuezai. Wu Yu's mind was filled with thoughts of Shuezai, her image and voice echoing within him. Though straightforward, Wu Yu's instincts were remarkably accurate. He always felt that a romantic love story would unfold between him and Shuezai. However, at this moment, he needed to focus on the match. Victory in this game would lead IG to a triumphant 3-0 championship win, while a loss might allow SKT to regain their momentum and mount a counterattack. In professional games, outcomes are notoriously unpredictable. At times, 1S gameplay is fluid, while at others, it falters that a single victory can restore 1S confidence, just as a loss can lead to a dramatic fall from grace. SKT placed immense importance on this match, as it was a matter of life and death for them. IG also regarded this game with great seriousness, as they wished to deny SKT any chance to breathe. On IG's side, the players were enjoying their brief moments of rest, creating a rather pleasant atmosphere. Conversely, the atmosphere on SKT's side was entirely different. Under the coach's guidance, everyone fervently deliberated strategies, united in purpose. Their morale was exceptionally high. Commentator's desk. It appears that SKT is under considerable pressure. If you were in their position, the pressure would likely be even greater. Observing their intense discussions, I wonder if they will secure victory in this match. If Ligu regains his form, there should be no issues. Are you suggesting that Ligu has been out of form? That's my belief. Ligu, Lee Sang-hyok, an extraordinary man who once led SKT to 3 consecutive world championships. It remains uncertain whether his peak has faded or if he is simply struggling. In the last 2 matches, he failed to establish a rhythm, leaving one to ponder whether he can turn the tide in this decisive match and reclaim his former glory. Gradually, the discussions on SKT's side began to dwindle. WeU's thoughts eventually returned to the game as the commentators began to tidy themselves for the commencement of the 3rd match between IG and SKT. As they entered the draw phase, both coaches displayed great attentiveness and care, fervently praying while rubbing their hands together, hoping to secure the blue side. In the audience, fans from both sides had already begun to cheer passionately. SKT fans, SKT go! SKT go! SKT go! IG fans, IG victory assured! IG victory assured! IG victory assured! As the cheers gradually subsided, the results of the draw were revealed. SKT on the blue side, IG on the red side. The SKT players erupted with joy upon seeing the draw results, while the IG players immediately appeared deflated. Everyone was aware that the win rate on the blue side exceeds that of the red by 5%. Furthermore, champions like Diana and Galio are notably easier to play on the blue side. Thus, everyone was particularly concerned about their respective positions. Upon seeing the draw outcome, the Shy shook his head with a sigh, and the other players mirrored his reaction. Naturally, the IG coach's expression was equally awkward, tinged with a hint of guilt. Only WeU reacted differently, chuckling, haha, we are determined to make SKT lose convincingly. The coach paused momentarily before responding with a dry chuckle. Yes, WeU is right. I end this final match. We must ensure they're submerged in their fountain. Indeed, WeU speaks wisely. The coach, regaining his focus, added, but wait, we are professional players. We must uphold our integrity. Understood, understood. After the team selected their champions, it was time for the ban phase. IG, as before, executed a rapid 5 bans. Commentator's desk. Wow, this is quite audacious. 3 consecutive empty bans, utterly disregarding SKT. Yet they are undeniably strong. There is no denying it. Upon seeing IG's bans, the SKT coach could not help but exhale sharply, falling into a pensive silence that he too wished to replicate the previous empty bans. But the current situation did not permit it. If they were to lose another game, IG would claim the championship. Thus, the SKT coach decided to play it safe, instructing his team to ban the champions utilized by IG in their last outing. Commentator's desk. Well, SKT lacks the boldness of IG and has commenced banning champions. Jace and Zhao Xin have been banned. Are these aimed at the Shy and WeU? Following that, they banned Lux, Misfortune, and Leona. It seems the strategy is not directed at any single player but rather the entire team. Consequently, IG would need to alter their composition. Perhaps this is beneficial, as it alleviates visual fatigue. After the bans, the team selection screen appeared. Under the guidance of both coaches, the compositions quickly took shape. SKT on the blue side, top lane Jax, Jungle Master, mid lane Cassidon, bot lane Ashe support Thresh, IG on the red side, top lane Shaun, Jungle Trundle, mid lane Azir, bot lane Jinx support Brown. Entering the match interface, both teams opted for standard builds, though the jungle paths were unconventional. Commentator's desk. WeU, as before, has chosen a red start. SKT's master learned from the previous match and is starting blue. This way, he need not fear a level 2 gank from WeU. This master is rather unfortunate, likely bearing psychological scars. Whether Master is affected, I cannot say, but the top laner on SKT certainly isn't this moment. Jax was dancing beneath the tower, alleviating the sorrow he had previously experienced. After all, being targeted consecutively for 2 games would be disheartening for anyone. WeU had arrived at the upper river, just in time to spot SKT's Kassadin. The two engaged in a brief tug-of-war before retreating simultaneously. Commentator's desk. WeU likely intended to place a ward in SKT's blue buff area. In reality, SKT had already discerned WeU's tactics. Even if Kassadin did not patrol the river, Master would certainly be vigilant. Moreover, this time Master had planned to start at blue buff specifically to counter WeU. Jax also refrained from approaching Master, demonstrating commendable caution. Had Jax chosen to line up in the lane, IG would undoubtedly have realized that Master was starting at blue. Before long, the buff respawned. WeU, while consuming a potion, was also clearing the red buff. The efficiency of the troll's jungle was impressively high. Though the troll's ability was of little use in the jungle, his Q and W abilities were genuinely formidable. Q not only augmented his own attack power, but also diminished the attack power of jungle monsters. Consequently, his sustainability was significantly enhanced. Additionally, the attack speed and movement speed provided by W allowed for swifter jungle clearing. Commentator's desk. WeU and Master were both challenging the buff, but WeU's speed was slightly superior. There was no helping it. It was a matter of champion dynamics. WeU, as per usual, was directly invading SKT's jungle. However, Master had already departed to clear the red buff when WeU stepped onto the explosive fruit and arrived at SKT's blue buff pit. He discovered that the blue buff had already been taken. Subsequently, WeU meandered around the frog and the 3 wolves, yet he could not locate Master. Disheartened, WeU began to clear the jungle. Commentator's desk. WeU's attempt proved fruitless this time. Such a rarity, a lesson learned. SKT's Master, he had grown wiser. After finishing off the 3 wolves and the frog, WeU had reached level 3. He cleared a river crab in the upper area and then proceeded to the top lane. At this juncture, Jax had pushed the minion wave to the tower, diligently last hitting the minions that he appeared innocuous and harmless. Commentator's desk. WeU's returned to the top lane. However, Jax was exceedingly evasive, leaving WeU with no opportunities. Furthermore, Jax had yet to utilize his ability. Attempting to engage would likely prove futile. Oh, why isn't the Shy opting for a sacrificial Senna build? After all, his opponent is Jax. Gifting him 3 kills would render the game unplayable. WeU waited in the top lane for a full minute but still found no opportunity. Though the Shy was persistently teasing and performing, Jax remained unperturbed. Finally, WeU conceded defeat. He even took to the public chat to taunt his opponent. Troll. Jax, is that all you've got? Jax, if you're brave enough, go ahead and dive the tower. Commentator's desk. Oh, has this begun already? The key point is that Jax actually responded. I am genuinely curious what would transpire if they encountered each other on the street. As we returned to base, he mocked SKT's Jax. Not one to back down, Jax fired back. Soon, both coaches found themselves with tasks at hand. IG's coach patted WeU on the shoulder. WeU, we are competing in a professional league. Let's maintain our image. Understood, WeU replied nonchalantly. Once the interaction on the big screen faded, we had already arrived at his team's rock golem. The opponent was too evasive. It was time to implement Plan B, WeU remarked. Understood, the 4 team members acknowledged in unison. Following that, WeU began to focus on jungle clearing. From the rock golem to the bird's nest. From the bird's nest to the 3 wolves, then to the frog, and finally to clear the lower river crab in the top lane. The Shy consistently kept Jax under the tower. When the minions piled up, the Shy would directly attack the tower, dealing damage before retreating to continue the lane pressure to commentator's desk. Senna's damage is impressive. 0.3 QS rendered Jax nearly incapacitated. In fact, Senna is quite powerful in lane. Especially after acquiring blue buff, continuous QS are unbearable for anyone. The Shy was enjoying a comfortable time, but how long could this comfort last? In mid lane, IG Sazir was also pressuring SKT's Kassadin beneath the tower. Seizing every opportunity to chip away at the tower, the first layer was on the verge of being devoured by Azir. In the bottom lane, IG's Tristana and Braum pushed the minion wave forward. This was not due to their inability to control the wave, but rather because SKT's Ashe had initially unleashed a wave of minions. Consequently, the wave naturally gravitated towards SKT's side. Trading 6 minions for a more secure development was quite advantageous. Commentator's desk. SKT seems to be gearing up for the late game. Each of them is playing exceedingly defensively, solely focused on farming, even avoiding skirmishes. Thus, Wu found himself in a rather uncomfortable position. Wait, Wu soloed the dragon? The commentator hurriedly checked the time. 5 minutes and 37 seconds. The dragon began respawning at the 5-minute mark, indicating that Wu had been waiting at the dragon's pit. The big screen shifted to Wu.at this moment. Wu had already reached level 5 and was returning to base within the dragon's pit. The recently slain dragon was an earth dragon, and the next would be a water dragon. Simultaneously, Wu sent a concerned message to Jax. Troll. Jax, where's your dragon? Jax. The verbal jabs have begun again. Troll, is this the quality of SKT? Randomly assigning nicknames? Jax. Sorry, I lack morals, so you cannot morally constrain me. Commentator's desk. Oh, these two are at loggerheads. Both coaches were once again busy. I believe IG's coach felt considerable pressure, as it was always Wu who initiated these exchanges. Sigh, times have changed. Not only verbal taunts, but even public chat mocking is now prohibited. Soon, the greetings in the public chat ceased. Nevertheless, Wu made his way to the top lane, flashing a dog tag at Jax before departing. Jax reciprocated with a dog tag of his own. Almost simultaneously, commentator's desk. Oh, they can't taunt in public chat, so they resort to face-to-face mockery. Have I fallen behind? Why can't I experience the thrill of taunting? After leaving the top lane, Wu returned to his team's Rock Golem to resume jungle clearing. With less than a minute until the Rift Herald would spawn, Wu needed to quickly reach level 6 and establish vision in the river. Due to not securing any kills earlier, Wu's equipment was not particularly impressive. He possessed only a tier 2 jungle knife and a longsword. Wu was clearing the river crab in the upper river. He happened to encounter SKT's master, E. Both were level 6 with similar equipment that if a confrontation ensued, the outcome was uncertain. Wu executed a swift AQ smite combo, claiming the river crab before retreating, leaving Master E with a striking view of his departure at the commentator's desk. So steady. In a duel between the troll and Master E, I feel Master E's chances of victory are slightly higher. Master E is a dog. The troll is a monster. Case closed. This statement holds no flaws. After leaving the river, Wu placed a ward near the Rift Herald before heading to the top lane. At this point, the minion wave had been pushed to the middle by Jax. Yet he remained excessively evasive, focusing solely on safely last-hitting minions without any intention of harassing commentator's desk. Oh, this Jax is remarkably steady. I believe the current Jax could likely outmatch the Shy. With a small wooden hammer and a pair of shoes, even if he can't win, he can certainly escape. Yet Jax refuses to engage or utilize his ultimate passive to harass the Shy. He truly is too evasive. At this moment, Wu had arrived beneath the top lane tower, and the Shy understood instantly. He boldly advanced to entice his opponent, employing his Q and W abilities, followed by an E. All while feigning that his skills had missed their mark, aiming to instill in Jax a false sense of confidence regarding a potential skirmish. However, Jax remained steadfast, refusing to engage. Growing impatient, the Shy stepped forward to strike Jax directly. Unexpectedly, Jax activated his E and retreated towards the tower, exhibiting a level of caution that was nothing short of remarkable. Commentators remarked, "Oh dear, this Jax, he has no intention of trading blows, though rather sneaky. His strategy is undeniably effective." Observing Jax's withdrawal, Wu had no choice but to vacate the top lane. With Jax playing so defensively, it seemed the opportunity in the top lane had slipped away. Nevertheless, Wu did not concede defeat. Lingering in the upper area, intent on either securing the Rift Herald or ambushing Jax, Wu circled back to the upper river. He encountered Master E. Both players were at level 7, neither fearing the other. After a brief exchange, they both retreated once more. The commentators noted, "Wow, they're remarkably composed. This is a critical match for SKT, and the players are certainly exercising caution." However, IG was determined not to grant SKT any respite, playing cautiously themselves. The match continued, and before anyone realized, the second dragon was about to spawn. Prior to this, SKT's top, mid, and bottom lanes were all pushed under their towers by IG, with the health of the defensive towers dwindling. Particularly, the top lane tower was left with just over 2,000 health, as the Shy seized every opportunity to dismantle it, even while tanking Jax's fierce assaults. Using the demolition mastery, the Shy could dismantle towers even more swiftly, and the passive of his W ability augmented his health, enhancing his sustainability. SKT's Kassadin had completed his Rod of Ages and was currently stacking his charges. Meanwhile, Ashe and Thresh in the bottom lane were diligently farming under their tower, maintaining a steady pace. When the second dragon spawned, the first Rift Herald remained alive. The commentators announced, "All right, the water dragon has appeared. Mastery has learned to be clever this time, placing a ward in the dragon pit before it spawned. Last time, we rushed in as soon as the earth dragon appeared, which was indeed a bit premature." Suddenly, "Oh, here comes Weyu." He arrived at the water dragon pit, placing a ward outside the pit and began the dragon's takedown. While he was engaged, he signaled for support. Soon, the mid laner Azir and the bottom lane duo rushed over. The commentators remarked, "Wait, we didn't even check the dragon pit before starting to take it." After all, he is teammates, and currently, IG is not afraid of SKT in a team fight. Just then, Master E headed toward the Rift Herald, followed by Kassadin. SKT seemed to be aiming for a trade, curious about how IG would respond. When Master E approached the Rift Herald, IG became aware of his presence. However, Weyu and his team were still focused on the dragon, and they were delayed. The Shy attempted to test his luck, but was forced back by Jax. After 10 minutes of farming, Jax finally exuded confidence once more, reclaiming his status as a formidable duelist. Moreover, there were 3 SKT members near the Rift Herald, prompting the Shy to refrain from engaging. Soon, a message flashed across the big screen. "Troll has slain the water dragon. The next dragon is a fire dragon." The commentators observed, "It appears that this dragon soul will be the fire dragon soul, an aggressive soul that Weyu rushed towards the Rift Herald, uncertain if he would arrive in time." Alas, it seemed he would miss the opportunity. Master E swiftly secured the Rift Herald with a smite and retreated without a backward glance. When Weyu reached the upper river, he caught a glimpse of Master E's retreating form. With no choice but to concede, he quietly returned to base to purchase items. A tier 3 jungle item, magic resistance boots, and a longsword. The commentators noted both teams are playing it safe. It's already 11 minutes in, and there hasn't been a first blood yet. Not only has there been no first blood, but neither side has engaged in a skirmish thus far. Indeed, SKT was playing exceedingly cautiously. Oh, Weyu is heading back to the top lane. After purchasing his items, Weyu made a direct path to the top lane without hesitation. The Shy, seeing this, became even bolder. He charged at Jax, yet Jax continued to retreat towards the tower, using his E. Exhibiting extreme caution, the commentators remarked, "Oh dear, this Jax, well, let's call it growth. If we speak candidly, it's quite sneaky." However, Jax's approach was indeed justifiable, especially with Weyu targeting the top lane. Anyone in his position would feel frustrated. This time, Weyu did not linger behind to secure vision, but boldly entered the lane, crossing the minion wave to pursue Jax. As Jax retreated to the tower, he began to taunt and dance. Weyu did the same. Soon, the Shy pushed the minion wave forward, and the two commenced dismantling the tower. The commentators exclaimed, "Wow, this is incredibly aggressive. They're tearing down the tower right in front of Jax," showing utter disregard for him. However, the top tower was left with only 1,000 health. Another strong push would likely result in its demise. Both players were engrossed in dismantling the tower, while Jax was laboriously attacking Weyu. 1 hit, 2 hits, his ultimate passive activated on the 3rd hit. Just as he readied a 4th auto attack, Weyu began to retreat. Simultaneously, the Shy triggered the demolition, leaving the top tower with a mere 300 health. While Weyu awaited the minion wave, Master E swaggered down to the tower. Weyu observed this scene, clearly disappointed. As long as Mastery was present, he could not force the tower down. At that moment, Jax resumed his taunting and dancing, showcasing his badge. Unable to contain himself, WeU began fervently pressing his keyboard. Troll shouted, "If you have the guts, come out." Jax retorted, "I simply want to come out." "What will you do about it?" In that instant, WeU's maneuver sent the crowd into a frenzy. With a flash, WeU dashed in front of Jax, executing a swift AQ combo. In an instant, the onlookers were captivated, and the atmosphere was electric. The commentators were equally astonished. Wow, WeU truly engaged. He flashed into attack. The tension escalated, but what would follow? Jax immediately began to chase WeU, followed closely by Master E. The Shy quickly unleashed his Q in WeU's retreat path, prompting Jax and Master E to take a detour while still pursuing WeU. WeU's recent actions had drawn 2 tower shots, leaving his health in a precarious state. The commentators noted, "Wow, Jax is engaging, and Master E is too." SKT is finally shedding their cautious approach. At that moment, WeU was left with only half health. How would he respond? Suddenly, when did IG's Azir arrive? Just as Jax and Master E pursued further, Azir emerged from the brush, unleashing a WQE combo and positioning himself behind Jax and Master E. Following up with his ultimate, he cornered both Jax and Master E. WeU and the Shy then pivoted to counterattack, employing ruthlessly aggressive tactics. Although Jax had his E ability, WeU knocked him back. Master E, lacking crowd control, was left vulnerable. Jax and Master E had no choice but to use their flashes. However, in the split second before Jax's flash, WeU had already cast a Q toward him. Consequently, Jax met his demise right after his flash. Troll exclaimed, "Jax?" Flashing to his doom, Jax retorted, "Just you wait." He declared, "You'll see how I'll crush you in the late game." Troll countered, "Do you even have a late game?" The commentators remarked, "Well, it seems these two are at it again. WeU is taking the lead." Jax swiftly followed up, and once again, the first blood was claimed by WeU. If this continues, WeU will undoubtedly become a blood monopolist. After Jax fell, Master E immediately began to meditate under the turret. WeU's health was already quite low, leaving him no choice but to retreat from the tower. However, the Shy SQ was ready again. With a charged Q, he struck and claimed Master Yi's life. Once Azir departed, WeU and the Shy swiftly dismantled SKT's top outer turret, reaping substantial rewards. Commentary. Well, the situation has finally opened up, having secured a kill and an outer turret. WeU's fortune has improved significantly. It would have been even better if they had the Rift Herald. Unfortunately, WeU did not possess the Rift Herald. It was in Master Yi's hands at this moment. Master E was heading to the bottom lane, summoning the Rift Herald. Simultaneously, SKT's Kassadin also arrived at the bottom lane, looking eager to engage. Commentary. Both sides are beginning to make significant moves. Will SKT be able to take down IG's bottom outer turret? Although both Jin and Braum have their ultimates ready, SKT has 4 players on their side. The Rift Herald charged forward. The bottom outer turret still had 2,000 health, and Ashe was furiously attacking the turret. It seems they cannot take it down. With 1,300 health remaining on the bottom outer turret, SKT's minion wave was depleted. The 4 members of SKT had no choice but to retreat and regroup at the dragon. With 10 seconds until the Infernal Dragon respawns, SKT's Thresh was nearby, establishing vision. Just then, WeU arrived at the Shy also came charging in with his ultimate. Commentary. All 5 members of IG have arrived. Let us see how SKT responds. They're retreating, and so decisively. How long will SKT wait to scale up? This dragon marks their 3rd one. SKT's action surprised the commentators and left IG's coach and players astonished that the Shy, just having used his ultimate, was somewhat incredulous. He placed a ward at the dragon pit but saw no SKT players. Only then did IG's team believe that SKT was genuinely conceding. After claiming the Infernal Dragon, both sides continued to farm. The Shy relied on demolishing to chip away at turrets, while WeU roamed the upper half of the map. When there were many minions behind the Shy, WeU would join in taking down turrets. When there were few minions, WeU continued to farm the jungle and roam. By the time the match reached the 18-minute mark, the second Rift Herald had emerged. Commentary. Another Rift Herald. Will SKT let this one go as well? It seems unlikely, as all 5 members of SKT are rushing toward the Rift Herald. However, IG has already begun attacking it. Can they finish it off before SKT arrives? When the Rift Herald had 5,000 health remaining, SKT's 5 members swooped in, looking fierce. WeU also let the Rift Herald go, turning to prepare for battle. Commentary. The fight has begun. At the 18-minute mark, both sides finally erupted into a large-scale team fight. SKT's Jax, Master E, and Kassadin charged toward Jin with clear intent. IG's the Shy and WeU rushed towards Ashe, but Thresh crowd control made it difficult for the Shy and WeU to advance. Jin was cut down, but Jax was also slain by Azir. Master E killed Azir, but was then taken out by support Brown. The Shy fell to Ashe's attacks, transforming into a spirit to continue fighting. WeU eliminated Ashe and also took down Thresh, leaving only Kassadin alive on SKT's side. Kassadin fled effortlessly, as WeU chose not to pursue him, while IG claimed victory in the team fight. They had no time to take down the Rift Herald. In 20 seconds, the Rift Herald would vanish. Yet, IG was left with only WeU and Braum, unable to defeat the 10,000 health Rift Herald. WeU had no choice but to give up and clear Master Yi's jungle instead. Commentary. Wow, that team fight was incredibly intense. It seems SKT can regroup. If this continues, IG will surely struggle against SKT in a late game. Moreover, with the Rift Herald gone, IG has lost their most straightforward tool for turret destruction. Next, it remains to be seen how IG will respond. IG's coach, witnessing this, became increasingly anxious. He urged his players to accelerate the pace and push the towers. After all, this composition would struggle against SKT in the late game. The coach was anxious, and the players were even more so, especially the Shy, who now found himself unable to contend with Jax. However, Jax, for safety's sake, refrained from engaging him directly if a fight were to break out. The Shy would certainly not stand a chance against JX. As the match reached the 20-minute mark, many players had acquired 3 items. Jax's build consisted of Trinity Force, Blade of the Ruined King, and Infinity Edge. Master Yi's build included a rapid attack jungle item, Blade of the Ruined King, and the Dusk Blade of Drakthar. These 2 had become nearly invincible in one-on-one encounters. One was a rabid dog, and the other was a super-powered mad dog. If they continued to grow unchecked, defeat was inevitable. The Shy grew anxious. Wugo, come over and bait him. Jax is particularly susceptible to your taunts. All right, WeU nodded. Let's bring the mid laner along. Soon, WeU and Azir hid in the bushes behind the Shy. Commentary. WeU is once again lying in wait for Jax in the top lane. That bush has no vision, so Jax cannot see WeU and Azir. However, Kassadin has already marked him. Surely Jax will take notice. The Shy attempted to lure Jax, but to no avail. That WeU then revealed his presence. But Jax remained unfazed. Subsequently, WeU employed his earlier tactic, flashing in a bite. Though this had occurred before, the audience was still thrilled to witness it again. Everyone eagerly anticipated Jax's next move, yet Jax disappointed all viewers. After being harassed by WeU, he remained unfazed, continuing to farm peacefully. IG's coach nearly wept at this sight. Was Jax truly this evasive? Just then, Master E arrived. Commentary. Master E has come. Will SKT counterattack? Master E is merely here to help clear the minion wave. With Master E present, WeU and the Shy dared not force down the turret. Nevertheless, the Shy lingered near the turret, striking with Demolish before retreating. The cooldown for Demolish is 45 seconds. At this rate, it would take 3 minutes to take down a turret. While WeU roamed near the top lane's outer turret, Kassadin had already begun dismantling the mid-outer turret. Azir could not assist here, so he chose to return and defend. Azir departed, yet WeU did not give up. He called for support from Braum, planning to initiate a strong attack. Commentary. Oh dear. SKT is playing incredibly steadily. After the last team fight, they have glimpsed the outcome of the late game. Indeed, if they continue to farm for another 20 minutes, IG will undoubtedly struggle against SKT. Moreover, with the Rift Herald gone, IG has lost their most straightforward means of demolishing towers. Next, it will be crucial to see how IG responds. As the Shy's Demolish came off cooldown, he confidently approached the outer turret. Directly beginning the siege, Jax hesitated for a moment before retaliating against the Shy. Master E did the same. When the Shy activated Demolish, his health dropped to half. Commentary. This health is quite precarious. Let us see if SKT will engage. Jax dances beneath the tower, displaying his dog tag. As the saying goes, those who associate with the red become red, and those who associate with the black become black. Even the Sword Saint has begun to flaunt his dog tag. Although this approach may seem somewhat conservative, it undeniably exudes stability. After 2 rounds of intense competition, SKT has discerned a strategy to counter Wuyu. They resort to a stealthy approach, employing utmost caution. When a minion wave arrives, Jax and the Sword Saint commence their minion clearing. In the absence of minions, Jax resumes his dance beneath the tower, showcasing his dog tag and incessantly taunting Wuyu. Wuyu grows increasingly anxious, yet is left with no recourse. Should he allow the Shy to continue risking himself, Jax and the Sword Saint could potentially eliminate the Shy outright. If they were to engage forcefully at this moment, it is highly likely that they would be overwhelmed by Jax and the Sword Saint beneath the tower. Theshi's damage output falls short, and as for Braum, there is no need to mention it. Engaging the tower carries considerable risk. After much contemplation, Wuyu decides to withdraw Braum. Commentary. Braum has retreated. It seems IG has conceded this encounter. IT is understandable, as Jax and the Sword Saint, equipped with 3 items, are formidable, especially under the tower's protection. That I believe SKT is now capable of overcoming IG. Nevertheless, SKT remains steadfast in its resolve for caution. After all, this match represents a do-or-die situation for SKT. It appears that the players from SKT will refrain from engaging in team fights until they possess 6 items. Indeed, it seems to be the reality. Jax adopts an innocent demeanor, while the Sword Saint also presents himself as a model of virtue, as if he shed his murderous intent. The match proceeds in such a manner. Before long, Wuyu and the Shy have dismantled the second tower in the top lane. Simultaneously, SKT's middle and next towers have also succumbed to destruction. At this juncture, both teams are largely equipped with 4 items. Jax has commenced building armor and magic resistance, while the Sword Saint has begun to acquire tanky items. The IG coach, witnessing this, is left in a state of disarray. He promptly orders the team to engage in a fight and forcefully demolish the tower. Soon, the 5 members of IG gather in a tight formation and advance towards the mid lane. SKT also swiftly assembles, and the 2 teams clash near the mid lane's second tower, with her extended range. Jinx occasionally lands a few hits on the tower. Before long, the tower's health dwindles to below 500. Commentary. Wow, IG's tower demolition speed is astonishing. The Shy lingers near the defensive tower, seemingly aiming to trigger the passive for demolishing. The Shy charges in. With a single axe, he obliterates the second tower and then pursues the Sword Saint. Simultaneously, Braum unleashes his ultimate, launching Thresh and Jax into the air. Jinx and Azir quickly follow suit. Yet Thresh flashes away, and Jax also QS to his teammates. SKT is unwilling to engage in this team fight. In an instant, the 5 members of SKT retreat to their high ground tower. The IG coach observes this with growing urgency, pacing back and forth behind his players, yet feeling utterly powerless. Moreover, Braum has already exhausted his ultimate. If SKT were to execute a surprise counterattack now, the backline would surely perish. Contemplating the situation, the coach instructs his players to retreat. With the situation having progressed to this point, SKT finds it exceedingly challenging to secure resources in the jungle. However, they remain unfazed. Their potential is substantial, while IG's potential seems to have reached its limit. The IG coach, in a state of anxiety, continues to direct his team. Meanwhile, the SKT coach has lost much of his initial urgency. He now observes the match with an appreciative gaze, exuding an air of confidence in victory. Under Wuyu's leadership, the IG team persistently seeks opportunities. Yet, SKT remains exceedingly cautious, avoiding team fights at all costs. Jax utilizes his Q to leap over walls. The Sword Saint's ultimate is intended for a retreat. Kassadin employs his ultimate to escape. Ashe's ultimate serves to stun enemies before disengaging. Thresh rarely ventures far. Remaining at the rear of the team, ever ready to throw a lantern to his allies. Before long, IG has dismantled all of SKT's outer towers. Commentary. Oh dear, SKT now finds itself in a rather difficult predicament. The jungle is shrouded in darkness, and they dare not venture out. Relying solely on minion waves for development will be a slow process. Nevertheless, SKT can afford to wait, as IG has yet to breach the high ground. Wait, IG is attempting to slay the Baron. After Braum establishes vision in the jungle, Wu commences the Baron hunt. The pace is quite brisk as the team engages in the Baron. They maintain vigilance over the jungle. However, it appears SKT has no intention of contesting. Jax and the Sword Saint are pushing in the top lane. Kassadin is clearing minions in the mid lane, while Ashe and Thresh are focusing on development in the bottom lane. Everything appears so harmonious, so natural. Commentary. SKT isn't making a move? Is it not obvious that they are conceding? Surely they must contest the final Infernal Drake. Before long, Wu Yu's side has secured the Baron. The five of them hasten towards the dragon, singularly focused. However, SKT remains intent on their lane development, showing no signs of approaching. Jax and the Sword Saint have pushed the minion wave to the vicinity of the first tower and are on the verge of commencing tower demolition. Kassadin, encountering the IG team in the mid lane, activates his ultimate and retreats without a backward glance. Ashe and Thresh, aware that IG is preparing to slay the dragon, refrain from continuing their push in the bottom lane and instead clear resources in the jungle. Commentary. It seems SKT has genuinely relinquished their ambitions. After IG secures the Dragon Soul, combined with the Baron buff, could they potentially end the game in one fell swoop? It remains uncertain, yet given the current circumstances, SKT appears to be brimming with confidence. The health of the Infernal Drake pales in comparison to that of the Baron. Within 10 seconds, the Infernal Drake is claimed by IG, and simultaneously, the IG team acquires the Infernal Dragon Soul. Upon witnessing this, the IG coach's lips finally curl into a long-awaited smile. Just then, SKT finally demolishes their first defensive tower. Commentary. Oh my, SKT has finally taken down tower. This modest sum of gold will allow Jax and the Sword Saint to develop a tad more rapidly. However, IG is already engaging in team fights while wielding the Baron buff. Can SKT withstand this onslaught? As Wu Yu and his 4 teammates approach the mid-lane high ground tower, SKT's 5 members are already awaiting them at the tower's base. The Baron buff amplifies the strength of IG's minions. The Infernal Dragon Soul enhances IG's poke damage tremendously. Although only Azir and Jinx can reach SKT, that is more than sufficient to AT this moment. Jinx has achieved full build. Berserker's Greaves, Infinity Edge, Bloodthirster, Rapid Fire Cannon, and Lord Dominic's regards. Jinx's attack range is formidable, especially with the added advantage of Rapid Fire Cannon. Is there still any law? Is there any justice? Relying on the Baron buff. IG persistently chips away at the high ground tower. Commentary. The Baron buff significantly bolsters the cannon minions. The high ground tower cannot target the cannon minion, yet the cannon minion can strike the high ground tower. Furthermore, SKT finds itself unable to eliminate that cannon minion. Before long, the high ground tower is reduced to rubble. AT that moment, Braum dashes toward the frontline minions, unleashing his ultimate upon SKT's ranks. The icy ramparts rise, propelling Jax and Kassadin into the air. Commentary. IG initiates the team fight. Braum's ultimate directly knocks up 2 members, and Wu Yu along with the Shy swiftly follow in to deal damage. Kassadin activates his ultimate to flee. Not daring to look back, Jax, meanwhile, activates his E to retreat, absorbing a deluge of damage. Thresh tosses a lantern at Jax, allowing him to escape flawlessly. SKT still shows no intention of engaging in the fight. When do they plan to act? As SKT retreated, IG effortlessly seized the mid-lane inhibitor. However, rather than advancing toward the Nexus, IG opted to push towards the top lane. When IG pushed the top lane minion wave forward, all 5 members of SKT were already waiting beneath the top lane inhibitor turret. Just as the minion wave approached the turret, SKT suddenly charged at IG. Commentators exclaimed, "Oh, are they initiating a team fight already?" Jax dashed directly towards the Emperor of Shurima, cutting through the ranks with formidable might. Master E also activated his ultimate and maneuvered around the side, heading straight for Tristana. Yet at this moment, Braum lacked his ultimate. And Kassadin had already used his R right in front of him, preventing Braum from QANG Master. Seeing this, we did not hesitate to rush towards SKT's Ash that moment. If he turned back to protect the back line, Ash would undoubtedly unleash a barrage of damage, potentially resulting in a team wipe. Hence, Wu activated his W and charged towards Ash with fierce determination. However, the troll champion lacked mobility and was being kited mercilessly by Ash and Thresh. It was at this juncture that the Shy activated his ultimate to dive into the backline. Although he did not collide with Ash, he restricted her positioning. W used an E to push Ash back and quickly moved in to deal damage. The scene became exceedingly chaotic. In the front line, Master E relentlessly pursued Tristana, having chased her to the vicinity of the Barren Pit. In the second line, Jax and the Emperor were in a constant tug-of-war, with Kassadin roaming and Braum providing support to I in the third line. Wu and the Shy had already cornered Ash near the Nexus, unleashing a flurry of damage. Commentators noted, both teams' AD carries and mages have been eliminated. But the Shy absorbed far too much turret damage and has fallen. At this point, SKT was left with 3 members, Master E, Jax, and Kassadin. Yet, IG was down to just Wu. No, the Shy spirit still lingered. Yes, I almost forgot about that. A living Shaun is not to be feared, but a fallen Shaun is truly terrifying. Meanwhile, Master E was still in the Barren Pit, recalling at that very moment. Although Jax was not far from the Nexus, his health was critically low, prompting him to recall as well. Kassadin was making his way back, albeit with great difficulty on the other side. Wu and the Shy spirit were fervently dismantling the Nexus. Utterly focused, commentators asked, is this going to be a push? Wu's attack speed was astonishing, and the spirit of Shaun activated its abilities to assist in the destruction of the Nexus. Kassadin approached, but 2 turrets had already fallen. IG's coach, noticing Kassadin's arrival, urged Wu and the Shy to press on. However, with a single ultimate followed by AQ, Kassadin obliterated the Shy's spirit. Forget about Kassadin, the IG coach exclaimed anxiously. Keep demolishing. In truth, Wu was already aware of this. Although he could currently outfight Kassadin, Jax and Master E were on their way back to the fountain. That if Wu attempted to kill Kassadin now, he would only waste time and be doomed once Jax arrived. Thus, Wu continued to auto-attack, concentrating on dismantling the Nexus. In the audience, IG fans have begun to chant, IG, victory is ours. IG, victory is ours. IG, victory is ours. Meanwhile, the commentators were on the edge of their seats. It seems IG is on the brink of victory. In reality, the troll champion was not any slower at demolishing turrets than Master E, as his W could grant him an additional 100 attack speed. Furthermore, if Troll's Q triggered the passive of Trinity Force, it could deal over 500 damage to the Nexus in a single hit. Under Wu's relentless assaults, SKT's Nexus was left with merely 1,000 health. Wu persisted in his onslaught, continuing to strike. IG's coach was palpably anxious, exhilarated beyond measure. Each IG player was fixated on the Nexus's health bar. Yet at that moment, the screen before Wu turned gray. Commentators remarked, what just happened? With 1,500 health remaining, the troll was instantly eliminated by Kassadin. Ligu truly lives up to his name, having missed the initial moment. They quickly reviewed the replay. The large screen soon displayed the previous events. First, Kassadin unleashed his ultimate, directly flying into the troll's face. This marked the beginning of a nightmare. Next, Kassadin executed a swift and lethal combo, Awakia. The troll was promptly dispatched. SKT fans erupted with excitement. SKT, victory is ours. Ligu, victory is ours. SKT, victory is ours. The chant from fans echoed endlessly, unwavering. Commentators marveled as Ligu regained his form after IG was wiped out. Jax, Kassadin, and Master E proceeded to push the top, middle, and bottom lanes, extending the minion waves significantly. Jax, equipped with a Giant Slayer, was clearing waves quite efficiently. Kassadin, with his E and ultimate, was also clearing waves at a brisk pace. In contrast, Master Yi's wave-clearing speed was comparatively sluggish. Master E had built items for dueling, lacking both the blade of the ruined king and Tiamat. Additionally, after acquiring 3 core items, he had begun transitioning into tankiness, thus compromising his wave-clearing capabilities. Commentators noted, Jax has already pushed the minion wave to IG's top lane second turret, while Master E has just reached IG's bottom lane first turret. Kassadin is now dismantling IG's middle first turret at a commendable pace. Although Master E clears waves slowly, he excels at demolishing turrets. Now, IG's Tristana has respawned, yet her impact seems minimal. Jax, Kassadin, and Master E appear to outmatch her entirely. IT is not merely a question of whether they could defeat her, but rather whether they dare to confront her. Indeed, the commentator's assertion holds merit. A late-game Tristana lacks even the privilege to gaze upon Master E. However, after SKT demolished IG's outer turrets, they promptly retreated. For IG's Emperor and Braum had respawned. Observing this, the IG coach urgently began gesturing and strategizing for the upcoming plays. Meanwhile, SKT's coach wore an almost maniacal grin. After enduring 30 long minutes, they had finally reached this pivotal moment. Jax, Master E, and Kassadin had grown strong. How could victory be far off? Commentators noted, the Elder Dragon is about to respawn. The next team fight is likely to be the final one based on the previous team fight's outcome. It seemed IG could not contend with SK to be a bit more confident. Let's remove the seams. Before the Elder Dragons respawn, both teams began establishing vision in the vicinity. As the situation unfolded to this extent, SKT had abandoned their cautious approach and reclaimed their former confidence. They pushed aggressively through lanes and farmed in the jungle. Meanwhile, Jax sent Wu a bold challenge. Jax declared, "Troll, shall we duel?" Wu, upon witnessing this, fell silent. He understood that even combined with the shy, they could not best the current Jax. Noticing Wu's lack of response, Jax grew even more arrogant. "Are you afraid?" Jax taunted. "Have you cowered? Why the silence? Are you merely comforting yourself with empty words?" Commentators remarked, "Ah, this Jax. How long has this frustration been building?" Truly, the tides had turned. When the Elder Dragon respawned, both teams had already positioned themselves nearby. Jax led the charge, directly rushing into IG's ranks. Wu and his team had no choice but to retreat as they awaited Master Yi's arrival. Without Master E, Tristana could not engage in the team fight with confidence. However, IG had been pulling back for quite some time, yet still had not spotted Master. Instead, they were met only by Kassadin. Jax brazenly began to take down the Elder Dragon right before IG's eyes. Proudly displaying his emblem, Wu and his team lingered nearby, awaiting the opportune moment. Before long, Wu decided to charge in. Commentators exclaimed, "Wu has directly engaged Jax, initiating the fight." Wait, how did the Shy end up in front of SKT's Nexus? Is it a teleportation? Or did he unleash a powerful ability to arrive here? The IG coach, upon witnessing this, couldn't help but smile broadly. However, Ashe and Thresh quickly made their way over, seemingly well prepared for this moment. Nevertheless, the IG coach murmured softly, "Humph, little rascal." Unperturbed, he firmly believed that the Shy could dismantle that colossal crystal. That the Shy, brimming with confidence, had drained every last drop from his water bottle, convinced that this was the crucial moment. The commentary booth exclaimed, "The Shy is attempting a backdoor." Yet with Ashe and Thresh present, it was uncertain if he could succeed. Ashe's damage output was substantial, and her slowing effect proved formidable, leaving the Shy struggling to advance. Coupled with Thresh crowd control, it seemed the Shy was in peril. The Shy activated his ultimate, indicating that he had just teleported in. Thresh attempted to intercept, but the Shy deftly maneuvered around him, charging straight towards the crystal. Ashe hesitated to block, knowing that doing so could spell her own doom. The Shy had now collided with the crystal, commencing the demolition, one axe, then another. With a fierce blow from his giant 9-headed beast, he struck again. The crystal's health dwindled to a mere 1,000. The commentary booth noted, although the crystal just regained a bit of health, the window was far too brief. However, the Shy is nearing death. It remains to be seen if he can dismantle it before transforming into a specter. At last, The Shy transformed into a wraith, and the crystal's health stood at 700. The Shy unleashed his abilities, attacking relentlessly with astonishing speed. Alas, the Shy was caught in Ash's ultimate. Ash had held onto her ultimate, clearly anticipating this scenario. The Wraith state of Zaun drains health rapidly, especially post-ability activation. At this moment, Ash unleashed her ultimate, undoubtedly maximizing her value. As Ash dealt damage, Thresh finally arrived. The commentary booth remarked, "Ash and the Shy are in close proximity. The stun duration is minimal. The Shy has recovered and resumed demolishing. The crystal's health is now down to 300. Yet, the Shy's Wraith form is also on the verge of collapse. There's a glimmer of hope. The Shy has a chance, but just then, Thresh executed a swift E ability, pushing the Shy away. Ash seized the opportunity to fire 2 arrows, obliterating the Shy's Wraith. The SKT fans erupted in fervor. SKT, rally on. SKT, victory is ours. SKT, push forward. With each blooming flower, another withers. In the same vein, joy and sorrow coexist. The IG coach, witnessing this, pounded his thigh with a piece of cardboard in frustration. The Shy, feeling the heat of the moment, pushed aside his keyboard to take a sip of water, only to discover the bottle was emptied. That instant, a message appeared on the big screen. Jax, team wipe. The commentary booth queried, what just transpired? Let's check the replay. We were too focused here to notice the team fight near the Elder Dragon. We'll review it shortly. I suspect SKT may be gearing up for a decisive strike." At this juncture, all IG players found themselves in a state of gray, awaiting their resurrection timers. Among them, the one who perished earliest was, of course, Jinx, who had 37 seconds left until revival. Meanwhile, Jax took to the public chat to address WeU. "Jax dead? Jax, troll, you perished? Jax, 4 of us were pursuing 3 of you. Jax, you couldn't even take down one of us. Jax, is that all?" The commentary booth commented, Jax is at it again. "It seems WeU has corrupted him. To express so much in one breath reveals how much pin-up frustration Jax had, likely venting the frustrations from the previous 2 games. The SKD coach was already embarking on an educational endeavor. It appears coaching is no easy task. Yet, WeU remained unresponsive. I wonder if the issue lies with him or the coach. At this moment, WeU was engaged in strategic discussions with his teammates. Disregarding Jax's remarks, for WeU understood that victory would serve as the greatest mockery to Jax. Meanwhile, the IG coach was deep in thought, solely focused on devising a path to victory, given the current state of affairs. Direct confrontations with SKT were no longer viable. Stealthily dismantling towers seemed to be their only hope for triumph. Thus, the question arose, who should undertake the mission? How should they proceed? When was the optimal time? The commentary booth noted, Jax, Kassadin, and Master Yi have pushed the minion waves forward. Master Yi's attack speed is astonishing, and Jax is also gaining momentum. The IG mid lane inhibitor has fallen. Jax and his companions show no signs of retreat. Are they aiming for a decisive strike? Having cleared several minion waves prior, Jax's health was fully restored. Despite only 2 minions reaching IG's outer turret, Jax remained resolute, refusing to turn back. Jax tanked the turret while Master Yi and Kassadin relentlessly assaulted it. The health of the outer turret was plummeting at a visible rate, the commentary booth remarked. At this pace, had there been a minion wave, IG would have already succumbed. Nonetheless, SKT still has a chance for a decisive blow. Jinx is revived. Let us see if she can turn the tide and hold the line. Alas, Jinx was forced back by Kassadin. IG's first outer turret has been demolished, and Jinx wandered nearby, hesitant to engage. The second outer turret is also on the brink of destruction. Jax has already taken down 2 outer turrets. Let us see if there's a chance for a final push. Wait, Jax and company have retreated. The IG coach appeared somewhat disappointed at this development. Newly revived Zarath and Braum intended to pursue, but the coach intervened. Kassadin and Jax are both low on health. Why not chase? A teammate inquired. Because Master E is at full health, the coach replied tersely. Though brief, his words resonated with the team, for even combined, Zarath and Braum would struggle against Master. Once WeU and the Shy resurrected, the IG coach's demeanor softened. With the loss of both the inhibitor and outer turrets, Vigilance was paramount to prevent the enemy from dismantling their base. The opposition was equally cautious. Consequently, both teams largely confined their movements within the walls, rarely venturing out. The commentary booth remarked, "This match has been exhausting. I feel SKT could have pressed for a decisive strike earlier. That's your feeling. If they miss this chance, they'll surely be countered." Indeed, it seemed SKT preferred to play it safe. Currently, both sides remained largely within their fortifications, navigating a challenging existence. The match continued. Given that SKT's mid-lane inhibitor had fallen early, their resurrection timers were also shorter. Once SKT's inhibitor revived, Thresh finally dared to venture out for vision. However, IG would need to bide their time. During this period, both teams exercised extreme caution, and skirmishes occurred, and they scarcely laid eyes upon one another. When IG's mid-lane Crystal revived, it was already the 40-minute mark. The commentary booth declared, 40 minutes in, many players have reached full build. The SKT coach must be chuckling now at 8T this point. Who can withstand Jax and Master E? And with Kassadin in the mix, IG stands little chance in team fights. At this moment, both supports deployed True Sight and scanning wards to ensure safety inside and outside the walls. Before long, SKT began to group up. However, they opted to leave Ashe and Thresh at home, just in case. Yet, it wasn't long before Ashe and Thresh joined the group. The commentary booth queried, what is going on? Why not leave two to guard the base, in case the Shy decides to strike again? Upon witnessing the Shy in the mid lane, a wave of reassurance washed over SKT. The ever-vigilant Thresh had been diligently establishing vision and clearing wards, successfully extending their safe zone to the vicinity of the red buff. Should the Eye attempt to sneak a tower, he would undoubtedly be detected near the buff area at T that moment. They could simply find a position to recall, leaving the Eye unable to even approach the high ground. Moreover, with Eye currently stationed in the mid lane, SKT was naturally inclined to engage in a team fight. The SKT coach, observing Jax's equipment, wore a radiant smile. And as he glanced at Master Yi's gear, his grin bordered on the maniacal. Finally, upon inspecting Kassadin's items, he could barely contain his exhilaration. Jax proved to be a versatile champion, capable of both offense and defense. Master E had also become quite tanky, more than capable of taking on two opponents. As for Kassadin, he could effortlessly traverse the battlefield, ensuring that no low-health enemy would slip away unnoticed. Soon, SKT's team coalesced in the mid lane. Commentators speculated, is SKT about to execute a decisive push? IG seems unable to contend with SKT. How will they respond? Furthermore, with the Eye refraining from tower diving, his presence in team fights appeared to be of limited significance. Wait, when did Tristana arrive? It seems Thethy's appearance in the mid lane was merely a ruse, intended to lure SKT into a team fight, just as SKT approached IG's mid lane high ground. Tristana had already infiltrated SKT's red zone. Leaping over an explosive fruit, she traversed hills and valleys, finally arriving at the gates of SKT's stronghold. With a swift W over the wall, she began to demolish the high ground with fervor. The commentators exclaimed, "Wow, Tristana is dismantling the high ground at an astonishing pace." SKT appeared to be faltering, revealing a moment of indecision. They yearned to initiate a fight, yet IG was actively defending. Making a full frontal assault seemed perilous. One must acknowledge the formidable strength of Azir's passive. Wait, SKT's Ashe and Thresh have recalled. Upon witnessing this, IG's coach exhaled a sigh of relief. They had been relying on the defensive towers summoned by Azir to hold off SKT. Without those towers, SKT would have already pressed the attack. Although two members of SKT had returned home, IG remained hesitant to advance. After all, Jax, Master E, and Kassadin were simply too formidable. Before long, Tristana had successfully taken down SKT's high ground. Cut the minion wave. IG's coach insisted, we must sever the minion line in the mid lane. Tristana certainly understood this principle. She dashed back while systematically cutting off the minion waves. When Jax vanished from the map, Tristana stealthily retreated into the brush of the jungle to recall. In this exchange, both teams lost their high ground once more. The commentators remarked, "Wow, IG has managed to hold on." Both teams returned to a state of cautious stalemate, remaining behind closed doors. Had SKT chosen to gather all their members for a forceful push, they would surely have succeeded. However, with SKT's high ground also lost, IG could seize an opportunity to sneak into their base. For the sake of caution, SKT opted against another mid-lane confrontation, instead searching for IG's wards in the vicinity that SKT operated in this manner, and IG mirrored their approach. 5 individuals, each employing their scanners. They scanned the interior first, followed by the exterior. Until they had thoroughly surveyed the river and surrounding areas, they would not rest easy. However, to complete such a vast survey of the map would inevitably consume considerable time. As both sides found their composure, the high ground was soon to respawn. At this juncture, it was universally acknowledged that IG could no longer contend with SKT, whether in one-on-one duels or team fights. SKT held the upper hand over IG. IG's coach pondered how to execute a backdoor maneuver, while the players contemplated how to secure a decisive victory. The commentators noted, "Wow, the match has reached the 45-minute mark. Aside from the supports, everyone else has achieved full build." IG was diligently devising strategies to infiltrate SKT's jungle, their intentions veiled in deceit. With no means to win a team fight, and their front line crumbled, what other path to victory remained aside from sneaking towers? Picking off isolated targets, perhaps not to do so, they would need to eliminate at least 2 among Jax, Master E, and Kassadin. Otherwise, they stood no chance in a team fight. That seems to be the case. Look, SKT has allowed Master E to commence split pushing. They're not concerned about him being caught. At this moment, Master E was fully equipped with a Blade of the Ruined King, a Wit's End, Berserker's Greaves, a Randuin Zoman, and a Spirit Visage, along with a red potion. He was both tanky and dealt significant damage. The combination of Blade of the Ruined King, Wit's End, and Spirit Visage was a miraculous synergy. The Randuin's Omen allowed Master E to traverse the battlefield with greater speed. With such a build, he feared no adversary. Even if he could not secure a kill, he could always evade. Hence, SKT decided to send Master E to split push. In his chosen lane, SKT directed him toward the top lane. Had Master E opted for the bottom lane, IG might have seized the opportunity to claim Baron. Thus, sending him to the top lane allowed him to push while keeping an eye on Baron. As both teams' high grounds respawned, Master E had already brought the minion wave to the top lane high ground tower. Upon spotting Wu, he promptly retreated without a second glance. The commentators remarked, "Wow, what composure! Is SKT waiting for their support to achieve full build as well?" The match had entered the 50-minute mark, and this kind of scenario was often referred to as the Twilight of the Gods. If only SKT had a Kog'Maw in their lineup, things would be even better. Speaking of Kog'Maw, it reminded me of Shaun's W. Let me check Thethi's current health. What a shock. At this moment, Thai boasted a staggering 10,000 health, with 300 armor and 200 magic resistance. He was utterly unstoppable. The commentators could only express their astonishment. However, Thai did not exhibit much joy, for he understood that in a team fight, victory was far from assured. The Emperor could not eliminate Ashe, and Tristana was not in a position to leap in recklessly. Additionally, both Thai and Wu lacked mobility, rendering them mere targets in Ashe's sight. The most critical factors remained Jax, Master E, and Kassadin. These 3 had become invincible entities, especially Jax, who could easily take on 3 opponents. Thus, Thai placed his hopes on a backdoor strategy. The same sentiment echoed among IG's players. The commentators noted, "Well, both team supports are now fully equipped. This truly marks the twilight of the gods." In such a scenario, the significance of champions like Twisted Fate became apparent. Similarly, Rise and Shun could teleport freely, requiring no wards. While imagination may run wild, reality remained steadfast. It was time to focus on the match. Before long, both teams' high grounds had respawned. SKT appeared restless once more, preparing for a decisive push to avoid a hasty repeat of previous mistakes. SKT opted to leave Ashe and Thresh at home, ensuring they would safeguard their crystal. Subsequently, Jax, Master E, and Kassadin advanced through the mid lane. Jax purchased a tenacity potion, primarily to draw fire. Master E acquired a bloodthirst potion, mainly responsible for damage output. Kassadin procured a mana potion, with his ability power already exceeding 700. The commentators exclaimed, "Wow, Is SKT planning a decisive push? I believe they can absolutely do it. These three champions can certainly outmatch IG's 5. The Emperor summoned his defensive towers once more, and it remained to be seen whether they could withstand the assault. Wait, where are IG's members? At this moment, the commentators finally noticed that only the Emperor and Braum were near IG space, while the other three had ventured elsewhere. The little cannon traversed from the upper quadrant towards SKT, while Wu advanced from the lower quadrant in the same direction. Dai emerged directly from the middle river, unleashing a colossal ultimate towards SKT's central high ground. The roar of the engine astonished everyone and sent chills down the spines of SKT's members. They were acutely aware that the Dai intended to dismantle their base. Commentary. When Zaun activates his ultimate, it's audible to all. Nevertheless, Jax and his allies pressed forward fearlessly, undeterred. The presence of Ashe and Thresh at home was the reason SDK did not return AS Jax. Master E and Kassadin approached IG's middle high ground. The Dai stormed toward SKT's central high ground. With over 10,000 health points, the Dai regarded Ashe and Thresh with utter disdain, commencing the demolition of the high ground without even attempting to evade skills. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. The health bar of the high ground dwindled slowly, while Thethi's health plummeted rapidly. Fortunately, Ashe had built lifesteal. Otherwise, she would have succumbed to Thethi's thornmail, just as the high ground health reached half. The Dai met his heroic demise. A living Zaun is not to be feared, but a fallen one is terrifying. The Dai transformed into a spectral war god, relentlessly hammering the high ground. Commentary. Wow, a spectral war god with 10,000 health. How many strikes can he deliver? Ashe panicked and unleashed her ultimate. Thresh sought a suitable position, intending to pull the Dai back to O. The little cannon returned. Instead of targeting Ashe, she focused intently on the high ground. Wu also flashed in from the lower wall. Heading straight for the Nexus. Is there anyone else around? I wish to know if there are any IG players nearby. None. The remaining 2 are at home. AT this moment. IG's base was left with only Azir and Braum. After Jax demolished IG's middle high ground, the little cannon also brought down SKT's central high ground. On IG's side, Azir had summoned the turret, preparing for a desperate defense for the final Nexus defense. The two exchanged some equipment. Azir acquired the Ice Staff, while Braum obtained the Aegis of the Legion and Iceborne Gauntlet. All measures were aimed at delaying time. Commentary. Both sides have lost their high grounds. It now comes down to who can dismantle the base faster. Jax boldly approached the turret, but the slows from Azir and Braum made his progress arduous. Kassadin flew in with an ultimate, already beginning to attack the Nexus. Master E charged in with his ultimate, no longer intent on securing kills, but rather on forcefully dismantling. Seeing this, the IG coach excitedly shouted, "Use your ULT, quickly," as Azir repelled Master E with his ultimate. The coach urged, "Braum, go stun Master E." Braum dashed to the minion adjacent to Master E, commencing his assault. Though Braum's attack speed was slow, Azir's was rapid. Soon, he stacked 4 layers, stunning Master E. Braum then redirected his attacks towards Jax and Kassadin, while Azir continued to deliver basic attacks. Commentary. The 3 SKT members are fervently dismantling the base, while IG's Wu is the sole one engaged in the demolition. However, IG's control was formidable. Master E had yet to land a blow on the Nexus. Despite this, IG's Nexus was down to a mere 2,000 health. Yet, SKT's Nexus was also at 2,000 health. It was not a significant issue. Once Master Yi's stun duration elapsed, SKT would be secure. Moreover, Ashe and Thresh had eliminated the Dai and the little cannon and were now advancing towards Wu. The commentator noticed Ashe and Thresh positions. And Wu did as well. Given the proximity, Wu began to move and attack, shifting towards SKT's fountain. This very reason caused Wu's demolition speed to slow slightly. Once the attack speed reached 2.5, moving and attacking only served to decelerate the pace. Wu was moving and attacking, while the 3 from SKT stood their ground. Commentary. Under the pressure from Ashe and Thresh, Wu has commenced moving and attacking. If this continues, IG may face defeat. Yet at that moment, IG's Nexus was down to 1,000 health, and Master Yi's attack speed proved effective. Remaining health dwindled to 700, 450. Congratulations to SKT. Wait, what is happening? As IG's nexus hovered at 50 health, the camera suddenly panned swiftly to the lower left. Then, everyone witnessed WeU dancing triumphantly before the ruins of the nexus, that WeU succeeded in dismantling the base. IG emerged victorious in an instant. The audience erupted into a frenzy. IG, IG, IG. The commentators were equally astonished. What just happened? Was WeU's demolition speed truly that swift? Quick, look at WeU's final build. A realization dawned upon many. Under the commentator's guidance, numerous eyes turned to WeU's items. 1 pair of attack speed boots, 2 Blade of the Ruined King, 3 Ravenous Hydra. Upon seeing this, everyone understood WeU had decisively swapped his items for demolition gear in the final wave, with a clear objective. Meanwhile, SKT's Jax, Master E, and Kassadin were still preoccupied with team fights, opting for tank items. Coupled with the disruptions from Azir and Braum, their base demolition speed slowed slightly, allowing WeU to achieve success. At this moment, WeU was hoisted high by his teammates, amidst cheers. Conversely, the SKT players wore expressions of utter dejection, especially Ligo. Losing the match was inconsequential, but to lose 3 consecutive games, particularly in the championship match, was a bitter pill to swallow. Now the whole world would know how IG dominated SKT to seize the championship. Commentary. Congratulations to IG for winning this match. Also, congratulations to IG for becoming this year's League of Legends World Champion. Furthermore, congratulations to IG for securing the World Championship once again after last year. As the commentator concluded these statements, the crowd erupted with enthusiasm. IG! 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 Some shouted loudly, others held up signs, while a few rushed forward to present flowers. Naturally, those offering flowers were all women. However, these individuals were halted by security, as the time for their expressions of affection had yet to arrive. According to international norms, both teams are to shake hands after the match, regardless of victory or defeat. This match was no exception. However, as WeU approached the SKT players to shake hands, the top laner outright refused. The other 4 players shook hands with WeU, but he turned away without a second glance. The director, witnessing this moment, swiftly changed the camera angle, fearing how awkward it would be if broadcasted. Observing this, WeU chuckled awkwardly. Was this the price of focusing on the top lane? WeU did not dwell on it, turning to face the audience, engaging in air high fives. Simultaneously, he inquired of the coach. Coach, was the flower-giving segment your arrangement? The coach, slightly furrowing his brow while resting his chin, replied, to showcase our team's charm, I indeed orchestrated it, yet I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. What is it that feels off? I distinctly arranged for 15 individuals, yet now there seems to be 16. The coach continued counting silently, and no need to speculate. It's undoubtedly true fans who have mingled in, WeU remarked with a grin. Just as he finished speaking, WeU's smile froze at the corners of his mouth. Among the flower-giving ladies, he recognized a familiar face, Shui Zai. WeU, in disbelief, rubbed his eyes and scrutinized once more. Indeed, it closely resembled Shui T this moment. Those girls approached to present flowers to IG's players. In such a setting, IG's coach led the players to the trophy, raising it high in celebration of their hard-won glory. With the trophy in hand and beauty at his side, what more could one desire from life? The team members were all reveling in the moment, except for WeU, who was fixated on a particular young lady. She bore an uncanny resemblance to Shui Zai. Yet, there was a nagging feeling that she wasn't quite her. As the flower team approached, WeU gazed at the girl and uttered 3 words. Shui Zai? The girl did not respond. Shui Zai? WeU repeated his question. Only then did the girl react, glancing at WeU with a gentle smile. Handsome, I believe you've mistaken me for someone else. My apologies for the disturbance. WeU chuckled awkwardly as he watched a retreating figure, his thoughts drifting far away. Once the flower team had departed, the shy patted WeU on the shoulder, exclaiming, Wugo, your flirting skills are abysmally low. No, she truly resembles a friend of mine. A girlfriend? WeU paused, slowly shaking his head. One day, I'll take you to a venue and show you my flirting techniques, the shy declared confidently, and no need to wait for another day. The coach approached leisurely. We shall go tomorrow. Sounds good, the shy replied with a grin. The other team members chimed in, since we've won the championship, it's time to relax. This year, let us travel abroad for a few days and broaden our horizons." Indeed, observing the excitement radiating from his team. The coach smiled and nodded in agreement. He also placed a hand on Wu Yu's shoulder, saying, "Wu Yu, I knew I was right about you." The team echoed, "Exactly. It's high time Wu Ge took the stage. As long as you are strong enough, the world will treat you gently. As long as you are exceptional, good people will always outnumber the bad. Those who speak kindly will always surpass those who speak ill." Faced with the team's myriad praises, Wu Yu merely smiled and nodded, remaining silent. Just then, a journalist approached that Wu Yu watched as the reporter drew closer, finally stopping in front of him. Post-match interviews are undoubtedly an honor for those being interviewed. It offers a chance to gain followers, to expound on thoughts, or even to promote something. However, Wu Yu had no intention of doing any of that. He was determined to accumulate sarcasm points to make himself stronger. The reporter spoke into the camera. "Hello, everyone. I am Nana, your host for today's post-match interview. Our subject today is IGS jungler, Wu Yu." With that, the reporter handed the microphone to Wu Yu. "As a newcomer, winning the championship on your debut, what do you have to say?" At that moment, Wu Yu's mind was consumed by the system and the pursuit of sarcasm points that amass more points. He decided to go all out. Wu Yu cleared his throat, surveyed the surroundings, and calmly said, "Everyone, please don't get too excited. Sit down and listen to me speak slowly." Upon hearing this, most of the audience took their seats, while the remaining few were primarily photographers. At that moment, Wu Yu undeniably became the focal point of the event. Suddenly, an incredibly brilliant light illuminated Wu Yu from above. It was so resplendent, so radiant. The IG coach looked at Wu Yu with uncontained joy. After all, it was his own player delivering the championship speech. The Shy watched Wu Yu with a hint of concern. Among those present, the Shy had spent the most time with Wu Yu and thus understood him best. While Wu Yu was strong in certain aspects, he exhibited weaknesses in others and often made unpredictable moves. He approached, microphone in hand. Wu Yu cleared his throat and raised his voice by 30 decibels. "I'm not targeting anyone in particular. I simply wish to say that all of you present are a bunch of losers." In that instant, the audience fell into despondency. The atmosphere weighted with tension. Time ticked away, fleeting past the corners of the eye. Silence enveloped as moments slipped away. The coach's face turned the first shade of green, but he hurried over to explain. Simultaneously, several glow sticks from the audience were hurled toward Wu Yu, creating a chaotic scene. The reporter chuckled awkwardly. "Is this a roundabout way of garnering popularity?" No, the coach explained. "He has been under a lot of pressure lately. I will take them out to unwind." With that, the coach swiftly led the team away from the scene. Throughout the journey, the coach reprimanded Wu Yu, chastising him for squandering such a splendid opportunity. However, what Wu Yu heard was not the scolding, but rather the exhilarating sound of his sarcasm points skyrocketing. In that moment of clarity, Wu Yu seemed to have glimpsed the soul of the game's mechanics. In a world of competition, one must eventually pay their dues. The earlier scene had been witnessed by countless netizens. Despite the swift official response, the truth could not be concealed. Soon, Wu Yu found himself subject to a new investigation and another interview by the league. Wu Yu merely stated that it was his style during live broadcasts, and such slip-ups were difficult to avoid, hence the mistake during the interview. Although the officials accepted this explanation, they still issued Wu Yu a fine. He was penalized 50,000, and the team received a 200,000 fine. The players were not particularly concerned about these amounts, as they had just won the championship and were not lacking in funds. However, the coach was quite troubled, for these fines could tarnish the team's reputation. To the coach's astonishment, the audience seemed to harbor little malice toward Wu Yu's actions. The essence of humanity is inherently lowly. The more one mistreats him, the more he values you. Could this be the reason why those who fawn over others often end up with nothing? After a brief respite, the team departed the competition venue. To save time, the coach directly booked flights for that evening, planning to take the team on a tour of the Alps. As the day transitioned from dusk to dawn, it passed swiftly when the first light of dawn illuminated the earth. Wu Yu and his companions had already arrived at the Alps. Foreign tourist attractions lacked the bustling atmosphere of those in China, owing to the smaller population base. Moreover, there were far fewer street vendors at the entrances of tourist sites. leaving ample space. Additionally, being early in the morning, some team members had already tucked their hands into their sleeves. The sky was high and the clouds sparse, enveloping the surroundings in a sense of vastness. The snow-capped peaks loomed tall and steep, the air fresh yet thin. In such an environment, one could not help but feel a sense of insignificance that Wu was the first to attempt skiing. Although he fell the most, he also performed the most tricks. The coach, observing Wu spinning in midair, could not help but exclaim in admiration that if there were beautiful women present, they would undoubtedly be captivated by Wu's grace. Most of the time, the coach focused on watching the team ski, leaving him little time to partake himself. Does it not hold true that as the stories in one's heart multiply, the actions of the body diminish, time ticked away, slipping past the corners of the eye? Silence enveloped as moments slipped away at 18 noon. The team found a valley to enjoy a sumptuous meal that moment. Wu inexplicably picked up a knife and fork and began tapping on his lunchbox. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding. In an instant, everyone froze. This isn't a production team. Why must we ring a bell to eat? The coach furrowed his brow slightly, puzzled by Wu's antics. Wu, with an air of mystery, continued tapping while looking at the shy. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding. The coach thought Wu was merely bored and had nothing better to do. However, at that moment, the shy's words enlightened everyone. Well said, how majestic like the Alps, the shy proclaimed, gesturing with his arms in a comical manner. But as soon as he finished speaking, everyone understood what was happening. Wu then gazed at the distant river, continuing to tap his lunchbox. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding. The group echoed in unison. Well said, how grand like the rivers, upon the conclusion of the discourse. A chorus of laughter erupted from the crowd. Alas, joyous moments are fleeting. Despite having spent a week in this enchanting locale, it felt as though merely a day had passed. After 7 days, the coach began to exhibit signs of fatigue. With age, one's stamina inevitably lags behind the vigor of youthful spirits. The coach had already procured a return flight ticket, while some players still wished to extend their revelry. Among them was Wu, who thought it a rare opportunity to explore further. The coach, having lost a sense of leisure, soon boarded his flight home, bidding farewell to this beautiful place. There exists a temporal disparity between Eastern and Western nations. Upon returning to the training base in his home country, the coach required several days to readjust his circadian rhythm. He opened his computer and revisited the recordings of previous matches. A look of rapture adorned his face. After all, he had guided this team to victory. How could he not feel elated? He meticulously watched the footage from the encounters against FPX and SKT. One after another, he reached the conclusion. A vague sense of disquiet crept over him. Was this truly match footage? Was this really the championship showdown? It bore an uncanny resemblance to Wu's first-person perspective. It was evident that Wu had emerged as the MVP of this tournament. The camera predominantly followed Wu's every move. Was this not a clear indication of orchestrated momentum? With a shake of his head, the coach pondered, Wu, how is it that you possess such strength? After reviewing the match footage, the coach also took a moment to reflect on the post-match video. The initial highlight was the handshake between both teams, where SKT's top laner completely disregarded Wu. Following his handshakes with the other 4 teammates, the camera swiftly panned to the audience. Though the transition was rapid, the coach was acutely aware of what had transpired. Being present at the scene, the expression on that top laner's face was etched into the coach's memory forever. Was it anger, regret, defiance? No one could tell. Next came the flower-giving segment that the coach had arranged. The players, clutching the championship trophy, were encircled by a bevy of ladies offering flowers. Such harmony. It appeared that opportunities must indeed be created by oneself. The final highlight was Wu's memorable statement during that moment. The footage had been edited, leaving it only available in unofficial releases. Ultimately, it circulated through various groups. The coach watched the pirated clips, reminiscing about Wu's charisma at that time. That I am not targeting anyone in particular. I merely wish to say, all of you present are a bunch of fools. Hearing those words again, the coach couldn't help but chuckle. Was this truly a sharing of championship sentiments? It seemed more like a script crafted by the production team. At this juncture, the coach began to suspect whether Wu had received a financial incentive for his remarks. Interestingly, Following Wu Yu's passionate speech, he not only did not lose followers, but instead gained a significant influx, starting from 6 figures. Speculations aside, life must go on. The coach murmured to himself. Before long, the players began to return. 1, 2, 3. With each returning player, the coach would reiterate, "Everything will pass." This was intended both to ground the players and to inspire them to strive for continued success in the coming year. Currently, SKD holds the record for the most consecutive World Championship victories, having claimed the title for 3 successive years. The coach harbor hopes that his team could achieve a similar feat. Ideally, to win continuously until the fervor for League of Legends subsides. The team awaited Wu Yu at the training base for a full week. During this time, the coach inquired about Wu Yu's whereabouts several times, to which Wu Yu would reply, "Soon, soon," just as the team prepared for independent training. Wu Yu finally returned. After such an extended absence, the coach, somewhat anxious, inquired, "Where have you been all this time?" Victoria holds no secrets. Wu Yu replied with a light smile. With Wu Yu's return, the team could resume their training together. However, at that moment, the coach's phone rang. He exited the room with a smile, but upon his return, his expression had soured considerably. "Wu Yu, do you know what just transpired?" The coach asked coldly. Wu Yu, pondering for a moment, believed he had committed no wrongdoing recently. "What's the matter?" he asked. "Due to your previous remark, you have been suspended for half a month." Wu Yu was taken aback, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "Wasn't there already a fine? Why the suspension as well?" "Justice may be delayed, but it is never absent." "Understood?" Wu Yu replied with a forced smile. Furthermore, the coach fixed his gaze upon Wu Yu. "Everything will pass." Wu Yu nodded in agreement, turning his head away. The global finals for this year had concluded, yet next year's finals loomed ahead. The prize money awaited, and so too did the honor. Thus, one must not slacken their efforts, but instead strive forward with unwavering determination. In truth, amidst major competitions, there remained opportunities for friendly matches. They could help the players maintain their form and better understand rival teams, preparing for future victories. However, with Wu Yu suspended for half a month, the coach found himself rather displeased. Next came the time for team training. Despite its monotonous nature, it was essential to persist. When Wu Yu returned to his apartment, it was already 8 in the evening. During this recent stretch, he had refrained from live streaming, but finally found himself with time to do so. Wu Yu hurriedly booted up his computer and initiated a live stream to connect with his fans. To his astonishment, upon opening the streaming assistant, he discovered his message board was already flooded with 99 notifications. The focal point of these messages revolved around his infamous remark from the past. Wu Yu chuckled, realizing the truth behind the saying that bad news travels fast. As the stream commenced, when Wu Yu sent out the notification, the viewer count skyrocketed to an astonishing 6 figures. "Young man, you truly are something else," exclaimed one viewer. "You voice what we all wish to say, but dare not. Impressive. You truly are remarkable." The comments were undoubtedly in reference to Wu Yu's statement during the post-match interview. In response to the barrage of comments, Wu Yu simply quipped, "Small matters, merely small matters." The young man remains unchanged. He can't handle praise. A little compliment makes him swell with pride. Indeed, the young man had grown quite inflated. Wu Yu silently opened the game. "No need for words. Let us unwind with a round of Yasuo." The comments resumed. "Ranked, must play Yasuo in ranked. Since it's a relaxation match, let us go with Yasuo support. Indeed, perhaps I shall also open a game of Do Diju simultaneously." Wu Yu laughed, amused by the cleverness of his fans. During the matchmaking period, Wu Yu noticed his friend list and saw that a player named Xuezai was online. How could he have forgotten her? Wu Yu promptly canceled the match and invited Xuezai for a duo queue. She readily agreed. As they entered the team, Xuezai promptly asked in the chat box, "Voice chat?" Wu Yu replied, "Sure." Once they connected, the fans in the live stream could hear Xuezai's voice as well, fulfilling many a gamer-esque fantasy. As they searched for a match, Xuezai remarked, "Wu Gu, I watched your previous matches. You're truly impressive. Just small matters, merely small matters," Wu Yu replied with a smile. "What will you play this match?" "Yasuo, and I'll be playing support Yasuo." "Isn't Yasuo typically a mid laner?" "Even if he goes bot, shouldn't he play AD?" Alas, one must satisfy the spiritual needs of the sons that Wu Yu offered a gentle smile. Just as she finished her statement, the barrage of comments exploded. The army of viewers incessantly showered her parents with greetings, their words flowing like an endless stream. Instinctively, WeChat glanced at her follower count, only to find it had astonishingly surpassed 1 million. She was taken aback. Had it not been in the hundreds of thousands just a moment ago? How had it suddenly escalated to 7 figures? Upon deeper reflection, clarity dawned on her. The influx of new followers was likely drawn in by her previous remark. As time passed, an ever-growing audience flocked to the live stream. Their first inquiry was, "Are all of you present merely here for the spectacle?" At this, WeChat chuckled, confirming her earlier suspicion. Who would have imagined that a single phrase could propel her follower count to such heights? It seemed she would need to continue this trend. Meanwhile, Shuezai responded, suggesting, "Then you shall play Yasuo as support, while I take on AD.0. That works too." Having recently absorbed a wave of playful mockery, WeChat had developed a fresh perspective on the game. Her awareness and positioning had reached an elite level. Although she was in a support role, she could still carry the team. Shuezai had selected Vayne, indicating a desire to synergize with WeChat. With Vayne's ability combined with Yasuo's they certainly had potential. This time, WeChat, having learned from past experiences, refrained from fixating solely on the game. Her thoughts were entirely centered on Shuezai. However, her opening question became a delightful morsel for the audience. "Shall we go out?" No sooner had she spoken than a silence fell on the other end of the headphones. Concurrently, the comments erupted once more. It was the familiar refrain, the same old formula. Truly a straightforward man. Get your notebooks ready. It's time to record the phrases of a simpleton. WeChat found herself puzzled. Could she really be the archetype of a straightforward man? Not knowing the true nature of the mountain, she was merely a traveler within it. The comments persisted, questioning with such a greeting style. "Do you even hope to find a girlfriend? If this lad manages to get a girl out, I'll donate 10 sets of rockets." They continued, "Forget whether he can get a date. If she doesn't block him, I'll still donate 10 sets of rockets." WeChat felt a twinge of self-doubt. Could it be that she truly embodied the essence of a straightforward man? Was it possible that love was forever beyond her grasp? As she pondered, the other side remained silent. "Look, the girl is clearly intimidated by you. If I'm not mistaken, this is certainly her last game with you. I can already hear the excuse. I need to sleep. You can continue playing." At this juncture, WeChat felt a pang of urgency. "Don't say that. She probably just didn't hear me." With that, she cleared her throat and, adopting the gentlest tone she could muster, asked once more, "Shall we go out?" Instantly, the comments erupted anew. "It's over. There's no saving him now." Indeed, no one is flawless, and even the finest gold contains imperfections. Who would have thought that a player renowned in the arena could be so lacking in matters of the heart? The comments continued, but the subsequent exchange rendered the entire live stream hushed. When came the reply from the other end of the headphones. As her words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The comments ceased. The GIFs stopped flowing. The game had just transitioned to the loading screen, and even the background music faded away. WeChat pondered for a moment before responding nonchalantly. "How about this week?" "All right, where shall we go?" "Westlake, perhaps." Thanks to their earlier, somewhat interrogative conversation, WeChat was aware of her address, which was not far from Westlake. "All right, after this match, I need to tidy up." Upon hearing this, WeChat could hardly contain her excitement. "Great. I'll be there tomorrow." At the same moment, the comments exploded once again. "I asked this for real? Is she an actress?" "I think so too. Either she's an actress, or this lad is being stood up." Yet WeChat remained unfazed. "You all better get ready to shower me with gifts. As soon as you see the date photos in the group, we'll start donating." WeChat had a literary gentleman's group chat with her fans, where they often engaged in discussions about sophisticated and highbrow topics. "All right," WeChat proclaimed confidently, "make sure you're prepared." With that, the game commenced. However, WeChat's mind was no longer on the gameplay. It was entirely preoccupied with what lay ahead. She found herself making careless errors, colliding with walls, misplacing wind walls, and executing a series of amusing blunders. Shuezai seemed to be off her game as well. Their antics provided much amusement for the audience. Nevertheless, this match featured a remarkable Fiora on WeChat's side, allowing her to comfortably ride her coattails to victory. After the match concluded, Shuezai exited the team, but WeChat did not linger to play further. She shut down the live stream and the computer, beginning to contemplate her future. The few simple words had granted her the chance for a date. Was happiness approaching too swiftly? Lying on her bed, Wu found it hard to believe the day's events, and only after confirming with Shui Zai on QQ did she allow herself to relax. She turned off the lights early, gazing out at the starry sky. Lost in thought, the night was resplendent with starlight, filling her heart with dreams. Time flowed like the sound of a drum at dusk and the chime of a bell at dawn. The next morning, Wu Yu rose early, even before her alarm clock. Glancing at the time, she noted it was 5:30. She could hardly recall the last time she had awakened at such an hour, but she knew precisely why she was up. Off to the internet CAF for an early start. Back then, money was scarce, but friends were abundant. Now, friends were few and money plentiful. Ever since entering the professional scene, her circle had dwindled significantly, and still, there was not a single girlfriend. After this moment of reflection, Wu Yu began to pack her belongings, preparing to head to Westlake. The 20th century had long passed, and pure love had become a rarity. Ultimately, the chaotic world had disrupted the seasons, and wealth had distorted the passage of time. That Wu Yu hoped that the girl she was about to meet would be genuine and sincere. Embracing this hopeful fantasy, she set off for Westlake. After all, with a 2-week suspension looming, it was the perfect opportunity for a stroll. Since winning the championship, Wu Yu had not played any games. First, she had taken a tour of the Alps, then wandered through various countries in Europe. After indulging in leisure, she was ready to return to competition, only to receive that unexpected notice. Thus, she found herself at Westlake. After arranging the meeting place on QQ, Wu made her way to the restaurant. This location was chosen by Wu Yu. The restaurant was upscale and Western style. Inside, there were many gentlemen, but few chopsticks. Upon entering the restaurant and arriving at the designated table, Wu Yu began her lengthy wait. Time ticked away, its passage barely perceptible. Unbeknownst to her, half an hour had slipped by. Wu Yu felt a mix of anxiety and panic. Surely the words of her fans were not true. She pulled out her phone and checked the literary gentleman's group chat. Filled with reminders to share photos, the online friends urged and mocked her in equal measure. With such a straightforward approach to conversation, what girl would accept an invitation? Clearly, matters of the heart presented a shortcoming for this lad. Since he had not yet received a reply, it seemed he was likely being stood up. Wu Yu gazed at the 99 messages, lost in contemplation. Could it be that she was genuinely being stood up? Reflecting on her interactions with Shui Zai, she realized they had been rather superficial, lacking any substantial progress. Had she really managed to coax her out? More crucially, she was the sister of one of Wu Yu's fans. This thought struck her, and she felt the need for caution. After all, there had been instances of online impersonation, even in QQ chats. Was this date a prank orchestrated by that fan? A ruse? Could it be that Shui Zai is actually one of my own fans? The mere thought sent a chill down Wu Yu's spine. Just then, a young lady stepped into the restaurant. The moment Wu Yu caught sight of her face, recognition washed over him. Shui Zai. Today, she donned a trench coat exuding a certain mature elegance. A crisp shirt adorned her upper half, while black stockings graced her legs, making her appearance utterly captivating. Her large eyes sparkled as they quickly landed on Wu Yu, who was waving with a gentle smile. Shui Zai sauntered over to him. A tea that moment. Wu Yu felt as though his heart might melt. Once seated, he hastily introduced himself. I am Wu Yu, the one who invited you here. You have a rather unique way of conversing. Shui Zai remarked with a chuckle. She glanced at Wu Yu's casual attire, which was so relaxed it bordered on the absurd that Wu Yu couldn't help but swallow hard, falling silent. Shortly thereafter, the waiter approached with the menu. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the menu. Please take a look. Without even glancing at it, Wu Yu exclaimed, let us start with a split. Pardon? The waiter was momentarily taken aback. Shui Zai quickly clarified, let us have a pizza first. The waiter responded with a prolonged "oh" and continued, is there anything else you would like? 2 steaks, please, I want mine well done. And you? Wu Yu turned to Shui Zai. After a brief pause, she replied coolly, medium rare. What would you like to drink? Wu Yu inquired. Anything is fine, Shui Zai replied with a faint smile. Then let's have 2 bottles of red wine. Wu Yu decided. The waiter nodded. Anything else? Also, please bring me a portion of fried rice. Wu Yu added nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Shue's eyes, smile momentarily froze at the corners of her mouth. The waiter regarded Wu with a look that suggested he was witnessing something peculiar. Before offering a polite smile, "Very well, I will arrange that." Once the waiter left, Shue's shook her head with a dry laugh. "I never expected you to have such refined tastes. True elegance lies in simplicity. The most delectable dishes are often the most familiar and uncomplicated," Wu replied with a grin. Shue's could only smile wryly in response. Waiting for the food to arrive in silence was one option. Engaging in light conversation while waiting was another. Wu took the initiative. "How did you get here?" Shue's glanced at him before inspecting the tidy table. "By car." "What kind of car?" "A taxi." "How much did it cost?" 33. "Did you pay with WeChat or Alipay?" "Cash point, 3 $10 bills and 3 $1 bills. 120, 110, and 3 coins that we let out a long oh, while Shue's sighed deeply. She had thought her nightmare was over, but little did she know it was just beginning. "What year are those coins from?" Wu asked. "If they're from an earlier date, you could exchange them for more money." Shue's was instantly flustered. Her left eye dimmed and her right eye vacant. All she wanted was to flee from this conversation. But just then, their food arrived. The pizza was large and perfectly round, while Wu's steak was cooked to perfection, whereas Shue's was still rather rare. The 2 bottles of red wine elevated the dining experience ever so slightly, but that ambience was soon shattered by the presence of the fried rice. Compared to the pizza and steak, the fried rice lacked visual appeal. Moreover, its overpowering aroma quickly drew the attention of nearby diners. Shue's cast glances around, her cheeks flushing slightly, her head bowed low. Soon, she donned her hat. Wu regarded the fried rice with the curiosity of a scientist observing a lab rat, then proceeded to place the well-done steak atop it. After taking a sip of red wine, he extended a hand toward Shue's "Please, thank you," she murmured, her gaze fixed on her plate as she silently cut into her steak. In contrast, Wu dug in with abandon, using chopsticks to spear the steak, his engagement in the meal evident. However, his eating was remarkably quiet, even quieter than Shue's. Throughout the meal, Shue's could distinctly sense the curious gazes of other diners directed toward them. Were they intrigued, surprised, or merely entertained by a peculiar spectacle? She couldn't tell, yet discomfort gnawed at her. Nevertheless, she chose to remain and finish the meal with Wu. When it came time to settle the bill, Shue's eyes were glued to Wu's phone, particularly to the balance displayed on his account. Upon seeing the figure, her eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. After the transaction was completed, Wu casually declared, "To go, please." The waiter promptly produced pre-prepared takeout containers and began to pack up the remaining food. Wu, clutching his takeout, left the restaurant with a sense of satisfaction, while Shue's followed closely behind him. Never straying as they exited the establishment, Shue's sighed. "What a memorable experience. It was indeed unforgettable for me as well." Wu chuckled. "Oh, by the way," Shue's suddenly recalled, "why did it take you so long to reply to my message after you won the championship?" "Our coach took us on a trip around the Alps, where the signal was poor." "The Alps? That must have been quite the adventure. Just a small outing, nothing grand. How modest of you. Such a trip must have cost quite a bit." "Well, it wasn't my expense. It was all covered by the coach." As they strolled toward Westlake, Wu mused. "Now I have a question for you." Shue's, adopting a playful demeanor, asked, "How much is the reward for this global championship?" "Not much. Each team member receives around 7 figures," Wu replied nonchalantly. Shue's was taken aback, counting on her fingers. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions. She was astonished that gaming could yield such profits. Then, she linked her arm with Wu's, asking, "Do you think I could participate in professional leagues?" "Not quite. Your skills are adequate, but your game sense needs improvement." Once the topic of gaming arose, Wu became serious. "First, your team fighting awareness is lacking. In the early game, you're fine, but when it comes to team fights, you appear lost, using skills haphazardly and moving aimlessly as if you haven't slept. Secondly, your map awareness is insufficient. When it comes to high ground, you should prioritize taking the side lanes rather than stubbornly engaging in mid-lane skirmishes. In the current meta, games typically conclude after 20 minutes or so. Generally, you 1T secure all 4 dragons. So focus on Rift Herald instead. Thirdly, your sense of rhythm is inadequate. At this point, Shuezai felt she might have misspoken. All right, I understand now. She hastily interrupted Wu Yu's analysis. I want to pursue a professional league anymore. Is that all right? Very well. Wu Yu nodded in agreement. Then a silence enveloped them. The journey from the restaurant to Westlake felt interminably long, as if it would never end. Yet it also seemed fleeting, as their idle chatter made time slip by more swiftly. After a while, Shuezai broke the silence. Is your first outing with a girl solely to discuss those matters? Certainly not. Then what would you like to discuss? The coins. Shuezai blinked, momentarily stunned. Coins? What coins? You mentioned you spent 33 yuan on the taxi, and there were 3 coins among the payment. That Wu Yu continued. I'm curious about the years of those coins. Upon hearing this, Shuezai was once again flustered. I have a question, she inquired. What is it? Does anyone ever tell you that you're a straight man? Not at all. Wu Yu almost blurted out. My friends all say that I have high emotional intelligence. Well, they are indeed correct. Shuezai sighed quietly. Oh, what? What does it matter? What year were the 3 coins you spent from? Shuezai sighed deeply, offering a casual response. That moment, she realized something. Wu Yu was a miser. Whether it was the fried rice from earlier, the takeout, or his incessant inquiries about the coin's year, it was enough to demonstrate that Wu Yu was indeed a stingy man. Throughout their journey, the conversation between the two remained pure and untainted. There were no deceitful words, nor any deceptive speakers. Gradually, they arrived at Westlake. You admire the scenery from the bridge, while the onlookers above gaze at you. The bright moon adorns your window, while you embellish the dreams of others. Together, Wu Yu and Shuezai traversed the bridge and meandered by the stream. As they approached a particularly narrow bridge, Wu Yu grasped Shuezai's hand. The bridge is too narrow. Take it slow. Wu Yu said calmly. Shuezai was taken aback for a moment, but did not refuse to. In that instant, Wu Yu felt as if he were floating. Holding Shuezai's small hand tightly, his thoughts drifted far away. Then he followed closely behind her, swaying gently as they completed this unforgettable passage. Upon reaching the opposite bank, Wu Yu still held Shuezai's hand, unwilling to let go. Her hand was warm and delicate. Unlike Wu Yu's, which was large and rough, due to frequent contact with a mouse, the bones at the base of his right hand had bulged significantly, slightly reddened. Shuezai's small hand remained firmly grasped by Wu Yu. After a long while, Shuezai softly inquired, Aren't you supposed to say something? However, as soon as she uttered those words, she regretted it. What if Wu Yu began discussing the coins again? This time, however, Wu Yu did not continue the topic of the coins, but instead remarked, Your hand is truly warm. Shuezai fell silent upon hearing this. Noticing her lack of response, Wu Yu began to gently knead her hand. Shuezai showed no intention of refusal. Subsequently, Wu Yu wrapped his arms around her waist. In that moment, he experienced a sensation akin to an electric shock. This is how a woman's waist feels. Embracing her brought about this sensation. With his arms around Shuezai's waist, the distance between them naturally closed further. Wu Yu could now catch a whiff of a faint shampoo scent, along with an inexplicable fragrance. Could this be the scent of a woman? Scientific studies suggest that couples in love can easily detect each other's scent. It was only at this moment that Wu Yu understood what the taste of love truly was. Shuezai, like a specimen, allowed him to observe and caress her. Then, some indescribable events unfolded between them. The next day, in the early morning, it was slightly chilly. Shuezai awoke first, gazing at Wu Yu beside her, her expression complex. After they left Westlake yesterday, they had engaged in a myriad of activities. First, they wandered through shops and malls, purchasing an abundance of items, all of which Wu Yu had bought for her. Then, they sat under a large tree for a long time, chatting extensively. Afterward, they arrived at this hotel, where some indescribable events transpired. This moment, Shuezai was staring out the window, gradually becoming lost in thought. Before long, Wu Yu also woke up. Seeing Shuezai in a daze, he assumed she was still reminiscing about last night's escapades. He then pulled her back, resuming their earlier activities. Morning and evening, yes and ah. The atmosphere was once harmonious, the scene quite serene. That night, the stars twinkled brightly, and their spirits were high. After spending a week there, Wu Yu received a call from his coach, urging him to return for training. Wu Yu agreed. Then, he took Shuezai to complete their final task together. He pulled out 2 small pieces of paper and stated earnestly, "Those without strong aspirations fail to reach their intellect. We need to have a clear ambition and a definite goal." Shuezai was momentarily taken aback, unsure of Wu Yu's intentions, after spending 7 days with him. She had come to understand him quite well. Yet, he often spoke of inexplicable matters or engaged in peculiar actions that left her bewildered. She still couldn't quite grasp Wu Yu. "What are you up to?" Shuezai asked. "That it's simple. Let us write down our goals on paper, place them in a bottle, and compare them next year." "Oh, I think I understand what you mean," Shuezai replied. "But plans are plans. And changes are changes. What if we don't achieve them? Goals are goals, actions are actions. We simply strive towards that direction," he responded. "All right." Shuezai smiled faintly. They then began to jot down their objectives and plans. How many things can one accomplish in a year? How much can one achieve? In truth, not much. Moreover, the small pieces of paper Wu Yu held were quite limited, allowing only a single sentence, with fewer words. The statements naturally became more concise. "A.S. Shuezai wrote." She playfully warned, "No peeking." "Of course not," Wu Yu chuckled. "What would be the point of peeking?" Shuezai finished first, as she wrote quickly. Wu Yu completed as later, as he wrote at a slower pace. Once they both finished, Wu Yu wrapped their papers in a pen, placing the pen inside a bottle of mineral water. The bottle bore the label, "Ice Dew." "Just a 1 yuan Ice Dew mineral water." Wu Yu sealed the cap, exclaiming, "Haha, now we needn't worry about the paper inside getting corroded. Your design is quite unique." Shuezai laughed. "It's a small matter. This 1 yuan Ice Dew bottle is the highlight. A minor affair. If I were to marry you, we certainly wouldn't have to worry about the milk powder for our child." "That goes without saying," Wu Yu grinned. "Only breast milk is truly good." Shuezai fell silent upon hearing this. "Oh, by the way, shouldn't we give each other nicknames?" Wu Yu asked. "The last character of our names? That doesn't seem very fitting," Wu Yu replied calmly. "Your last character has a bit of an inappropriate homophone." After a moment of thought, Shuezai smiled gently. "True. Then I'll call you baby, all right? Then how should I address you?" "You can call me Yu, but don't call me male lead, and definitely don't call me female lead." Shuezai laughed. "I'm the little baby, and you're the big baby. Does that work?" Quite good." Wu Yu nodded in agreement. After settling on their nicknames, they set off. Before long, they arrived at the outskirts that prevent the bottle from being unearthed and discarded by land developers. Wu Yu sought out a secluded spot. He began to dig, burying the bottle and marking the spot. After their labor, Wu Yu surveyed the fruits of their work, his smile radiant. Shuezai, however, wore a somewhat peculiar expression. Yet, Wu Yu failed to notice. Subsequently, he took Shuezai back to his rented room, embarking on their sweet 2-person world. Upon returning to the training base, the coach, as before, inquired, "Where have you two been playing for so long?" Shuezai had no secrets. Wu Yu smiled lightly. Upon hearing this, everyone present fell silent, exchanging glances and speculating. Was Shuezai a person's name or a place's name? Upon hearing the name, it surely sounded like a person's name. But who could this person be? Analyzing the name, it seems to belong to a female. A female. It couldn't possibly be his mother. Once Wu Yu returned, the team could once again train together, due to Wu Yu's exceptional performance on the field. The coach endorsed her style of play. Consequently, the training sessions typically followed Wu Yu's pace. If the opposing top laner was overly sneaky, Wu Yu would target the enemy jungler. After all, she would not remain idle during the early game. After training concluded, Wu Yu returned directly to her rented apartment, which she considered her home. Upon her arrival, Shuezai had already ordered takeout, fried chicken, hamburgers, and cola. Naturally, there was also Wu Yu's favorite blueberry juice. "Darling, you're back," Shuezai exclaimed, her face brimming with joy. "Come here, sweetheart." Following her words, Wu Yu leaped onto Shuezai, engaging in some perfectly reasonable and lawful activities. Then, Wu Yu quietly opened her computer, munching on her meal while playing. It had been a while since she last interacted with her fans, and she wondered if they had remained loyal. Logging into the game, she opened the streaming assistant and began her broadcast. Shuezai remained by Wu Yu's side, not leaving her for a moment. While Wu Yu was still adjusting her microphone, fans began to flood into the streaming room. By the time Wu Yu finished her fast food, the stream's popularity had already reached 6 digits. The barrage of comments flowed like an unending river. "Youngster, you truly are something else. How can a guy with such straightforward remarks manage to attract a girlfriend? Impressive. She must be after your money. Case closed. In recent days, we had posted numerous photos in a group of literati, showcasing her and Shwezai together. Essay result. Many fans were visibly displeased. Initially, they believed Wu Yu had edited the images, but upon witnessing the recent scene, they finally recognized her strength and charm. They began to shower Wu Yu with greetings. Observing the comments, Wu Yu felt a surge of discontent. I see you're just bitter because you can't have what you desire. After uttering this, the comments fell silent for a long while. Then, the fans shifted to a new topic. Youngster, your Zhao Xian play is phenomenal. How can we replicate such skill? Indeed, please teach us. Upon reading this, Wu Yu quickly caught a whiff of the scent of money. With that attitude, do you really expect to learn the latest and greatest jungle techniques? Wu Yu declared loudly. Immediately, gifts began to shower in the streaming room, endlessly and vibrantly. Shwezai's eyes widened in astonishment. In her lifetime, she had never witnessed such a spectacle. The rockets and cannons flying across the screen were not merely props. They represented stacks of cash. Shwezai was taken aback, but Wu Yu was already accustomed to such scenes. Pay close attention and learn well, Wu Yu asserted seriously that I will teach you the latest and most powerful jungle strategies to dominate the jungle. The comments read, the rice bowl is ready. The notebook is open. The pencil is sharpened. Let's get started. Opening the game, searching for a match, and beginning to wait. During this process, Wu inadvertently noticed her friend's status bar. Shwezai's avatar was gray. It dawned on Wu Yu that she and Shwezai were essentially living together now. And since Shwezai also played League of Legends, how could she not arrange a computer for her? Let me set that up for her. Wu Yu then opened the Tmall app and selected a luxurious package for Shwezai. Wow, darling, you're amazing, Shwezai said, linking her arm with Wu Yu. I love you. This is just a small gesture, Wu Yu replied, as she found a match and entered the hero ban phase. During the ban phase, Wu Yu executed a complete ban. Let them choose from the 108 heroes. It will be a total domination. Wu Yu exuded confidence. The comments read, winning or losing doesn't matter. We can't compromise on style. Youngster, let us see your runes and your skins. Upon seeing this, Wu Yu promptly opened her rune page and began her explanation. For runes, it's best to take Conqueror. While Predator allows for quicker execution of 3 QS, Zhao Xian is inherently strong in the early game. If he can kill, he will kill. If he can't, he won't. Taking Predator merely speeds up the killing without much significance. Moreover, as most matches are casual games, it's common to drag things into the late game, so Conqueror is the better choice. Observing Wu Yu's focused demeanor, Shwezai suddenly felt superfluous. She turned away and began playing on her phone, avoiding disturbing Wu Yu. She lay on the bed, propped up on her side, while he reclined in the office chair. Explaining, with Conqueror settled, it was time to address the remaining runes. Zhao Xian is quite mana-hungry, so it's wise to take Mana Flow Ban to increase mana. Then, select an attack speed rune and a lethal tempo. There's nothing more to add there. Now, the crucial part. Wu Yu cleared her throat, continuing, for subordinate runes, the primary choice is Domination. Start with Eyeball Collection, as it boosts attack power. Attack power is the hard truth. Then, pick Ultimate Hunter to enhance movement speed. Mobility is quite important when playing Zhao Xian. Applaud if you understand. Upon finishing, gifts began to rain down in the streaming room, dazzlingly vibrant. The comments were endless, stretching as far as the eye could see. Got it. I'm going to try it right now. Did I learn it too? I'm changing my runes immediately. I'm going to. This was a clear acknowledgement of Wu Yu's skills. Just then, the opposing team selected a Master E. Observing the enemy lineup, Wu Yu speculated that Master E would likely be the jungler. She then casually remarked, upon seeing them pick Master E, I immediately counter with Zhao Xian. Don T asked me why. Just know it's hero suppression. Soon, the game transitioned to the loading screen that Wu Yu was on the blue side, top lane Asus, jungler Zhao Xian, mid lane Akali, bot lane Ashe, and support Lulu. The opposing red side, top lane Renekton, jungler Master E, mid lane Orianna, bot lane Jhin, and support Lux as the match commenced. Wu Yu began to taunt the opposition. Playing without taunting is akin to using a condom during a dry spell, utterly devoid of sensation. The comments read, Youngster remains true to form, unapologetically bold. The essence is there. Meanwhile, greetings from WeChat echoed in the public chat. Zhao Xian, I'm here to cure your internet addiction. Zhao Xian, drop your pants and show me your flower. While you wait under the tower, naturally, the opposing team was not to be outdone. Master, Zhao Xian is just a dog. Jin, from afar, you don't look human. Up close, you're just a dog. Put on glasses for confirmation, and it turns out you're just a Zhao Xian. Lux, out of 10 Zhao Zins, 9 are feeders, and the last one is selling flowers. Faced with such friendly greetings, WeChat shot back, rest assured, I will guide you through this rebellious phase. Soon, the buffs refreshed. With the assistance of the bot duo, WeChat successfully secured the red buff, while heading into the enemy jungle. She declared, if you don't gank at level 2, it's as good as playing for nothing. Ganking at level 2 is the best test of a jungler's competency. Watch closely and learn how I'll break through this Master E. Upon arriving at the enemy blue buff, she indeed spotted Master and a glimmer of steel flashed, followed by a swift strike. WeChat charged in, executing a quick EQ combo, then continued to poke while retreating. The half-health Master, he had no choice but to flee. Fearing retaliation, WeChat smiled gently, saying, observe closely, learn well, and witness how I secure the first blood. With meticulous attention to detail, he dispatched the frog and continued to pursue the Sword Saint. As the Sword Saint attempted to flash over the wall, they strategically placed a ward behind it. All right, the Sword Saint has flashed. Let us follow suit. The Sword Saint's flash landed directly before the ward WeChat had just placed, resulting in WeChat swiftly claiming the first blood. First blood! In that instant, the barrage of comments flooded him like a tidal wave. Impressive play. The strategy was indeed remarkable. Truly formidable, truly audacious. WeChat chuckled softly. Do not be overly excited. Take a seat and observe, for the lesson has only just begun. At this juncture, there was no need to greedily farm or return a base. He proceeded directly to the enemy's red jungle, preparing to catch the Sword Saint once more. Naturally, he did not forget to send greetings to the Sword Saint. As we made his way to the enemy's red zone, he typed furiously. Zhao Xian, did you die? Sword Saint, just you wait. Zhao Xian, it seems you're still unconvinced. Sword Saint, Zhao Xian, watch how I will dominate you shortly. WeChat smiled, choosing not to continue the banter, for he had already arrived at the bush beside the enemy's red buff. Just then, the Sword Saint, freshly emerged from the fountain, approached, blissfully unaware of the lurking danger. However, as the Sword Saint began to farm, he inadvertently moved closer to WeChat. Patience. Wait until he approaches before striking. WeChat remarked calmly, "At this moment, there is no need to use. Simply initiate with AQ and engage, saving E for pursuit." The Sword Saint, while wrestling with the red buff, drew nearer to WeChat. Yet, WeChat held his ground, waiting until the Sword Saint entered the bush before launching his attack with AQ. The Sword Saint immediately fled. Glancing back over his shoulder, after running a short distance, he turned to Q the red buff before continuing his escape. This Q widened the distance between them. Nevertheless, WeChat swiftly closed the gap with E, relentlessly pursuing the Sword Saint. Despite the Sword Saint activating W to regain health, he ultimately fell to WeChat's onslaught. Meanwhile, the comments erupted once more. Incredible play. That it was truly a detail-oriented move. I've learned something. I shall attempt it myself. WeChat smiled lightly. Fundamentals, do not underestimate them. Remain seated and observe. After clearing the Sword Saint's red zone, he returned to base, ensuring the Sword Saint would pay for his transgressions. Of course, the follow-up greetings were inevitable. Zhao Xian, is this all you've got? Sword Saint. Zhao Xian, you're finished. I'm about to get serious. Remember to clean your wounds. My spearhead is already tainted. When WeChat set out, he was level 1. Upon his return, he had ascended to level 4. He purchased a tier 2 jungle knife and 2 long swords, then made his way toward the bottom lane, with the red zone devoid of resources. The Sword Saint was surely in the blue zone, and the hunt continued. Just then, we noticed a comment. Young man, isn't your strategy about jungle synergy in the arena? Why not discuss that today? A well-posed question. WeChat chuckled and began to elucidate. Professional leagues differ vastly from regular ranked matches. We professionals are part of a team, emphasizing collaboration and synergy. However, in typical ranked games, discerning the strengths and weaknesses of teammates is challenging. If a teammate is particularly weak, no amount of assistance will elevate them. In fact, it may hinder your own momentum. Thus, during solo queue, it is better to focus on capturing the enemy jungler and prioritizing personal development. Understanding the applause followed. As he finished speaking, the comments erupted in praise. Just then, Wu arrived at the lower river and spotted the Sword Saint farming the river crab. Upon noticing Wu, the Sword Saint abandoned the nearly defeated crab and fled without a backward glance. Wu observed the Sword Saint's equipment and noted the absence of boots. He then began his pursuit with fervor. The comments read, "You shouldn't be able to catch up. The Sword Saint's movement speed is 355, while Zhao Xine only has 345. He should return to farm the river crab." Wait, he actually caught up. The Sword Saint did not take a diagonal route. How did he manage to close the distance? Wu smiled lightly. "Because I possess the Ruthless Hunter. Killing enhances my out-of-combat movement speed. After slaying the Sword Saint twice, my movement speed increased by 21, making it feasible to catch up. Once the Ruthless Hunter stacks are maxed, one can achieve an additional 40 out-of-combat movement speed, which is immensely beneficial." Upon hearing this, the audience marveled at his insights. Before they could fully digest this information, Wu began to share more valuable tips. After hitting the Sword Saint with E, do not rush to use Q. First, employ W to apply a slow. Only unleash Q when the Sword Saint begins to meditate. Strike at the heart. At this point, Wu had reached level 4, while the Sword Saint remained at level 2. Equipped with merely a hunter's knife and a meager potion. Quite pitiful. In no time, Wu had whittled the Sword Saint's health down to nothing. The Sword Saint, left with no choice, activated W to prolong his inevitable demise. Yet, Wu, ever forward-thinking, utilized the Q he had saved. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits. He launched the Sword Saint in the air, interrupting his meditation, and finished with a final basic attack, flawlessly claiming the Sword Saint's life. The comments exploded. "Incredible. This is indeed the latest and most powerful jungle tutorial. I have learned much. This young man is truly remarkable. He has not disappointed me." Now, the Sword Saint was rendered incapable of playing. Wu maintained his usual demeanor, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Just a small skirmish. Nothing of great significance. Do not relent." After clearing the dragon, continue to hunt the Sword Saint. Naturally, do not forget to send him greetings. Just as Wu positioned his hands on the keyboard, the Sword Saint sent him a message of capitulation. Sword Saint. Zhao Xine, I yield. Sword Saint. Zhao Xine, I kneel before you. Sword Saint. Zhao Xine. Please, spare me from further hunts. Upon reading this, Wu couldn't help but laugh. The comment section erupted with congratulations. 666. The Sword Saint has lost his spirit. He is truly pitiful. Although the Sword Saint had conceded, Wu was still unsatisfied. He continued typing. Zhao Xine, have you truly yielded? Sword Saint. I have yielded. Zhao Xine. Is it merely words? Sword Saint. I yield both in word and in heart. Zhao Xine. Do you yield in body? Sword Saint. I yield as well. Zhao Xine. Will you yield in the future? At this point, the Sword Saint fell silent. Time ticked by, slipping away quietly, after what felt like an eternity. The Sword Saint finally responded. Sword Saint. Yield my foot. Sword Saint. Just you wait. I shall show you what I'm capable of. Wu laughed. This was precisely the outcome he desired at that moment. Wu had finished clearing the dragon and returned to base. He purchased a pair of boots and made a beeline for the upper jungle, intending to continue hunting the Sword Saint. After clearing his blue zone, he headed straight for the Sword Saint's red zone, seeking his quarry. After passing F6 and circling near the golem, he found no sign of the Sword Saint. Wu, feeling puzzled, placed a ward in the bush near F6, and then proceeded to the top lane. In the top lane, it was a battle between the doghead and the crocodile, a brotherly showdown. Brothers do not hold back when brawling. As an outsider like Wu, intervening could easily lead to dire consequences. Wu's doghead had reached level 7, but the crocodile was slightly ahead at level 9. With the crocodile's Q skill fully leveled, his damage and sustain were formidable. If he had rage, his power would be even greater. I could see this moment. Wu was only level 5. Charging him would likely result in a death sentence. Thus, he refrained from rushing in and instead concealed himself in the tri-brush, biding his time. During this interval, Wu glanced at the battle report. The enemy's clockwork had eliminated his team's Akali once. While the other two lanes remained harmonious, no kills had been recorded. Although the crocodile had a 2-level advantage over the doghead had yet to die, maintaining a commendable level of stability. Just then, the doghead signaled for Wu to retreat. Doghead, let us leave. We can't win. Zhao Exen. This moment, the upper river crab had respawned, prompting Wu to head over to farm it. However, just as he landed a couple of hits on the crab, he spotted the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint lingered near the ward by F6 for a moment before heading up. Wu made a decisive choice and promptly advanced towards the direction of the Stone Man. Previously, Wu had cleared the Sword Saint's F6, and the Stone Man, upon noticing the absence of his F6, the Sword Saint was likely to check on the Stone Man's whereabouts. Thus, Wu approached the Stone Man, hoping to encounter the Sword Saint. Idealistic aspirations met with comical reality. As Wu entered the brush near the red buff, he spotted the Sword Saint. In a narrow confrontation, it is the brave who prevail. Wu immediately used his E ability, engaging the Sword Saint with relentless strikes, one after another. There was no need to rush, Wu calmly remarked. We are 2 levels above the Sword Saint. Even without equipment, he cannot outmatch us in a standoff. He initiated with E, conserving W and Q. If the Sword Saint withheld his Q, they would hold their W. If he refrained from W, they would withhold Q. Strangely, the Sword Saint chose not to flee and engaged Wu directly. Wu sensed something amiss and quickly glanced at the minimap, discovering that the enemy's Twisted Fate had vanished from the lane. So that was it. Although aware that Twisted Fate was coming to assist the Sword Saint, Wu did not retreat that moment. The Sword Saint was already within execution range. Wu unleashed his Q with vigor. 1 strike, 2 strikes. Just as he was about to deliver the third, the Sword Saint suddenly cast his Q to that instant. Twisted Fate arrived. Wu made a swift decision and executed his flash. As he landed, the Sword Saint did as well that he unleashed the third segment of his Q, sending the Sword Saint flying. However, their positions were nearly overlapping, forcing Wu to adjust his positioning before utilizing W. Due to that brief movement, precious time was lost, and as the second damage of W was about to be executed, the Sword Saint had already landed. Suddenly, a flash of yellow light appeared. The Sword Saint had used flash. Interestingly, even after flashing, the Sword Saint was still struck down by Wu's second segment of W. Wu chuckled, and the chat lit up. 666. Truly entertaining. Death Flash. No, it should be Flash Grave. After defeating the Sword Saint, Wu reached level 6. Meanwhile, Twisted Fate had also arrived. Seeing the low-health Wu, his eyes turned red with fury. Wu unleashed his ultimate and retreated without looking back. After being pushed back, Twisted Fate could no longer catch up to Wu. This was partly due to Twisted Fate's low initial movement speed and the fact that he had yet to purchase boots. Gradually, Wu's silhouette faded from Twisted Fate's sight. Once out of danger, Wu's first action was to taunt the Sword Saint. Zhao Exen, you died again. Sword Saint, wait for me, dog. Zhao Exen, it seems you still refuse to submit. Sword Saint, submit my foot. Just wait and see how I will cut you down. Wu laughed, admiring the Sword Saint's tenacity. Subsequently, Wu let out a long sigh. Only those who have crushed you can truly understand your grievances. The Sword Saint felt wronged, and Wu empathized. Yet, Wu would still pursue the Sword Saint. Upon returning to base, Wu immediately purchased a warrior jungle knife, with 60 points of attack power. His total attack power reached 150. At this point, Wu feared no one, unbeatable in one-on-one combat. However, to play it safe, he chose not to be reckless as he made his way towards the enemy's blue zone. He maintained vision controlled as long as Twisted Fate and the duo in the bot lane remained in their lane. Wu dared to invade the Sword Saint's blue zone directly, having cleared the Sword Saint's red zone previously. Wu suspected that the Sword Saint would come to the blue zone upon respawning. However, upon arriving, he found no trace of the Sword Saint. The blue buff, 3 wolves, and the toad were all present. Yet the Sword Saint was nowhere to be seen. Wu was unaware of the Sword Saint's location, but he knew that Twisted Fate and the bot lane duo were still in their lane. Thus, he began to clear the jungle. First, he took down the blue buff, then the toad, that he cleared the jungle swiftly and without injury. However, just as the toad was left with a sliver of health, Wu spotted the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint executed a smite, claiming the toad, and finally reaching level 4. But Wu was already on him with E, although he had a significant equipment advantage over the Sword Saint. Wu's skill was equally impressive. He ate QQW in one fluid motion. He dispatched the Sword Saint. The chat erupted in excitement. 666. Downloaded. Will watch and learn slowly. Impressive. Truly impressive. Wu chuckled. Just a minor skirmish. Merely a trivial matter. Just as Wu intended to continue taunting the Sword Saint, a message appeared on the screen. Master, he has left the game. In an instant, the chat exploded. Impressive, young man. To drive the Sword Saint to abandon the game is indeed remarkable. This match was secured. Wu observed this with a smile and no words. The Sword Saint had exited the game, and for Wu, the victory was merely a matter of time as the game reached the 15-minute mark. The enemy team surrendered. Meanwhile, the chat brigade began to assemble. Report the Sword Saint. Let it be banned. Gather the team to report. Regarding such comments, Wu merely shook his head. Enough, the Sword Saint has already suffered greatly. If we report him again, who knows, he might completely abandon the game out of frustration. Besides, the number of players in this game is already dwindling. We should refrain from reporting, with oppression advantage. Wu recognized that this game was beginning to cool down. Yet, no other game had managed to replace League of Legends, thus its popularity remained unrivaled. Soon, at the fervent request of his fans, Wu commenced his second match. Upon seeing that the enemy jungler had selected Hecarim, he promptly chose Zhao Xian. Wu remarked, upon seeing the enemy select Hecarim, I immediately picked Zhao Xian. Don't ask me why. Just know it's about hero countering. Before long, both teams had finalized their compositions. The enemy's blue side, top lane Bear, jungler Hecarim, mid lane Syndra, bot lane Rat, support Soraka. Wu's red side, top lane Jace, jungler Zhao Xian, mid lane Galio, bot lane Draven, support Blitzcrank. As soon as the game commenced, Wu began to taunt the enemy. Zhao Xian, children, daddy has arrived. Hecarim, I see you're living on borrowed time. Have you heard of the esports left-hand kill? Zhao Xian, of course I know. How could a father not understand his own son? Hecarim, suddenly, my target has become very clear. Wu and Hecarim engaged in a playful banter. With no victor emerging, it seemed that only through tangible actions could they prove who was the father and who was the son. As Wu made his way to the enemy's blue zone, he continued chatting in the team chat box. Zhao Xian, I'll handle it myself. Jace, 1. Zhao Xian, bot lane will be late to join. Draven, 1. Blitzcrank, 1. Soon. Wu stealthily approached the enemy's blue zone. Watch closely and learn well. Wu appeared confident. Let the experienced driver take you for a ride, soaring through the skies. I'll teach you how to dominate the jungle and conquer the canyon. If starting from the red side, place a ward at the enemy's 3 wolves before the buff respawns, specifically 30 seconds prior. Wu explained, leaving the fans puzzled. What is the purpose of this? Shouldn't we place a ward at the enemy's blue buff instead? What does it mean to do so 30 seconds before the buff respawns? Wu smiled gently. You'll find out soon. Before long, both teams' buffs respawned. Wu immediately began to solo the red buff. Using potions as he cleared it, he consumed 2 health potions entirely. After finishing the red buff, Wu made his way to the enemy's blue zone. Behind the blue buff was a blast cone. He stepped on it to reach the vicinity of the blue buff. There he crouched, waiting for Hecarim. The fans could no longer contain their excitement. So, you still went to the blue buff? But why did you place a ward at the 3 wolves earlier? Were you merely curious about the wolves? Wu did not rush to explain, instead patiently awaited the arrival of the centaur. He has come. He has arrived. Striding forth upon the red buff, the centaur approached the 3 wolves and immediately commenced his assault. Only then did Wu begin to elucidate. Very well, in my eyes. He is already a dead man. Placing a ward at the wolves' location was to ascertain the centaur's position. If the centaur were to head directly to the blue buff, we would continue to wait. However, If he chose to tackle the three wolves, we would commence our own blue buff. The barrage of comment from the audience suddenly revealed their enlightenment, as realization dawned upon them. Oh, that's it. It was our folly. They expressed their gratitude for the lesson in the early game. Zhao Xian's jungle clearing speed is nearly unparalleled. By the time you finished with a blue buff, the centaur was still engaged with the three wolves. Moreover, the centaur's health was in a precarious state, barely at half. After dispatching the three wolves, the centaur proceeded towards the blue buff, heading directly in Wu Yu's direction as the centaur's visage entered the brush. It was time for him to face his demise. Wu Yu remarked while playing, "He is only at half health and is equipped with Ghost Walk. This will surely end in his death. There is no need to rush. We shall initiate with AQ and use E to pursue AT last." He activated Ghost Walk, and we responded with our a glimmer of cold light flashed first, followed by a shot that struck like a dragon. Just as the centaur activated Ghost Walk, he was ensnared by Wu Yu's E's slowed a shot, then another he fell, claiming first blood. First blood, 666. What a brilliant youth. Indeed, this young man has never let me down. Wu Yu smiled gently. Basic skills, maintain composure. All must sit and observe it. To slay is to pierce the heart. Every aspect is essential. Now, it was time to greet the centaur. Soon, the public screen was filled with Wu Yu's taunts. Zhao Xian, is that all? Zhao Xian, an esports left-hand kill. Is that truly it, centaur? To be honest, I intentionally let you have that. Zhao Xian, I too confess, I was merely playing with my feet. After this exchange, both resumed their competition. Wu Yu, having completed the centaur's frog, dashed from the river's midsection towards the centaur's red zone, near F6 at this moment. We had already reached level 3, making him nearly unbeatable in a one-on-one encounter. Wu Yu softly stated, as a jungler, one must determine which lane to gank and then persistently focus on that lane. Just as one must be devoted when pursuing a lady, the same principle applies to jungling. Fixate on a lane and pursue relentlessly. This is the key to victory. Just as he finished speaking, Wu Yu spotted the centaur, AT level 2 and at full health. He was approaching the brush where Wu Yu lay in wait. Wu Yu smiled softly, continuing his commentary while playing. Full health, yet here he is flaunting. He clearly does not regard me as a threat. Today, I shall teach him a lesson at level 3, with double buffs still active. There is no need to initiate with we shall commence with AQ instead. The moment the centaur entered the brush, his health began to plummet. The centaur hurriedly attempted to retreat, but Wu Yu, with his double buffs, relentlessly pursued him. The third Q sent the centaur flying, followed by a perfectly executed full damage W. Continuing with basic attacks, he dispatched the centaur without even using E. The barrage of comments erupted. 666. He even saved E. This is secure. After securing the kill, one must not forget a taunt. Zhao Xian. Is that all? Zhao Xian. An esports left-hand kill. Is that it? Centaur. Trash. Just you wait. Centaur. Watch how I'll dominate you in the mid-game. Zhao Xian. It seems you remain unconvinced. Centaur. Convince your sister. Observing this exchange, Wu Yu chuckled softly. For such individuals, we must assist them in overcoming their internet addiction. A crit-focused Zhao Xian will give them a new understanding of instant kills. Watch closely and learn how I build and operate. Upon returning to the fountain, Wu Yu immediately set course for the dragon. This dragon was a wind dragon. While it may not significantly benefit Wu Yu, it would greatly aid his teammates. Galio and Kiana heavily rely on their ultimate abilities, and of course, these considerations were secondary. Allowing the enemy team to claim the wind dragon would be rather unpleasant. Champions like Bear, Syndra, and Soraka, with their frequent ultimates, could indeed be troublesome. Thus, this dragon was not to be relinquished. Wu Yu completed his blue side jungle and secured a river crab, reaching level 5. Zhao Xian, as a champion, finds soloing the dragon relatively easy, especially since Wu Yu had already claimed 2 kills. Without hesitation, he began to challenge the wind dragon solo. Casting his abilities in succession, he consumed health potions one after another. When the dragon was left with 800 health, the centaur suddenly burst in using an explosive fruit. Wu Yu was momentarily taken aback, then immediately abandoned the dragon to confront the centaur. AT this moment. Wu Yu was at half health, while the centaur was at full health. However, the centaur was level 3, while Wu Yu was level 5. Additionally, Wu Yu possessed 2 more long swords than the centaur. An amusing scene unfolded. The centaur chose not to attack Wu Yu, but instead focused on the wind dragon. Without a doubt, he intended to bring the dragon down to the smite threshold and then snatch it away. Upon witnessing this, Wu Yu smiled. For the level 5 smite deals more damage than the level 3 smite. As the centaur continued to strike, he suddenly spotted a red glow. The wind dragon was snatched by Wu Yu. Moreover, it was at this moment that Wu Yu also leveled up to 6, realizing he was outmatched. The centaur hastily fled, but Wu Yu unleashed AW, perfectly landing the hit. However, the damage was just shy of enough. With he still on cooldown and flash unavailable, Wu Yu had no choice but to unleash his ultimate. Sweeping across the battlefield, he claimed the centaur's life. The comments flooded in. 666. The centaur must be feeling despondent. When a jungler is suppressed by 3 levels, what can he do? Only those who have been utterly defeated comprehend the depths of one's despair. Wu Yu understood the centaur's grievances. He empathized with the centaur's anguish. Yet, Wu Yu would show no mercy. For this is esports.in esports. Incompetence is a fundamental sin. Weakness must be acknowledged, and one must stand firm when beset upon. Thus, Wu Yu continued to target the centaur, focusing on the opposition. After each kill, Wu Yu would taunt the fallen adversary. This has been a long-standing tradition for Wu Yu. Zhao Exine. Another death. Zhao Exine. Take heed, if you perish a few more times. No one will want to buy your flowers in the future. Centaur. Trash. Centaur. Zhao Exine, you dog. Centaur. Bring it on. Wu Yu laughed. Such demands I have never encountered in my life. Very well. Let us accommodate him. Upon returning to base, Wu Yu directly purchased a warrior's jungle knife. With an additional 60 attack power, Wu Yu became unstoppable, a formidable force in one-on-one encounters that Wu Yu calmly stated. At this point, we must not focus solely on our jungle. We must invade the enemy jungle and farm diligently. Deny the centaur any resources for growth. Thus, Wu Yu infiltrated the enemy jungle, from frogs to 3 wolves. From F6 to the golem, no jungle creature could escape Wu Yu's grasp. Naturally, during his jungle clearing, Wu Yu encountered the centaur several times. However, the centaur always turned and fled, not daring to look back. Occasionally, Wu Yu would close the gap, but the centaur would simply activate E and escape. Thus, during this period, no additional kills were secured. Nevertheless, at this point, the centaur had fallen behind Wu Yu by 5 levels. The centaur was at level 5, while Wu Yu had reached level 10. After thoroughly clearing the jungle, Wu Yu purchased the most affordable crit item, the electrocute. With this equipment, the tempo could be set in motion. Wu Yu once again invaded the enemy jungle to farm and secure kills. Just as Wu Yu finished with F6, the centaur approached, seemingly oblivious. Upon seeing Wu Yu, he immediately turned to flee to Wu Yu. Of course, would not let this opportunity slip by. Swiftly in to engage. A glimmer of cold light appeared first, followed by a shot that struck like a dragon. During the Q, a critical hit was landed. After W applied the slow, another critical hit followed. With these 2 critical strikes, the centaur was swiftly dispatched in the summoner's rift jungle. After the centaur's demise, before Wu Yu could send his taunts, the centaur's retort had already come through. Centaur. Trash Zhao Exine. Centaur. Were it not for your fortunate luck in landing 2 critical hits, could you have slain me? Zhao Exine. There's no way around it. Luck is indeed a component of skill. Centaur. Useless Exine dog. Centaur. Pathetic luck. Zhao Exine. It seems you still refuse to concede. Centaur. Concede to your sister. Wu Yu chuckled that I end this match. Centaur maintained a relatively calm demeanor, unlike the previous game with the Sword Saint. However, Wu Yu still had a method to shatter Centaur's morale. Fountain diving. Naturally, such antics require a solid economic foundation to amass wealth. Wu Yu swiftly headed to the top lane to ambush the bear. Qin Tianying blocked the bear's escape route, allowing Wu Yu to unleash havoc within the circle. Undoubtedly, the bear was doomed. Subsequently, Wu Yu ventured to the mid and bot lanes at this juncture. Wu Yu could easily rely on his equipment to dominate team fights and capture foes. Centaur was already incapacitated, allowing Wu Yu to hunt down enemies without restraint. This period was a frenzied, snowballing extravaganza. With the support of his teammate, the robot, Wu Yu effortlessly accumulated numerous kills. Unstoppable, he was a force to be reckoned with. If Zhao Xin flourishes too early in the game, he becomes utterly unassailable. More formidable than the Sword Princess or Jax, especially with critical hit equipment. Zhao Xin afforded the enemy no opportunity to retaliate. Once Wu Yu acquired the rupture, he no longer had to worry about his mana. He could farm minions and jungle simultaneously, demolishing towers and slaying enemies with ease. In under 20 minutes, he had destroyed all of the enemy's outer towers. Moreover, he had dismantled the enemy's top lane inhibitor. This moment, Wu Yu and his teammates lay in wait at the enemy's fountain, embarking on their fountain diving spree. The robot stood at the forefront. With Galio positioned behind him, their focus razor-sharp. Due to a misstep in positioning, Centaur was yanked out by the robot that Wu Yu charged in, delivering stabs interspersed with basic attacks and critical hits as Centaur's health bar plummeted at a visibly alarming rate. Those pulled out by the robot could not escape. First, they were knocked up by the robot, then taunted by Galio. During this interval, Wu Yu's basic attacks were sufficient to ensure the ensnared foe met their demise once more. Unsurprisingly, Centaur fell to Wu Yu's relentless onslaught. The deaths of others were inconsequential. With Centaur's demise, Wu Yu began a taunt. Zhao Xin. Is that all? Zhao Xin. The esports left-hand kill, stuck at the fountain's entrance? Centaur, if you're so capable, don't retreat. Zhao Xin. A 1T retreat. You come out, Centaur. If you're so brave, step inside. The two sides remained locked in a stalemate at the fountain, their economy relying solely on natural growth. However, the enemy could purchase equipment, while Wu Yu could not. After an indeterminate period, the enemy finally decided to boldly engage in a team fight. The bear initiated, launching directly at Wu Yu with an ultimate. Syndra amassed 3 orbs within the fountain. Combining them with her ultimate's 3 orbs, all hurled at Wu Yu. The rat unleashed his ultimate from the fountain, dealing chaotic damage to Wu Yu's team. Soraka seized the moment with a well-timed ultimate, plunging Wu Yu's allies into despair. Finally, Centaur capitalized on the opportunity with a perfect E, claiming Wu Yu's life. Meanwhile, the chat exploded at "It was a feast for the eyes." Indeed, the enemy's ultimates were almost entirely directed at the young man. What enmity had spurred this? Most crucially, Centaur secured Wu Yu's kill. One could only anticipate what Centaur would say next, as expected, after ending Wu Yu's killing spree. Centaur began to taunt him. Centaur, Xin dog, you're dead. Centaur, pathetic Xin dog, slain by me. Centaur, is that all? Centaur, this is your best, still daring to linger at the fountain's entrance. Centaur, pathetic Xin dog. Fallen silent. Centaur, lost your spirit? Pathetic Xin dog. Centaur, do you now know who the esports left-hand killer is? The public chat was inundated with Centaur's heartfelt greetings. Upon reading this, Wu Yu couldn't help but chuckle. To be able to unleash such a torrent of taunts, it was evident how long Centaur had been repressed. Wu Yu laughed. Don't rush, allow me to switch my equipment. This time, it would truly be fountain diving. To the point where Centaur would bow his head in apology, until the enemy surrendered. Due to the multitude of kills, minion farming, and tower destruction, Wu Yu had long amassed enough wealth for 6 full items. He swiftly switched his gear and resumed his fountain diving journey. Infinity Edge, Rupture, Electric Blade, Ravenous Hydra, and Breaker Bow. At this moment, Wu Yu's attack power had reached a staggering 500. His critical hit rate was also at 100. Coupled with Infinity Edge's passive, it converted critical damage from 200 to 225 that a single shot could easily deal over 1,000 damage. Moreover, Wu Yu's Q could grant himself an additional 200 attack power. If he landed a critical hit while using Q, the damage could soar to 1,500. A single shot, 1,500. Who could stand against him? After changing his equipment, Wu Yu marched towards the enemy fountain, all while taunting Centaur. Zhao Xin, sons, daddy has arrived. Zhao Xin, cleanse your petals, wash your necks, await my arrival. Centaur, pathetic Xin dog, here to die again. Centaur, come now, let me kill you once more. Centaur, note this crucial keyword. Again, Upon witnessing this, Wu Yu laughed. It seemed he would have to conquer Centaur through action. Accompanied by 4 teammates, Wu Yu directly pushed through the top lane. Upon seeing Wu Yu, the enemy turned tail and fled. Not glancing back, Centaur did the same. At this point, Wu Yu couldn't resist taunting. Zhao Exin, afraid? Zhao Exin, cowardly? Zhao Exin, fleeing upon seeing daddy. Centaur, if you're so brave, step inside. Wu Yu smiled lightly and retorted, I'm coming. After Wu Yu dismantled the top lane inhibitor, he once again cornered the enemy at their fountain. At this moment, all 5 enemies were hiding deep within the fountain, none daring to emerge. Centaur was also lurking in the fountain, waiting for the right moment. While roaming, he continued to taunt Wu Yu to come in. Simultaneously, he displayed his dog tag. Just then, Wu Yu executed an unexpected maneuver. He boldly strode into the enemy fountain. Spear in hand, his teammates were stunned. The 5 enemies were also taken aback, hastily adjusting their states to prepare for battling Wu Yu and claiming his head. However, Wu Yu merely lingered in the enemy fountain for a moment before turning to leave. Stepping back outside, after being grazed by the fountain's laser, Wu Yu was left with only 1,000 health. The enemies were dumbfounded, hesitant to approach. Only Centaur charged out with his E. Centaur was equipped for damage output, clearly intending to obliterate Wu Yu in one fell swoop. Within the fountain, there was a movement speed bonus. Coupled with the E speed boost, Centaur's attack power had soared to 700. Then, Centaur collided with Wu Yu. This scene stunned both sides. Centaur's teammates believed he would not venture out, that Wu Yu's teammates thought Wu Yu would unleash his ultimate to evade Centaur. Yet both had underestimated the situation. Centaur charged in, and Wu Yu did not unleash his ultimate. Interestingly, after being struck by Centaur, Wu Yu did not perish. He remained with 200 health. Observing this, Wu Yu laughed. All right, in my eyes, Centaur is already a dead man. Wu Yu unleashed his Q and struck, dealing 1,300 damage to Centaur. Moreover, he restored 400 health. Centaur had yet to react when Wu Yu's second strike followed. This time, he eliminated Centaur, and his own health returned to 1,000. In an instant, the spectators felt a heavy gloom, the very heavens low and oppressive. Time ticked by, a fleeting moment in the corner of the eye. Time passed silently, fading in the brow. After a long while, the public chat finally erupted with a comment. Soraka. What kind of damage is this? Soraka. When should I unleash my ultimate? Zhao Exin. When at full health, then silence once again enveloped the scene. Noticing Centaur's continued silence, Wu Yu proactively initiated a taunt. Zhao Exin. He sports left-hand killer. Why the silence? Zhao Exin. Are you perhaps seeking solace in self-deception? Zhao Exin. Regardless of Wu Yu's attempts at interaction, Centaur remained unresponsive. It appeared he had been too lenient and needed to press on. After a brief discussion with his teammates, Wu Yu commenced a new round of fountain diving. Qing Tianying dove into the fountain with an E, locking all 5 enemies inside with her ultimate. Galio unleashed his ultimate on Qing Tianying, while Draven and the robots surged in to cover Wu Yu's offensive. Wu Yu then dashed in with an E, claiming a pentakill. When his teammates revived, they continued the fountain diving spree. This cycle repeated endlessly. After 2 rounds of pentakills, Wu Yu casually inquired, still not surrendering? Centaur. Surrender to your sister. Centaur. Just you wait. Upon reading this, Wu Yu couldn't help but chuckled. It seemed that unless he defeated the Centaur 100 times, he would never concede. Subsequently, Wu Yu rallied his teammates, preparing for a 3rd round of tormenting the fountain. Just as Qing Shi was about to dash into the fountain, everyone suddenly caught sight of a flash of blue light. Wu Yu was struck with fear, and the robot standing beside him was equally terrified. Once the fear subsided, the Centaur had already appeared in the jungle. At the same time, he left Wu Yu with 2 parting remarks. Centaur. I have emerged. Centaur. Trashy dog. Just when Wu Yu was about to pursue the Centaur, the opposing team unexpectedly surrendered. With a resounding shatter of crystal, this match drew to a close. The 2 statements the Centaur had sent in the chat were his final vestiges of dignity and defiance. Those words reverberated throughout Summoner's Rift, enduring through time. After the match concluded, the Centaur continued to taunt Wu Yu. Centaur. Is that all? Centaur. Trash dog, You're nothing special. At that moment, Wu Yu was left in a state of utter confusion, unable to fathom where the centaur's confidence and audacity stemmed from. Not only had he lost the game, but he also boasted a glorious record of 1-10-0. What gave him the right to mock? Was it the final successful escape that provided him with the audacity to bark here? Strange occurrences abound each year, yet this year seems particularly rife with them. Just then, Wu Yu received a friend request. The ID was Feng Shui Ku Dang Dan Dan Liang. Upon seeing this, Wu Yu burst into laughter. Such an ID, truly remarkable. Due to Wu Yu's exceptional performance in the match, he often received several friend requests after each game. He humbly accepted them all. Wu Yu initially thought this individual wished to duo queue with him, to bask in his glory. However, the moment he entered, the insults began. Dan Dan Liang. Trashy dog. Dan Dan Liang. Got the guts to 1v1? Realizing this, Wu Yu quickly connected the dots. This person was none other than the centaur from the previous match. Moreover, given the tone, he seemed quite unwilling to accept defeat. Simultaneously, the chat erupted with encouragement. 1v1. Teach him a lesson. Having not satisfied his craving for battle in the last match, they were eager for more. Wu Yu felt his fans at a point. It was time to give the centaur a proper lesson. Soon, Dan Dan Liang created a room and invited Wu Yu in. Dan Dan Liang. Mid. Wu Yu 1. Dan Dan Liang. First blood, 1 tower, 100 last hits. Wu Yu 1. Dan Dan Liang. Keep using your trashy dog. I'll crush you. Wu Yu. 1. Wu Yu hesitated, uncertain of which champion to select. If he were picked Jax or Malphite outright, it would pose quite the challenge. However, upon entering the loading screen, Wu Yu couldn't help but smile. Dan Dan Liang had chosen the centaur once more, equipped with Flash and Ghost. His runes were Dark Harvest. At this point, Wu Yu felt he had already secured half of the victory. To engage in a duel without Conqueror is one matter, but to forego press the attack as well. This was nothing short of an affront to his opponent. Clearly, it was time to impart a lesson that Wu Yu's runes were Conqueror with Domination as a secondary. His summoner spells were Flash and Ignite. Upon entering the match interface, Wu Yu promptly purchased the Doran's Blade and headed to mid lane. The centaur was also under the tower, and upon seeing Wu Yu approach, he moved forward in search of an opportunity. The two of them continued to jockey for position until they found themselves in the middle. Seizing the moment, Wu Yu dashed in and began to strike with ferocity. The centaur activated Ghost, attacking and using Q while evading, making it quite difficult for Wu Yu. The centaur utilized his high mobility to remain close to Wu Yu, chipping away with Q. As he drew near, the centaur would retreat, awaiting his next Q cooldown. Observing this, many netizens exclaimed their approval. Wu Yu recognized that this centaur possessed considerable skill, so he decided against further trading blows and promptly used his Flash. He understood that if he did not act decisively, he would be left in a precarious state and unable to continue the lane. Soon, the chat filled with the centaur's taunts. Centaur. Is that all? Centaur, dog. Is this your full capability? Wu Yu chuckled, retorting, only those who laugh last are truly strong. Centaur. Laughing for what? If you can't keep up, you'll fall behind. Centaur. Just watch how I crush you. When a minion wave arrived, the centaur stood resolutely before Wu Yu's backline minions, motionless. Aside from last hitting, he made no unnecessary movements. Wu Yu couldn't help but admire the detail in this play. When the second wave of minions came, Wu Yu failed to secure a single last hit. The centaur began his taunts anew. Centaur. Trash dog. Centaur. Why are you not last hitting? Centaur. Afraid of me. Too scared to come forward. Wu Yu ignored him. He knew that the best way to silence the centaur was to secure a solo kill. He patiently awaited the opportune moment to strike. Even without last hitting, Wu Yu still gained experience, reaching level 2. However, the minion wave was under the tower, and with so many enemy minions, Wu Yu refrained from engaging. After securing 3 minions under the tower, Wu Yu sensed the moment had arrived that he dashed in with E. Launching his assault, executing EA-QQQ. After knocking the centaur up, he landed one final auto attack, forcing the centaur to use his Flash, the ancient adage. At level 1, Gangplank. At level 2, Exine Zhao. At level 3, Renekton takes your life. Was no joke. Standing within the range of Exine Zhao's E at level 2 was tantamount to courting death. After forcing the Centaur's flash, Wu taunted, "Is that all? Centaur, come on if you can. Dive the tower and kill me." Wu, just wait. With the Centaur's health below 200, he could only remain under the tower to soak up experience. What a turn of fortune! Wu Yu did not rush to push the wave, merely landing the final blow on the minions, a technique known as extreme last dash hitting. By the time Wu Yu reached level 4, the Centaur was still at level 3. Moreover, thanks to his passive, Wu Yu had restored his health to full. At this point, the minion wave had reached the Centaur's tower, and he was focused on last hitting. The Centaur's positioning was rather close to the edge, seemingly intending to ram Wu Yu back under the tower. Wu Yu, of course, denied the Centaur the opportunity, maintaining a safe distance. Soon, as the Centaur's minion wave approached, Wu Yu smiled. It was over. He whispered softly to himself. Wu Yu began by using Q to strike the minions twice, then dashed in with E, launching the Centaur into the air. A final W executed the Centaur. First blood. The outcome was clear. As per tradition, it was time for taunting. Wu Yu placed both hands on the keyboard, ready to greet the vanquished Centaur. Xan Zhao. Is that all? Xan Zhao. You died? Xan Zhao. You lost? Centaur. Trashy Xan Zhao. Centaur. Best of 3. I'll win 2 Centaur. I was out of sync just now. You got lucky. What's this, a face gain? Wu Yu laughed and replied, all right then. Today he would not rest until he had thoroughly humbled this Centaur. As a professional player, if one cannot defeat casual players convincingly, what face is left to continue competing in professional leagues? Thus, Wu Yu accepted the Centaur's invitation for a second duel. However, at that moment, Wu Yu noticed some discouraging comments in the chat, and no need to continue. This kind of person will never concede. He will fight until he wins, whether it takes 1 match or 99, until he emerges victorious. Such a person likely wouldn't concede, even in the face of their demise. Youngster, it's time to rest or continue climbing ranks. Don't waste time with such individuals. After careful consideration, Wu Yu acknowledged the validity of this perspective. How could someone who had hyped themselves up after escaping the fountain ever concede? Yet, the match had already begun, so they might as well play another round. If the Centaur remained obstinate this time, then he needn't bother with him. This time, the Centaur had also chosen Conqueror. With Summoner spells Ghost and Ignite, it seemed he had gleaned some insights from Wu Yu's strategies. Upon entering the match interface, Wu Yu once again opted for a Doran's Blade. The Centaur followed suit with a Doran's Blade as well. Upon their encounter in mid lane, Wu Yu merely showcased his dog tag, intending not to engage. Firstly, he had learned Q and was ill-equipped for a prolonged battle. Secondly, he had absorbed the lesson from the last match. If the Centaur activated Ghost during a skirmish, he would be unable to win. Thus, Wu Yu did not engage with the Centaur before the minion wave arrived. Before long, the minion wave approached. The Centaur continued to position himself between the melee and ranged minions, preventing Wu Yu from last hitting. However, this time, Wu Yu did not back down. He initiated with an AQ combo, forcing the Centaur to retreat. Nonetheless, Wu Yu also took a basic attack, an AQ in return, which was not particularly favorable. Once the cooldown on Q was over, Wu Yu pressed forward to trade blows. After 2 rounds of exchanges, both players were left at half health when the second wave of minions arrived. Both were focused on the minions, aiming to secure level 2, but interestingly, they both reached level 2 almost simultaneously. Then, Wu Yu struck. A glimmer of cold light appeared first, followed by an explosive attack. The familiar EQ combo was executed with precision. After the Centaur was slowed, he immediately activated his ghostly step in an attempt to retreat. However, by this point, Wu Yu had already landed 2 attacks and used Ignite. As the Centaur stepped out of Wu Yu's attack range, Wu Yu swiftly flashed in, sending the Centaur flying. He followed up with another attack, effortlessly claiming first blood. The moment of witnessing a miracle had arrived. Just as Wu Yu prepared to taunt the Centaur, the Centaur preemptively declared, "Let's have another match, first to 3 wins." Upon hearing this, Wu Yu recalled what his fans had said earlier. It seemed that conquering a player like the Centaur would not be an easy feat. At that moment, the barrage of comments lit up the screen. Such a person would not concede defeat. There was no point in wasting time with him. 94-94, let's play one more ranked match before heading to bed. In the future, if faced with such a player, there would be no need to add them as a friend from the fans' words. Wu sensed a tinge of frustration, although they longed to see the centaur concede. They understood that making such a person surrender was akin to climbing the heavens. With this in mind, Wu felt it necessary to showcase his true strength to his fans. Genuine strength. There are no students who cannot learn, only teachers who cannot teach. There are no opponents who cannot be subdued, only methods that are ineffective to deal with a person like this. One must use their own tactics against them. Thus, Wu calmly stated, "A trivial matter. Watch how I handle him." The fans were somewhat puzzled. Surely, the young man wouldn't actually confront the centaur head-on. What was the point of engaging with such a person? If this continued, I might just stop watching. Wu appeared composed and confident. Just watch and learn. See how I handle this persistent challenger. Then, Wu began his third duel with a player whose ID was Fengqi Kadong Dandenliang. This time, Wu switched his summoner spells, Flash and Teleport. Upon entering the match interface, Wu immediately purchased a pair of boots and headed to the top lane. Before long, he spotted the centaur lingering near the mid-tower. Taunting him, "The centaur, where are you? Are you scared? Afraid to come out?" Wu ignored him completely. Soon enough, the minion waves met, and only then did Wu leave the safety of his tower to start farming. He leveled E first, taking out the ranged minions before the melee ones. He was swift in his actions. However, at that moment, the centaur began his taunts again. The centaur, what is happening? Wu remained unfazed, continuing to farm diligently. He knew that in games, those who shout the loudest often seek the most attention. In reality, to deal with such attention-seeking individuals, one must not give them an ounce of focus. They should be ignored, dismissed, distanced. Before long, the centaur came to the top lane seeking attention. He charged at Wu with E activated, exuding aggression. He approached with confidence, displaying his dominance. Yet, Wu did not engage. He simply turned and retreated without looking back. Since Wu had purchased boots, the centaur could not catch up after a few steps. He could only watch Wu's silhouette gradually fade from view. When the centaur pushed the minion wave forward, he discovered that Wu had vanished. The centaur, where is he? Wu reveled in his anxiety. Soon, he appeared in the bottom lane, continuing to farm and push the wave. As if this were not a duel, but a single-player game. The centaur, where is he? Afraid to face me in lane. Is this all you've got? Wu continued to ignore him, focusing on his farming. Not long after, the centaur arrived in the bottom lane. Upon seeing Wu, he charged in aggressively. However, Wu once again retreated without a glance back. The centaur lacked any skills to keep him in place, so he could not catch Wu. When Wu retreated to the tower, he began teleporting right in front of the centaur. He teleported to the top lane. Upon arriving at the top lane, Wu resumed farming, effectively turning this match into a solo experience. The centaur, what does this mean? Say something. From his tone, Wu discerned that the centaur's emotional state was shifting. If he continued like this, the centaur would inevitably break. Not long after arriving at the top lane, the centaur returned once more. This time, Wu didn't even leave him a glimpse. He flashed away, retreating to the tower. The centaur? Are you afraid to come out and face me? The centaur, if you're too scared to face me, at least say something. Wu chuckled, still ignoring him. On this return to base, Wu purchased a pair of swiftness boots, enhancing his speed significantly. He headed straight to the bottom lane to continue farming. Before long, the centaur arrived again, yet Wu remained steadfast, retreating without a second thought. The centaur? You really are a coward. Come out and face me in a duel. Wu recognized that the centaur was becoming increasingly frantic, his emotions rising. He felt a sense of satisfaction, but chose to remain silent. This time, Wu did not return to base. Instead, he made his way to the mid lane. Soon after, the centaur arrived in mid, cursing as he pursued Wu, as before, retreated to the tower without hesitation. Just as Wu was about to return to base of the tower, the centaur charged at him with E activated. He approached with ferocity. Wu realized he had successfully pushed the centaur past his breaking point. The centaur could no longer contain himself. Without a doubt, the centaur perished beneath the tower. The centaur. I'm done. You win, down. Then the message appeared on the public screen. War Shadow has left the game. The fans witnessing this exclaimed in admiration. Incredible. The young man is amazing. It was only at this moment that I understood the meaning of targeted strategies. I have learned, in the future, I will know how to handle such individuals. After the game concluded, Wu noticed he had lost a friend from his friend list, while the fans added a new chapter to their memories that IT was getting late. After warmly bidding farewell to his fans, Wu headed to bed. Tomorrow, he needed to continue training, ensuring he had ample energy as the drums of dusk and dawn echoed, and the sun rose and moon set when the first light of dawn broke. Wu arrived at the training base. Initially thinking this was the start of training, he soon realized it was the conclusion. When all team members had assembled, Coach solemnly announced, "Starting today, we will engage in friendly matches with various regions and teams." So, I hope everyone is prepared. Wu was taken aback. Was this really beginning? Just a month after claiming victory, they were already set for friendly matches. There was no time to catch their breath. Yet there was no choice. Being a professional League of Legends player was indeed a profession, and it had to be viewed as a regular job. Regular training equated to work, while competing away was akin to a business trip. This time, Wu was off on a business trip. Before long, Wu commenced his first friendly match against the VH team, which was virtually unknown. Nevertheless, the coach still sent Wu and his team to play. This would allow them to enhance their synergy and learn new strategies and techniques. There is an ancient Chinese saying, "Masters are often found among the common people." Many skilled individuals, often reclusive masters, tend to lead their lives quietly in unseen corners of the world. Similarly, those profound connoisseurs of League of Legends often find themselves among the ranks of grassroots boosters or companions, or perhaps within the most unassuming teams, patiently awaiting discovery and recognition. With a stroke of good fortune, one might encounter a gem or two among them. Tease such a moment. Acquiring their techniques, or even recruiting them would be a delightful prospect. Hence, various teams engage in friendly matches annually, seeking to cultivate their prowess. However, the VH team they are about to face appears devoid of any remarkable talent or standout players. The members' appearances are rather unremarkable, lacking any distinct allure. Although one should not judge a book by its cover, sometimes appearances do matter. As the saying goes, what the heart harbors is reflected in one's visage. Upon seeing the members of the VH team, Wu felt as if he were gazing at a group of adolescents, seated on benches with their feet dangling above the ground. Yet, the match is far from over, and uncertainty lingers in the air. Friendly matches typically follow a best-of-3 format, and this one is no exception to the onset of the first game. The VH team promptly banned Wu's Zhao Xian and Theshi's Jace. Those within the industry are well aware of IG's championship video, making it entirely reasonable to ban these two champions when facing IG. However, Wu had anticipated this, swiftly opting for Jarvan IV, a scion of royal lineage. Jarvan IV is formidable at every stage of the game. Furthermore, his character possesses a multifaceted role. Some categorize him as a warrior, others as an assassin, and still others as a tank. This versatility arises from Jarvan IV's comprehensive skills and passive abilities that in a warrior build. He focuses on health and attack power, gracefully maneuvering in and out of battle. In an assassin build, he emphasizes armor penetration, often obliterating the enemy's backline with a single ultimate ability. In a tank build, he prioritizes dual resistances and cooldown reduction, providing stable crowd control and decent protection, thus granting his backline more space to deal damage. There was even a period when an AP build was all the rage. A single Dalmatian standard could instill despair in the opposition. Among the various playstyles, Wu favors the assassin approach. Life and death hinge upon a mere thought. As the match interface loaded, Wu's strategy remained largely unchanged. He fixated on the top lane, no matter how cunning the opponent's top laner. To Wu, they were merely feudal resistance. A well-timed divine intervention could plunge the enemy top laner into despair. By the mid-game, IG had already established dominance with two formidable players, Wu and the Shy. Following their prearranged strategy, once they cleared the top lane, they liberated the mid and bot lanes, systematically dismantling the enemy's 3 lanes. As the saying goes, with all 3 inhibitors shattered, the enemy's 5 champions ascend to godhood, while 4 teammates kneel in defeat, a true strategist without a plan, without a hint of suspense, under absolute pressure. IG triumphed in this match. However, in the second game, The VH team immediately banned WeYu's Jarvan 4, yet WeYu was prepared, promptly selecting the Troll King instead. Throughout these two matches, WeYu had maintained a perfect 5 empty bans. Such confidence, such audacity. Who else but the IG team? In this match, WeYu continued with his previous tactics, sweeping through the top lane and achieving victory. Faced with overwhelming technical superiority, he subdued the enemy top laner completely. Unsurprisingly, the IG team secured yet another win. After 2 matches, the coach grew increasingly impressed with WeYu's performance. Upon the conclusion of the matches, while some pondered where to dine and others considered who their next opponent might be, WeYu remained deep in discussion with the Shy about their strategies. That WeYu possesses a distinct characteristic. He either does nothing or strives for excellence. Until he meets his own standards, he does not allow himself to rest, often reaching the point of neglecting food and sleep. That AT this moment. WeYu epitomizes this dedication. Even the coach's considerations regarding tactics and strategy seem to pale in comparison to WeYu's insights. As the coach took a moment in the restroom, he inadvertently overheard a man weeping. In today's society, with such immense pressure to survive, it is not uncommon for someone to shed tears in solitude, hidden away in a restroom. However, upon catching sight of the tear-streaked face of the man, the coach was momentarily taken aback. Was he the top laner from VH? After inquiring further, the coach realized that this player had been rendered despondent by WeYu's prowess and was contemplating a career change. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to leave the team, leading to his sense of helplessness. Upon learning the truth, the coach consoled the VH top laner while simultaneously feeling a swell of pride for WeYu's strength. To have so thoroughly overwhelmed an opposing top laner to the point of despair speaks volumes of WeYu's prowess. Shortly after the match against VH concluded, the coach led the team into their next battle. Following this match, there would be yet another. WeYu's performances remained consistent and formidable. Throughout the matches, although he faced his fair share of deaths, his overall statistics remained positive. Moreover, IG had not lost a single match thus far, consistently achieving a 2 o'clock victory without exception. On one hand, IG's continuous victories were impressive. On the other, WeYu and the Shy's synergy was growing ever stronger. The entire team was progressing in a favorable direction. In recent days, other teams have also been engaged in friendly matches. Teams such as ONG, We, and FPX have been competing with others to bolster their own strengths, perhaps in anticipation of crossing paths with these formidable squads. Naturally, amidst the competitive fervor, the players would also carve out moments to indulge in solo queue matches for relaxation. That WeYu was no exception. When it came time for a leisurely match, he would select champions like Jhin or Yasuo, likely the favored choices for many players seeking to unwind. However, during one such match, WeYu learned a clever strategy from his jungler. That night, the stars twinkled, and his imagination brimmed with possibilities. The next day, WeYu intended to implement this strategy in actual combat. However, there was a prerequisite for employing this cunning tactic. His team must be the blue side, and the opposing jungler must commence with a standard blue buff start. When WeYu shared this strategy with the coach replied nonchalantly, "Give a try. On that day, IG was set to face off against OB, a newly established team. In the first game, WeYu's coach was fortunate enough to draw the blue side. Upon witnessing this outcome, WeYu was elated to think he could test that clever strategy right from the first match. What a thrill! During the champion ban phase, IG, as before, opted for 5 empty bans. OB, on the other hand, banned Zhao Xun, Jarvan 4, the Troll King, Lee Sin, and Dragon Lady. The IG coach was taken aback by this development. He had expected the OB team to ban WeYu's 5 most frequently used junglers. This was a blatant attempt to counter him. Fortunately, WeYu had prepared in advance. Otherwise, this match would have been quite precarious. Soon, both teams had finalized their compositions. IG, on the blue side, Aatrox in the top lane, Olaf in the jungle, Orianna in the mid lane, Jhin in the bot lane, and Yuumi as support. OB, on the red side, Malphite in the top lane, Sejuani in the jungle, Galio in the mid lane, Ashe in the bot lane, and Braum as support. As the match commenced, WeYu promptly purchased a hunter's machete, an eco-friendly potion, and a vision ward before heading to the enemy blue buff area. Moreover, WeYu support, Yuumi, attached herself to him, never straying far. Yuumi learned her E ability at level 1, which grants healing. Under Wu Yu's leadership, his teammates made their way directly toward the enemy blue zone. However, when they reached the river, Wu Yu halted, and his teammates followed suit. Wu Yu was waiting to see if the enemy would engage in a level 1 skirmish. After a considerable wait with no sign of the enemy, Wu Yu relaxed his guard, allowing Aatrox and Oriana to return to their respective lanes to prepare for the usual landing phase. Subsequently, Wu Yu, accompanied by Jin and Yumi, stealthily entered the enemy blue zone. Silently, once the jungle monsters spawned, Wu Yu found himself concealed behind the walls of the enemy blue buff. With Yumi clinging to him and Jin standing by his side, they awaited the perfect moment. After 5 seconds had elapsed, Wu Yu planted a ward in the brush by the blue buff, gaining a clear view of the enemy's movements. Zhu Mei is currently engaged in securing the blue buff, with Ashe and Braum assisting her. Thanks to Braum's presence, their pace is remarkably swift. However, the opposing team quickly spots the ward placed by Wu Yu, prompting Braum to rush over and harass him. Wu Yu, alongside Skateboard Shoes, leaps towards the blue buff using the explosive fruit, wearing a menacing expression. At this moment, the blue buff still has 600 health, and Zhu Mei hesitates to continue the attack. Fearing that Wu Yu might steal it, Wu Yu, instead of engaging the blue buff, launches a Q at Zhu Mei and initiates the chase. Skateboard Shoes follows Wu Yu's rhythm, landing auto attacks and repositioning with grace. Braum has returned, unleashing a Q towards Wu Yu, igniting a small-scale skirmish at level 1. Although there are only 3 participants, Braum's impact is significantly greater than that of the cat. Wu Yu soon finds himself on the brink of death under the assault of 3 opponents. Yet the opposing Zhu Mei is also severely wounded. With Olaf's passive, the lower his health, the faster his attack speed becomes. In this moment, Olaf resembles a rabid dog, exhibiting astonishing attack speed. Furthermore, Wu Yu's Conqueror has fully stacked, allowing him to regain health with each strike, much to the opponent's dismay. However, the healing from Conqueror is relatively minimal, and a well-timed E from the cat leaves the enemy utterly hopeless, even with Ashe using her heal and Zhu Mei flashing away. They cannot escape the relentless pursuit of Wu Yu, who ultimately slays them. Wu Yu swiftly turns back to claim the blue buff, leveling up to 2 and acquiring W, entering a full-on chase mode. The opponents, seeing this, redirect their focus towards Skateboard Shoes at this juncture. The enemy mid laner Galio arrives. Under the onslaught of 3, Skateboard Shoes quickly falls, taking down 3 opponents in the process. Wu Yu is not alone in this battle, for he is bolstered by the presence of the cat. It is at this moment that Wu Yu activates W, achieving an attack speed of 1.7. In the world of martial arts, speed is paramount, rendering him capable of fending off 3 adversaries with ease. Yet Wu Yu understands the wisdom of sacrificing a finger rather than an entire hand. He first uses Q to pursue Braum, as Braum's passive is exceedingly bothersome. With the blue buff's aid, Wu Yu experiences no mana shortages, allowing him to cast Q almost continuously, mercilessly. In no time, Braum is vanquished by Wu Yu's relentless pursuit. Subsequently, Wu Yu hurls his axe towards Ashe, targeting his next victim. The cat consistently provides healing just when Wu Yu is on the brink of death, enabling him to continue the onslaught. Under Wu Yu's fervent chase, Ashe also meets her demise. The last remaining Galio, realizing he stands no chance, begins a hasty retreat. However, escape is futile. Wu Yu's Q slows him down, and the cat's E accelerates Wu Yu, leaving Galio in a state of despair. Before long, Galio too is slain by Wu Yu. At this point, Wu Yu retains 300 health, and, rather than returning to base, he heads straight towards the enemy fountain. This audacious move leaves all present in astonishment. Zhu Mei has since respawned and rushed over, believing she can put an end to Wu Yu's rampage. While her ambitions are grand, reality proves harsh. Zhu Mei's W fails to finish off Wu Yu, who, empowered by W, retaliates and eliminates her. At this moment, Wu Yu finds himself outside the walls, executing a flash into the enemy territory, continuing his slaughter. Braum arrives to confront him, but falls swiftly. Ashe attempts to engage, only to meet the same fate. Galio, seeking to collect bodies, is likewise dispatched by Wu Yu. The top laner, Treant, perceiving the situation, feels compelled to assist, Yet he too is cut down by the frenzied Olaf. Wu Yu has now claimed the lives of 13 opponents near the enemy base, effectively decimating them thrice over. Spectators are left disheartened, their spirits plummeting from the start of the match until now. Wu Yu has not secured a single minion, yet has ascended to level 3. His experience stems solely from the 13 kills. Such prowess leaves both teams' coaches in a state of disbelief. Rising to level 3 purely through kills. Can there be any semblance of law or order? Wu Yu remains undeterred, continuing to dance in front of the enemy mid-lane high ground. When minion waves arrive, he clears them. When they do not, he pursues foes. The 5 opponents remain at level 1. A pitiable sight indeed. However, as time elapses, Wu Yu's blue buff duration nears its end. Reluctantly, he seeks a safe place to return to base. The coach anticipates Wu Yu will purchase a Black Cleaver or a Trinity Force. Yet Wu Yu surprises everyone, opting instead for a Ravenous Hydra and a pair of Berserker's Greaves. After clearing the enemy jungle, he resumes his position at the enemy mid-lane high ground, embodying audacity. The opposing team finds themselves powerless against him at T-level 6, with the Ravenous Hydra and Berserker's Greaves. Even their combined efforts prove insufficient. Moreover, Wu Yu still has the cat by his side, providing timely heals whenever he nears demise, leaving the opponents in distress. With the game unfolding in such a manner, how can one hope to compete? Consequently, the coach of the OB team concedes the match, leading his players away in silence. With the departure of the players, the continuation of the match becomes implausible. This encounter likely leaves the OB coach with lasting psychological scars. And the players share in this sentiment, especially Zhu Mei, who may develop a newfound understanding of the game. After effortlessly securing this match, the coach expresses profound admiration for Wu Yu's pioneering spirit. Continuing to lead his team to various competitions as the frequency of matches increases, Wu Yu's unique strategy quickly becomes known to a wider audience. With greater awareness comes numerous countermeasures. Gradually, the unconventional Olaf and Cat combination fades from public consciousness. Nevertheless, Wu Yu enjoys a period of fame through this innovative tactic, his name becoming synonymous within the industry. Time flows ever onward, and soon a new round of global competitions is on the horizon. IG has achieved consecutive championships for 2 years. Should they secure victory once more, they will set a record for 3 consecutive world titles. The coach is filled with anticipation, and the players are equally eager. However, participation in such large-scale events necessitates that every player has a substitute, just in case. The coach casually selects a few substitutes, having no intention of making any changes. Among these substitutes, you can only recall the duo from the bot lane. Due to their amusing names, the AD substitute is named Defei Ji, and the support substitute is Ma Pai Jing. One day, in a light-hearted manner, Wu Yu inquires, "Your names are quite unique. Do they carry any meaning?" Their responses are as follows. Defei Ji, soaring to success, establishing a foundation. Ma Pai Jing, creating the universe, governing all within. The crowd is left in awe upon hearing this, as the time for the competition draws nearer. Wu Yu resolves to unwind and alleviate his mounting tension. The computer he previously ordered for Zai has long since arrived. During Wu Yu's friendly matches against other teams, Zai has either been gaming or shopping. Spending Wu Yu's money and using his belongings, Wu Yu feels a sense of fulfillment and pride. Zai is entirely compliant with Wu Yu's wishes, offering neither counsel nor discontent. One day, upon returning home, Wu Yu discovers that Zai has prepared takeout. Fried chicken, hamburgers, and cola, of course. There is also Wu Yu's favorite blueberry juice. As soon as Wu Yu steps through the door, Zai approaches him eagerly. "Darling, where shall we go shopping today?" "Anywhere is fine." "Then let us head to Jima Mall. I've heard they've just introduced several designer bags." Wu Yu nods in agreement. "Then hurry and eat." "We'll go as soon as you finish." Zai begins changing her outfit. Opening her wardrobe, it is filled with her clothing, coats, sweatshirts, shirts, everything one could imagine. Yet Zai lets out a long sigh. "Alas, I have nothing to wear." "Then let us buy some more this time." Wu Yu responds almost instinctively. "Wow, you're so wonderful, darling. Have you ever thought about our future?" Wu Yu unexpectedly poses this question. Zai is momentarily taken aback. Recently, Wu Yu has occasionally uttered such remarks, leaving her at a loss for words. Let us leave it at that for now. Shuezai spoke in a subdued tone. Upon hearing this, Wu Yu felt a tinge of displeasure. While Wu Yu indulged in a hamburger, Shuezai was occupied with changing her clothes. As Wu Yu savored fried chicken, Shuezai was in the process of changing her pants. That'd be why the time Wu Yu finished his blueberry juice. Shuezai had finally completed her wardrobe transformation, adorned in an elegant trench coat, fitted jeans, and high heels that Wu Yu, still clad in casual attire, accompanied Shuezai to the Jima Mall. The mall was expansive, boasting 6 floors to explore. Every shop thoroughly would require at least 3 days. Wu Yu and Shuezai primarily wandered the 3rd floor, which was predominantly filled with clothing stores. It is well known that shopping with a girl is a demanding endeavor. Typically delicate-looking females exhibit an extraordinary level of energy and vitality when shopping. They dart about, making grand strides, leaving Wu Yu struggling to keep pace. Yet, these concerns were secondary. The crux of the matter was that a man must swipe his card and settle the bills. Not to mention physically transport the purchases home. This is why men often dread accompanying women on shopping excursions, and Wu Yu is no exception. Before long, Wu Yu's hands were laden with boxes. However, Shuezai was not yet finished shopping. With a mix of coaxing and playful charm, she insisted that Wu Yu continue to accompany her. She incessantly chimed, "Just one last time. This truly is the last time," after finally concluding their shopping expedition. Wu Yu felt utterly exhausted, physically drained, and emotionally depleted. The financial toll was significant, costing him tens of thousands. Though he was not short on funds, he realized that at this rate, he would soon find himself in dire straits. Initially, Wu Yu had sought out Shuezai for a respite, but instead he found himself utterly fatigued, devoid of any mental clarity. Men often experience solitude in their pursuits. Each man has his own unique method of unwinding. Wu Yu is a man who relishes tranquility, shunning noisy environments and vigorous activities. The mere thought of sitting in a loft, quietly listening to a serene melody, would surely bring him peace of mind and clarity. Wu Yu had originally intended to invite Shuezai to share in a moment of quietude, but that plan fell to ruin, as Shuezai was an active woman, her heart restless and unyielding. Thus, Wu Yu abandoned the notion and sought out a secluded spot to unwind. As the bright moon illuminated the tall buildings, casting its radiance upon the world, Wu Yu sat on the balcony, silently gazing at the scenery below. The streets bustled with vehicles and throngs of people. At 11 p.m., he pondered what drove these individuals to rush about and what kind of future they were pursuing. Before Wu Yu achieved his championship title, he felt an exhilarating anticipation and hope. Yet upon winning, he discovered that it was rather anticlimactic. Money, honor, fame, these concepts felt increasingly distant. Life unfolds through enlightenment and maturity gained from experience. The following morning, as dawn's light graced the earth, Wu Yu commenced his training. Before major competitions, he always carved out time for solo practice. Revisiting his most skilled champions to hone his instincts, he refrained from streaming, preferring to indulge in quiet solitary practice. Before long, Shuezai awoke. Observing Wu Yu engrossed in his practice, she gently inquired, "Shall we play together?" Wu Yu remained silent. "Darling, shall we?" Still, he did not respond. Shuezai quietly rose and gently removed Wu Yu's headphones. Asking again, "Shall we?" "Perhaps later. I need to familiarize myself with these champions first." Shuezai sighed softly and ceased her inquiries. During these moments, she would dutifully acquiesce, understanding that Wu Yu was preparing for his competition, where a victory would yield financial rewards that he would generously spend on her. Therefore, during this period, Shuezai indulged Wu Yu's whims. If Wu Yu expressed a desire to head east, she would not venture west. If he craved blueberry juice, she would not fetch cola. Once Wu Yu concluded his training, he finally invited Shuezai to do OQ for some relaxation. Yes, it was a gaming session. He knew he had to summon Yasuo. Shuezai, as usual, selected her most proficient champion, Nami. Generally, their shared gaming time was ample, and their teamwork was seamless. This day was spent within the confines of their home, where takeout containers accumulated like mountains. And the screen displayed pages of victories, a myriad of champions, that Wu Yu understood that to know oneself and one's adversary was the key to invincibility. If he could spare the time to also practice the champions frequently employed by their opponents. It would undoubtedly aid their future matches. On the third day, the final day before the competition, WeU resolved to seek out the Shy to discuss strategies and tactics. Currently, the core of the IG team consisted of WeU and the Shy. The Shy was a seasoned veteran in a memorable match from years past. He had made an unforgettable impact, delivering a decisive blow in a dragon fight that left a lasting impression. Following that game, every player feared facing the champion he had mastered. Since that match, the Shy had ascended to the pinnacle of his career to this day. He remains highly regarded. WeU, as a rising star, had gained rapid notoriety. Yet he still fell short when compared to the illustrious the Shy. Although a post-match interview had catapulted WeU into the spotlight for a time, many viewers attributed the victory primarily to the Shy's consistent performance. The Shy's prowess ensured that as long as he survived the early game, he could often dictate the pace of the match. However, there was a crucial stipulation: he must not fall in the early stages. Thus, WeU's primary objective in visiting was to explore this concern. They met at the training facility, both clad in team jerseys, as the competition loomed ahead. Their initial exchange was a casual, "Shall we play a game?" Though they referred to it as a singular match, it extended into an afternoon of play. Engaged in conversation, their long-standing camaraderie allowed for a candid exchange. "Brother the Shy, I have a question," WeU began thoughtfully. "Why is it that once you die in a match, it becomes difficult for you to regain your composure?" "It's simply a matter of mindset," the Shy replied nonchalantly. "To be frank, under normal circumstances, I should not be solo killed. That if I do fall, it is typically due to an opposing gank. Yet after I die, I feel compelled to recover the lost gold, which leads to a sense of urgency. And from there, the outcome becomes unpredictable." WeU pondered thoughtfully. Could it be that every professional player possesses unique quirks and characteristics? The Shy's tendency seems to be to die repeatedly, to soar recklessly. Just as WeU delved deeper into his thoughts, the Shy casually remarked, "I believe we need to change our strategy." "What kind of strategy?" WeU inquired. "Focus on the landing phase," the Shy continued. "Have you noticed how the teams we've faced recently adopt very passive strategies in the top lane? They are aware of our tactics. If their top laner plays defensively, our jungle support becomes ineffective against them. WeU nodded in agreement. "I believe we should select champions that excel in one-on-one duels, concentrating on our lanes." The Shy elaborated. "As long as you can maintain pressure on their jungler, we will be able to dominate all lanes. We've tried this approach before, and it proved effective." WeU contemplated for a moment. "However, but what? Should you find yourself single-handedly defeated by your opponent, it would indeed be quite disheartening." "Absolutely not," the Shy exclaimed almost instinctively. "It is utterly impossible." WeU observed Theshi's ambitious demeanor and found himself almost convinced. Currently, their strategy comprises three main approaches: synergy between top and jungle, a focus on lane dominance, and an emphasis on team fights. The strategy centered on lane dominance places high demands on the jungler, necessitating the complete suppression of the opposing jungler to prevent any successful ganks. For WeU, this approach entails relentlessly pursuing the enemy jungler from start to finish. In casual games, WeU frequently employs this tactic. Hence he readily agreed. At present, WeU harbors but a single concern. He sincerely hopes that Theshi's landing skills are indeed formidable. Before long, night fell. WeU and the Shy resolved to switch things up. After a long day of playing League of Legends, they decided to engage in a game of chess to refresh their minds. WeU played as red, while the Shy took on black at the outset. WeU promptly captured Theshi's knight with a pawn. The Shy paused momentarily, then silently captured WeU's pawn with his rook. Subsequently, WeU used another pawn to eliminate Theshi's remaining knight. The Shy, once again, captured WeU's pawn with his rook. Yet his brow furrowed slightly. What a ruthless strategy! What kind of approach is this? Your mother is gone. WeU chuckled softly. The next day, the annual League of Legends Championship commenced. First came the qualifying rounds, where teams from various regions gathered to engage in fierce competition. IG's first opponent was SS, a team of lesser strength. Upon seeing their adversaries, the members of SS felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. The players were not alone in their apprehension. The coach felt it too. How could they not be nervous against a team that had clinched the championship for 2 consecutive years? During the ban phase, IG maintained their usual 5 empty bans. Interestingly, SS chose not to ban out Zhao Xian or Jace, seemingly disregarding Wu Yu and Shy. It appeared they were in for a serious lesson, due to a shift in strategy. The Shy opted not for Jace this time, but rather for a champion known as Dr. Mundo. Wu Yu, undeterred, selected his Zhao Xian, ready to dominate the battlefield as a seasoned veteran. In this match, IG was the blue side, top lane Dr. Mundo, jungle Zhao Xian, mid lane Talon, bot lane Draven, and support Pantheon SS, conversely, was the red side, top lane Jax, jungle Jarvan, mid lane Orianna, bot lane Ashe, and support Alistair. As the match commenced, Wu Yu's team exhibited standard item builds and a conventional path, showing no inclination towards an early skirmish. Although Dr. Mundo and Draven are strong at level 1, the opposing team boasted a Jax and an Alistar, making early confrontation unwise. However, once Wu Yu secured his red buff, everything changed. Wu Yu initiated an incursion into the enemy's blue quadrant, while the Shy pressed forward, intent on pushing Jax out of experience range. Talon was fervently trading blows with Orianna, prepared for a level 2 kill. The bot lane was particularly fierce, with Pantheon executing a W, ambushing Ashe, while Draven followed suit, unleashing a torrent of damage. The bot lane engagement was nothing short of chaotic when Wu Yu stumbled upon Jarvan in the enemy's blue area. The opposing bot duo had already expended their flashes. At that moment, Jarvan was engaged with the frog, both him and the frog heavily bruised. Upon Wu Yu's arrival, Jarvan appeared conflicted. He was torn between abandoning the low-health frog and retreating quickly. Given that he was devoid of skills, in a moment of indecision, Wu Yu charged forward with a glimmer of frost struck first, followed by a barrage of gunfire. Jarvan, caught in Wu Yu's E, hesitated further. From his erratic movements, Wu Yu could foresee his demise. Torn between retreat and the unwillingness to expend his flash, Jarvan was ultimately overwhelmed by Wu Yu, who relentlessly pursued him. Finally, when Jarvan was left with a mere 200 health, his EQ became available. Yet as Jarvan attempted to plant his standard, Wu Yu's 3-part Q sent him flying. This was swiftly followed by 2 seamless auto attacks, delivering a fatal blow to Jarvan mid-air. First blood. At that precise moment, the screen erupted with a flurry of kill notifications that Dr. Mundo eliminated Jax. Talon dispatched Orianna. Draven took down Ashe. Draven eliminated Alistar. Draven double kill. Draven ace. In an instant, both teams' coaches were rendered speechless. IG's coach was evidently elated. Such a display had not been witnessed in quite some time. SS coach was taken aback. He was aware of IG's prowess, yet did not anticipate their overwhelming strength. Furthermore, he sensed that IG's strategy and approach seemed somewhat altered from before. Previously, IG primarily relied on synergy between top and jungle, with Wu Yu and the Shy pushing the top lane together, thereby liberating the mid and bot lanes. To counter this, he had specifically instructed his top laner to select Jax, preparing for a defensive stance. However, he never expected that Jax would fall victim to the Shy's onslaught. Of course, this was not the crux of the matter. The real issue lay in the fact that his players were systematically eliminated by IG's champions in rapid succession. What on earth was this strategy? What kind of operation was this? What approach were they employing? SS coach was utterly bewildered. The SS players were equally confounded that in the professional arena, being individually eliminated by the opponent is a source of profound shame. Today, all SS players experience this ignominy after suffering a single death. The SS players steadied themselves, opting to play cautiously and await their opportunity. However, IG showed no mercy, offering them no chance to recover. After Wu Yu single-handedly eliminated Jarvan, he promptly returned to base to purchase a longsword, then headed straight for Jarvan's red quadrant, intent on hunting him down once more. The other 4 teammates followed suit. After returning to base to replenish their equipment, they advanced to apply pressure on the lanes. This relentless pursuit of the enemy jungler was a tactic Wu Yu often employed in casual matches. It is no exaggeration to say that Wu Yu achieved the rank of strongest king through this very strategy. Thus, in the realm of ambushing in the jungle, Wu Yu had honed his skills to perfection. One successful ambush guaranteed another. Each time he appeared, the opposing jungler met his demise. Such audacity, such impudence. Jarvan's first death occurred near the frog. His second demise transpired in the vicinity of the red buff. The third took place near the 3 wolves. When WeU reached level 6, Jarvan was still languishing at level 3. WeU had effectively claimed residence in the enemy's jungle. Neglecting his own camps, if he did farm, it was merely the red and blue buffs. He had no time for the other camps that WeU was either hunting Jarvan or en route to do so. After Jarvan had perished 5 times, the jungle was in utter disarray. Once WeU acquired the warrior jungle item, Jarvan was completely finished. Simultaneously, the Shy was dominating Jax in the top lane, leaving Jax with little more than a chance to soak up experience. Talon was also mercilessly dismantling Orianna in mid, pushing her down to level 3. The advantage in the bot lane was not as pronounced, as the opposing duo could still farm adequately. As the situation progressed to this point, a barely perceptible smile graced the coach's lips. It was a smile of confidence, a smile of impending victory. Those in the know could easily discern that SS4 lanes had completely collapsed. All had crumbled. The worst off was Jarvan, who had just reached level 4. In an effort to expedite Jarvan's ascent to level 6, his teammates brought him to the lane to soak up experience. They had believed that this would accelerate his growth, yet little did they realize that this decision brought them one step closer to surrender. We had thoroughly ravaged Jarvan's jungle, all the while awaiting his return. Suddenly, he spotted Jarvan in the mid lane, quietly absorbing experience beneath the tower. Upon witnessing this, WeU felt a surge of displeasure. He promptly brandished his silver spear and rushed to mid, determined to impart a lesson on the harsh realities of this world to Jarvan. The coach of SS initially believed that this arrangement would allow Jarvan to endure the challenging early phase. However, he was oblivious to the fact that his actions merely redirected the impending disaster, bringing forth catastrophic consequences to the mid-lane at this juncture. The minion wave had already breached the tower, with Jarvan positioned behind Orianna. Absorbing experience. Point 1 had been shattered by WeU, while the other fell victim to Talon. 2 souls, united by their misfortunes, stood together, inevitably enveloped in melancholy and desolation. Yet, WeU harbored no intention of sparing Jarvan. Even beneath the safety of the tower, it proved futile. Having lain in wait at the F6 position for an extended period, WeU anticipated Talon's ultimate ability. When Talon's ultimate became available, WeU executed a swift flash into the tower, unleashing another ultimate that hurled Jarvan and Orianna into the corner. That moment, Talon swiftly eliminated Orianna, and WeU followed suit, claiming Jarvan's life. In that instant, the SS coach succumbed to despair. However, this was merely the inception of a nightmare. This tower dive heralded the dawn of IG's relentless aggression in tower sieges. In the ensuing moments, it became commonplace for IG players to execute tower dives with impunity. The Shy boldly absorbed damage from Jax while demolishing the first tower. Following prior attrition, the first tower now stood at a mere 500 health. The Shy awaited the moment to strike. Once the demolition cooldown concluded, the Shy ventured alone beneath the first tower, dismantling it before dispatching JAXTO. The Shy, the tower and minions held far greater value than Jax, who had become inconsequential in the mid lane. As long as Talon possessed his ultimate, Orianna was doomed. Whether on the lane, beneath the tower, or in the jungle, if Talon laid eyes on Orianna, her demise was assured. The most pitiable was Jarvan, who had grown too fearful to tread into his own jungle, acutely aware that WeU was lurking in some brush, waiting for him. Poor Jarvan could only cling to the lane for experience, silently beseeching, WeU, please don't come, for the love of all that is sacred. Compared to the top, mid, and jungle lanes, the bottom lane felt relatively comfortable. Although Draven and Pantheon were fierce, Pantheon began to falter once he reached level 6. Particularly during skirmishes, Pantheon had become little more than a mere cannon. Despite this, SS bottom duos still found themselves outmatched by IG's counterpart. Fortunately, SS bottom lane duo was still able to farm adequately. In stark contrast, Jax in the top lane, Orianna in the mid, and Jarvan in the jungle found themselves rendered nearly powerless. Under the overwhelming technical superiority, SS outer towers in both the top and mid lanes were swiftly dismantled by IG. The objective was now painfully clear: destroy the bottom tower. When IG's 5 members arrived at the second tower in the bottom lane, the match was nearing its conclusion. The SS coach had initially thought this push would only lead to the high ground. Yet he had overestimated his players and underestimated those of IG. Talon unleashed his ultimate, causing the 5 members of SS to retreat in fear. Pantheon's ultimate severed their escape routes, plunging SS players into utter despair. Then, Wu Yu and the Shy surged forward to commence the slaughter. With a seamless combination of abilities, they obliterated SS in a team wipe. The second tower fell, and they pressed on toward the high ground with unstoppable momentum. As Wu Yu began to dismantle the inhibitor, SS players were gradually respawning. Wu Yu acted decisively, executing an ER flash to pull Oriana back. Wu Yu fell, but Oriana followed suit. SS Ash dealt negligible damage, more suited to a career as a scraping master. Under the sheer force of superiority, IG effortlessly secured victory in their first match of the year. Following this match, IG's playstyle was firmly established. Focus on the lanes, concentrate on lane play. There were no convoluted strategies or diverse tactics, just sheer aggression. In the subsequent play-ins, IG's gameplay remained consistent. Fierce, unrelenting, and utterly unfathomable. The Shy exhibited stable performance, largely due to Wu Yu's consistent dismantling of opposing junglers. The bottom lane, however, was lackluster, as both players' skill ceilings were evidently limited. Around the 15-minute mark, Wu Yu and the Shy typically assisted the bottom lane in tower demolitions, as the slaughtering speed in the bottom lane was agonizingly slow. And so was the rate of tower destruction. In terms of champion selection, they predominantly favored early game champions. For the Shy, if Aatrox was banned, he would opt for Renekton. If Renekton was banned, he would take Riven. If Riven was banned, he would select Aatrox. And if Aatrox was banned, he would resort to Rumble.as. For Wu Yu, he had a plethora of viable champions at his disposal: Zhao Exen, Jarvan Troll, Lee Sin, Udyr. Although Udyr was an unconventional choice, he was exceptionally strong in the early game. However, lacking mobility, he became considerably less effective in the mid to late game. Thus, Wu Yu typically refrained from selecting this champion unless his preferred picks were banned. During the play-ins, IG appeared as if descended from the heavens, an unstoppable force. Many teams, such as we, On, FPX, RNG, etc., have experienced winning streaks, but none have dominated their opponents to the extent that IG has. While FPX's Lin Weixian displayed consistent performance and adept rhythm control, he could not replicate the sheer dominance IG exhibited. An NAD player could only hope to farm well in the early game. How could he lead the tempo? We had enjoyed a period of glory, but with the departure of key players, they had fallen into obscurity. In several matches, we barely secured victories. As for other teams, while they also enjoyed winning streaks, their records paled in comparison to IG's. Due to IG's style of play, it felt as though each player operated independently. The frequency of team fights diminished, naturally leading to reduced communication. In the final play-in match, the coach sought to foster camaraderie and familiarity among the team, prompting them to select a team fight composition: top lane Malphite, jungle Monkey King, mid lane Galio, bottom lane Misfortune, and support Amumu. This composition necessitated a cautious approach before level 6, after which they could engage freely. Any two players pairing together could instill fear in the opponents. If they formed a 5-man team, the opposition would be reluctant to engage, given the uncertainty of victory. Nevertheless, IG persistently pressured for team fights, and their speed in demolishing towers far surpassed that of 1 or 2 individuals. Thus, the opposition had no choice but to engage. The outcome of such engagements was predictable. Malphite initiated, followed by Amumu and Monkey King entering the fray. Galio descended like a deity, while Misfortune unleashed her devastating barrage. After a single ultimate, only the Barbarian King remained standing. Without a doubt, IG claimed victory once again. This day, IG has yet to taste defeat. Following the play-ins, the group stage commenced. The intensity of the group stage escalated. It became a battle of survival, with each match more fervent than the last. Throughout these matches, IG's bottom duo increasingly exhibited signs of fatigue. The AD was outputting nothing, and the support was rendered ineffective. They consistently relied on their teammates for assistance. Otherwise, they struggled to penetrate the enemy's bottom lane. Moreover, in light of IG's current strategic approach, the bottom duo could not keep pace with the tempo. While this was not inherently problematic, it led to the bottom duo being labeled as ineffective by certain spectators as the match progressed. Numerous audience members openly declared, "Ineffective bottom lane, relying on teammates every match. Couldn't they muster some pride? Perhaps if they tossed their mouse and keyboard into a washing machine, the washing machine would perform better than they could." Concerning these comments, IG's bottom duo heard and remembered every word. Yet they truly gave their all. Regrettably, their limited abilities rendered them unable to overpower the enemy's bottom duo, leaving them no means to respond to the critics' vitriol. Ultimately, upon the conclusion of the group stage, the bottom duo jointly announced their retirement. The AD player was Puff, and the support player was Ballon. When the coach inquired about their retirement, they simply stated, "We can no longer keep up with the times." "Oh dear, do not lose heart." The coach sat beside the two players, remarking, "Haven't you both breached the enemy's bottom lane several times? Yet we too have been penetrated by their bottom lane on multiple occasions." Puff appeared somewhat dispirited. Ballon added, "We are well aware of our own capabilities. You know your strength, but I know it even better." The coach exclaimed, thumping his thigh. "Without you, could we have secured those 2 championships?" The first was largely due to the Shy, and the second primarily because of Wu Yu. "Our contributions were minimal." He continued, "Now that the group stage is concluded, we are yet another step closer to this year's championship. Therefore, it's time for you two to depart. We cannot afford to hinder this team any longer." Seeing their determination to leave, the coach refrained from further persuasion. What is meant to come will come, and what is meant to leave cannot be retained. The coach concluded with a parting remark, "Do remember to keep in touch." "Certainly." The two replied with smiles. Although the coach was aware that their paths would likely not cross again, he still uttered those words. Despite their understanding that this farewell would lead to almost no future communication, they still responded affirmatively. After their departure, the coach had to turn his attention to subsequent matters. He was well aware of the capabilities of the substitutes, Defeji and Mapijing. They exhibited stable performance and formidable presence in lane. Having them step onto the stage would perfectly align with the current strategy. If Wu Yu could maintain his usual pressure on the enemy jungler, the opposing lanes would undoubtedly crumble. However, with these 2 substitutes on the field, the coach would need to continue searching for their replacements. Given the time constraints, the coach was exceedingly busy. Nevertheless, he did not seek out a Korean foreign aid. IG is a team devoid of foreign players. This has always been the case as they entered the global arena. IG's first opponent was none other than TES. This team has shown relatively stable performance lately, particularly 369, who has been exceptionally steady, both reliable and powerful. Truly perplexing. Faced with such a team, the IG coach felt a twinge of anxiety. While discussing strategies with the 2 newly appointed players, Wu Yu and the Shy were engrossed in deliberating their travel plans for the year. The coach had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Initially, he had harbored doubts about Wu Yu's prowess. But following a series of qualifying rounds and group stage matches, the coach had developed profound trust in him. Before long, the first match between IG and TS commenced. During the ban phase, IG maintained their 5 empty bans, just as usual. However, TS seemed quite confident in their abilities, opting not to ban Wu Yu and Theshi's signature champions, Zhao Xian and Jace. This decision sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd. The fans in the audience began chanting the name of the TS team, with many also calling out for 369. Clearly, they held high hopes for TS, believing they could put an end to IG's winning streak. Once both sides finalized their champion selections, the match was poised to begin. TS was on the blue side. Top lane Ornn, Jungle Jarvan, mid lane Oriana, bottom lane Misfortune, and support Leona.ig was on the red side. Top lane Draven, jungle Zhao Exen, mid lane Syndra, bottom lane Draven, and support Pantheon.as. The match commenced. TS initiated with a standard red buff start, while Wu Yu also began with a typical red buff. Regardless of which side he was on, Wu Yu always commenced with the red buff. Being a young and spirited player, how could he resist a level 2 gank? After consuming 2 health potions and clearing the red buff, he headed straight for the enemy's blue zone. The commentators remarked, "A year has passed, and Wu Yu remains unchanged." When he jungles, he is either ganking or en route to gank. At that moment, Jarvan was making his way toward the blue buff. Would they cross paths? Upon reaching the wall behind the blue buff, WuYu discovered that the explosive fruit had already been consumed. At this realization, WuYu understood that Jarvan was busy securing the blue buff. Without hesitation, he stealthily crept into the brush beside the blue buff. Just as he entered the brush, he spotted a half-health Jarvan and a near-full blue buff. He also noticed Jarvan's standard planted right at the blue buff's feet. A subtle smile crept onto WuYu's lips. Jarvan's EQ was already on cooldown. Even if he used his flash, he was destined to perish. Not even Jesus could save him. The commentators exclaimed, "He's got him. WuYu has him." WuYu initiated with an AQ combo, exuding calm confidence, appearing entirely at ease. Jarvan promptly used his flash, only to be intercepted by WuYu's E. Jarvan's teammates were rushing to his aid. But alas, it was too late. Jarvan had already succumbed in the jungle. First blood. At the moment WuYu claimed the first blood, the audience erupted in cheers. IG! 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 Naturally, there were other voices as well. WuYu! 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 Upon hearing this, the IG coach smiled faintly. His mind was at ease. Based on previous experiences, as long as WuYu secured first blood, victory was assured. This had always been the case. Now that WuYu had achieved first blood, it indicated that his form remained intact. All that was required was for him to perform as usual. After claiming first blood, WuYu simply cleared the blue buff before returning to base. He skipped the frog and the 3 wolves, purchasing a level 2 jungle knife before heading back to Jarvan's blue zone. The commentators noted, "Wow, he is relentless in pursuing the enemy jungler." Last year, it was top jungle synergy. But this year, it's jungle domination. Jarvan had already given up first blood in the blue zone. Surely he wouldn't venture back there again. Under normal circumstances, WuYu would clear Jarvan's blue zone and then move to the red zone to wait for Jarvan. Typically, Jarvan would be farming the red zone, clearing F6 and the Krugs to gradually develop. Yet, both players' actions were anything but ordinary. Jarvan anticipated WuYu's move, but WuYu anticipated Jarvan's anticipation. As Jarvan approached the wolf camp, he was surprised to find the 3 wolves still alive. Filled with astonishment and delight, he executed a double EQ combo to continue farming. Just as he reveled in his foresight, the man appeared. He arrived, striding forth with his long spear, exuding a gallant demeanor and a chilling presence. In a clash of titans, the two exchanged a single glance before a skirmish erupted. 1 spear, 1 horse, and they galloped through the jungle. WuYu ED right onto Jarvan's face, launching his assault. Despite lacking equipment advantage, a level 2 Jarvan stood no chance against Zhao Hexine. Moreover, Jarvan had already expended his EQ on the 3 wolves. What could he possibly use to contend with WuYu? With no room for doubt, Jarvan met his demise once again. However, the public screen displayed a rather curious message. Debang Zaun Guan. Team wipe. The commentators were puzzled. Wait, what just happened? It turned out that prior to WuYu's elimination of Jarvan, the other 4 members of TES had already fallen, and their bodies were still warm. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been a team wipe. Is this IG truly so ruthless this year? Let us review the replay and see what transpired in the replay. Everyone present witnessed the tragic fate of the TS players at their moment of demise. In the top lane, the Shy had relentlessly kept Ornn pinned beneath the tower. When Draven faced Ornn, it was nothing short of slaughter. Before reaching level 2, Ornn dared not do anything but Q for farm. After hitting level 2, Ornn could only use Q to last hit from the furthest range. Just as the Shy reached level 3, he seized the opportunity when Ornn had just used his Q, activating Ghost to chase after him, unleashing a flurry of blows. Although Ornn used his flash, the Shy did as well. Despite Ornn ultimately escaping to the tower, he still bled out and perished. In the mid lane, Syndra and Orianna were seasoned foes. Moreover, rookie Syndra was exceptionally skilled, showing no mercy against Orianna. In the initial skirmish, the Clockwork utilized her E ability to shield herself, continuously leveraging her passive to harass Rookie, who found himself at a slight disadvantage. As the second level approached, Rookie retaliated by employing his W to slow down Clockwork, unleashing a relentless assault upon her, resulting in a marginal gain for him. By the time, they reached level 3. Rookie executed a flawless Akaw combo, nearly obliterating Clockwork. Just as he prepared to deliver the final auto attack, he inadvertently drew the ire of the turret. Consequently, both champions were left with scant health. They maintained a careful distance, wary of being struck by each other's projectiles. The moment Clockwork attempted to secure a cannon minion, Rookie seized the opportunity to flash and ignite, confidently turning back. Clockwork's reaction was slightly delayed, and her flash was equally sluggish, leading to her fiery demise. Observing this, the commentator couldn't help but exclaim, "DF double kill, impressive. It should be dubbed the Harlot double kill." Indeed, what a flavorful name. In the bot lane, Draven and Pantheon were either engaged in combat or en route to do so. Draven's damage output was formidable at any given moment, especially when paired with Pantheon, rendering them nearly unstoppable. Finally, as they reached level 2, they executed a devastating combo that decimated the opposing duo beneath the turret. Moreover, the kill intervals across top, mid, and bot lanes were remarkably brief. WU was the last to slay Jarvan, naturally earning the title of Team Wipe. Following this replay, the audience erupted in cheers. IG, victory assured. IG, victory assured. IG, victory assured. Not only the spectators, but the commentators also felt that IG had solidified their dominance. At this juncture, WU ensnared Jarvan once more. The first encounter occurred at the blue buff, the second at the 3 wolves, and now it was at the F6. Commentators remarked, "Wow, WuYu's awareness is astounding. Since the game commenced, Jarvan had only secured a single red buff. If this continued, how could Jarvan possibly contend? But let us not digress. Let us observe whether Jarvan can survive this time." WuYu lay in wait within the brush, and as Jarvan ventured forth, WuYu's spear was poised, initiating with AQ. He held on to his E to anticipate Jarvan's escape. After Jarvan executed EQ, WuYu promptly activated his E to pursue further. However, we had already reached level 3, while Jarvan remained at level 2. Following the slow from E, WuYu unleashed another W to further hinder Jarvan, thoroughly dismantling him in the jungles of Summoner's Rift. The commentators declared, "It's over for Jarvan. Hess's jungle has collapsed. Now we must observe the other 3 lanes." Yet the other lanes were equally pressured, particularly Ornn, who was rendered unable to farm. In the top lane, the Shy relentlessly harassed Ornn beneath his turret, employing ruthlessly efficient tactics. Champions like Nasu's, Master E, and Lee Sin, upon securing a kill, swiftly ascend to dominance. Although the Shy had only claimed 1 kill thus far, he had already denied Ornn 30 minions. This equates to the value of an additional kill. Thus, the Shy's experience was exceedingly comfortable, leaving Ornn powerless to challenge him. In the mid lane, once Rookie reached level 6, Clockwork could no longer farm at ease. Syndra and Clockwork both wielded ball mechanics, yet Syndra leaned towards individualism while Clockwork favored team play. Syndra excelled at one-on-one encounters and swiftly eliminating foes, whereas Clockwork thrived in team fights and kiting. Thus, in direct confrontations, Clockwork was significantly outmatched by Syndra. This disparity stemmed from champion mechanics rather than player skill. Furthermore, Rookie had already secured a kill and maintained a 10-minion lead over Clockwork, ensuring his own comfort. Even more astonishing was the situation in the bot lane. Draven and Pantheon had crossed the threshold of the first turret, farming between the first and second turrets, denying the enemy any chance to gain experience. Draven and Pantheon had reached level 5, while the opponent Seraphine and Leona languished at level 3. The commentators exclaimed, "Wow, this is ruthless. They've driven TS's bot duo out of the jungle. How brutal." WuYu, determined to sustain pressure in the bot lane, positioned himself predominantly in the lower half of the map. At this stage, TS found themselves in a precarious position. With the game progressing to this extent, IG's coach was elated. Firstly, due to WuYu's complete suppression of the enemy jungler, thoroughly suppressed. Secondly, because the newly appointed Fei Ji and Ma Pai Jing performed commendably, indeed better than their predecessors. As the mid-game approached, it became a time for frantic snowballing. The Shy, eager to expedite minion clearing, promptly purchased a Tiamat, with a single Q followed by an auto attack and the Tiamat. A wave of minions was swiftly eliminated. At this point, Ornn could scarcely even absorb experience, cowering beneath his turret in a pitiful state. In the mid lane, Syndra's blue buff was nearly unbroken. Her own blue was hers, and the enemy's blue was also hers. For a mage, possessing a continuous blue buff equates to invincibility. The uninterrupted harassment would undoubtedly be unbearable. In the bot lane, Draven and Pantheon had commenced dismantling the second turret, leaving the enemy duo to cower beneath their high ground turret, trembling in fear. With the situation deteriorating to this extent, the outcome was glaringly apparent. As for when IG would secure victory, it was merely a matter of time. With all lanes collapsing, what could TS possibly do? However, within the realm of professional play, there exists an unwritten rule. Surrender is not an option, regardless of how dire the situation may be or how unfavorable the match. Surrendering is forbidden. Thus, TS continued to struggle. Finally, at the 23-minute mark, IG dismantled the Nexus, claiming victory in the first match. For IG, this match was inconsequential, yet for TS, it was a significant event. Following this match, TS established 3 rules. First, when facing IG, ban X and Zhao. Second, when facing IG, ensure the first point is executed. Third, when facing IG, adhere to the first 2 points. Additionally, TS's coach was comforting the jungler, as the young man's mental state appeared somewhat troubled. In stark contrast, the IG team was enveloped in laughter, with everyone exuding joy, particularly the coach. He had not anticipated Defei Ji and Ma Pai Jing to be this formidable. Had he known, he would have fielded them sooner, likely amplifying their dominance even further. After a brief intermission, the second match commenced. During the ban phase, IG maintained 5 empty bans, which was to be expected. However, TES took a different approach. This time, they directly banned IG's previous composition. Such occurrences are indeed rare. After both sides selected their champions, the second match swiftly began. IG, as the blue side, fielded Jace in the top lane, Jarvan in the jungle, Clockwork in the mid lane, Ashe in the bot lane, and Braum as support. TS on the red side, countered with Trundle in the top lane, Rammus in the jungle, Ryze in the mid lane, Good Luck Sister in the bot lane, and Leona as support. As the loading screen appeared, the commentators began their analysis that in this match, TS unveiled a late-game composition. However, it was not entirely a pure late-game strategy, as Good Luck Sister and Rammus were not exceptionally strong in the late game. TS opted for a more cautious approach, retreating to a safe strategy following their previous defeat. Before long, the match commenced. This time, IG, positioned as the blue side, allowed Wu to secure the red buff without the need for potions. Upon reaching level 2, Wu swiftly learned his Q skill and dashed toward the enemy's blue area. The commentators remarked, Wu is once more invading the jungle. Oh, Rammus is actually clearing his own red buff. Such a tactic could be considered a viable countermeasure. Upon arriving in the opposing blue area, Wu found no sign of Rammus. Without hesitation, he commenced clearing the blue buff, simultaneously consuming a health potion. Wu was well aware of the implications of this scenario. The presence of the blue buff indicated that the enemy had indeed started at red. Moreover, given that Rammus would take time to arrive after finishing red, and considering that soloing red is inherently slow, Wu was likely to finish clearing the enemy's blue buff before Rammus even arrived. In this scenario, Wu is exceedingly aware, frequently encountering the situation in the arena. He handles it with remarkable ease. After Wu completes the blue buff on the opposing side, the pig sister has yet to arrive. Thus, he ventures towards the vicinity of the 3 wolves, proactively seeking out the pig sister. However, upon arriving at the 3 wolves, he discovers them at full health, with no sign of the pig sister nearby. It is only then that Wu realizes the predicament and hastens toward his own blue area to catch the pig sister. Commentary booth. Wow. Is Wu's awareness truly this sharp? At that moment, the pig sister is busy clearing Wu's blue, still short of 500 health. The pig sister, by nature, is slow in jungle clearing. However, considering the distance, it seems unlikely that Wu will reach her in time. Due to Wu's aggressive playstyle, even the commentators instinctively found themselves rooting for TS's jungler, feeling a pang of anxiety for him. Soon enough, Wu arrives at the lower river area. He maneuvers from mid lane, heading straight for the upper river. In the brush at the center of the river, He places a ward but sees no sign of the pig's sister. Consequently, WeU promptly alters his direction and heads towards the opposing f6. Commentary booth. Did WeU just spot the pig's sister? No, he placed the ward first before coming back. At this moment, the pig's sister is clearing f6, showcasing WeU's keen awareness. Amidst the astonishment of the commentators, WeU approaches the opposing f6, spotting the pig's sister at half health alongside a bunch of weakened birds. Without hesitation, he flashes in to attack the pig's sister. This maneuver leaves everyone present astounded. A level 2 pig's sister cannot contend with Jarvan, especially when she is at half health. The pig's sister, left with no choice, must retreat while warding off WeU's 3 attacks before finally using her flash. WeU, quick to act, precisely targets the yellow light's position and EQs in, launching the freshly landed pig's sister into the air. Following up with 2 more auto attacks, he secures first blood. The crowd erupts in fervor. IG, victory assured. WeU, destined for triumph. IG, unyielding in their pursuit of victory. Cheers resound in waves, unceasing. Even the commentators are taken aback. WeU's flash was indeed a display of confidence. Had he cast EQ first and the pig's sister dodged with her flash, the kill would have been impossible. Perhaps the pig's sister believed that not using her flash during this engagement would be advantageous. Or maybe she was waiting for her Q's cooldown and simply could not afford to wait any longer before flashing. Regardless, WeU's flash was undeniably brilliant. After securing first blood, WeU does not return to base. Instead, he places a ward near the pig's sister's stone beetle and then proceeds to clear the upper river crab. Throughout this match, TES is played with remarkable steadiness. Yet the pig's sister still falls victim to WeU's grasp. An unfortunate inevitability. Up top, the Treant remains safely tucked beneath the tower, steadily developing in mid lane. Ryze is diligently farming, striving to minimize the economic disparity in the bot lane. Misfortune and Leona maintain a cautious position, never advancing while not last hitting, steadfast as a rock. In the jungle, after clearing the river crab and reaching level 3, WeU heads straight for the stone beetle. He has spotted the pig's sister clearing it. Commentary booth. Oh no, it seems the pig's sister is in for another rough time. The ward WeU placed near the stone beetle was to ascertain the pig's sister's position, while clearing the river crab. WeU was actually waiting for an opportunity. If the pig's sister appeared near the stone beetle, things would simplify, but if she did not, WeU would likely head towards her blue area after finishing the crab. However, given the current circumstances, it seems unnecessary to complicate matters. When WeU approaches the stone beetle, the pig's sister is already at half health in the early game. The stone beetle is indeed the most challenging to tackle. For a slow jungler like the pig's sister, dealing with the stone beetle can be quite strenuous. Upon reaching the stone beetle's vicinity, WeU does not rush in immediately. Instead, he waits for the opportune moment. He anticipates the pig's sister's Q. Before long, the pig's sister uses her Q to strike down 4 small stone beetles, and at that precise moment, WeU emerges from behind the wall with a perfectly executed EQ combo. He sends the pig's sister flying. Following up with a W for deceleration, he thoroughly demolishes the pig's sister in the summoner's Rift jungle. Commentary booth. Oh dear, the pig's sister is on the verge of collapse. The pig's sister is inherently weak in the early game, and with WeU claiming 2 kills, her situation has become dire. Why is it so arduous to play cautiously in the jungle when faced with such circumstances? After securing yet another kill, WeU still refrains from returning to base. Upon finishing the stone beetle that the pig's sister neglected, he heads straight for the lower river. He deftly bypasses the river crab, making a beeline for the pig's sister's blue area and 3 wolves. Commentary booth. Is this never-ending? At this juncture, the pig's sister has arrived, eager to see how to respond. WeU, without a second thought, begins clearing the 3 wolves. The pig's sister arrives, hoping to catch a glimpse of the last wolf. Unfortunately, as she approaches the 3 wolves, WeU has just completed clearing them and has reached level 4. Seeing this, the pig's sister turns tail and departs without a backward glance. After the pig's sister retreats, WeU takes the opportunity to clear her toad and subsequently finishes the lower river crab before finally returning to base. At this point, the only resource left for the pig's sister is the freshly respawned F6. However, that resource has been long coveted by Orianna. As soon as F6 respawns, Orianna rushes in to clear it. QWE executed, the birds are swiftly eliminated. Waiting for cooldowns, she casts another QW, leaving the pig sister with nothing but an empty bird nest. Commentary booth. Oh no, the pig sister is utterly incapacitated now. Oriana is nearly level 6, while the pig sister remains at level 2. Moreover, the pig sister dares not venture into Wu Yu's jungle, resigned to waiting for her own jungle monsters to respawn. Oh, the pig sister has gone for a gank in the top lane. As the camera shifts, the scene transitions to the upper area. Up top, the Shy is mercilessly pressuring the Treant beneath the tower, employing brutal tactics. Yet at this moment, the Treant executes a swift W to bind the Shy. Simultaneously, the pig sister approaches from behind the Shy, her eyes aglow with bloodlust. However, the Shy is already at level 5, and his skill damage remains formidable. First, he uses his E and hammer form to shove the Treant away. Then he QS the pig sister, engaging her in a duel. The pig sister hastily rushes toward the Treant, knowing she cannot best the Shy. Furthermore, the Shy could easily eliminate her with a single combo. The Treant also hastens towards the pig sister, fearing she might be counterkilled by the Shy. Meanwhile, the Shy switches to cannon form, unleashing an EQ barrage that reduces both opponents to half health. Commentary booth. Wow, what damage! Are the Treant and pig sister truly retreating? Why would they retreat? The Shy is still at full health, and the Treant has no crowd control left, allowing the Shy to easily take both down. Following this exchange, the pig sister is left in utter despair. After returning to base, Wu Yu promptly purchases a Tiamat, accelerating his jungle clearing speed. The opposing team has already become exceedingly cautious, despite this. The jungler pig sister has fallen victim to Wu Yu's grasp twice, and the top laner Treant has been solo killed by the Shy once. That IT is not that TS is weak, but rather that IG is overwhelmingly strong. The Shy is formidable, and Wu Yu is exceptional. When Wu Yu reaches level 6, the pig sister is still at level 3. After Wu Yu acquires the cloth armor boots, the pig sister no longer possesses even the privilege to glance at him. Once Wu Yu secures the black cleaver, the pig sister dares not venture into the jungle. Upon obtaining the giant 9-headed Hydra, TS's defeat becomes inevitable. All 3 inhibitors crumble, not a single dragon claimed. And the team members are left with negative records. What is the point of playing cautiously? Before long, IG demolishes TS's Nexus, securing victory in the second match. As the third match commences, TS adopts an even more defensive strategy. They field a purely late-game composition. Top lane Kog'Maw, jungle Amumu, mid lane Malzahar, bot lane Vayne, and support Alistar. Kog'Maw combined with Malzahar is invincible in the late game, while Amumu and Alistar provide an unassailable teamfight presence. Coupled with Vayne, the tank killer. Upon the unveiling of this particular lineup, IG had already discerned TS's intentions. However, IG did not alter their strategy. They continued to dominate the lanes and pursue solo kills. With Zhao Xian banned, they opted for Jarvan, and when Jarvan was subsequently banned, they resorted to Troll. Moreover, Wu Yu consistently managed to dismantle the opposing jungler, rendering them powerless to execute ganks. Wu Yu's performance was remarkably steady, showcasing formidable prowess, which left TS's jungler in utter despair. Over the course of 3 matches, his death toll exceeded 50. Such staggering statistics proved too burdensome for the TS jungler, who announced his retirement immediately after the match concluded. This jungler was Karsa, who was now in tears. Beside him stood the TS coach and his teammates with whom he had fought alongside. Despite their constant reassurances, he still chose to retire. I am old. Karsa murmured repeatedly, I am no longer suited for gaming. No, you are still young. There is ample room for growth. The coach encouraged that why professional career, Intier. No, we still have the resurrection matches. We still have a chance. Enough. I shall not burden you any longer. I am leaving, Karsa declared, already beginning to pack his belongings. This poignant scene did not go unnoticed by the members of IG, including Wu Yu, observing the imminent retirement of this jungler. Wu Yu suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Had his aggressive playstyle been less ruthless, perhaps Karsa would not have chosen to retire. Following this match, IG continued their streak of victories, moving forward with unstoppable momentum. As if they were an avalanche, slaying foes with unyielding force. After a rigorous elimination process, only 8 teams remained, colloquially referred to as the top 8. IG, We, FPX, EDG, T1, FNC, G2, and DWGAS. These teams engaged in further contests. The champion of this year would soon be crowned. During this period, numerous media outlets conducted interviews with these teams, starting with IG. Presently, IG stood at the pinnacle of prominence within the esports realm, having not lost a single match in their preceding competitions, boasting an unbroken winning streak. Yet this was merely secondary. The most significant aspect was that each of IG's victories was achieved with overwhelming dominance. Akin to cheating, leaving spectators in awe. WuYu even secured first blood consistently. Whenever he was present, first blood undeniably belonged to him without exception. Given such a formidable team, it was only natural that the reporters would flock to interview them first. As microphones were thrust before the IG players, the newly appointed Fei Ji and Ma by Jing appeared somewhat anxious. However, WuYu and Nishai were unfazed by such scenarios. "Hello, may I inquire about the secret behind your continuous victories?" Reporters clamored. "Innate talent." WuYu replied nonchalantly. "And what about the secret to your first blood?" "Innate talent." The reporters found WuYu rather unyielding in providing substantial responses, so they redirected their inquiries towards the Fei Ji and Ma by Jing. "What is the secret behind your team's sustained victories?" The Fei Ji, evidently nervous, glanced at WuYu, then at the coach, unsure of how to proceed. "Just say whatever comes to mind," the coach replied casually. The Fei Ji, seemingly grasping the suggestion, began to respond into the microphone, drinking a cup of Talunsu every morning. "What?" The reporters pressed for clarification. "The secret to our victories is drinking a cup of Talunsu every morning." Following this statement, an awkward silence enveloped the room. After an extended pause, a reporter ventured to ask, "And what is the secret to your overwhelming dominance in matches?" "Eating a pack of Dolly Garden desserts every night." Da Fei Ji replied, leading to another wave of silence. WuYu pondered for a moment, suspecting that Da Fei Ji might be merely a spokesperson who had infiltrated the team. In the esports world, professional players typically hover around the age of 20, and Da Fei Ji and Ma Baijing were no exceptions. However, they were the oldest members of the team at 24. At such an age, they had likely encountered their share of life's trials. It was entirely plausible that they were merely focused on profit as representatives. Yet upon reflecting on their skills, techniques, and game sense, WuYu dismissed this notion. Da Fei Ji and Ma Baijing indeed played with ferocity, consistently suppressing their opponents. Accumulating over 50 minion kills was a common occurrence. While reviewing match footage, WuYu was astonished by Da Fei Ji and Ma Baijing's gameplay. Their skillful maneuvers and precision were not honed without years of dedication. Nevertheless, WuYu shared his recent thoughts with the coach, who nodded thoughtfully and replied, "I have long suspected this, but we have yet to find a suitable substitute." After this interview, WuYu developed a newfound perspective towards Da Fei Ji and Ma Baijing, yet he remained troubled by the encounter, harboring an ominous premonition. The reporters continued their interviews, darting between numerous teams. Presently, IG garnered the highest attention, followed closely by T1. Formerly known as SKT, had garnered a reputation, with many online jesting that SKT thrived solely due to the prowess of Lee, now rebranded as T1. Lee had gradually faded from the public eye. Naturally, reporters were most concerned about Lee's future. However, when questioned, Lee's responses were succinct. "It is what it is." Everything seemed to be just that. Afterward, he sat in silence, appearing aged and weary. Interestingly, apart from Lee, the other team members had already adjusted their postures, ready for interviews. Yet, once the reporters concluded their inquiries with Lee, they turned and departed without a backward glance, leaving the remaining team members with the fading silhouette of their departure. Solitude, desolation, beyond IG and T1, FPX emerged as the next most prominent team. Established in recent years, this rising star boasted formidable members and displayed consistent performance, particularly Lin Wei Xiong and Xiao Tian, whose names were frequently cheered by the audience. When questioned, their responses remained relatively standard. "I consulted a fortune teller yesterday, and he foretold that this year's championship would belong to FPX." Lin Wei Xiong chuckled. Xiao Tian, brimming with bravado, declared the title of the world's #1 team may shift, but the title of the world's #1 jungler remains unchanged. Who is that? The reporters inquired. Me, Xiao Tian proclaimed, patting his chest with unwavering confidence. It seems that the more renowned the team, the more peculiar their members' responses became. Conversely, the more forlorn teams responded with a sense of mundanity that we, a veteran team, had seen diminished strength following the departures of Ruofeng, Chao Mei, and Teheshid. In response to the reporters' queries, their players reiterated two main points. We will surely rise again, reclaiming our former glory. We will strive wholeheartedly for this year's World Championship. Such humble replies were a rarity encountered by reporters today that WeU's responses felt too distant. Li had lost his spark. The once great deity now appeared to be on a downward trajectory, while Lin Weixiang and Xiao Tian still radiated youthful vigor. Their confidence paled in comparison to WeU's. After interviewing these teams, the reporters turned their attention to the remaining teams. EDG, once at the zenith of strength, was now grappling with the passage of time. Ming Kai, who had once been the focal point of EDG, was no longer in his prime. The younger generation was rapidly rising, and the spotlight was shifting to the present. As for FNC and G2, they too had experienced moments of glory. Yet in the esports industry, youth equates to an advantage. Who can truly maintain eternal youth and everlasting success? In comparison, the DWG team stands as the most feeble among them all. It has neither basked in the glow of past glory nor enjoyed periods of prosperity. Fans have nearly forgotten whether it ever reached the top 8. Perhaps this year, it might seize the championship and astonish everyone. Or perhaps this year's top 8 will mark its zenith. Who can predict the future? Before the competition even commences, WeU begins to contemplate where to vacation this year. With a girlfriend like Shuezai, one cannot afford to be unprofitable. Shuezai spends money at a staggering pace. Just yesterday, she asked WeU for money to purchase a handbag. The thought of Shuezai inevitably brings a tinge of melancholy to WeU. Now that they have entered the top 8, Shuezai hasn't even offered him words of encouragement or support. Instead, she requests a designer handbag. This leaves WeU feeling somewhat disheartened as he ponders this. The matchups are announced. The top 8 are divided into 4 groups for competition. The first group, IG versus T1. The second group, We versus FNC. The third group, FPX versus G2. The fourth group, EDG versus DWG. Upon seeing this list, WeU feels a mix of surprise and delight. T1, Ligu. He wonders whether Ligu will take the stage, but WeU is determined not to miss this opportunity. Should Ligu play, and if WeU manages to capture him, he is certain he could rise to prominence as one of the most recognized professional players. However, WeU is acutely aware of Li Ji's skills. Whether he can secure a kill is uncertain. It is quite likely that Ligu could outmaneuver him. That would surely lead to an embarrassing situation. Therefore, WeU is diligently adjusting his mindset, preparing to perform at his peak. Before long, the IG coach announces an update that in the first round, Ligu will be spectating. The Shy lets out a sigh of relief. Ah, splendid. De Fei Ji and Ma Pai Jing seem relatively indifferent. Appearing rather dazed, Rookie chuckles. Wonderful, now my pressure is lessened. Ha ha ha. WeU feels both joy and a twinge of sadness. With Ligu not on the field, his chances of victory increase. Yet his opportunity for fame diminishes. Soon enough, the match begins. During the handshake between the two teams, T1's jungler confidently declares to WeU in fluent Chinese, "I'm not afraid of you." WeU is momentarily taken aback, unsure of his intent. However, during the champion ban phase, the meaning becomes clear to WeU. As before, opts for 5 empty bans. His astonishment, T1 also chooses 5 empty bans. As the screen displays 10 empty bans, the audience erupts into cheers. T1, assured victory. T1, assured victory. T1, assured victory. Naturally, the louder chants hail from IG, assured victory. IG, assured victory. IG, assured victory. Commentary booth, wow, are the teams as confident this year? 10 empty bans. This must be a first in professional gaming. Be a bit bolder, eliminate the must be. Once both sides finalize their champion selections, the match officially commences. IG is the blue side. Top lane Draven, jungler Zhao Exen, mid lane Syndra, bot lane Corki, and support Lux. T1 is the red side. Top lane Gragas. Jungler Graves, mid lane Rise, bot lane Ashe, and support Thresh as the fans cheer fervently. The players take their positions on the lanes. WeU commences with a standard red buff start. With teammates nearby, his jungle clearing speed will be significantly enhanced. After finishing the red buff, he heads directly toward the enemy blue zone. It's a familiar strategy. Yet, just as WeU enters the river, he suddenly pivots. Fei Ji and Ma Pai Jing are already engaged in combat with the opposing bot lane duo. By the time WeU arrives, both Fei Ji and Ma Pai Jing have already used their flashes, and Fei Ji's heal is gone. Meanwhile, the opponents have hardly expended any summoner spells, with Ashe at half health and Thresh nearly unscathed. At this moment, Fei Ji and Ma Pai Jing are under the tower, using health potions, unable to continue the fight alongside WeU. However, WeU does not hesitate. He executes an EQ combo, closing the distance to Ashe and unleashing his damage. Commentary booth. IG's bot lane duo is out of resources, yet WeU is still decisively engaging. Ashe also promptly uses her flash. WeU is still in pursuit, and Ashe uses her heal. However, Ashe hesitates. At the moment she uses her heal, WeU knocks her up. He lands a final auto attack, claiming Ashe's life. First blood, the audience erupts in cheers. WeU! 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 On stage, the commentary booth exclaims, "It seems WeU truly is a first blood monopolizer." Since his debut, it appears he has secured first blood in every match. Be a bit bolder, eliminate the appears. Nevertheless, this first blood differs somewhat from previous ones. Previously, he had taken down enemy junglers or top laners. This time, he has slain the opposing AD carry. Nonetheless, WeU has successfully claimed first blood. As Thresh retreats under the tower while WeU chases Ashe, he feels little joy from this achievement. Firstly, he realizes he lacks sufficient time to invade the enemy jungle. Secondly, he worries about potential issues in the bot lane. Ashe and Thresh lurking in the tri-brush suggest that the enemy Graves likely commenced his jungle route at red. If WeU finishes his red buff and immediately invades the enemy blue zone, he would surely have an opportunity. However, having delayed here for a moment, it is quite possible that Graves has already arrived at the blue zone. WeU hesitates for a second but decides to proceed to the enemy blue zone. He is exceptionally cautious, constantly keeping an eye on the minimap. Rise remains in the lane, and Thresh is also present. Only then does WeU feel somewhat reassured. Upon spotting the full health blue buff, a barely noticeable smile graces his lips. Graves hasn't arrived. At least, he hasn't come here. Why? ETTOB safe. WeU circles around the three wolves, finding no sign of Graves. Then he wards the entrance leading from the three wolves to the mid lane to monitor Graves' movements. Once the vision is secured, WeU confidently strides toward the blue buff, commencing his clear. Even while clearing the blue buff, WeU remains vigilant. He frequently checks the minimap, wary of potential support from the enemy mid and bot lanes. However, the enemy Rise and bot lane duo remain in their lanes, showing no signs of intending to assist. With this realization, WeU feels significantly relieved. After clearing the blue buff, he also takes down Graves' three wolves and frog. Just as WeU prepares to recall, the coach timidly inquires, "Why didn't you attempt to catch Graves earlier?" "I went for a gank in the bot lane, causing a disruption in the timeline." WeU reflects for a moment before responding. "When I saw the full health blue buff, I did consider catching Graves. However, having wasted a bit of time earlier, I lack confidence. Graves clears his jungle rapidly, and by the time I arrive, he would likely be level 3. At that point, it wouldn't be me catching him. It would be him catching me." The coach nods with a smile. "Good. Very steady. But now we need to focus on Graves." "Understood." However, just then, a message appears on the screen. "Frost Archer, double kill." WeU is taken aback. Isn't Frost Archer on the opposing team? As the camera shifts, he sees that their own bot lane duo has fallen under the tower. Their corpses are still warm. WeU is somewhat astonished. Fei Ji and Ma Pai Jing were killed while online, and they both fell simultaneously. The coach is equally shocked. "What happened?" He asks "There was a mistake earlier." Fei Ji replies with a forced laugh. "They got caught while trying to hit level 2 without paying attention to their positioning." As Ma Pai Jing elucidated, even if one were to fall victim, it is typically but one life lost. How could it be that both perished? The coach inquired, his curiosity piqued. "We believed we could prevail." came the response. The coach exhaled a long sigh of relief. Very well, let us focus on being more vigilant moving forward. An average observer, being simultaneously vanquished online may not seem particularly significant. However, for the coach, the stakes were markedly different. Since the preliminary rounds, IG had yet to taste defeat. Furthermore, each match had been a resounding triumph, with no instances of early game fatalities. Yet this time, that flawless record was destined to be shattered. IG's reputation would undoubtedly suffer, and their standing would diminish. The coach could no longer hold his head high within the industry. That moment, the audience erupted with chants of T1, victory assured. T1, victory assured. T1, victory assured. The thunderous voices rose in a crescendo, unsettling the coach. It was not too late to mend the situation, as the coach endeavored to motivate Defei Ji and Ma Paijing. He simultaneously instructed Wei Yu to prepare for a tactical shift, reverting to their previous top jungle synergy. Wei Yu understood the implication. Yet the time for that strategy had not yet arrived. Wei Yu had already infiltrated the red buff area of Graves. Poised to ambush, with F6 eliminated, Wei Yu positioned himself in the nearby brush to place a ward, advancing towards the stone golem. The commentators exclaimed, Wei Yu has arrived. Wei Yu is about to ambush Graves. At that moment, Graves was occupied with the stone golem, nearing its completion. However, his ability was still on cooldown, leaving him uncertain of escape. Wei Yu approached, activating a glimmer of frost heralded his assault. Followed by a barrage of gunfire, Wei Yu lunged directly at Graves, unleashing a formidable barrage of damage. Although Graves deployed a W in a desperate attempt, its efficacy was minimal. After absorbing 2 hits from Wei Yu, Graves was compelled to expend his flash. Though Wei Yu could not secure the kill, he still cast a W, with Graves' health dwindling below 200 and under the protection of the turret. Wei Yu hesitated to pursue further. The commentators remarked, this exchange resulted in Graves losing his flash, which is quite beneficial. Thankfully, there was a turret nearby. Otherwise, Graves would surely have fallen to Wei Yu. But wait, what transpired? Did Graves succumb? Killed by Wei Yu? The commentators, engrossed in their dialogue, had momentarily overlooked the match. Now they revisited the replay. In the footage, it was revealed that after chasing Graves to the turret, Wei Yu did not retreat from the jungle. Instead, he circled around from another direction, executing an EQ combo that pierced through the returning Graves. Despite Graves activating his E, he could not evade Wei Yu's final strike, as Zhao Xin's attack range was an impressive 175. This range was the furthest in melee combat. After slaying Graves, Wei Yu endured 2 turret hits yet remained unscathed. Only then did he withdraw from the jungle, heading towards the river to farm the river crab. The commentators exclaimed, what a close call. Had he been hit by the turret once more, he would have perished. Graves is in dire straits, having lost both his flash and E, only to be killed by Wei Yu. When Graves returned to base, he likely focused on his items. However, T1 did not suffer significantly, as the kill count remained equal. Just as the commentator concluded this statement, a new message appeared on the screen. Ash, double kill. At this moment, not only was IG's coach taken aback, but the commentators also shifted their attention to the bot lane. Was T1's bot lane truly this ferocious, securing consecutive double kills without a single casualty among Ash and Thresh? IG's bot duo, previously dominant, had now been outmatched. We must observe the bot lane. I anticipate further kills, the commentator declared as the audience continued to chant. T1, victory assured. T1, victory assured. T1, victory assured. Upon hearing this, IG's coach began to lose his composure. He remained fixated on the screens displaying Defei Ji and Ma Paijing, unable to shake off his unease that, in truth, when those two were first slain, the coach had been right behind them, closely monitoring and providing guidance. Despite this, they still fell. Their ambition to secure kills during the landing phase, coupled with a lapse in execution, led to their demise at the hands of their opponents. It was then that the Shy executed a solo kill on the enemy Baird. That moment, the coach finally breathed a sigh of relief that Wei Yu proceed to the top lane. He instructed calmly, understood as a jungler. If one does not pursue the enemy jungler or secure dragons, assisting the advantageous lane is the next best option. Supporting the strong rather than the weak is a widely accepted truth among many junglers. Inflicting damage to all is less effective than sacrificing one. This principle applies to the tactics and gameplay of jungling as well. Assisting the disadvantaged lane merely prevents their collapse. Yet, during team fights, their impact remains negligible. However, by aiding the strong lane, one could potentially cultivate a formidable ally, dominating all three lanes with ease. Thus, the coach directed Wu to assist the top lane, reverting to the strategies of Ur. The top jungle synergy. Following this, the coach personally guided Fei Ji and Ma Pai Jing from behind. It was at this moment that the coach recognized a grave issue, since Fei Ji and Ma Pai Jing ascended to their positions. They had only experienced favorable matchups, consistently overpowering their opponents. They had yet to face adversity, let alone suffer a catastrophic defeat. The coach's concerns for their mental state grew, alongside his anxiety regarding the outcome of this match. When Fei Ji and Ma Pai Jing re-entered the game, the opposing Ashe had already acquired a Stormblade. In the early game, the player with a Stormblade holds a distinct advantage at this juncture. Fei Ji and Ma Pai Jing were relegated to a purely defensive stance, yet they appeared oblivious to this fact. Their previous streak of victories, their prior dominance, may have fostered an inflated sense of confidence. They believed themselves invincible, capable of defeating anyone, ignoring equipment and economic status entirely. Thus, under the coach's stern admonishments, they once again engaged the enemy bot duo. Level 3 facing Level 4. Doran's Blade versus Stormblade. Predictably, they were defeated once more, perishing yet again. And this time they fell together. At this moment, the coach could no longer bear to watch. He turned away, focusing instead on the screens displaying Wu Yu and the Shy. Fei Ji and Ma Pai Jing were rendered ineffective, their value diminished. Better to allow Ashe to claim her kills. Rather than expend energy on those two, it was wiser to concentrate on Wu Yu and the Shy. For the outcome of this match rested upon their shoulders. Wu Yu had now positioned himself in the top lane's tri-brush, waiting for the Shy to lure the enemy in. Nasu's against the bear was a mismatch. As the top lane's quality inspector, Nasu's retained formidable strength in the early game. Especially after securing a kill, farming became a mere formality. After dying once, the bear had adopted a more cautious approach. He focused on collecting tower gold, devoid of fighting spirit or desire for solo kills. Nevertheless, the Shy did not relent. Identifying the opportune moment, he ensnared the bear with an AW combo, then gracefully retreated. The bear endured a flurry of blows. Visibly weakening, the Shy stepped forward, feigning a last hit. The bear, still bleeding, inadvertently drew a turret shot. Soon after, the Shy advanced once more to secure a last hit. Even as the bear's bleeding had just ceased, yet he received another turret shot. This tactic of feigned retreat was a signature move of the Shy, and to his surprise, it proved effective. As the bear observed the Shy at half health, he felt emboldened. The commentators exclaimed, "He's gone in." The bear has engaged. A decisive ultimate ability landed squarely on the Shy's face, initiating the assault. The Shy, reacting swiftly, activated Ghost Step, skillfully maneuvering to evade. The bear gave chase, but the Shy had expertly led him to the tri-brush. Wu Yu refrained from initiating an attack, biding his time. All right, the bear has entered the brush. Now I shall strike. Once again, the familiar AQ initiation unfolded by the time the bear realized what was happening. He had already endured 2 strikes from Wu Yu. The bear decisively used his flash, while Wu Yu promptly activated his E ability. After sending the bear airborne with 3 consecutive QS, he followed up with a W to slow him down. The Shy joined the fray, swiftly pulling the bear in for a merciless onslaught. Under the relentless assault of the duo, the bear fell in an instant. Remarkably, the Shy didn't even need to unleash his ultimate. For the greater good, Wu Yu graciously allowed the Shy to claim the kill. The champion known as Darius, when equipped, could easily take on 5 opponents. How else could he earn the moniker of the hand of a primary school student? After successfully vanquishing the bear, the coach finally revealed a satisfied smile. The previous scene had rekindled the nostalgic feelings of yesteryears. Last year, Wu Yu and the Shy secured the World Championship through their exceptional synergy between the top and jungle positions. Could they once again seize the world title this year through their coordinated efforts? After dispatching the bear, Wu chose not to return to base. He secured the Rift Herald and then stealthily positioned himself in the nearby brush. Awaiting the bear's return, the Shy, too, refrained from retreating, pushing the minion wave to the tower before moving towards Wu, ever ready to strike. Before long, the bear approached with an ominous gait. This time, the Shy initiated the attack once more, trading blows with the bear before retreating towards Wu. The bear, in his overconfidence, fell into their trap yet again. Under their combined assault, the bear met his demise once more. True to form, Wu let the Shy take the kill. Simultaneously, he summoned the Rift Herald. With a mighty roar, the herald struck, causing the very earth to tremble. After demolishing the first tower, the duo continued their advance, paving the way for the herald, just as the bear respawned. The herald crashed into the second tower. As the bear hurriedly approached, Wu and the Shy had already dismantled the second tower. The bear could only watch helplessly as the two figures receded into the distance. The top lane had been opened up. In stark contrast, the opposing Ashe and Thresh had already pushed down to the second tower in the bottom lane. A glance at the scoreboard left Wu momentarily stunned. Ashe, 8-0-0. Yet, DeFaji and Mabaking remained undeterred, still believing they could defy the odds and overcome the enemy bot duo. Thus, they staged a legendary encounter between the pickaxe and the Infinity Edge under Wu's watchful gaze. Just as Wu and the Shy arrived, DeFaji and Mabaking had just fallen. Ashe's score had now escalated to 10-0-0. Seizing the opportunity, Wu executed an ER flash, yanking Ashe back into their grasp. The Shy skillfully hooked Ashe, pulling her closer. After applying a slow with W, he unleashed a sweeping strike followed by his ultimate ability, perfectly securing Ashe's life. A bountiful reward of 1,000 gold awaited. However, Thresh did not retreat. For Graves was approaching, the commentary team observed. Graves had been lurking nearby, awaiting his chance to ambush Wu and the Shy. Yet the duo's execution was too precise, resulting in Ashe's swift demise. Graves, still at full health, felt confident to engage. However, the Shy's damage output was terrifying. After 3 basic attacks, he unleashed his ultimate, eliminating Thresh. Thresh had previously relied on Ashe to build up his blood rage, and with Thresh opting for armor instead of health, it was understandable. Graves began to retreat, uncertain if he could escape. At this moment, the IG coach's lips curled into a slight smile. It seemed his strategic decisions were bearing fruit yet. Without Wu, the Shy would not have risen to such heights. In their fervent pursuit, the Shy ultimately slayed Graves. Now, the Shy had become exceedingly powerful. Though he may not have as many kills as Ashe, his impact was undeniably greater. This exemplified the distinction between a top lane father and an AD son. Subsequently, Wu and the Shy remained in the bottom lane, methodically dismantling the first and second towers. Meanwhile, DeFaji and Mabaking retreated to the top lane, opting for a cautious approach to their development. Upon encountering Wu and the Shy, the opposing Ashe and Thresh dared not engage. The duo boldly continued their tower demolition under the watchful eyes of Ashe and Thresh. Naturally, they had ensured vision control in the river beforehand. Soon as Graves appeared, they retreated, denying the enemy any opportunity for resurgence. After Wu and the Shy destroyed the enemy's bottom second tower, the second Rift Herald respawned. During this interval, the duo capitalized on a misstep from the enemy, thoroughly dismantling the opposing bot duo once more. As the Shy approached the Rift Herald, he had already acquired the Black Cleaver and Bloodthirster. His damage output was astonishing. While Wu's items were not as lavish as the Shy's, he had procured a small wooden hammer and a Lich Bane, providing him with both sticking power and burst damage. Moreover, Wu had opted for Berserker's Greaves, making his build akin to a Trinity Force. However, this time, the enemy seemed unwilling to concede the Rift Herald. Upon their arrival at the Herald's location, they found the enemy team already present, all 5 members in attendance. Upon seeing Wu, the bear charged forward with his Q, intent on driving him away. Thresh followed closely behind, ready to engage. Nevertheless, Wu would not retreat. Although the Shy had rejoined the fray, the enemy Ashe had also returned. Whoever claimed the Rift Herald would seize the initiative for the upper high ground that Wu Yu would never yield. However, in such a scenario, Wu Yu could not initiate. Firstly, he lacked tanky items to withstand damage. Secondly, as the jungler, he possessed smite. If a sacrifice were necessary, it would have to be the Shy, for Wu Yu had to be prepared to secure the Rift Herald. Moreover, after spending so much time together, their synergy had developed splendidly. Without Wu Yu needing to utter a word, the Shy charged forth that he initiated with an AW combo to slow the bear. Then, he began to maneuver, engaging in a back-and-forth exchange with the bear. Both Darius and the bear possessed healing abilities, so the health bars dwindled at a measured pace. A saying goes, the matters of the top lane can only be resolved by the top laner. Should outsiders intervene, they risked immediate death, especially ADCs. Once the Shy successfully occupied the bear's attention, Thresh had already fled far away. The commentary team remarked, "What is this maneuver? Thresh not only failed to assist, but also ran off so far. What is he planning?" Thresh had cast his hook. It appeared he intended to pull Wu Yu in, preventing him from approaching the Rift Herald. At that moment, the Herald was nearing smite range, and Wu Yu was still a distance away, seemingly out of options. Moreover, he had to sidestep Thresh's Q, leaving little chance. As the words left the commentator's lips, Wu Yu executed an unexpected flash. Using his flash to evade Thresh's Q was indeed a rarity. Yet Wu Yu accomplished just that. Following the flash, he charged straight towards Ashe with his hit. Upon landing, he unleashed a crescent sweep, sending both Graves and Rise flying. With a final basic attack and a well-timed smite, he successfully claimed the Rift Herald. From the initiation of the flash to the concluding smite, the entire sequence unfolded in less than 1.5 seconds. The arena erupted in astonishment. The commentators were left speechless, as was the coach. Even the Shy, who had just slain the bear, stood momentarily stunned. However, the opposing team did not share in this shock. They were filled with rage, particularly Graves, who surely felt an overwhelming urge to tear Wu Yu apart. The Rift Herald has been seized, yet Wu Yu finds himself in peril. Ashe executes a point-blank ultimate, immobilizing Wu Yu. Gangplank and Rise swiftly enter Wu Yu's ultimate circle, unleashing a torrent of damage. Ultimately, under the relentless assault of 3 adversaries, Wu Yu falls in battle. Observing this, the Shy turns on his heel and departs, not glancing back. After a brief pursuit, Rookie arrives just in time. With a swift QE combo, he extinguishes any intent of the opponents to continue their chase. This exchange resulted in a 1-for-1 trade, alongside the acquisition of a Rift Herald, leaving IG with a slight advantage. Moreover, it was the Shy who perished, not Wu Yu. The economic disparity remains marginal. Witnessing this outcome, the IG coach smiles, genuinely pleased. He pats Wu Yu on the shoulder, offering him a glass of blueberry juice. "Wu Yu, you've worked hard." In this minor skirmish, Wu Yu responds with a gentle smile. It's merely a small affair. Upon Wu Yu's resurrection, it becomes time to regroup. Although Defeiji and Mabi Jing's equipment is significantly lagging, with only a single major item each, they must still join the fray, for this push is aimed at the high ground. With the impending need to secure the Baron, Wu Yu shifts his focus to the bottom lane. Should the enemy's bottom lane turret fall, defending it will undoubtedly become a priority. Thus, as Wu Yu's team initiates the Baron, the opponents will find themselves stretched thin, while Wu Yu and his allies push the bottom lane. The enemy team is already gathered near the bottom lane turret. As Wu Yu advances the minion wave, a standoff commences that in terms of attrition. Wu Yu's side holds a distinct advantage. Syndra, Jace, and Lux, especially Lux, whose harassment can be utterly vexing. However, without proper coordination, their damage output remains disappointingly low. Lux casts an E ability, and the opposing bear shows no inclination to evade. Furthermore, Lux's accuracy leaves much to be desired. The coach has been keeping a keen eye on Mabi Jing for quite some time, having never witnessed him land a single Q. His E ability has at least connected a few times, while his ultimate is left to fate. Compared to Mabi Jing, Defeiji demonstrates a significantly higher skill accuracy. However, he currently possesses only a Trinity Force, yielding minimal damage. Strangely, every time he attempts to fire his empowered cannon, it invariably misses, much to the coach's chagrin. Consequently, during the attrition phase, most of the damage is dealt by rookie. A Q here, a Q there. His relentless assault leaves the opponents in disarray. This is the state of attrition for IG. On the opposing side, the damage output is comparatively lower, primarily orchestrated by Rise, with Ashe providing support. Rise continuously spams his Q, while Ashe follows suit with her W, relentlessly applying pressure on IG's health. With Rise in the fray, T1's minion clearing speed is undoubtedly impressive. WeU struggles to find an opportunity to deploy the Rift Herald. In truth, WeU's greed is evident in this matter, but he believes that unless the Rift Herald strikes twice, it has been wasted. Thus, he patiently awaits the perfect moment. The enemy's turret hovers at 2,000 health. He plans to unleash the Rift Herald. Time ticks by, slipping silently away at long last. The enemy turret remains at 3,000 health. And WeU's Rift Herald is on the verge of expiration. With no other choice, WeU reluctantly summons the Rift Herald. The Rift Herald emerges. WeU grows anxious, hastily clearing the minion wave to pave the way for it. Yet, the enemy's Thresh has already positioned himself, ready to unleash his Q. Observing this, WeU promptly ease on a Thresh, thus igniting the battle. The coach, witnessing this, lets out a quiet sigh. Alas, WeU's flaw has resurfaced. In previous matches, whenever the enemy obstructed the Rift Herald's path, WeU would charge in, using his own body to draw fire and clear the way for the Herald. History repeats itself. Old habits die hard. As WeU ease on a Thresh, he immediately unleashes his ultimate, sending Ashe, Gangplank, and Rise flying. Rookie seizes the opportunity, executing a QE combo towards Ashe, then flashing in to unleash his ultimate, instantly eliminating her. The coach's smile blossoms. Radiant for a fleeting moment. Yet this brilliance lasts but a second. For after Rookie dispatches Ashe, he too falls prey to Rise's retribution. Furthermore, WeU is ensnared by Thresh Q and swiftly succumbs under the combined onslaught of Rise and Gangplank. As for Defeiji and Mabi Jing, their contributions remain negligible, as they remain utterly ineffective. Rise utilizes his ultimate to flank, swiftly dispatching both of them. Ultimately, only the Shy remains, valiantly fighting alone. His demise is merely a matter of time. Fortunately, before falling, the Shy manages to take down the bear. This skirmish results in a devastating 5-4-2 exchange. Such a loss. The silver lining, however, is that during the chaos, the Rift Herald relentlessly dismantled the high ground turret. Not only did it destroy the turret, but it also dealt a blow to the high ground itself. Had there been any survivors, a few more hits would have sealed the fate of the high ground. Yet, WeU's team lies vanquished. WeU, you ought not to be so impetuous. The coach laments it's not a significant issue. Next time, we shall take the high ground directly. WeU continues. Once the bottom lane high ground is breached, the situation will open up. We can send a Shy to split push while we secure the Baron. If the enemy defends the Baron, the Shy can wreak havoc. Should they pursue the Shy, we shall claim the Baron. The coach nods in agreement. However, we must first secure the high ground. Next wave, we will undoubtedly take the high ground. Just as WeU finishes this thought, a sense of unease washes over him. He glances at Defeiji and Mabi Jing, realizing that taking the high ground may prove challenging. Defeiji currently possesses only a Trinity Force, while Mabi Jing has merely a Laden's Echo. Their damage output is lacking, and their skill accuracy is abysmally low, especially concerning the Q ability. Throughout the entire match, it seems he has never landed a single hit. With such two liabilities, engaging in team fights feels more like 3 against 5. Or rather, 3 against 7. WeU is perplexed by their performance today. While they may struggle in lane, they have also given away far too many advantages. Ashe is nearing her 3rd item. The coach opines that these two have likely never faced adversity nor been dismantled in a match. Leading to this predicament, we must look ahead. Their situation can be analyzed later. When all players have respawned, WeU once again leads his team towards the bottom lane, intent on dismantling the high ground. In the meantime, Mabi Jing ventures near the Baron to establish vision, only to be caught by the enemy's Thresh, ultimately falling to the incoming Rise. Upon witnessing this, WeU feels utterly disheartened. Had this been a casual ranked match, he would have erupted in criticism. However, This is a professional competition, and given his familiarity with Mabi Jing, openly berating him would create future awkwardness. Mabi Jing's demise further exacerbates IG's troubles, already struggling against the enemy. They are now down a player, forced into a defensive posture, biding time until Mabi Jing's revival. Unexpectedly, the enemy seizes the opportunity to initiate the Baron. The commentary team exclaims, "Are they truly going for it now?" Although IG has lost the support, both Wu Yu and the Shy remain in play. Yet, Wu Yu and his team are still in the bottom lane, and it will take time to arrive. Even if they do reach the Baron, T1 may have already claimed it. T1 capitalizes on this timing, attempting to secure the Baron. The urgency is palpable among T1's players, and IG feels the pressure even more if they lose this Baron. Their chances of victory will plummet. Without uttering a word, Wu Yu hastened directly towards the Baron. His teammates followed suit. The river crabs in the lower river had already been cleared by Wu Yu, and this slight movement speed bonus provided great comfort to the side of IG. Moreover, Wu Yu possessed the talent of Ruthless Hunter, granting him an almost 40-point increase in movement speed while out of combat, equivalent to the passive of Yumu's Ghost Blade. Upon arriving near the Baron pit, Wu Yu placed a ward over the wall and discovered that the Baron had only 1,000 health remaining. Simultaneously, the ward he had just placed turned dark, as the opposing team had inserted a true sight ward in the Baron pit. Just as the vision in the pit faded once more, Wu Yu had already flashed in. Commentator, Wu Yu has entered the fray. Let us see if he can secure the Baron. With a decisive ultimate, he cast aside Gangplank and others, followed by a smite. He secured it. Wu Yu's claimed the Baron. The commentators were taken aback, and the audience erupted in astonishment. After a collective gasp, chants began to resonate. IG, invincible! IG, invincible! IG, invincible! The IG coach beamed with a radiant smile upon witnessing this. Wu Yu, my dear Wu Yu, you have indeed not disappointed me, he murmured repeatedly. However, every triumph comes at a cost. The price for Wu Yu securing the Baron was his glorious demise. The Shy, witnessing the scene, hurried back with the remaining teammates to prepare for defense. Although they had obtained the Baron, IG was now left with only 3 living members. Defending against the opposing team in the mid lane would prove quite challenging. Fortunately, after a brief exchange in the mid lane, Mabi Jing resurrected. With a swift ultimate aimed at the minion wave, he effortlessly cleared a wave of minions. Observing this, the opposing team retreated towards the dragon that Wu Yu had not yet revived, and thus had to forfeit this small dragon that up to this point, IG had only claimed 1 earth dragon, while T1 had already acquired 1 water dragon and 1 wind dragon. With the addition of this wind dragon, T1 would have a total of 3 small dragons. The next wind dragon must not be allowed to slip away. Otherwise, the situation would become dire. Upon Wu Yu's resurrection, he quickly led his teammates towards the bottom lane, preparing to assault the high ground. With the Baron buff still active, IG needed to act swiftly. After pushing the minion wave forward, the opposing 5 had been awaiting them near the high ground for quite some time. As soon as Wu Yu arrived, the bear initiated the engagement with fierce momentum. Wu Yu paused momentarily, taken aback by the bear's sudden bravery. That moment, the Shy made his move. Only the top laner could resolve matters pertaining to the top lane. Just as Wu Yu was about to flank the back line, the opposing Rise unleashed his ultimate, teleporting with Ashe, Gangplank, and Thresh behind a Fei Ji and Mabi Jing. Commentator, wow, the flank. 4 members are attacking IG's 3 backliners. Rookie fell almost instantly, followed by the Fei Ji and Mabi Jing. This wave spelled doom for IG. They were down to just 2 members, facing a daunting 2 against 5, as the commentator concluded. The Shy managed to slay the bear, prompting a revision. Now it's 2 against 4. There is still a glimmer of hope. Before long, the Shy, under the assault of 4 opponents, met his honorable demise. The commentator could only remark, now, it's 1 against 4. While the teammates engaged in battle, Wu Yu had not been idled. He had been diligently dismantling the structures. Now, he was already at the front of the enemy base, targeting the outer turret. Commentator, their SA chance for a push. However, the opposing team had already arrived. What would Wu Yu do now? After demolishing 1 turret, Wu Yu retreated instead of continuing the assault. T1 ordered Gangplank to pursue Wu Yu while the remaining 3 advanced to push mid lane. Among the 4 remaining members, only Gangplank could keep up with Wu Yu. Furthermore, only Gangplank had a moderately quick pushing speed. Thus, T1 directed Gangplank to restrain Wu Yu, preventing him from returning to base. The others pushed mid lane, potentially setting up for a decisive play. The IG coach, witnessing this, grew increasingly anxious that he rushed towards the jungle. Desperately searching for a place to return to base, the coach appeared visibly distressed. Yet, Wu Yu did not heed this advice. Moreover, there was not a hint of anxiety on his face. Wu Yu, what are you doing wandering around? The coach exclaimed, head to the jungle, return to base. Why can't I retaliate? Wu Yu replied nonchalantly. The coach was momentarily taken aback by this response. Just then, Wu Yu turned back, dashing towards Gangplank and unleashing his damage. Previously, during the chase, Gangplank had already used his E and W abilities. To Wu Yu, Gangplank was nothing more than a sitting duck. An easy target. This audacious maneuver by Wu Yu left everyone present in utter shock. Commentator, a counterattack. Wu Yu's approach is quite bold. Why didn't TI think of that? In a one-on-one scenario, Gangplank would struggle against Zhao Xian, especially since he had already expended 2 skills. And so, Gangplank fell to Wu Yu's hands. Wu Yu positioned himself at the outer turret, severing the minion wave, preventing T1's rise and others from continuing their push. In an instant, cheers erupted from the crowd. Wu Yu, invincible! Wu Yu, invincible! Wu Yu, invincible! Having already destroyed 1 outer turret, Wu Yu could now push forward, allowing more minions to turn back and confront him. This stance effectively severed the minion waves from both the mid and bottom lanes. Meanwhile, the opposing team was solely focused on pushing mid lane, neglecting the impending super minions from the bottom lane. Those super minions were now approaching. The coach, witnessing this, inhaled deeply before slowly exhaling. Brilliant, simply brilliant. He gently patted Wu Yu on the shoulder. Well done, Wu Yu. With the situation unfolding in this manner, T1 found themselves at a disadvantage. Although they still had 3 living members, they were all concentrated in the mid lane. Meanwhile, IG was left with only Wu Yu, yet he was right at T1's nexus. The super minions from behind were also closing in. Rise and his companions felt helpless, having no choice but to return to base. However, as they attempted to retreat, they stumbled upon a wave of IG's minions. They could no longer afford to clear the minions, hastily repositioning to evade and swiftly return to base. Even so, by the time they returned, Wu Yu's super minions had already arrived at the outer turret. Without hesitation, Wu Yu commenced demolishing the outer turret. 1 strike, 2 strikes, significant damage. Commentator, 200 damage per hit. Can he finish it in one go? However, Rise and the others had already arrived. How would Wu Yu respond? Wu Yu did not retreat. He activated his ultimate and continued to dismantle the turret. Rise and his companions rushed into Wu Yu's ultimate zone, but Wu Yu had already destroyed the outer turret. Wu Yu then shifted his focus to Ashe, engaging in a fierce 1 against 3. Wu Yu's build consisted of a warrior jungle item, Berserker's Greaves, Trinity Force, and Death's Dance, providing him with a fighting chance. Death's Dance allowed for 30 of damage to be taken over 3 seconds. Combined with his lifesteal and passive, rendering Wu Yu nearly invulnerable. In a 1 versus 3 scenario, he should have been able to hold his ground. Yet, Wu Yu fell, just as he was on the verge of eliminating Ashe. Her ultimate became available. A point-blank ultimate incapacitated Wu Yu, while Rise unleashed a flurry of damage. Thresh, seizing the opportunity, landed his Q on Wu Yu, pulling him in. Ashe retaliated fiercely, displaying a brutal ferocity. Ultimately, under the control from Thresh and the relentless onslaught from Ashe and Rise, Wu Yu met his end. However, before his demise, Wu Yu placed a ward. This ward coincided almost perfectly with the massive super minions, going unnoticed by the opponents. The coach, witnessing this, smiled subtly, aware of Wu Yu's intentions. Rookie also grasped Wu Yu's strategy. The Shy was equipped with Flash and Ghost, while Rookie had Flash and Teleport, making a daring attempt entirely feasible. In this match, the bottom lane was undeniably disastrous. Otherwise, Wu Yu would not have resorted to such measures. Rookie chuckled, "Don't worry, leave it to me. Just hold on. Wait for me. Upon saying this, Wu Yu silently purchased a bloodthirster. The warrior jungle item primarily provided Wu Yu with increased attack power, while the Trinity Force offered him a burst of damage. The Death's Dance was mainly to enhance his sustainability, and the Berserker's Greaves provided attack speed. The final bloodthirster was to prevent Wu Yu from being eliminated in an instant, during Wu Yu's resurrection wait. The opposing team remained eerily quiet and composed, with not a soul daring to venture out. On Wu Yu's side, silence prevailed, as long as his teammates refrained from pushing lanes or clearing minions. There were no traces of allies on the map. This unnerved the opposition. When Wu Yu finally revived, his teammates initiated a large-scale offensive. Firstly, the Shy relentlessly pushed the mid lane, while Defaji and Mapijing headed to the top and bottom lanes. Respectively, to split push, Rookie waited in the fountain, biding his time that Wu Yu was in the jungle, hastily making his way across the river into the enemy's red zone. After securing the red buff, he proceeded towards the enemy's walls to be cautious. Wu Yu activated a scan. Once he confirmed that his position remained undetected, he stealthily nestled into the nearby brush, awaiting the opportune moment. Time ticked away, fleeting in the periphery. Before long, the Shy, Defaji, and Mapijing had pushed the minion wave, bearing down on the enemy's high ground turret. T1 finally began to mount a defense. Graves ascended to the top lane. Bear was in the middle, and Rise positioned himself at the bottom. Ash and Thresh were nowhere to be seen, likely guarding the crystal. Sensing the moment had arrived, Wu Yu signaled to Rookie. Recognizing the cue, Rookie teleported directly to the ward Wu Yu had just placed. Simultaneously, the enemy's Graves, Bear, and Rise turned back in a frantic rush. At that moment, Wu Yu flashed over the wall, sprinting towards the crystal. As Rookie landed from his teleport, he immediately activated his Zonya's Hourglass. Ash's ultimate missed. Thresh SQ and Bear SQ failed to connect. Once the Zonya's effect dissipated, the enemy unleashed a flurry of crowd control. Graves W slowed him, Ash SW hindered him, and Rise SW ensnared him. The opposing team had fixated their attention on Rookie, unaware that Wu Yu was already closing in. The commentators gasped in astonishment. The audience erupted into cheers. IG. Victory is ours. IG. Victory is ours. IG. Victory is ours. Each wave of sound crescendoed. Upon seeing Wu Yu, the enemy team's 5 members appeared bereft of hope, their eyes devoid of light, as if they had already glimpsed their impending defeat. Without hesitation, Wu Yu leaped onto the minion nearest to the crystal and began dismantling it. At that moment, the enemy swiftly eliminated Rookie and charged towards Wu Yu. However, the opposing 5 had exhausted their crowd control options. Failing to pose a significant threat to Wu Yu, he unleashed his ultimate, focusing intently on demolishing the crystal. The enemy, unwilling to concede, barreled into Wu Yu's ultimate zone, unleashing a barrage of damage. The commentators remarked, though T1 lacks hard crowd control, their damage output remains formidable. But the crystal is left with just 2,000 health. Can Wu Yu destroy it before being slain? As Wu Yu's Bloodthirster activated, he received nearly 1,000 shields. At that moment, the crystal had merely 1,000 health remaining. There was a chance, yet Wu Yu was on the brink of death. He demolished it with a final AQ. Wu Yu shattered the crystal. Congratulations to IG for clinching victory in the first match. Meanwhile, the audience's cheers rose and fell in jubilant waves. IG! 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 The coach stared at Wu Yu's screen, unable to contain his emotions. The Shy patted Wu Yu on the shoulder. Well done. Rookie smiled. Winning is what matters. Only Defaji and Mapijing sat silently in their seats, motionless. They neither congratulated Wu Yu nor acknowledged their own mistakes. Staring blankly at the screen, lost in thought, Wu. The Shy chuckled. Next time I'll just give you my kills. Me getting kills is of no consequence. Not at all. Under normal circumstances, your kills are still quite valuable. Wu Yu replied calmly. Everyone understood Wu Yu's notion of normality. The abnormality this match experienced stemmed from the bottom lanes Defaji and Mapijing. Had they died less frequently, the Shy would undoubtedly have been a commanding presence. However, their excessive deaths rendered normal team fights impossible. The coach felt it necessary to address the mindset of the two players. During the break, Wu Yu and the Shy discussed strategy. Let us revert to our previous jungle coordination. The Shy pondered. I think that's a good idea. We nodded. Those two really startled me with their performance last match. The Shy whispered, to be safe, let us return to the top jungle synergy, and I'll give you the kills. You should still secure the kills. It doesn't matter much for Zhao Xian whether he gets kills or not. Just don't decline. Once the enemy is left with a sliver of health. ILL back off. Wu chuckled and shook his head, opting for silence. The short range of Darius and Jace's late-game weakness means Zhao Xian, as a warrior, can ultimately prevail. You should take the kills. Then I want to hold back, Wu replied with a smile. Remember to maintain the tempo. Otherwise, I might end up feeding. The Shy feigned seriousness. Then go ahead. Wu laughed. The Shy chuckled in return. Meanwhile, Defaji and Mapijing were on the verge of tears from the coach's scolding. If you get solo killed twice in lane, just wait patiently for Wu. Understood. The two appeared dejected. You must be adept at analyzing the situation, the economy, and items. Got it? Don't be so headstrong. If you can't win, play defensively and focus on farming. Remember that I do not wish to see a pickaxe battling an infinity edge again. Understood. The Shy sighed as he observed Defaji and Mapijing being reprimanded. Sigh. Perhaps they've never experienced a losing game. Indeed, Wu remarked, they may not know how to handle a losing game. I find it puzzling. They've always dominated. So how could they be overpowered this time? Perhaps they simply chose the wrong champions. They previously played Draven and Pantheon. That might be the case. The enemy didn't T-ban those two champions, so why didn't they pick them? Airplane, Defaji. Wu chuckled softly. The Shy shook his head with a smile. You're quite optimistic. Even now, you still have the heart to jest. What's wrong with that? Even if they fail again next match, we still have each other. Wu exuded confidence. Stop. Don't say anything more. Watch your words. All right. Out at that moment, the coach stepped onto the stage to draw lots. As he departed, he turned back to give instructions. The coach had completely lost faith in Defaji and Mabicking. In this round of drawing lots, the coach drew the red side. Upon witnessing this outcome, the players inevitably felt a twinge of sadness. Scientific research indicates that the blue side has a 5 higher win rate than the red side. Moreover, on the blue side, utilizing projectile-type skills feels particularly smooth, especially for champions like Jiaoyu and Galio, that if they were on the red side, the players might not even consider selecting such champions. Thus, 99 of professional players aspire to play on the blue side. Wu and his team certainly shared this sentiment. However, they had to face the reality that in this match, they were on the red side. Once the factions were confirmed, the next phase was to ban champions. Regardless of victory or defeat, it was crucial to assert dominance during the ban phase. IG, as before, executed 5 empty bans in an instant. The audience erupted in cheers. IG invincible! IG invincible! IG invincible! Subsequently, T1 also performed 5 empty bans. The crowd roared once more. T1 invincible! T1 invincible! T1 invincible! However, the cheers for T1 did not resonate as loudly as those for IG, for it was IG that pioneered the 5 empty bans. When the coach approached, he remarked with a smile, "Faker is still watching." Upon hearing this, the Shy smiled faintly. That's a relief. Rookie, on the other hand, was exhilarated. That's wonderful, truly wonderful. Wu's reaction was rather subdued. Defaji and Mabicking appeared dejected, seemingly still reeling from the earlier reprimand. Next came the champion selection phase. This time, Defaji and Mabicking unveiled their signature champions, Draven and Pantheon. Before long, the dual initiator composition had taken shape. T1 blue side, top lane Aatrox, jungle Lee Sin, mid lane Orianna, bot lane Ashe, support Thresh, IG red side, top lane Jace, jungle Zhao Exen, mid lane Syndra, bot lane Draven, support Pantheon. As the match interface loaded, Wu commenced with a standard red buff start. While Defaji and Mabicking positioned themselves near the blue buff, using their bodies as wards, the Shy had already arrived at the lane, continuously hovering near the enemy turret. Commentator. This detail is well executed. The Shy lingers near the turret to indicate his position to the opponents. However, Wu's temperament was well known among industry insiders, starting red. Thus, the Shy's maneuvers seemed to lack any substantial effect. Nevertheless, the Shy persisted in his charade. Soon, both sides dispatched their minions. Wu began soloing the red buff. after consuming 2 health potions. The red buff was secured as per usual. Wuyo, spear in hand, hastened to the top lane. Just then, a message appeared on the screen. Frost Archer. First blood. Wuyo paused momentarily, surprised that the bot lane had fallen again. When Wuyo switched to view the bot lane, he caught the final moments of Ashe eliminating Pantheon. The scene of the incident unfolded near the brush in the bot lane. It appeared that their duo had been ambushed. Wuyo was perplexed. Draven and Pantheon are both exceptionally strong early-game champions. Even if ambushed, they should have been able to secure a trade. Yet the opposing Ashe still had 2/3 of her health, while Thresh had half. This left Wuyo utterly bewildered. Wuyo's confusion was eclipsed by the coach's disbelief. When the coach inquired about the situation, their response was as follows. We thought the enemy jungler was nearby, so we didn't retaliate. The coach sighed deeply. All right, just be more cautious next time. That moment, the audience's chants surged in waves, each louder than the last. T1, invincible. T1, invincible. T1, invincible. The commentators analyzed. This situation makes no sense. IG's bot duo was retreating. Why didn't they counterattack? They likely felt the enemy jungler was in the vicinity. Even so, they could have secured a trade. This was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was why they traversed that route. Normally, bot lane duos would approach the lane through the triangular brush, a safer route that could prevent an early-level gank from the enemy jungler. However, Defagy and Mabiking did not follow this protocol. Thus, their simultaneous demise becomes more comprehensible. Commentator. At this juncture, Wuyo's title of First Blood Dominator has finally been shattered. Indeed, had you not mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Previously, whenever Wuyo was present, he was guaranteed to secure First Blood. However, due to a teammate's misstep this time, Wuyo's reputation was tarnished. Alas, what a pity. At this moment, Wuyo was lying in wait in the brush by the river in the top lane, preparing to ambush Aatrox. The Shy, noticing Wuyo's arrival, began to put on a show that he switched to hammer form and QD forward to last-hit minions. During this time, the Shy took a Q from Aatrox. Then the Shy began auto-attacking minions, landing hit after hit. The opposing Aatrox unleashed another Q, knocking the Shy back once more. The Shy began to retreat, but Aatrox halted his pursuit. Simultaneously, he began to signal towards the brush where Wuyo was hiding, repeatedly. Seeing this, Wuyo had no choice but to withdraw. The Shy returned to his previous state, slowly farming. However, Wuyo did not stray far, opting to farm his own rock lizard. Just as Wuyo finished off the large rock lizard, he suddenly spotted the enemy Lee Sin. At that moment, Lee Sin had just circled around from the triangular brush in the top lane, preparing to sandwich the Shy with Aatrox. Observing this, Wuyo hurried over, signaling to the Shy to move from the river toward the triangular brush. While he himself would provide support from the triangular brush, the Shy understood. Commentator. Lee Sin is flanking from behind. Yet Wuyo had also arrived. This was getting precarious. Lee Sin approached, landing a Q. Immediately, he followed with a second Q. Sticking to the Shy executed an E, shaking off Lee Sin. Lee Sin continued to pursue, with Aatrox joining the chase. The Shy had already reached the triangular brush, and Wuyo remained concealed within. Once the Shy entered the brush, he did not retreat. He switched to cannon form and stealthily placed an E within the brush. Just as Lee Sin and Aatrox were about to enter, the Shy unleashed a powerful EQ combo, striking both enemies. Wuyo followed up with an AQ, initiating damage on Lee Sin. Lee Sin's health plummeted rapidly, but his W was on cooldown, forcing him to use Flash. Only then did Wuyo utilize his E to secure the kill on Lee Sin. Following this, it became a 2-on-1. Aatrox, realizing he was outmatched, also used Flash to escape. However, Wuyo would not let this opportunity slip by that. He flashed in pursuit, leveraging the slow from the red buff to flawlessly achieve a double kill. The coach, witnessing this, finally revealed a long-lost smile. Wuyo exhaled deeply, feeling a significant weight lift off his shoulders. Commentator. IG executed this play excellently. T1 assumed Wuyo had retreated, yet he was lurking close to the rock lizard. Moreover, Lee Sin, in his eagerness to chase the Shy, hastily committed all his skills. Aatrox, too, rushed in, utilizing his 3-part Q to traverse the distance. However, in retrospect, Jace's speed boost while switching forms is quite formidable. The Shy rose to prominence through his mastery of the Sword Demon and is undoubtedly aware of which champions can counter this formidable foe. Oh, what is happening now? Has another kill erupted in the bot lane? Just as the commentators were analyzing the previous 2-on-2 skirmish, Ashe ruthlessly dismantled IG's bot duo on the lane. Transitioning to the replay, it became abundantly clear. Pantheon, while charging his Q, was ensnared by Thresh's hook. Surprisingly, instead of retaliating, Pantheon opted to W onto a minion and flee. Ashe activated her Q and commenced her pursuit. Then, the familiar scene unfolded. Draven and Pantheon attempted to retreat while trading blows, ultimately falling to Ashe's hands. At this moment, the coach began to lose his composure. He approached to admonish them, urging the duo to play cautiously and abandon their aggressive mindset. It was at this juncture that WuYu made his appearance in the bot lane. That on one hand, the Sword Demon was reluctant to engage under the tower, and on the other, WuYu wished to ascertain what was transpiring with the bot lane duo. After clearing the river crab, Defagi and mapijing had already returned to the lane. At this moment, a cannon minion was on the verge of being destroyed by the minions. Defagi, feeling anxious, immediately used his E to secure the cannon. However, this very E triggered yet another confrontation. Thresh swiftly flashed and used his E, pulling Defagi back. Although mapijing promptly WD on a Thresh, Ashe had already begun to attack Defagi. The slow Defagi found it impossible to reposition, and activating his W proved futile to make matters worse. Thresh SQ managed to latch onto Defagi. At this sight, WuYu could not help but feel perplexed. What was mapijing doing? Did he not understand the need to block the Q? Was he even playing the game? Such a chaotic fight left WuYu feeling quite uncomfortable. Frustrated yet determined, he rushed toward the scene. Thankfully, having finished with the river crab, WuYu swiftly arrived, taking a flanking route. By the time Ashe and Thresh reacted, it was already too late. WuYu focused on Ashe and initiated with an AQ combo. 1 strike, 2 strikes. Ashe did not retreat, seemingly intent on trading blows. Just as WuYu prepared to unleash his third auto attack, Ashe flashed. A W ensnared both Defagi and mapijing, followed by a basic attack that claimed Defagi's life. However, WuYu quickly dashed in with his E, sending Ashe airborne. Following up with a W, he successfully ended Ashe's rampage. As WuYu turned to pursue Thresh, mapijing also joined the fray. W ensnared Thresh, and after executing a Q, they engaged in a duel. Unfortunately, mapijing fell in the process. Subsequently, Thresh met his demise at the hands of the arriving WuYu. Upon witnessing this, the coach let out a long sigh, rendered speechless. Had mapijing turned to escape after stunning Thresh, he surely would have survived. Yet, he chose to engage Thresh while low on health. What was the reasoning behind that? Nevertheless, if mapijing had not pursued, Thresh would have slipped away. The coach, reflecting on this, refrained from further criticizing mapijing. Up to this point, T1 had secured 6 kills, with Ashe alone claiming 5 of them. Conversely, all 4 kills on IG's side were acquired by WuYu. Overall, IG found themselves at a disadvantage. Upon returning to base, WuYu immediately purchased a pair of Berserker's Greaves, a Tier 2 jungle item, and 2 long swords. The coach, taken aback, remarked, "Why buy boots? Had you not purchased them, you could have afforded a warrior jungle item." To facilitate roaming, WuYu replied coolly. The coach nodded in silent acknowledgement. Roaming? That's acceptable. Primarily focus on ganking the top lane, and when Ashe resurfaces, target her once. Indeed, with the addition of his boots and the 4 stacks of Relentless Hunter's passive, WuYu's movement speed had surpassed 400. He moved with the swiftness of the wind. While WuYu farmed the stone beetles, he signaled to the Shy to let the wave push. The Shy understood and began to focus on last hitting. His last hitting prowess was unmatched among all team members. He could wait until minions had a mere 30 health points left before securing the kill, consistently achieving it. Such exceptional farming ability could only be described as unparalleled. Once WuYu finished with the stone beetles, the top lane minion wave had already reached the middle dot. WuYu silently approached the tower and marked the Sword Demon. The Shy grasped the intent immediately and prepared to engage. However, the Sword Demon showed no inclination to fight and retreated. During his withdrawal, he even took the time to place vision in the nearby brush. Subsequently, he inserted another ward in the tri-dash brush as the sword demon approached the tri-brush to place a ward. Wu Yu stealthily positioned himself against the wall to avoid detection. Wu Yu remained patient while the shy continued to bait. Soon enough, the sword demon reached level 6 and unleashed his ultimate, charging toward the shy. Witnessing this, Wu Yu smiled. The commentators noted, "Wow, Wu Yu truly possesses patience that if I recall correctly, he has been lurking under the tower for nearly a minute. Surely not that long. It must have only been around 40 seconds. Another commentator interjected. Yet perseverance pays off, and Wu Yu's patience was finally rewarded. As the shy retreated, he seized an opportunity to pull the sword demon back with his E, tossing him right into Wu Yu's path. A flash of cold light heralded the oncoming barrage. The sword demon panicked, hastily attempting to escape with his E, but was still slowed by Wu Yu's in the ensuing assault from both Wu Yu and the shy. The sword demon fell in the upper lane of the summoner's rift. Naturally, Wu Yu claimed the kill. After securing the kill, Wu Yu preferred to calm his restless spirit by farming the jungle. While he was busy taking the Rift Herald, Defeiji and Mapijing met their demise once more. As Wu Yu approached the enemy frog, the shy made his way toward him, while lying in wait in the tri-brush above the frog. The sword demon reappeared. He comes. He approaches with the gait of one resigned to his fate. Upon spotting the sword demon, the shy immediately unleashed a Q and moved toward Wu Yu's position in the tri-brush. The sword demon, having already lost considerable health before even reaching the lane, was understandably displeased. Just as he activated his Q to pursue the shy, Wu Yu emerged from the brush once more, with a swift and decisive combo. He swiftly dispatched the sword demon near the first tower. With the early purchase of Berserker's Greaves, his attack speed was undeniably rapid. If you doubt it, feel free to test it yourself. After eliminating the sword demon, Wu Yu promptly deployed the Rift Herald. With a thunderous roar, the herald struck, causing the very earth to quake. The enemy's first tower was effortlessly dismantled by the herald. Wu Yu and the shy forged ahead. While the herald lumbered behind, as Wu Yu witnessed the herald charge toward the second tower, he departed with satisfaction. In Wu Yu's mind, if the herald failed to land at least 2 hits, it would have been a wasted effort. The commentators exclaimed, "Wow, Wu Yu just caused the sword demon to crumble." Although he managed to defend the second tower just in time, he can no longer play effectively. While the shy may not have secured any kills, he had garnered several assists and accrued 4 tower plates. It was a stable situation. T1 appeared to have solid grip on the match, especially since Ashe had already claimed 10 kills. The camera shifted to the bot lane, where Ashe and Thresh, under the watchful eyes of Defeiji and Mapijing, nonchalantly feasted on tower plates. Both Defeiji and Mapijing were left with minuscule health, too intimidated to intervene. Observing the remaining plating on the tower, only 2 layers remained. Just then, Wu Yu arrived on the scene. Defeiji and Mapijing, seeing Wu Yu's flank, were filled with excitement. They charged in to engage. However, Ashe unleashed a W followed by 2 basic attacks, effortlessly dispatching the pair. In the face of overwhelming strength, anger proved futile. Nonetheless, the demise of the 2 provided Ashe with a mere 3 seconds of escape time. In those fleeting 3 seconds, Ashe had unwittingly entered Wu Yu's E-range. A flash of cold light heralded the onslaught that followed. Wu Yu dashed directly towards Ashe, executing a basic attack followed by his ultimate ability. Swiftly dismissing Thresh, as he maneuvered while casting Q, he sent Ashe soaring into the air, and with a perfectly timed W, secured the kill. Realizing Ashe was dead, Thresh had no choice but to flee. However, with only a pair of boots to his name, it wasn't long before Wu Yu caught up with him. A QQQ, followed by another W. Thresh was swiftly eliminated. Commentators exclaimed, "Wow, such damage! It seems that the efforts of the blind monk to assist the bot lane have come to naught." While Wu Yu was aiding the shy, the blind monk was attempting to help Ashe. Yet, Ashe fell victim to Wu Yu, who remained unscathed up until this moment. It appeared that Wu Yu had not met his demise even once. Let us be a bit bolder and remove the word appeared. On his next return to base, Wu Yu immediately purchased a Trinity Force. The coach observed this and couldn't help but let a subtle smile escape. Though the bot lane had faltered yet again, WeU was on a rise. This in itself was already a significant achievement. However, thus far, IG had not secured a single dragon. T1 had already claimed a wind dragon and a mountain dragon. The next dragon was a fire dragon, set to respawn in 1 minute. WeU had begun to take action near the dragon pit. He first cleared the river crab, then circled into the enemy's red zone. Dismantling all wards and explosive fruits, he ensured that the area surrounding the dragon pit was utterly clean. Meanwhile, the Shy had soloed the top lane's second tower and was en route to the dragon. Commentators noted, "It seems IG has no intention of conceding this dragon. The Shy has arrived. How far can the Demon Blade be?" The first 5v5 team fight was likely to erupt over the dragon. Before long, all 10 players gathered near the dragon pit. T1's members positioned themselves closer to the mid lane, while IG's members settled near the bot lane. Both mid laners were exchanging spells, engaging in pokes. But their impact was minimal as the fire dragon spawned. Both teams were eager for action, especially WeU, who occasionally slipped into the bot lane's tri-brush, preparing to flank. Suddenly, Ashe unleashed her ultimate, directly ensnaring Draven. Commentators exclaimed, "The fight has begun." T1 initiated the engagement. Ashe's ultimate immobilized Draven, and her teammates quickly followed up, eliminating him in an instant. The Demon Blade had begun to cut through the backline. Yet there was no one from T1's backline to counter. Where was WeU? At that moment, WeU had flanked from the bot lane's tri-brush, positioning himself behind T1's formation as he unexpectedly emerged behind Ashe. The countdown for this team fight had commenced. WeU edged straight into Ashe's face, simultaneously unleashing his ultimate, casting aside both Orianna and Thresh, following up with 3 QS and a basic attack. Ashe fell without needing to cast W. WeU then pursued Orianna, Thresh, and the Blind Monk. T1's damage dealers began to retreat. How could they continue the fight? In a final act of heroism, Thresh sacrificed himself to protect Orianna. WeU instructed the Shy to hold the line while he soloed the dragon. As the Blind Monk attempted to approach the dragon, the Shy relentlessly pursued him. The Blind Monk, left with no choice, conceded the fire dragon. Commentators remarked, "In this exchange, IG achieved a 2-for-3 trade and secured a fire dragon, a definite win." WeU's flank was truly spectacular. Had he arrived any later, IG would have faced total annihilation. However, WeU's swift movement, aided by runes and equipment, combined with the inherent speed of melee champions, allowed him to shine. Despite both securing numerous kills, why did Ashe's impact seem so minimal? Perhaps this illustrates the distinction between a warrior and an archer. After claiming the fire dragon, WeU did not return to base. Instead, he headed directly for the Rift Herald. Upon his arrival, he discovered the Blind Monk was still attempting to farm it. Yet upon noticing WeU, the Blind Monk turned tail and fled without looking back. Commentators mused, "Is he truly retreating?" If the Rift Herald were left with but a sliver of health, the Blind Monk might have contested it. But with 5,000 health remaining, he had no choice but to escape. Following the Blind Monk, WeU joined forces with the Shy to take down the Rift Herald. As soon as the Herald's eye appeared, it was inevitably targeted. Thus, the Rift Herald was quickly secured by the duo. Upon returning to base, WeU purchased a Tiamat, leaving the coach puzzled at WeU. "Your damage output is already substantial. Why not build some tankiness?" WeU replied with a smile. "The health regeneration provided by Tiamat, is that not a form of tankiness?" The coach, at a loss for words, sighed. "Rest assured, I will build a Sterix gauge. That should suffice." "Very well." The coach sighed deeply. WeU also sighed, for his choice of Tiamat had another purpose: that if the bot lane proved utterly ineffective, he would need a split push. Speaking of split pushing, a Tiamat was essential. Thus, WeU prioritized acquiring a Tiamat first. With the second Rift Herald in hand, it was time to push for the high ground. WeU, with the Shy in tow, confidently marched towards the top lane. However, upon reaching the high ground tower, it discovered all 5 of the enemy team present. It seemed T1 had gained a keen understanding of WeU's tactics. Even with 5 opponents defending, they were determined to push the high ground. WeU quickly summoned his teammates, engaging a siege near the high ground tower. In terms of poke damage, IG had a slight advantage. Syndra's QWE and Jace's EQ combo dealt significant damage at rapid speed. causing considerable distress for the opponents. In contrast, the enemy team relied primarily on Orianna and Ashe for poke. Ashe's W offered minimal enhancement, and Orianna's Q had a sluggish trajectory. Consequently, the enemy team found themselves returning to base frequently to replenish their health. However, they still managed to clear minion waves effectively. With Orianna's QW and Ashe's W, a wave of minions could be dispatched in no time. Therefore, Wu Yu struggled to find the optimal moment to deploy the Rift Herald. In Wu Yu's eyes, the Herald needed to at least connect twice. Otherwise, it would be a wasted effort. Thus, he remained patient. Yet, the enemy's wave-clearing speed was too rapid, leaving Draven with little opportunity to attack the tower. Time ticked away, moments slipping by unnoticed. Before he knew it, the Rift Herald was about to expire to Wu Yu. Left with no choice, finally released it. The coach had been closely monitoring Wu Yu, feeling increasingly anxious. Based on prior experiences, he predicted Wu Yu would likely force the engagement. And indeed, Wu Yu did just that. To protect the Rift Herald and clear a path for it, Wu Yu willingly became the focal point of enemy fire. With a resolve to charge into battle, he first Ed on a Thresh, then flashed towards Ashe, attacking before unleashing his ultimate. A sweeping barrage. The Demon Blade, Blind Monk, and Thresh were all hurled towards Wu Yu's teammates. Orianna was flung towards the front lines. Ashe panicked and unleashed her ultimate, a zero-distance ultimate, but the stun duration was brief that Wu Yu quickly closed the distance to Ashe, dealing an astounding 300 damage with his attacks and Q. Ashe cast W to slow him down, and Wu Yu responded with W to counter the slow. Nevertheless, Ashe was still being relentlessly pursued by Wu Yu. Orianna, unable to bear the sight, stepped into Wu Yu's ultimate zone, executing a combination of QRW that drastically reduced Wu Yu's health to 300. However, Wu Yu's ability had just come off cooldown. He immediately Ed to Ashe's face, eliminating her before continuing the chase after Orianna. With the movement speed boost from Trinity Force, Orianna was doomed to be caught. Just then, the Blind Monk arrived. A kick. He sent Wu Yu crashing beneath the front turret. Subsequently, Wu Yu was eliminated by the turret's attacks. Commentators exclaimed, "Wu Yu has finally fallen." Yet, Wu Yu had managed to stall 3 enemy champions while also securing a kill. 3 champions, 3 ultimates. Wu Yu's impact was undeniably substantial. The number of kills amassed by Aishi far exceeds that of Wu Yu. Yet he is still relentlessly pursued by Wu Yu. This exemplifies the distinction between a warrior and a marksman. Although Wu Yu falls in battle, the team fight for IG does not end in defeat. While Wu Yu chases Aishi and Orianna, the Shy effortlessly dispatches both the Sword Demon and Thresh alongside his teammates. However, Defeji and Mapijing meet their demise at the hands of the Sword Demon. Despite the Sword Demon being in such a precarious state, he still manages to eliminate these 2 players, illustrating their ineptitude. The Shy and Rookie honor Wu Yu's legacy by commencing the destruction of towers and crystals. After all, League of Legends is fundamentally a tower defense game. Moreover, IG's bot lane duo falters once again in this match. For the sake of caution, it is prudent to dismantle the crystal first. Once Orianna returns to base to replenish her health, the top lane's high ground has already fallen. Nonetheless, the Shy finds it impossible to breach the outer turret and is forced to retreat. The commentators lament, "What a pity. This wave could have led to a decisive victory. If Defeji and Mapijing had not perished, Orianna and Lee Sin would have been unable to defend the outer turret." Yet, those 2 indeed met their end. There is no remedy. The Sword Demon-S equipment may be lacking, but the gear of those 2 is even worse. Following this team fight, the coach begins to sense a precarious situation. During the skirmish, Defeji and Mapijing performed like deadweight. Their damage barely grazed the enemy, and their skills went awry, truly disheartening. Draven under Defeji's command even opted for attack speed items. Lux under Mapijing wasted her Q ability with a 100 failure rate. The coach can no longer bear to watch and instructs the 2 to split push. Defeji heads to the top lane, while Mapijing takes the mid lane. The remaining 3 players will team up to push the bot lane and aim to take down the bot lane high ground. With the enemy's top lane high ground already destroyed, it is only natural that someone must defend. That if Wu engages in a team fight at this moment, the pressure on the opposing team would be quite significant. However, as Wu pushes the bot lane, He fails to spot any enemies on the map. After taking down the bot lane second tower, there is still no sign of the adversaries. WeU pauses. Pondering, could they be attempting to slay the Baron? With this thought in mind, WeU quickly signals Mapijing to investigate. Use your ultimate, the coach exclaims, and no need to approach. Just unleash your ultimate at this moment. Mapijing is not far from the Baron, and the range of his ultimate is sufficient that a beam of light shoots forth, revealing the vision of all 5 enemies to the onlookers. They are indeed attacking the Baron. The Baron is left with only 5,000 health. There is no time to waste. WeU mutters. Let it go. We need to destroy their bot lane high ground this wave. Under WeU's leadership, the Shy and Rookie follow suit to demolish the high ground tower. However, at this juncture, Defagi and Mapijing head towards the Baron. Return. The coach shouts, He conceded the Baron. You two should continue to split push. I still have my ultimate. Perhaps I can secure the steal. Defagi appears confident. Why, he has a long range. I can give it a shot. Mapijing agrees. Don't go, come back. Yet the two disregard the warning and proceed towards the Baron. Mapijing SE grants Defagi vision, and as the Baron reaches 2,000 health, he unleashes his ultimate. However, his ultimate is still delayed. The giant axe is yet to strike the Baron when the opposing team has already claimed the Baron and its soul. Subsequently, Defagi and Mapijing are swiftly eliminated under the enemy's pursuit. Witnessing this, the coach falls silent. The commentators remark, "Oh dear, that was so close." Lee Sin's final smite was perhaps a tad premature, as it was Thresh who secured the Baron. It's rather amusing. The likelihood of the support securing the Baron is highest when 5 players are engaged in the fight. They have acquired the Baron, yet their bot lane high ground is doomed. However, WeU finishes dismantling the high ground and retreats, opting not to continue assaulting the outer turret. Due to the Dragon's Soul, T1's recall speed is remarkably swift. T1 first clears the super minions near the outer turret before regrouping for a decisive push. The IG coach urges, this could very well be the final push. WeU nods in agreement, silently purchasing a Death's Dance. That WeU is now fully equipped with 5 items. Berserker's Greaves, Warrior Jungle item, Trinity Force, Titanic Hydra, and Death's Dance. With 100 armor and 300 attack power, he is also the first to reach level 16 in the game. Even so, WeU remains uncertain. After all, the enemy boasts 5 players. While Aside only has 3, the opposing team still wields the Baron buff. This wave will be difficult to defend. As per usual, WeU calmly states, I will cut the back line. You two focus on the front line. Understood. The Shy and Rookie respond in unison. Furthermore, the high ground can be sacrificed, but we must not concede the outer turret. The coach asserts. Soon enough, the enemy approaches with great momentum. They demolish the high ground tower and surge towards the inner high ground with unwavering force. On stage, both teams are wholly absorbed in the match. In the audience, spectators seem to foresee the outcome, fervently chanting, T1, victory is ours. T1, victory is ours. T1, victory is ours. Amidst the relentless cheers, T1's 5 players arrive at IGS outer turret. Just as they prepare to chip away at it, WeU makes his move. Utilizing Jace's E for acceleration, he charges directly towards Aishi. Armed with his lance, he declares, the world is mine. Aishi, in a panic, hastily casts her ultimate. The massive magical crystal arrow hurtles towards WeU. He deftly sidesteps, narrowly avoiding the arrow, yet is unable to reach Aishi with his E ability. Reluctantly, WeU diverts his attention to Orianna. A seamless EQ followed by the activation of Titanic Hydra leaves Orianna in a state of invulnerability. WeU does not linger. He turns to pursue Aishi. However, at that moment, Lee Sin approaches with a swift maneuver. Aku, it's the same old strategy. The familiar sensation returns that WeU is abruptly kicked back towards the outer turret, rendering him incapable of pursuing Aishi. In light of this, WeU decides to abandon the chase and instead targets the Sword Demon and Thresh. After eliminating these two, Defagi and Mapijing have respawned point one more wave. The coach exclaims, we can make this work. WeU concurs, believing they can indeed achieve victory, with 5 players on their side against only 3 opponents. Although Defagi and Mapijing may contribute little, they are still alive. Considering this may be the final team fight, Wu promptly purchases a potion of red elixir. With that, he leads his teammates to push back through the mid lane. The commentators marvel. Wow, this team fight is extraordinary. It feels like Wu could take on all 5 opponents. Aside from Wu and Aishi, the remaining players are merely equipped with 3 items each. Yet, each time Aishi encounters Wu, it is as if she has met her father. There is no remedy. This is the inherent difference between a warrior and a marksman that IG swiftly retaliates, signaling an imminent victory. On stage, the commentators continue their analysis. Meanwhile, the audience's chants grow ever more fervent. IG, victory is ours. IG, victory is ours. IG, victory is ours. Amidst the escalating cheers, Wu find himself once more at the outer turret of the enemy. In the past, there were 5 of you. Now, I stand before you, and only 3 remain. Lee Sin, Oriana, and Aishi this moment. The Sword Demon and Thresh still have 30 seconds left before respawning that Wu does not rush to dismantle the turret. He patiently waits for 10 seconds. During this interval, super minions from both the top and bottom lanes arrive. Alongside a wave of cannon minions from the mid lane, these minions surge towards the enemy's outer turret. Observing this, Wu smiles. Give me acceleration. He states calmly. The Shy understands immediately. He switches to cannon form and places an acceleration gate. I will drive them away. You all dismantle the turret. With that, Wu charges towards Aishi. This time, Lee Sin demonstrates shrewdness, swiftly kicking Wu away. However, Wu did not yield. He turned back to collide with the acceleration gate and charged once more towards Ash. This time, it was Clockwork's turn to shield Ash. A seamless combination of attacks was unleashed upon Wu. QRW. Yet, Wu activated his ultimate ability at the very first moment, deftly evading the onslaught of damage. For a fleeting moment, the spectators were as despondent as the mountains, and the heavens seemed to echo their dismay. Commentary booth. Wow. What an ultimate. A perfect score. To be frank, the reworked Zhao Xin is indeed formidable. This is a secure victory, a genuine assurance. Wait, Ash's ultimate is ready again. Amidst the commentators' astonishment, Ash unleashed another ultimate, immobilizing Wu. Nevertheless, Wu had activated the Death Dance, causing his health to decline at a rather inconspicuous rate. During the stun, the duration of Wu's ultimate had elapsed. Ash, Clockwork, and Lee Sin commenced a brutal barrage, employing merciless tactics. While Wu attacked Lee Sin, he advanced towards Ash, forcing her to take refuge in the fountain to continue her assault. Ultimately, Wu succumbed. However, T1 had lost both of their front teeth that moment. The members of IG appeared as though they had never tasted victory, fervently dismantling the crystal with unwavering focus. The commentator could sense the palpable atmosphere of desperation emanating from the IG studio from 100 meters away. Dust to dust, earth to earth. To achieve victory, they must destroy the crystal. Finally, amidst the frenzied auto attacks from his teammates, the opposing crystal exploded into a dazzling display. Commentary booth. Congratulations to IG for securing victory in the second match. In an instant, cheers erupted from both the stage and the audience. The IG players encircled Wu, their faces aglow with jubilation. Not only that, but the audience below also chanted Wu's name. Wu, victory assured. Wu, invincible. Wu, I love you. While the players reveled in their triumph, T1 silently executed a stunning maneuver. T1, backstage. Faker sat quietly in his chair, silently watching the replay of the recent match. A faint melancholy seemed to emanate from his gaze. What would have been the outcome had he taken the stage? Just then, the coach approached. Faker, you should play in the next match. Me. Faker replied softly. I'm afraid that's not possible. I'm out of form, but we've already lost 2 matches in a row. If we lose again, we won't even make it to the top 4 this year. I'm currently a substitute. The main players aren't ill, so there's no need for me to take the stage. Faker, the coach pleaded, let's forget about the past. We need to look forward. Faker remained silent. Faker, please, I beg you, play in the next match. Faker stared silently at the computer screen, saying nothing. Faker, if you participate in the next match, I promise to unconditionally fulfill one of your requests. Forget it. I've grown indifferent to the matters of this circle. Faker, The coach knelt before Faker. Please, I implore you. Faker still did not respond. The coach then grasped Faker's thigh. Faker, I beg you, based on our past camaraderie, please take the stage. Fine, Faker replied softly. Upon hearing this, the coach immediately bowed his head to the ground. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm truly grateful. I have no other intentions. I merely wish to meet with you, Faker replied coolly. He is quite strong. How does he compare to you? The coach asked tentatively. It's hard to say. Faker pondered. His mechanics may not surpass mine, but his awareness is leagues ahead of me. The coach felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing this. Yet there was little he could do. Having Faker on the stage would certainly heighten their chances of victory. After Faker departed, the coach silently made a phone call. Hello? Is this a good time to talk? You both need to throw hard. The more you throw, the better, but don't let the audience catch on. Understood, it would be best to throw alongside your teammates. Do I need to teach you how to play in lane or in team fights? About the previous matters. No need to discuss that. The coach coldly stated, this time, if your team wins again, don't expect to receive any commission. With that, the coach hung up the phone, adjusted his tie, and headed to the break room. Meanwhile, Defaji and Mappy Jing quietly returned to their seats. Did you take that long in the restroom? The coach inquired. My stomach wasn't feeling well. Defaji replied nonchalantly that I in the next match. Play it safe. Understood. You. The coach looked at Defaji. Pick a high-damage ADC. Just use your ultimate in team fights. Understood. You. The coach turned to Mappy Jing. Choose a tank. Just serve as a meat shield. Understood. After issuing his directives, the coach finally proceeded to draw lots. Yu and the Shy were engaged in light-hearted conversation, exuding confidence as if victory was assured. After this match, where do you plan to go? The Shy asked. First, I'll call my girlfriend to inform her that our team has made it to the top 4. Girlfriend? The same one as before? Yes, do I strike you as the type to be unfaithful? Yuri, fine. I think she has issues if you say that. I can't help but feel displeased. Do you remember the time we dined together? The Shy said earnestly that of course. What about it? Based on my years of experience, I deduce that she is materialistic. Will you pause for a moment? Let us not discuss it. In your eyes, all women are materialistic. Then why do you think she pursued you? ISNT it because of my fans? They went overboard with their bets. Will you almost blurted out, is that truly the only reason? Furthermore, she was captivated by my charismatic personality. Will you smile gently? Let it be. Your narcissism is beyond my understanding. The Shy sighed heavily, falling silent. Soon after, the coach approached with a grim expression. Observing the coach's demeanor, it seemed everyone understood the outcome. Still the red side? Will you inquired. Blue side. The coach replied coolly. Your expression doesn't seem to reflect that you've drawn the blue side. I have a very serious announcement to make. The coach's voice was somber. He surveyed the room, his tone grave. Faker is taking the stage. Yes, as soon as the words left his mouth, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. The Shy, who had just been munching on chips, stopped instantly. Rookie, who had been trimming his nails, ceased his activity. Defaji and Mappy Jing exchanged peculiar glances, reminiscent of those who wished to laugh yet stifled their amusement. Only Wu Yu remained relatively unfazed, continuing to sip his blueberry juice, his right index finger rhythmically tapping the mouse pad. Time ticked away, passing by the corner of his eye. The silence stretched on, seemingly eternal. Finally, someone broke the silence. It's over, Rookie sighed. I must lay low and develop cautiously. With Faker on the field, our next match is precarious. The Shy chuckled nervously. If T1 is compelled to summon Faker, we too can rise to the occasion. Wu Yu continued, sipping his blueberry juice, remaining silent, his gaze distant and contemplative. Everyone do not lose heart. The coach chuckled nervously. If T1 is fielding Faker, it signifies that our strength is still formidable. The coach continued. Faker is human, and we are human too. Why must we belittle ourselves in comparison? Damn. Wu Yu chuckled. Let's crush them. Indeed, well said, the coach concurred. However, the other team members still wore expressions of despondency, their spirits utterly deflated. Yes, the team continued to exhibit a lack of enthusiasm. After clinching the championship this year, we shall embark on a journey through the tropical rainforest. Exactly. The coach suddenly paused, contemplating, while the first part of your statement is commendable. The latter seems somewhat questionable. Why the tropical rainforest? Meanwhile, the third match commenced. The initial phase involved banning champions. The IG coach hesitated. How about we make an exception this time and ban a few champions? I agree, Rookie blurted out. Let us ban Zed. Faker Zed is too formidable. D. Oh, you remember Yulun? The coach nodded in acknowledgement. Also ban LeBlanc. In Faker's hands, she is a lethal machine. The coach jotted this down, remaining silent. Let us also ban Galio. His damage is outrageous, and his support is quite bothersome. Rookie continued that that really necessary. The Shy remarked nonchalantly, if we're to ban anyone, I believe Zed should suffice. Then you can match Faker in the mid lane. And I will head to the top lane. Rookie almost blurted out, let me think. The Shy chuckled awkwardly. Just as the team was deliberating, Wu executed a blank ban. The coach was momentarily taken aback. Wu, are you truly this confident? Win or lose, we must not show any weakness in spirit. After hearing this, the coach did not react much. Even if they lost this match, there would still be 2 more opportunities. The coach nodded slightly. However, if we maintain our strategy of 5 blank bans and still win the match, this remarkable achievement will surely be etched in history. Upon hearing this, the coach began to waver. If they were to uphold their previous style and continue with blank bans while securing a victory, it would indeed be a 3 consecutive win. Moreover, achieving this against T1 would surely garner fame. T1 is renowned because it was formerly SKT. SKT rose to prominence due to its 3 consecutive championship victories. Behind those victories, Faker shouldered the entire team's journey. Most importantly, Faker was participating in this match. If they could triumph over them this time, IG would undoubtedly ascend as a pinnacle in the world of LOL professional leagues. A new pinnacle. Conversely, even if they lost the match, it wouldn't be a catastrophe. They could play conservatively in the subsequent 2 matches, focusing more on countering Faker. The chances of victory remained quite substantial. After careful consideration, the coach sighed, we cannot alter our style. Subsequently, IG executed 5 blank bans once more, exemplifying their unwavering confidence. Meanwhile, the audience erupted in fervent cheers. IG, victory is ours. IG, victory is ours. IG, victory is ours. Listening to the crowd chants, the coach felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This is life. This is competition. This is the essence of existence. On the other side, T1 was equally resolute, also opting for 5 blank bans. Once the 10 blank bans are displayed on the big screen, the audience erupted into a frenzy. As the champions were selected, the third match between IG and T1 officially commenced. IG in the blue side. Top lane Jace, jungle X and Zhao, mid lane Orianna, bot lane Misfortune, support Brown. T1 in the red side. Top lane Ornn, jungle Rek'Sai, mid lane Zed, bot lane Ashe, support Thresh. Before either team could enter the Summoner's Rift, the audience was already ablaze with cheers. T1, go for it. Faker, victory is ours. T1, victory is ours. Of course, there were also other voices. IG, victory is ours. The Shy, victory is ours. Wu, victory is ours. On stage, the commentators began their analysis that Wu and the Shy remained consistent, selecting Xun Zhao and Jace. However, Rookie did not pick Syndra again, instead opting for Orianna. Was this due to Faker's selection of Zed? T1's composition leaned towards late game, except for Faker that in fact, Zed is quite potent in the late game as well. Ultimately, it depends on the players. Would IG employ their usual top jungle synergy in this match? It remains uncertain. I believe Ornn will not grant Wu any opportunities. As the audience's cheers grew louder, the match officially began. Wu proceeded as usual, equipping the jungle knife, a health potion, and a ward. He dashed towards the red buff, following the standard build and route. However, T1 took a different approach. Commentators noted, this Ornn started with a cloth armor and a health potion. Faker followed suit, purchasing a long sword and a health potion. Ashe and Thresh items were quite standard. Wait, why are Ashe and Thresh heading directly to the bot lane? Rek'Sai is starting at red. On the big screen, T1 is Ashe and Thresh swaggered towards IG South bot lane Tribrush. Then stood motionless. 8T that moment. Wu and the bot duo were near the red buff, completely oblivious to this development. Once Wu finished the red buff, he proceeded to the enemy blue area. It was the same old routine. Yet, just as Wu Yu reached the river, both members of his bot duo were slain. Ash, double kill. Wu Yu was momentarily stunned, hastily switching screens to check the bot lane, only to discover Ash still had 2/3 of her health while Thresh had half. Wu Yu was utterly perplexed. How could this happen? Did they use their summoner spells? Wu Yu inquired. Both are available. Defei Ji replied flatly. Wu Yu couldn't help, but let out a long sigh, resigning to the situation. This scenario in the bot lane had occurred more than once to that moment. Wu Yu realized that Defei Ji and Ma Pai Jing were truly problematic. Since both Ash and Thresh had their summoner spells intact, there was no need to intervene. Going over would only waste time. Observing Ash and Thresh retreating to their lane, Wu Yu came to an important conclusion. Rek'Sai was starting at red. Wu Yu pressed on, arriving at T1's blue area. He first placed a ward at the location of the 3 wolves before beginning to clear the blue buff. At level 2, Xi and Zhao's jungle clear speed was remarkably swift. After finishing the blue buff, although Wu Yu did not spot Rek'Sai the 3 wolves, he could surmise her position. She was likely clearing her blue. Consequently, Wu Yu departed from Rek'Sai's blue area and made a beeline for his own blue. Commentators remarked, "Hey, ISNT, were you going to clear the 3 wolves and the frog?" Perhaps he was aiming to ambush Rek'Sai that moment. Rek'Sai was clearing Wu Yu's blue, while Wu Yu was heading straight for his own blue. Is there a ward here? Let's switch to T1's perspective. There isn't. Wu Yu's awareness is impressive. After clearing Wu Yu's blue, Rek'Sai did not greedily attempt to clear the frog and the 3 wolves, but instead headed for her own F6. However, just as Rek'Sai entered the upper river, she suddenly spotted Wu Yu leaping out from the brush. A glimmer of cold light flashed first.